Chen He, why did you suddenly stand up? In classroom 4, grade 3, at Sana number 2 high school, beautiful class teacher Zhang Ro looked puzzled as she stared at the boy sitting in the last row. All the students' eyes turned toward him. This is a senior high classroom? Did I really reincarnate back to 2005? Chen He muttered, dazed. Familiar faces filled the room, young, fresh, and innocent. The classroom felt like a dream, both real and surreal. Sit down quickly. You're not really going to confess your feelings to Feng Yiman in front of everyone, are you? Whispered Zheng Xiaobing, his desk mate, tugging gently at Chen He's pants leg. Right? Today was the day he was supposed to publicly confess his love for Feng Yiman, the girl he had loved all through high school. This was Feng Yiman's condition test. If he passed it, she would consider dating him. Chen He turned his gaze toward the first row on the right. Feng Yiman was watching him, her eyes full of expectation and amusement. Memories surged into his mind like a tide. After he confessed his feelings in front of the entire class, teacher Zhang kicked him out of the room. From that day on, he became the laughingstock of the class. Every year at the class reunion, his name would come up again and again, a joke endlessly retold. And yet, Feng Yiman never gave him a clear answer, not even after the college entrance exam ended. That must have been a rejection. I guess so, Chen He said with a bitter smile. He couldn't believe how naive and gullible he used to be. What did you say, Chen He? Teacher Zhang asked, not quite hearing him. I said, Teacher Zhang, thank you for working so hard. Try not to stay up too late, your dark circles will fade. He smiled brightly, the image of an innocent teenage boy. You think a few sweet words will make me forgive your tardiness today? Zhang Ro scolded him, frustrated that such a good-looking kid could be such a terrible student. Chen He wasn't just academically hopeless, he ranked dead last in class and often came late to lessons. Students like him dragged down her class university admission rate. She had long since given up on him. I know I was wrong, teacher. After class, he'll stay behind and clean the classroom before going home. Fine, sit down, she said impatiently, waving a hand. But just then, she felt a strange sensation, something about Chen. He seemed different today. Still, old habits die hard. A failing student like him could never truly change. Everyone, let's continue the lesson, she said, opening her textbook. As Chen He sat down, he caught Feng Yiman's expression, disappointment, maybe even anger. Well done, bro. You didn't embarrass us, Zheng Xiaobing sighed in relief. When Feng Yiman had made that demand, he had been there too. Over the past 3 years, he had watched Chen He chase after Feng Yiman, only to slowly realize what kind of person she really was. But Chen He remained blind to it all, believing that one day, sincerity alone would win her heart. Had Chen actually gone through with the confession, Zheng had already decided to cut ties with him. He didn't want people to think he was friends with someone so pathetic. But now he tuned out Zheng's chatter. His past self had been too simple-minded, thinking honesty and devotion could win a woman's heart. The truth was, Feng Yiman had only ever used him to feed her ego. Back then, Chen had been completely smitten. He brought her breakfast every morning, gave expensive gifts during holidays, and spent nearly all his allowance on impressing her. His parents were factory workers, decent, but ordinary. Most of his living expenses went toward pleasing Feng Yiman. Yet even after high school, she never officially accepted him. Later, he helplessly watched her marry the son of a rich family. Only then did he finally give up. Because of their relationship, he lost focus on studies and failed the college entrance exam. His parents, desperate for him to have a future, pulled strings to get him a job at an internet company. It was advertised as a 9 to 5, but in reality, he worked until 11 p.m. every night, working harder than a beast of burden, coming home exhausted every day like a dying dog. Due to overwork, his health deteriorated early. On his deathbed, Feng Yiman never even visited. He didn't hate her. She was still his white moonlight. He just regretted being so foolish in youth. Thinking back to his life over 30, no career, no family, his aging parents never got to enjoy peace or happiness because of him. Guilt gnawed at him constantly. Now, reborn, he resolved to live differently, not just for himself, but to make his parents proud and spare them any more pain. College and money, those were the keys now. If I get a second chance, this time he'll live a different life. During break time, Chen He ran into Feng Yiman in the hallway. Her single ponytail, high nose bridge, delicate oval face even under the plain school uniform. Her slim figure radiated innocence and fragility. No makeup, but pure and youthful. Feng Yiman looked cold, clearly still angry. Chen He, you broke your promise. You promised to take my test to confess in class. You're a coward. Chen He replied flatly, if you say so. Yeah, right. If I listen to you, it'll be laughed at forever, and suddenly I'm not a coward? Feng Yiman was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to ignore her so casually. which only made her angrier. I won't talk to you anymore. Okay, what kind of attitude is that? Are you done? Chen He yawned. Feng Yiman thought he was trying to provoke her. Tomorrow morning during exercise, meet me at the playground and confess again. Pass the test, and he'll consider becoming your girlfriend. She decided to give him another chance. We've got 1 month till the college exam. Let's focus on studying. Chen He replied indifferently. At this point, nothing Feng Yiman said mattered to him anymore. She sneered. With your bottom off the class grades, you're talking about studying? Why don't you try getting into a third-tier college first? I can tell you now I plan to get into Jiangxing University. If you manage to get into, I might consider being your girlfriend. Chen He nodded calmly. All right, I will get into Jiangxing University. He deeply believed in the saying, knowledge changes destiny. He could have ignored her completely, but this time, he wanted to prove her wrong, wanted to slap her across the face. Feng Yiman was delighted, assuming his words were all for her sake. Back in the classroom, her desk mate Jiang Han frowned slightly. What happened with Chen He? Didn't you two agree he'd confess in front of teacher Zhang today? I bet 20 yuan with others now. I lost it. Feng Yiman shrugged. Probably chicken out. I was actually afraid he'd do in class. Well, better this way. Not my fault, he just missed his chance. Jiang Han mocked, saying he'd do anything for you, yet couldn't even do that. He wants to go to the same university as me. Where does he get that confidence? Feng Yiman never believed Chen He could do it. Back in class, Chen He buried himself in books. He wasted no time this time. He would study hard. Zheng Xiaobing was shocked, reaching out to feel Chen He's forehead. No fever. Cut it out. Don't interrupt me. I need to study. What book are you reading? Did Feng Yiman reject you and shock you into this? Bro, they'll treat you to some net surfing. Nope. I'm studying for myself. I want to live a real life. Chen He kept his eyes on his English textbook, not looking up. Zheng was stunned. Something about Chen He had changed. But perhaps this was a good thing. Really not going online? Nope. From the front row, Feng Yiman glanced back at the last seat. See? I told you he'd work hard for me. Jiang Han gave her a thumbs up. You really know how to hook him. But if he actually gets in, you wouldn't seriously date him, right? We'll see when the time comes. Feng Yiman had never once considered dating Chen He. The lifestyle she wanted he couldn't provide. She only liked the feeling of being adored by him. Tomorrow's your birthday. Guess what birthday present Chen He prepared for you? Jiang Han asked. Probably another cheap watch worth tens of yuan. I'm already tired of them. Feng Yiman wrinkled her nose in disgust. Chapter 2. The transformation of Chen He. As the final bell rang for the last class of the morning, Zhang Ro, with an indifferent tone, closed her textbook and exited the classroom. When lunchtime arrived, those eager for a meal rushed out. I'll save us a spot. Hurry up. Zhang Xiaobing darted from his seat, equally eager for food. Chen He picked up his English textbook. Having resolved to change, he intended to seize every moment to study. Feng Yiman had already prepared her meal and sat with Jiang Han and a few other female classmates. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobing's indistinct voice called from behind. Chen He. Over here. He waved his hand while chewing incessantly. Upon noticing Zhang Xiaobing, Chen He made his way to the seat, balancing his meal and his reading. He had fallen behind in his studies and needed to make every second count to catch up. I'm thirsty. Could you please buy me a bottle of juice? Feng Yiman flashed a sweet smile. Jiang Han and the other girls watched Chen He, their gazes tinged with disdain. Chen He appeared oblivious, seemingly captivated by the allure of his English book. Hey, don't forget me if you go. Get me a bottle of juice too, Zhang Xiaobing remarked. Feeling somewhat unlucky for having sat near them, he wished he had chosen a seat farther away. Do you think I have money in my pocket? Chen He retorted. Sure. Brother, you've finally come to your senses. Zhang Xiaobing exclaimed joyfully, pleased that his friend was turning over a new leaf. Just enjoy your meal. Chen He, without lifting his head, understood Feng Yiman's intentions. She merely sought to showcase her compliance to her peers, feeding her vanity. In a past life, he might have been blind. But in this life, he had no desire to engage. Seeing Chen He's lack of response, Jiang Han and the other girls averted their gazes. Perhaps he didn't tea here, Feng Yiman suggested, attempting to mask her embarrassment. She shot a furious glance at Chen He, determined to reprimand him later for undermining her in front of their classmates. Gradually, students vacated the cafeteria, leaving several seats at Chen He's table empty. Zhang Xiaobing returned the food tray, and Feng Yiman confronted Chen He. Why didn't you buy me juice earlier? Jiang Han chimed in. Do you realize how embarrassed you made Yiman feel? You're not my keeper, and besides, you didn't even pay, Chen He replied matter-of-factly. Over 3 years. He had given so much to Feng Yiman, yet she had never spent a dime on him. Feng Yiman stood frozen, struggling to believe Chen He's words. His response ignited her anger. How can you be so petty? It's just a few bucks for a drink. Jiang Han immediately supported her, Chen He. You should apologize to Yiman. She might still forgive you. Just then, Zheng Xiaobing returned with the tray, wrapping an arm around Chen He as they headed outside. I heard everything. Shall we play a few rounds tonight? My treat. I'm busy. I need to study after school. The pair disregarded Feng Yiman entirely as they departed. How could he act like this? Yiman, you've truly misjudged him. The first to be unable to bear it was Zhang Han, who pointed at Chen He's retreating figure, feeling a sense of injustice on behalf of her deskmate. Feng Yiman trembled with anger, her breath unsteady. It was hard to accept that Chen He could simply leave like that. Chen He, she suddenly shouted at his back. From now on, do not appear before me again. However, Chen He had already exited the cafeteria. Man, Chen He is acting unusually. It's nothing. I understand his little antics. He can't live without me. He is just pretending to be aloof, playing hard to get. Do you believe that before school ends, he will come and apologize to me? Feng Yiman remained confident, still oblivious to the reality of the situation. At the podium, the math teacher was elucidating new formulas. Chen He felt as though he were listening to a foreign language. His foundational knowledge was lacking. As one of the bottom students, his days were filled with either sleeping, causing a ruckus, or browsing the internet. He had already missed so many classes. It was a wonder he could understand anything at all. He needed someone to help him catch up. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen He began to survey the classroom. Mathematics was unlike other subjects. Once one grasped the problem-solving strategies, it became a matter of connecting the dots, with many complex problems holding deceptive simplicity. What he lacked most were diverse methods of tackling problems. When the class concluded, Chen He diligently took notes, documenting the areas he did not comprehend. Feng Yiman sat upright, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Yet she was acutely aware of the movements behind her. She was convinced that Chen He would come to apologize. As the evening bell rang, signaling the end of school, Chen He did not approach her. Feng Yiman began to lose her patience. She had planned to rush home to watch a Korean drama. Yet, she believed Chen He would indeed apologize. What should she do? It was a difficult choice. Ultimately, she decided against returning home to watch her drama. Chen He instructed Zheng Xiaobing to leave first. He had promised Zhang Ro that he would stay behind to help clean the classroom. He then took a seat in the first spot of the left row. Feng Xia, could you assist me with some math lessons? The short-haired girl, on the verge of leaving her seat, paused for a moment before happily agreeing. Feng Xia, the class representative for mathematics, also enjoyed helping her classmates. Feng Xia, I'm heading out, her deskmate called as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited the classroom. This problem is quite simple. It requires 2 formulas. Just watch how I solve it. Feng Xia picked up her pen and began to scribble on her notebook. Chen He watched her, momentarily lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Feng Xia was quite attractive. Although she did not possess the striking beauty of Feng Yiman, her features were exquisite and her skin fair. Though she wore her hair short, it still conveyed a sense of delicacy. If she had long hair and wore light makeup, her beauty would undoubtedly score a solid 9. This was the first time he had spoken with Feng Xia. In his previous life, they had never crossed paths. He later learned that Feng Xia had gone abroad for further studies after graduating from university and had not been reported to have married. Her family must have been well off. But why had she not married? Was it that she had not found someone she cherished? Chen He often needs to shift his perspective when solving mathematical problems. This particular question has 10 different approaches. I understand you still have cleaning to do, so I will explain it to you tomorrow. Feng Xia's gentle voice interrupted Chen He's thoughts. Thank you, Feng Xia. You're welcome. Feng Xia slightly lowered her head, her cheeks involuntarily flushing, then quickly gathered her belongings and exited the classroom. After all the students had left, Chen He began to tidy up. Man, are you really not leaving? Chen He showed no intention of apologizing, so you shouldn't wait. Zhang Han pointed at Chen He, who was sweeping the floor in the back row. Feng Yiman gritted her teeth, trembling with indignation, and stood up abruptly. He probably hasn't figured out how to apologize to me yet. Let's go. In her eagerness to await Chen He's apology, she missed her favorite Korean drama. After finishing the cleaning, Chen He left, retrieved his bicycle from the garage, and a myriad of memories surged forth. The sky darkened, and his shadow elongated like a sword capable of tearing through the darkness. Chapter 3. The class representative probably doesn't like me. Feng Yiman and Zhang Han rode their bicycles side by side, and her presence always managed to captivate the attention of the boys. A slight smile graced Feng Yiman's lips as she reveled in this attention. Just outside the school gate, she suddenly halted, growing increasingly irate at the thought of Chen He daring to act aloof. Man, tomorrow is your birthday. I have prepared a gift for you. See you then. All right, be careful on your way. As Feng Yiman parted ways with Jiang Han, she lingered at the school entrance instead of heading straight home. Chen He emerged with his bicycle and happened to catch sight of Feng Yiman. Their eyes met. Chen He felt no stirrings within, ready to mount his bicycle and depart. Feng Yiman abruptly extended her hand, saying, "Give it to me." "What should I give you?" Chen He replied, perplexed. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yiman endeavored to maintain her smile. "The gift, of course. Tomorrow is my birthday. Didn't you wait until the classroom was empty to stay behind and clean?" "I cleaned because I was late to class today and willingly accepted the punishment." "It has nothing to do with you," Chen He stated frankly. How could this girl be so self-absorbed? Does she really think everyone revolves around her? Realizing that Chen He was not lying, Feng Yiman finally acknowledged that she had misinterpreted the situation. In frustration, she retorted, "Could you not be so childish? I know you intend to retaliate in this manner to catch my attention, but it's futile. I think you're the one being childish. You're making assumptions." Chen He replied, uninterested in further banter. This person must have a screw loose. As Feng Yiman observed Chen He's retreating figure, disdain washed over her features, caught red-handed. And now he runs away. What a coward. Climbing onto her bicycle, she lamented the time wasted waiting for Chen He. At Guangming Community. Just as Chen He arrived at the entrance and set his foot down, a sleek black Mercedes pulled up beside him. The rear door swung open, revealing Feng Xia's delicate silhouette before Chen He. "Chen He, I've noticed your foundation in mathematics is rather weak. Here are my class notes. I hope they will assist you." "You came all this way just for this?" Chen He exclaimed, astonished. "Because I believe you genuinely intend to improve your math skills. As the class representative, it is my responsibility to help you," she replied earnestly. "Thank you, Feng Xia. I will borrow these notes for a few days and return them once I've finished." Chen He accepted the notebook from Feng Xia. Upon opening it, he was greeted by neat, exquisite handwriting, clear and precise. "Your handwriting is truly beautiful," he couldn't help but compliment. Feng Xia lowered her gaze slightly, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks, yet her smile radiated joy. "Chen He, I assume you aspire to attend a decent university?" "I wish to apply to Jiangxing University. My math foundation is poor, so I will need your assistance." "Jiangxing University? That's an admirable ambition. Keep at it. And don't hesitate to ask for help. I enjoy assisting my classmates." Chen He suddenly inquired, "So, are you preparing to take the entrance exams for a 985 or 211 university, or perhaps Tsinghua, Peking University, Fudan, or Nankai?" Although she served as the mathematics class representative, her academic performance across all subjects was consistently at the top of the class. Gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University would hardly be surprising. On the contrary, failing to do so would raise questions. Feng Xia looked up, smiling, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "As for me, I share the same aspirations as you. See you tomorrow." Chen He, gradually retreating, she waved goodbye. The engine roared to life, and she drove away. Chen He waved after the departing Mercedes. When would she learn to drive? Just joking, he thought. Feng Xia was not known for her playful nature. Her earlier words created a striking contrast. Suddenly, Chen He froze, an astonishing thought striking him. One day in the class group chat, several boys had discussed having spotted Feng Xia near the entrance of Jianghe Business School. Jianghe Business School, where he had attended a third-tier private university in his past life, the kind one could enter with sufficient funds. Why would someone as exceptional as Feng Xia ever go to Jianghe Business School? Was she merely passing by, or was she searching for someone? Boom. An incredible notion burst forth in Chen He's mind. Could it be that this girl secretly harbored feelings for me, discovering I was at Jianghe Business School and coming to find me? Yet, he swiftly dismissed this thought, chiding himself for indulging in such narcissism akin to Feng Yiman. Surely, Feng Xia's visit to Jianghe Business School was simply coincidental. As Chen He entered the residential complex, memories flooded back. After completing his studies at that mediocre third-tier university, his parents had been deeply concerned for him. As they aged, he finally awoke to the necessity of diligent work. Yet, in the end, he overworked himself, deteriorating his health. And instead of providing for his parents, he had become the cause of their sorrow. "Mom and Dad, I'm back. I vow not to repeat the past." Meanwhile, in the back seat of the Mercedes, Feng Xia gazed at the swiftly receding scenery, her cheeks flushed, her heart unable to find peace. "Chen He, I believe in you. You will surely gain admission to Jiangxing University." A thought seemed to cross her mind, and a blissful smile graced her lips. Just as Chen He arrived at the entrance of the complex, he noticed an elderly lady approaching with a basket of vegetables. "Young man, you are so handsome. You must have inherited your mother's excellent genes, haven't you?" Chen He was momentarily speechless, wrapping his arms around the lady's neck. Mom, do you not feel embarrassed saying such things? I still have my pride. Han Li playfully pushed Chen He away, a hint of defiance in her tone. I'm merely stating facts. It's said that sons take after their mothers. Who would dare disagree? Chen He donned a grin. I stand corrected. I deserve to be scolded. You were right, Mom. I must thank you. Without your splendid genes, there would be no me. Han Li's expression softened. Now that's more like it. At least you show some gratitude. By the way, who was that girl you were just speaking with? The one in the Mercedes? She must be from a wealthy family. Is she your classmate? I am the mathematics class representative, excelling in my studies, possessing a commendable character, and hailing from a well-off family. Chen He embraced Han Li as they entered the building. You better behave, don't provoke anyone. We are merely ordinary folks. Not in the same league as them. Do you understand? Han Li stated sternly. I understand. I am quite self-aware. After all, they are so exceptional. I hardly believe I am worthy of them, Chen He replied. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner. My son is the most remarkable in the world. Han Li retorted as she playfully tapped the back of Chen He's head. Ouch. Be gentle, dear mother. This is my livelihood, and if you damage it, you'll have to support me for the rest of your life, he joked, secretly wishing for more affectionate taps. Han Li scoffed. You never say anything nice. If you end up incapacitated, I would indeed have to care for you forever. Upon reaching the entrance, Han Li retrieved her keys to unlock the door. What's wrong? Come inside, she urged. Chen He felt a swell of emotion, responding earnestly, I'm on my way. Chapter 4. The son has grown up. Although the Chun family resides in a neighborhood, their home is rented. This modest dwelling, less than 60 square meters, is where Chen He has spent his formative years, a vessel brimming with youthful memories. Upon returning, he washed his hands in preparation for dinner. Chen Kachin, having left work early today, spotted Chen He standing in a daze at the entrance and waved him over. Dad, Mom gazing at his parents, who appeared so young. Chen He felt as if he were lost in a dream. If this were indeed a dream, he wished never to awaken. What are you dawdling for? Come in, Han Li chided, tying on her apron as she entered the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. Oh, I'll just come in myself, Chen He quickly replied, shutting the door and changing his shoes in one fluid motion. Dad, Mom, I'm going to my room to work on some exercises. Chen Kachin paused, contemplating saying something. But Chen He had already retreated to his room. In the kitchen, Han Li remarked, What has gotten into our son? Why is he suddenly so studious? What do you mean? Han Li shot a glare at her husband. Realizing his misstep, Chen Kachin hastily patted his lips with his hand. I meant to say, why has our son suddenly taken to his studies with such fervor? Perhaps he has made some kind of commitment, Han Li mused, recalling the image of a wealthy girl she had seen at the entrance. What kind of commitment? If I told you, you wouldn't understand. Well, if you don't explain, how would I ever know? Are you being stubborn with me? Fine. I want to cook dinner then. Han Li's temper flared, and she began to untie her apron. Dear, please let me explain. I was wrong. I'll take my punishment. Please, calm down. Chen Kachin quickly conceded. Wash that bowl of beans on the table, Han Li commanded. As you wish, my dear. In his bedroom, Chen He diligently completed several English exercises. He had a solid foundation in the humanities, and English, primarily assessed through grammar and intuition, proved manageable. Of course, he also felt quite capable of handling oral examinations. After finishing his exercises, Chen He changed into a white sweatshirt and picked up a basketball, idly tossing it in his hands. In his previous life, given his background and circumstances, he felt destined to remain in poverty until his last breath. However, this time, the situation was different. To alter his fate, he knew he must gain admission to a university. With the current saturation of university students yet to occur, and before the onset of an era marked by intense competition across all sectors, Chen He realized that he had been reborn in a time ripe with opportunity. In the past, society was rife with insecurity, and life itself felt precarious. In the future, severe competition would ensue, with hundreds vying for a single job. Now, given a second chance, he found that with a few days of dedicated study, the knowledge required for his senior year was not insurmountable. This newfound understanding bolstered his confidence regarding the college entrance examination. As for escaping poverty, that would require financial success. Armed with memories from his previous life, Chen He felt an overwhelming sense of self-assurance. This was indeed the best of times, filled with opportunities aplenty. Recognizing business prospects ahead of industry magnates would pose no challenge for him. Dinner comprised a few simple dishes accompanied by a large bowl of egg soup. Chen He ate voraciously, perspiring profusely. While he was not starving, his table manners left much to be desired. Fortunately, this is their own home, and his parents would not scold him. At most, they would gently remind him to eat slowly and not choke. "Mom, Dad, please enjoy the vegetables," Chen He said, also remembering to serve his parents some food. Han Li and Chen Kachin exchanged glances, both harboring an indescribable sentiment. Their son seemed to have matured, grown up. After finishing the meal, Chen He proactively offered to wash the dishes, and Han Li, unable to refuse him, acquiesced. Watching Chen He busily attending to the sink, Han Li found herself momentarily lost in thought. "Old Chen, it seems this is the first time our son is washing dishes," she remarked. "Not just seems. It is indeed his first time. This boy has finally awakened," Chen Kachin replied. "Isn't that a good thing? My son is truly exceptional. He is my son too. Why do you seem to claim him as your own?" Chen Kachin retorted with slight annoyance. "I carried him for 10 months, Han Li said proudly. Chen Kachin, realizing he was outmatched, conceded. "All right, you win." After washing the dishes, Chen He took out his clothes to wash them as well. Han Li, observing her son's industriousness, expressed disbelief. "Son, are you aiming for independence?" Chen Kachin, seeing his wife's disheartened demeanor, chuckled. "It's a good thing for our son to be independent. Why the long face?" Han Li sighed. "He has changed so much that I can hardly accept it." Chen Kachin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Chen He seemed like a different person, suddenly so sensible and mature. "We must gradually come to terms with this. Once he goes to university and leaves home, we will have to adapt as well." The following morning, Chen He woke up earliest. He prepared a pot of millet porridge and bought a pound of deep-fried dough sticks from outside. "Dad, Mom, breakfast is ready," he called to his parents. Han Li stood frozen in place. "Son, you can cook breakfast?" Chen Kachin sat down, tasted the millet porridge, finding it well-cooked and palatable, equally astonished. "Don't you usually wake up just 10 minutes before school? Has the sun risen from the west today?" Chen He sat down and served his parents 2 eggs, saying, "The college entrance examination is approaching. I need to make the most of my time to catch up." The reason was simple. Yet, Han Li and Chen Kachin were still momentarily taken aback. "Let us eat. Our son has grown up, and we should be happy," Han Li said, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Yes, let us eat," Chen Kachin said with delight, his appetite greatly stimulated as he finished 3 bowls of millet porridge. "This is made by our son. We must finish it." "Dad, Mom, I'm off to school," Chen He announced as he rode his bicycle out of the neighborhood. Han Li, standing by the window, wiped her eyes. "If only we were a bit more accomplished, we could provide our son with a better living and learning environment." Chen Kachin wrapped his arm around Han Li's shoulders and sighed. "As long as our son knows to be filial, that is enough." "Has he mentioned which university he wants to attend?" Han Li pondered for a moment. "I believe it's Jiangqing University." Chen Kachin's lips twitched slightly. "That is a prestigious institution." Han Li fell silent. Their son knows his own capabilities. Considering his grades, even getting into a 3rd-tier university would be a struggle. The cutoff for Jiangqing's 1st-tier university is 600 points, and for someone who usually scores around 350, it seems rather unrealistic. Chen Kachin consoled. "It is indeed a commendable thing for our son to have a goal. We shall support him unconditionally." After a moment, Han Li nodded, a smile gradually returning to her face. "I know my son. He will surely be able to get into a 3rd-tier university." As she spoke the last words, her confidence waned, for she too doubted that Chen He could achieve the score required for a 1st-tier institution within just a month. This was not merely a matter of difficulty, but rather the stark contrast between reality and fantasy. At Sanha High School, as Chen He dismounted his bicycle, he was greeted by the delighted voice of Feng Yiman from behind. "Thank you, Jiang Han, for the birthday gift you sent. I truly adore it." Chen He did not turn around and walked straight into the school. It then dawned on him that today was indeed Feng Yiman's birthday. Previously, during this time of year, he would always find ways to celebrate her special day. However, this year would be different. "Chen He, stop," Feng Yiman called out to him. Chapter 5. "I am willing to tutor him." Chen He heard her but pretended not to, continuing his stride forward. "Chen He, I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have called you immature. What about my birthday gift?" Feng Yiman sprinted from behind, blocking Chen He's path with her delicate hand outstretched. Having run hastily, her chest rose and fell, striking a gentle pose that was indeed captivating. However, Chen He was no longer the infatuated admirer he once was. "Why would I give you a gift?" Chen He replied blankly, casting a cold glance at Feng Yiman before bypassing her as if she were a stranger. Feng Yiman stood frozen, at a loss for words. At that moment, her close friend Jiang Han approached, angrily pointing at Chen He's retreating figure. Man, how could he do this? Knowing today is your birthday, he still deliberately tries to upset you. I think he has changed his heart. Yet, aside from Feng Yiman, who in Sana High School could rival her in beauty and figure, Feng Yiman's complexion paled slightly, but she forced a nonchalant smile. He's just that immature. Thinking this will make me cherish him. Don't worry, over time, he will surely succumb to concern for me. In the entirety of Sana High School, how many could match her in looks and physique? You are so clever, man. This strategy of using stillness to counteract movement is simply brilliant. With your looks and figure, Chen He will undoubtedly not give up. Only a fool would. Feng Yiman smiled with satisfaction, noticing the attention of several male classmates, and she strode confidently forward. The first class of the morning was taught by Zhang Rou. She gently tapped the desk, prompting the entire class to look up at her. Attention. Given that the college entrance examination is just a month away, we are pressed for time and heavy with tasks. Therefore, starting today, we will conduct mock exams during lunch breaks. Oh no lunch breaks. I will surely doze off in class, complained a chorus of students from the back row. They were already disinterested in studying, and losing their lunch break took away much of their enjoyment, including the opportunity to sleep. Zheng Xiaobing wore a face of protest, though he dared not voice it loudly. Chen He, let us report this to the principal. It's a deprivation of student liberties. Chen He shot Zheng Xiaobing a disapproving glance. You haven't fulfilled your duties and responsibilities as a student. What right do you have to protest? Zheng Xiaobing, feeling guilty, chuckled awkwardly. You're right. I won't protest anymore. Using lunch break time for mock exams might even encroach on other classes, such as physical education. Chen He could understand Zhang Rou's approach, clearly unconcerned with protests. She tapped the desk again, and the classroom fell silent. I will now announce the list of students for the mock exam. Zhang Ziqing, Su Zijiao, Zhang Changhe. The students called were all those earmarked for special attention in the class. When Feng Xia's name was called, she regretfully glanced back at the rear, wishing to use the lunch break to help Chen He with his studies. When Feng Yiman's name was announced, pride and satisfaction illuminated her face. Man, I truly envy you. I also wish to receive the teacher's attention, Jiang Han remarked enviously. The list of candidates for Zhang Rou's mock examination was undeniably biased, comprising solely of top students, with not a single underperformer included. Other schools had long adopted this method in their elite classes. Zhang Rou lamented her late realization of this fact. It was imperative to maintain the performance of exceptional students like Feng Xia and Feng Yiman until the college entrance examination. Zheng Xiaobing, upon not hearing his name, felt an immense sense of relief. Shall we head to the internet CAF for a couple of rounds after lunch? Chen He ignored Zheng Xiaobing and raised his hand. Teacher, I wish to participate in the mock exam. What do you intend to do in the mock exam? Given your current grades, even qualifying for a third-tier university seems precarious. Zhang Rou retorted mercilessly. Isn't it too late to realize the need to strive? After hearing Zhang Rou's words, Chen He felt no resentment, bowing his head in silence. Tardiness. Gaming and sleeping in class were indisputably behaviors of underachievers. It was entirely understandable that he had lost hope in himself. Observing Chen He with his head lowered, Zhang Rou felt a pang of compassion. Chen He, if you wish to participate in the mock exam, you must possess the requisite ability. It is not that I am forbidding you. The questions on the mock exam are exceedingly challenging and would only undermine your confidence. The difficulty of the mock exam questions was already alarmingly close to that of the actual college entrance examination. And Zhang Rou would even replicate past exam questions for her students to tackle. Chen He lifted his head, determination glimmering in his eyes. I can ask my classmates for tutoring. Zhang Rou couldn't help but chuckle, prompting a ripple of laughter from the class. Chen He, you seem to hold yourself in high regard. Zhang Rou gestured for silence, restoring calm in the classroom. Chen He, everyone's time is precious. If you can find someone willing to tutor you, I will permit your participation in the mock exam. The classmates stifled their laughter, for none were foolish enough to squander their time on an underperformer. Teacher, I am willing to help Chen He with tutoring. At that moment, a timid voice emerged, startling Zhang Rou, who looked incredulously at Feng Xia. The classmates, too, were taken aback. Was the math representative truly offering to assist Chen He? Surely, this was not a decision made in earnest, as though it were an act of charity. Some even speculated maliciously whether Chen He had coerced Feng Xia. Given her kind-hearted nature, Zhang Rou immediately adopted a stern expression. No, absolutely not. You are our class's top student, with the greatest potential to gain admission to elite universities such as Qibei, Fudan, or Nankai. It is absurd to place a gem beside a pile of stones. Feng Yiman meekly replied. Chen He has been working diligently these past few days and even requested my class notes. I believe the teacher should not dismiss his goodwill. No, you are the only one exempt from this arrangement. Chen He, if you wish to receive tutoring, find someone else, Zhang Rou insisted. At that moment, Feng Yiman clenched her small fist tightly, hoping that Chen He would not choose her. Please, not me. I still have several math problems that require repeated practice. Teacher, aren't you placing me in a difficult position? Who else could I possibly ask? Chen He replied helplessly. Zhang Rou found herself at a loss for words. Teacher, I assure you it will not affect my grades. Feng Xia raised her hand and declared with unwavering determination. Zhang Rou, with a hint of resignation, replied, Very well. Just for 2 days. If Chen He's grades do not improve within this time frame, we shall revert to the original arrangement. A joyful smile spread across Feng Xia's face, as this presented her with another opportunity to spend time alone with Chen He. Chen He expressed his gratitude to Zhang Rou, and of course, he also wished to thank Feng Xia. During lunch, he bought her a creamy ice cream as a token of appreciation for her willingness to assist him. Although Feng Xia initially declined, she ultimately accepted it with delight. How does he know that I adore creamy-flavored ice cream? She pondered. Do you think my approach to this problem is correct? Chen He inquired. Not quite. Your reasoning is flawed. You should begin in this manner. At that moment, Feng Yiman observed the scene with a tinge of jealousy, feeling frustrated that Chen He had not seized the opportunity to get closer to her. Zhang Rou then entered, carrying a stack of exam papers, announcing, It is time for the mock examination. Everyone else, please maintain silence. Chapter 6. It is because of you during the 1-hour lunch break. There was just enough time to complete a test paper. Zhang Rou instructed the class monitor, the bespectacled boy, to collect the papers from the back to the front and address the entire class. In the next lesson, we will have self-study. And everyone should fill out their college entrance examination preferences. In the early 2000s, it was necessary to submit college preferences in advance, a practice that was only prohibited by higher authorities in the year Chen He graduated from university. Half an hour later, Zhang Rou returned with the college preference forms for the entrance examination and distributed them through the class monitor. Without hesitation, Chen He chose He University. Zheng Xiaobing, lacking enthusiasm, casually scribbled down 3 options without even bothering to look at the names. Turning to see if Chen He had done the same, he was taken aback. All 3 of yours are He University? Chen He remained non-committal. Zheng Xiaobing thought to himself, what if you don't get in? Wouldn't that mean a year of repeating? He shrugged. If you have to repeat, I'll accompany you for a year. Chen He chuckled and playfully tapped Zheng Xiaobing on the head. You're such a jinx. Can't you wish for something better? As Zhang Rou reviewed everyone's college preference forms, her gaze lingered on Chen He's. All 3 choices were Jiaqiang University. Last year, the admission score for Jiaqiang University was 610, and following the trend that if this year's exam is difficult, next year's will likely be easier, and vice versa. It was anticipated that this year's threshold might drop to 600 due to the relative difficulty of the current examination. Chen He, can you not be so unrealistic? With your grades, just getting into a 3rd-tier university would be a blessing, and you still aspire to Jiaqiang University? Zhang Rou shook her head in unrestrained mockery, eliciting laughter from the entire class. Standing up from his seat, Chen He declared with unwavering resolve, the college entrance examination is still a month away. Why are you so certain that I won't succeed? I will definitely get into Jiaqiang University. Zhang Rou was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected this young man to possess such charisma when he was earnest. His courage was commendable. This is your assertion, she replied. If you do get in, I'll arrange for a television station to interview you, and I will personally apologize to you. It's a deal, Chen He responded firmly. As a key high school, Sana High School attracted local television reporters every year during the college entrance examination period. The homeroom teacher of the class with the highest admission rate would have the opportunity to appear on camera. Zhang Rou found herself amused by Chen He's determination, realizing that witnessing him turn over a new leaf and strive for excellence was something she deeply hoped for. No teacher wishes for their students to remain stagnant. All aspire for their students to grow and excel. If that day ever arrived, Zhang Rou would honor her promise. During the break, Chen He approached Feng Xia for help with math problems. Suddenly, Feng Xia asked, Chen He, did you really write down Jiaqiang University for all 3 of your preferences? In truth, this was common knowledge among the students. She merely sought an excuse to engage Chen He in conversation. Is there any doubt? Chen He replied without lifting his head, engrossed in calculations on the exercise sheet. Feng Xia, You must have filled in Tsinghua, Peking University, and Nankai or Fudan, right? With your grades, those 4 institutions should be within your reach. Chen He's casual mention of the top national universities was akin to picking vegetables at a market, which made Feng Xia chuckle. Not at all. I also listed Jiangxing University, all 3 of them. Feng Xia's face flushed deep into her neck, and her voice dwindled to a whisper at the end. Ah? Chen He exclaimed, taken aback. Sure, don't be so dramatic, Feng Xia implored with pleading eyes. It was precisely due to this matter that Zhang Rou had summoned her to the office earlier. Chen He quickly regained his composure, realizing Feng Xia. You must have relatives near Jiangxing University, right? Oh, how I wished for relatives nearby when I was young. It would have been so convenient to visit them right after school. Feng Xia remained silent. Chen He, puzzled, wondered, isn't that the case? Oh, I see. It's your parents who want you to attend Jiangxing University. Surely, they are aware of your academic standing. He dismissed the thought, convinced that Feng Xia was motivated by something else. Coming from a well-off family, she had every advantage, while he came from a modest background. And he doubted someone of her stature would ever consider him. Chen He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he had little to offer. Feng Xia lowered her head, unsure of how to explain, knowing she could not reveal the truth. Suddenly, Chen He, visibly agitated, exclaimed, I understand. Your parents are pressuring you because they have arranged a match with a wealthy heir, intending for you both to marry right after graduation, thus facilitating a political alliance between your families. This is utterly outrageous. It's an arranged marriage. I must confront your parents. Feng Xia frantically waved her hands, tears welling in her eyes. No, it's not like that at all. Please stop. You don't understand. The class bell rang, and Chen He, concerned, reassured her. Feng Xia, don't be afraid. I will help you. Thank you, Chen He. But class is starting. You should return to your seat, she replied, her head bowed. Flustered by his intense concern, her cheeks burning, Zhang Rou entered the room, shooting Chen He a disapproving glance. Class has begun. Go back to your seat, she commanded. With no other choice, Chen He complied, passing by Feng Yiman, who looked up with an air of indifference, her demeanor cold. She had overheard Chen He's concern for Feng Xia and was seething, convinced that he was deliberately attempting to make her jealous by approaching another girl. She resolved not to give him the satisfaction. This class was a study period, and Chen He focused on his math problems. Through his interactions with Feng Xia, he discovered that mathematics was, in fact, a fascinating subject. Once he grasped certain problem-solving strategies, he found himself able to tackle questions that had once eluded him. Delighting in this newfound enjoyment, he immersed himself in a sea of exercises. Zhang Xiaobing dozed at his desk, treating every class as a lullaby. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Rou approached. She seized Zhang Xiaobing's ear, startling him awake. He instinctively collapsed onto his desk, exclaiming, "There's a bomb." The entire class erupted in laughter. Zhang Rou maintained a stern expression. Zhang Xiaobing, go to the hallway and reflect on your behavior. Unfazed, he nonchalantly acknowledged her and strolled out of the classroom to stand in the hallway as punishment. The class bell rang, signaling the end of the period. I spoke with the physical education teacher, and for the next class, it will be self-study, allowing everyone to revise freely. The discontent from the back row was palpable. You are permitted to go to the playground to read. Class is dismissed. Zhang Rou gathered her lesson plans and departed. The classroom erupted in joyous laughter, signifying that the boys could seize the opportunity to play basketball and enjoy the fresh air outside. The boys, like untamed stallions, hurried in groups towards the playground. The girls also paired up, taking their books to the outdoors to memorize English vocabulary. Chen He smiled slightly, reflecting on the essence of youth. After many years, the classroom will always remain the birthplace of dreams. He rose and walked towards the front row. Jiang Han stood in the aisle, waiting for Feng Yiman to gather her belongings, and upon seeing Chen He approach, she remarked, Man, Chen He is coming. He must be here to apologize to you." She gently nudged Feng Yiman. Feng Yiman was momentarily taken aback, her face blossoming with a triumphant smile. "See, I told you he wouldn't last a few days. It was bound to be him who ultimately yields." Yet, in the next moment, Feng Yiman found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 7, Chen He. Have you changed your heart? Chen He strode directly to Feng Xia's side. Feng Xia, could you assist me with some tutoring later? Sure. Shall we stay in the classroom or head to the playground? Even if Chen He did not approach her, Feng Xia was determined to seek him out. She had keenly noticed Chen He's diligence over the past few days and could feel his remarkable progress. Let us remain in the classroom. I intend to work on some exercises, Chen He replied. All right, I'll inform my deskmate. Feng Xia turned to her classmate, Lu Yang, who had her hair styled in twin ponytails. Lu Yang, I'm sorry, but I can't join you at the playground. Oh, I see. Well, Chen He, I warn you. Do not bully Feng Xia. Otherwise, if I find out, you will certainly regret it. Although Lu Yang felt disappointed, she still gathered her textbooks and exited the classroom. Chen He, please take a seat here, Feng Xia said, moving in to create space. Chen He sat down, while Feng Xia lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Man, has Chen He truly changed his affections? He should be seeking you out. Your mathematics performance is not inferior to Feng Xia's, Jiang Han expressed incredulously. Feng Yiman bit her lip, having already prepared to refuse Chen He's advances. Witnessing the camaraderie between Chen He and Feng Xia only deepened her envy. Feng Yiman rose abruptly. Chen He, do you have nothing to say to me? Chen He turned, confusion evident in his eyes. No, not at all. You are utterly unreasonable. Feng Yiman trembled with anger. Although she suspected Chen He was intentionally provoking her, his indifferent demeanor was unbearable. I've given you a chance, and you squandered it. Do not speak to me again. With that, Feng Yiman stormed out of the classroom, fuming. Jiang Han immediately pursued her. Chen He, aren't you going to check on her? Feng Xia asked softly. Check on what? I have no connection with her. Let us focus on our exercises, Chen He replied. All right. Then let us get to it. A smile brightened Feng Xia's face. Meanwhile, Feng Yiman marched briskly toward the playground, arms crossed. Jiang Han hurried to catch up. Man. Don't get upset over something so trivial. What is Chen He, anyway? Feng Yiman halted, her anger intensifying, especially at the thought of Chen He frequently interacting with Feng Xia. Could it be that Chen He had truly changed his heart? Do you think Chen He has taken a liking to Feng Xia? No way. What does Feng Xia have that compares to you? Isn't her family just a little well-off? Perhaps I am overthinking this. Regaining her confidence, Feng Yiman reminded herself that, in terms of looks and figure, Feng Xia could not hold a candle to her. At that moment, she noticed numerous male gazes fixed upon her. With renewed self-assurance, Feng Yiman strode forward. I shall wait a bit longer. Chen He merely wishes to provoke my jealousy, but I refuse to play along. If he were to openly declare his intentions to abandon his pursuit, I would regard him with higher esteem. What is this, then? A tangled web of ambiguity? If it's a game he wishes to play, I shall indulge him. Excuse me, could I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? A senior boy approached her, initiating a conversation. Feng Yiman brushed her hair behind her ear and politely shook her head. I'm sorry, senior, but I have no intention of entering a romantic relationship at the moment. Jiang Han proudly walked away with Feng Yiman. Man, I truly envy you. Feng Yiman found a shaded spot to sit down and took out her English book to memorize vocabulary. After a while, she felt thirsty. Man, could you please help me buy a bottle of mineral water? She handed Jiang Han 5 yuan, with Waha mineral water priced at 2 yuan a bottle. They would each have one, leaving the remaining amount as Jiang Han's fare. Meanwhile, there is another approach to this problem, although the process is rather tedious. Let me show you how I solved it. Feng Xia meticulously pinned down formulas in her notebook using a ballpoint pen. Chen He noticed that Feng Xia's lips appeared somewhat dry. The sweltering heat suggested she was likely dehydrated. I'll step outside for some fresh air. Chen He exited the classroom and headed straight to the convenience store. Feng Xia glanced towards the classroom door, feeling a bit parched but reluctant to mention it to Chen He. Never mind, I'll just buy a bottle of Waha after class. Chen He arrived at the convenience store first, purchasing a bottle of Waha mineral water along with a new notebook. Chen He, aren't you in class? Jiang Han asked, astonished. Is it not permissible for me to step out for water? Chen He replied dismissively. Jiang Han, however, smiled, then quickly delivered it to Man. I'm going to watch some basketball over there. With that, she walked away, leaving Chen He confused yet soon realizing that Jiang Han intended to buy water for Feng Yiman. Is this person out of her mind? Chen He scoffed as he left, his heart untouched by any emotion. In the past, upon hearing that Feng Yiman was thirsty, he would have rushed to buy her a drink, perhaps even ice cream, to express his concern. How nice it is to be a devoted admirer. Upon returning to the classroom, he placed the bottle of Waha in front of Feng Xia. She was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing instantly. Thank you. She unscrewed the cap and took a delicate sip, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. How did he know I was thirsty? Feng Xia's eyes curved into crescent moons, her spirits soaring. After watching basketball, Jiang Han returned to Feng Yiman. Oh, man. Where's your water? What water? Didn't I give you money to buy it? I ran into Chen He at the convenience store. I thought he would buy it for you, and then apologize. Chen He never came. Feng Yiman stood up in irritation, believing Chen He was being deliberately inconsiderate. Fully aware of the heat on the playground and her thirst, yet he did not bother to buy her water. Chen He is really too much. Why didn't he come to apologize to you? Don't worry, man, I'll go buy water right now. Jiang Han turned to leave. There's no need. I will find Chen He. Feng Yiman, with a stern expression, strode towards the classroom. Upon returning, she immediately confronted him. Chen He, why didn't you buy me water? Chen He, exasperated, thought, you owe me what you owe me. Do you really take me for a devoted admirer? Is there a need for a reason? You. Feng Yiman's chest heaved with indignation. Jiang Han pointed at Chen He and urged, you should promptly apologize to Man. She may consider forgiving you. Otherwise, you will only find yourselves drifting further apart. Chen He rose, casually grasped the bottle of mineral water on the table, twisted the cap, and gulped it down, stating, I was thirsty and bought a bottle of water. What does that have to do with you? He forcefully placed the empty bottle back on the table, causing Feng Xia to shudder, her gaze fixated, her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of the drink she had just consumed. Feng Xia lowered her head, her face burning, her heart racing. It's your fault, Chen He. Let's go. After Feng Yiman spoke, she turned and exited the classroom, while Jiang Han shot Chen He a glare before chasing after her. Man, I'll buy you ice cream, she called out. Chen He discarded the empty bottle into the trash, noticing Feng Xia still had her head down. Feng Xia, are you feeling unwell? He inquired. And no, I'm fine, she stammered. Chen He touched his head apologetically. I'm sorry for drinking your water earlier. Allow me to buy you another bottle. Okay, came her faint reply, barely audible like the whisper of a mosquito. Chapter 8. Seizing happiness, Chen He exited the classroom, making his way directly to the convenience store. Feng Yiman, still fuming, was consumed by thoughts of Chen He's earlier cold demeanor. She hardly registered anything Jiang Han said beside her. Chen He's recent behavior had been profoundly disappointing. Had he truly changed his heart? Surely not. After all, he had pursued her for 3 years. How could he so easily relinquish his affection? Man, slow down, I can barely keep up. Jiang Han dared not complain, believing that Feng Yiman must have been deeply affected by Chen He's actions. Chen He was undoubtedly playing some sort of game, right? At this point, Feng Yiman's confidence began to waver. In the past, Chen He would never have dared to treat her with such indifference. Just as Jiang Han was about to encourage her friend, her eyes suddenly lit up, pointing behind Feng Yiman. Man, look, it's Chen He. Feng Yiman immediately turned around. Her face rekindled with confidence. What did I say? He would never give up on me so easily. Chen He is here to apologize. Man, Chen He is coming. Feng Yiman's beautiful eyes locked onto him. She had already envisioned how she would reject Chen He. Yet, Chen He passed by her with the demeanor of a stranger, his expression devoid of emotion. Feng Yiman's face froze. Was he supposed to come out of the classroom to apologize? How could he simply ignore her? It was unbelievable that he could be so indifferent. Man, what is going on with Chen He? Jiang Han was equally astonished. Chen He's behavior exceeded their expectations. Chen He, you stop right there. Feng Yiman shouted angrily. Chen He appeared not to hear her, walking straight toward the convenience store. Chen He, I said stop. Feng Yiman raised her voice, commanding him to halt. Yet, Chen He remained unmoved. Suddenly, Feng Yiman felt an unsettling realization. Perhaps Chen He was not merely jesting with her. You will regret this, she thought, lifting her chin in pride as she walked towards the playground, yet feeling an emptiness inside. Chen He had just bought a bottle of Waha at the convenience store. Once, he had been too timid to speak loudly to Feng Yiman, treating her like a precious gem, showering her with affection. Yet 3 years had culminated in him being toyed with like a fool. And now, he hadn't even glanced at Feng Yiman for 2 days. Upon reaching the playground, Feng Yiman was still seething over Chen He's earlier attitude, her chest heaving with agitation. Jiang Han cautiously followed, fearful of saying something that might upset her friend. Feng Yiman attracted the attention of several upperclassmen, some of whom approached to flirt, but she politely declined them all. She relished the feeling of being pursued, the center of attention. Chen He, you will surely regret your actions today, Feng Yiman silently vowed. Seeing Feng Yiman's mood improve, Jiang Han declared, Chen He is being utterly unreasonable. He will definitely regret this. He is just too proud to admit his mistakes. Just watch, he must be begging for my forgiveness in his heart. Feng Yiman confidently remarked. Man, do you still intend to forgive Chen He? Jiang Han was taken aback, finding it difficult to comprehend her close friend's thoughts. That will depend on his actions. Feng Yiman said, a confident smile playing at the corners of her lips. She firmly believed that Chen He's behavior was merely a ploy to provoke her jealousy. The third class had just concluded. Feng Xiao perceived her surroundings in a haze, gently shaking her head as if a dark veil had descended before her eyes. Feng Xiao, are you all right? Should we head to the infirmary? Lu Yang, her desk mate, noticed her unusual demeanor but did not dwell on it. Chen He approached with a math workbook in hand, immediately sensing something was amiss with Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao, have you suffered from heat stroke? He inquired. Concern etched on his brow as her condition increasingly resembled the symptoms of overheating. Feng Xiao, get up quickly. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Lu Yang exclaimed. Rising in a flurry. I'm fine, perhaps just a bit fatigued from studying. I just need a moment to rest. Feng Xiao managed a faint smile, albeit strained. She genuinely believed this to be the case. Chen He, noticing the weakness in her voice, recalled how her lips had been chapped earlier. It seemed she had been enduring this for quite some time, all in the name of self-improvement. Feng Xiao, I'm taking you to the infirmary now. Thank you, Chen He, but I assure you, I'm really okay. Just as her words faded, Chen He suddenly swept her up in his arms. Step aside. I'm taking Feng Xiao to the infirmary. All right, I'll come too, Lu Yang stammered, taken aback by the unexpected embrace. Chen He rushed out of the classroom with Feng Xiao in his arms, indifferent to the surprised gazes of fellow students in the corridor. What is happening? Is he carrying a beautiful classmate? At that moment, Feng Xiao's mind was still in disarray. She could hear Chen He's south heartbeat up close, questioning whether this was merely a dream. As she felt his breath against her, clarity began to return, and she frantically protested, "Put me down." Throughout her life, aside from her brother, she had never been this close to another male. Even with Chen He, she struggled to remain composed, worrying that he might find her too heavy. Yet, she had been consuming nutritious meals, and there was certainly no excess weight on her. Please, Chen He, let me down, Feng Xiao pleaded. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Stay still, I'm going down the stairs. Otherwise, we might both tumble, Chen He replied with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao ceased her struggles and settled obediently in his arms. It's all right, we'll reach the infirmary soon. Feng Xiao nodded slightly, finding solace in his words as her anxious heart began to calm. Meanwhile, Feng Yiman stood at the classroom doorway, staring blankly, grappling with disbelief. It was utterly unacceptable that Chen He would embrace another girl in her presence. How dare he? Jiang Han, fuming on her behalf, said, Man, you should have recognized Chen He's true nature sooner. He shows no regard for your feelings, engaging with other girls so intimately. Feng Yiman, her breath quickening with indignation, glared as if she could devour him whole. He's doing this on purpose to provoke me. I cannot afford to be angry. That would mean defeat. I must remain calm. Yet how could she possibly remain calm in such a situation? Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Chen He, anxiously caring for Feng Xiao. At that very moment, Feng Yiman was suddenly overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. Could it be that Chen He had truly developed feelings for Feng Xiao? It seemed impossible. She believed herself to be the ethereal figure in his heart. Lost in her tumultuous thoughts, she abruptly collapsed onto the table, sobbing. She could not even fathom the reason for her tears. All she knew was that her heart ached. Man, do not be angry. It is detrimental to your health. When Chen He returns, I will certainly help you teach him a lesson. Chapter 9. Feng Xiao's QQ number. Fortunately, Feng Xiao only suffered from a mild heat stroke. With prompt treatment and a brief period of rest, her health could be swiftly restored. Classmate, you were truly kind and brave. Boys like you are rare, the nurse praised. Chen He, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and exchanged a few pleasantries with the doctor before returning to the classroom. Lying on the sickbed, Feng Xiao felt as if she had just emerged from a dream. If this were indeed a dream, she wished it could linger a little longer before she woke. You can return after resting for half an hour. That boy from earlier is quite a decent fellow, the nurse remarked before taking her leave. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the bed, while a gentle breeze danced with the white curtains. Feng Xiao extended her delicate arm towards the window, allowing the sunlight to filter through her fingers, filling her palm with warmth. With a gentle clasp, it felt as though she had captured the essence of summer itself. With her eyes closed, Feng Xiao submerged herself in a blissful reverie. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen He found their homeroom teacher, Zhang Rou, standing at the podium. Clearly aware of Feng Xiao's heat stroke. Chen He, how is Feng Xiao? She inquired. The doctor said she just needs to rest. She simply overexerted herself and was slightly dehydrated, which led to the heat stroke. Chen He explained her condition. Please return to your seat, Zhang Rou said with a sigh of relief. Feng Xiao was a beacon of hope for the class, and as a homeroom teacher, She wished for the safety of all her students. Feng Yiman sat upright. Her eyes slightly reddened from crying. She had anticipated that Chen He would notice her and feel remorseful. However, he averted his gaze, returning directly to his seat without a glance in her direction. Feng Yiman was taken aback, struggling to accept Chen He's indifference. Man, Chen He is being too much. You cried for him, and he shows no sign of appreciation, Jiang Han whispered reproachfully. Feng Yiman feigned composure, yet internally, her resolve began to waver. He is deliberately trying to provoke me, mingling with other girls to make me jealous. But when I observe him, it doesn't seem feigned at all. It can't be. He has pursued me for 3 years. He wouldn't give up now. Feng Yiman remained steadfast in her belief that Chen He was merely attempting to irritate her. Her looks, physique, and academic performance were all on par with Feng Xia, and this confidence bolstered her. Jiang Han finally felt reassured. You're so perceptive, man. You saw through Chen He's tricks immediately, but he is indeed crossing the line. It's all right. I've come to terms with it. I must make some changes myself. Otherwise, that foolish boy might continue down a misguided path, Feng Yiman mused, seemingly unraveling Chen He's inner thoughts. Jiang Han admired her insight. Man. I feel as though Chen He could never escape your grasp. Zhang Xiaobing chimed in, admiration evident on his face, giving a thumbs up. Chen Gu, you are truly something. Chen He, engrossed in his English exercises, ignored Zhang Xiaobing. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobing asked cheekily, did you hug Feng Xia to intentionally flirt? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart, Chen He retorted, casting a menacing glare at Zhang Xiaobing. I speak nonsense. Our Chen Gu is a hero, always eager to assist his female classmates, remarked Zhang Xiaobing with a smirk. Chen He picked up a ballpoint pen and began tackling the problems at hand. Heat stroke among students is, after all, quite common during the summer. Zhang Xiaobing suddenly leaned closer. I believe Feng Xia is far superior to Feng Yiman. She is the mathematics class representative, comes from a well-off family, and is always picked up by a car after school. Have you never considered becoming a golden son-in-law? Chen He raised his hand to push Zhang Xiaobing away. If you keep chattering, do you wish to sever our friendship? Fine, I shall cease my words. I will take a nap. Is that acceptable? Zhang Xiaobing's words bore a certain truth. However, Chen He, having been reborn, had yet to contemplate such distant matters. Feng Xia indeed hailed from affluence. While he was merely a poor lad, she would hardly look his way. For now, his priority remained earnest preparation for the college entrance examination. Chen He had occasionally pondered whether Feng Xia might secretly harbor feelings for him. Yet the likelihood of such a possibility in reality was exceedingly slim. A poor boy possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Feng Xia returned to the classroom during the last period, occasionally glancing towards the back row. Each time, her gaze would settle upon a particular individual, and her eyes would shimmer with light. This scene did not escape Feng Yiman's notice. She clenched her practice paper tightly before gradually releasing her grip. Indeed, Feng Xia appeared to have feelings for Chen He. As the class concluded, the students were reminded to return home safely. Zhang Rou announced and exited the classroom. Today was Chen He's turn for duties. After completing them, he made his way to the garage, only to be taken aback. In front of the garage stood a delicate figure, seemingly waiting for someone. Chen He approached with a smile. Feng Xia, are you waiting for someone? Upon seeing Chen He, Feng Xia's face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. Thank you for this afternoon, she murmured, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet his gaze. It's no trouble, besides. You have helped me catch up on quite a bit of missed knowledge, Chen He replied, dismissing her gratitude entirely. Feng Xia suddenly handed him a note. Curiosity piqued. Chen He accepted it, wondering if it might be a love letter. It read, 3414. Is this a QQ number? Feng Xia continued to keep her head lowered. Chen He, this is my QQ number. We could add each other as friends. I must take my leave now. She hurriedly exited the school gate and entered the back seat of a black Audi, which then sped away. Chen He stared at the QQ number in his hand for a long moment. A girl taking the initiative to gift a boy something and exchange contact information was undoubtedly a sign of affection. Chen He became momentarily lost in thought. Did Feng Xia truly have feelings for him? Yet in his previous life, he had scarcely interacted with her. Perhaps all his attention had been focused on Feng Yiman. He later heard that Feng Xia had married a senior executive from her family's company. If that were the case, it seemed Feng Xia's marriage was evidently unhappy. Chen He was astonished to discover that, after his rebirth, certain events had begun to deviate from the memories he held. Could this be the butterfly effect? His rebirth might have altered the life trajectories of certain individuals, and the course of events could indeed have changed as well. before Chen He lay two unexpected choices. With a calm smile, he resolved to live life more freely in this second chance. Feng Xia, how I wish I had discovered you sooner. Upon returning home to Guangming Community, Chen He was greeted by Han Li emerging from the kitchen. You must have filled out your college entrance examination preferences today. Let me see what you chose, she inquired. Chen He felt a pang of guilt. Dad isn't back yet, right? Mom, why don't you start dinner? I'm quite hungry. He made his way to his bedroom. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and he locked eyes with Chen He. Reluctantly, Chen He confessed the truth. Have you lost your mind? You filled all three preferences with Jiangcheng University. Han Li reacted with fervor, struggling to accept Chen He's decision. Fortunately, Chen He intervened, allowing Chen He to retreat into his room, where he silently vowed that Jiangcheng University would be his destiny. Why are you stopping me? Han Li's gaze was filled with discontent. Chen He raised his hands in a placating gesture. I merely fear you might act impulsively. Chapter 10 The Significance of Rebirth. Our son has been diligently studying, as you have undoubtedly noticed. Old Chen's words have had an impact. Han Li gradually calmed herself. Reflecting on the images of Chen He's recent hard work, her heart began to waver. Chen He offered reassurance. It seems our son is determined to secure a place at Jiangcheng University. There is little we can do, so let us refrain from adding pressure. Han Li paused, feeling a pang of guilt towards her son, and whispered, Is Jiangcheng University a top-tier institution? Certainly. We should avoid placing excessive pressure on him. If necessary, he can retake the year. I can support my son. After speaking, Han Li returned to the kitchen. Chen He was left speechless, recalling how just moments ago she was fervently advocating for their son. Son, persevere. All we can do is ensure you face your examinations without stress. At that moment, Chen He sat at his desk, staring blankly at the note in his hand. The walls were adorned with posters of Jay Cho. A guitar lay on the bed. The fan whirred softly, and the cicadas chirped outside, yet none of these could stir the youth's heart. I don't even have a mobile phone. How can I act QQ? In this era, mobile phones are not yet ubiquitous, only a select few possess them. First, I shall focus on my studies. Then I will earn money. I wish to live a life devoid of regrets. In my previous life, I squandered my education, failed to achieve financial stability, and drifted through a brief existence filled with disappointment. Regrets could fill a piggy bank. Chen He opened the drawer and carelessly tossed the note inside, then closed it. He soon reopened the drawer, retrieved the note, memorized its contents, and carefully placed it back. He took out a math exercise, aiming to solve 10 problems before dinner. Meanwhile, in a spacious, luxuriously decorated room filled with white furniture, Feng Xia lay on her bed, fiddling with the latest Motorola V3. She was logged into QQ. Hours passed, and QQ remained silent. She began to overthink. Could it be that Chen He discarded my note? If so, I would likely lose hope. No, that cannot be. He might be having a meal. Suddenly, Feng Xia appeared dazed, as if a realization struck her. Oh no, I forgot. He doesn't even have a phone. How foolish of me. She covered her face and rolled on the bed, wishing she could disappear into a hole. Perhaps I should get Chen He a phone? After a moment's contemplation, she dismissed the idea. How could I make such a basic mistake? She buried her head in the blankets. Dad, Mom, I'm off to school. Chen He bid farewell to his parents and rode his mountain bike to school. I'd like 3 buns, a cup of soybean milk, and 2 eggs, please. Chen He purchased breakfast and entered the classroom. Feng Yiman and Jiang Han approached. Jiang Han smiled. Man, you were spot on. Chen He bought you breakfast. Likely as an apology. Feng Yiman's lips curled into a smile as she cleared her throat. Naturally. I told you. He cannot resist my charm. With her chest puffed out, she prepared to accept Chen He's offering. Just then Feng Xia's voice emanated from behind Chen He. Good morning, Chen He. As soon as Chen He allowed Feng Xia to approach, he thrust breakfast into her hand, saying, This is for you. Without granting her a moment to react, he strode into the classroom. Feng Yiman stood frozen in place, her feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. She found it hard to accept that Chen He had actually given breakfast to Feng Xia, especially since she herself had not eaten that morning. Trembling with anger, Feng Yiman gritted her teeth. Jiang Han, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, Man, Chen He must be doing this on purpose. He is being utterly unreasonable. Feng Yiman, her stomach aching with frustration, turned on her heel, declaring, I will buy my own breakfast. Wait for me, man. Jiang Han hurriedly called as she quickened her pace to catch up. Meanwhile, Feng Xia took her seat, still in disbelief that Chen He had actually bought her breakfast. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Taking a sip of the soy milk, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. Her deskmate, Lu Yang, inquired curiously, Xia. What are you laughing about? With a bright smile, Feng Xia replied, the soy milk is just so sweet. It's delightful. The first class is a study session. Zhang Rou enters the classroom, clutching a test paper. A surprise quiz is now underway, lasting until the end of class. This assessment will contribute to the overall evaluation, so students are urged to take it seriously. Zhang Xiaobing grumbles, another test? A major exam every 7 days, a minor one every 3, and now even during study periods? When will it end? Chen He, uninterested in Zhang Xiaobing's complaints, focuses on the task at hand. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination. This situation is common across all senior classes. To ensure that students maintain a good testing mindset, the homeroom teacher's approach proves quite effective. In summary, practice makes perfect. I would like to commend Chen He for his remarkable progress over just 2 days. Zhang Rou gazes at Chen He's test score with an expression of disbelief. Out of a possible 150 points in English, Chen He scored 129. It is hard to fathom that he was once at the bottom of the class. In a matter of days, his improvement is nothing short of astronomical, like a rocket soaring upwards. While others may advance at a steady pace, Chen He seems to be propelled by a rocket. Zhang Rou is astonished. At this rate, there is hope for Chen He to gain admission to Jiangxing University. With this thought, Zhang Rou's demeanor towards Chen He softened slightly. Chen He, keep up the good work. If you face any difficulties, feel free to approach me. Remember, your teacher will always be your support. Chen He's heart warms, having caused his parents and teachers pain in a past life. He vows not to repeat that in this one. He can feel Zhang Rou's genuine concern. Chen He stands up, saying, thank you, teacher. And thank you to the classmates who have helped me. Zhang Rou instructs Chen He to sit down. She intends to return to her office immediately to share her teaching achievements with her colleagues. During the break, Chen He is discussing problems with Feng Xiao when a shy girl approaches Feng Yiman. Could you help me solve this physics problem? Feng Yiman offers an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Su Xiao, but I'm feeling unwell and need to go to the restroom. Please ask someone else. Disappointed, Su Xiao steps aside, letting out a sigh as Feng Yiman and Jiang Han pass by and leave the classroom. Being introverted and shy, she has no friends in class and is often ignored by both boys and girls due to her worn clothing. Having witnessed Feng Yiman assist Jiang Han with problems, she musters the courage to approach. Su Xiao, come here. I can help you. Feng Xiao offers kindly. Su Xiao beams, bashfully stepping forward. Chen He stands up, offering his seat. You sit here. I'll step back. Thank you. Only then does Su Xiao carefully take a seat. By chance, Chen He glances at Su Xiao. Suddenly, he is engulfed in a haze. His mind feels like it is being torn apart as a memory floods back. Su Xiao went missing before the college entrance exams. And a month later, the police discovered her remains in a ravine. 10 days after that, the perpetrator was apprehended. He was a local delinquent. On the day of the exam, he had accosted Su Xiao for money. When she refused, he dragged her to the mountains, assaulted her, and after robbing her, discarded her body down the ravine to avoid being caught. Chen He's eyes were veined with crimson. His body trembled slightly. At last, he comprehended the significance of his rebirth. Perhaps he truly had the power to alter the destinies of certain individuals. Steeling himself, he gently inquired, Su Xiao, is your family facing hardships? Chapter 11. Feng Xia. Chen He's blunt words caused Su Xiao to lower her head in embarrassment. Chen He, why do you bring this up? Feng Xia, concerned that his words might hurt Su Xiao's self-esteem, cast a reproachful glance at him. It was evident to everyone that Su Xiao came from a challenging background, and being at a sensitive age made her even more vulnerable. What if she ended up in tears? Having lived 2 lives, Chen He was well aware of these dynamics. However, he had no personal connection with Su Xiao and had never paid attention to this seemingly pure and innocent girl in his previous life. He could have phrased his inquiry more delicately, but if Su Xiao chose not to speak out of insecurity, there was little he could do. One must consider all aspects thoroughly. Su Xiao, I mean no disrespect. To be frank, my family situation is only slightly better than yours. If you prefer not to share, that's entirely fine, Chen He spoke with a gentle tone. Feng Xia then realized her misunderstanding of Chen He, feeling a bit embarrassed for having blamed him. He was genuinely concerned for their classmate, and she felt remorse for her earlier thoughts. She would have to apologize to him after school. Su Xiao pressed her lips together, initially reluctant to speak. However, she sensed Chen He's sincerity. He did not look down on her like others did. My parents work far away and only come home during the new year. It's just me and my grandmother at home. She has trouble walking and suffers from diabetes, requiring a lot of medication. Feng Xia fell silent, gazing sympathetically at her classmate. Chen He then comprehended Su Xiu's family circumstances. So, you usually have to be frugal, and you don't even stay in the school dormitory? The dormitory fees are too expensive, Su Xiu replied softly. My grandmother needs me at home. At that moment, Feng Xia gently grasped Su Xiu's hand. If you ever face difficulties, feel free to tell us. As classmates, we will do our utmost to help you. Feng Xia was right. Chen He offered a warm smile. Su Xiu lifted her head. Meeting the genuine gazes of both Chen He and Feng Xia, and her heart ached with emotion. For the first time in 3 years of high school, she felt the warmth of concern and kindness from her classmates. Thank you both. You are truly wonderful, Su Xiu said before returning to her seat. Chen He, however, fell into contemplation. Now that he understood Su Xiu's family situation, his earlier plan to have her stay in the dormitory to prevent a tragedy was no longer feasible. It seemed he would have to ensure she did not meet with the local troublemaker on the day of the college entrance examination. He resolved then and there to pick Su Xiu up on that day. Chen He, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier, Feng Xia said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Misunderstood me? In what way? Chen He responded, puzzled. He truly had no idea how Feng Xia had misjudged him. Well, just don't leave after school. Feng Xia mumbled, unable to meet his eyes. At that moment, the class bell rang. Chen He returned to his seat, still wondering what misunderstanding Feng Xia had about him. As the class concluded, the teacher reminded the students, particularly the day scholars, to return home without studying too late, emphasizing the importance of balancing work and rest. She expressed her desire not to see any of them dozing off in class. After giving her instructions, Zhang Ro departed from the classroom. Chen He, let us head to the internet CAF for some fun, Zhang Xiaobing suggested as he stood up. I'd rather not. You should play fewer games as well. Chen He replied, shaking his head. He had just noticed Feng Xia hastily leaving the classroom without packing her belongings, indicating that there was something she wished to discuss with him. Well, I'm going for sure, Zhang Xiaobing insisted. Go ahead, Chen He said, packing his bag as he awaited Feng Xia's return. Shortly thereafter, Feng Xia re-entered the classroom, and Chen He observed that she was holding a bottle of cola. But he thought little of it. He rose and approached her desk. Feng Yiman was just finishing her packing when she saw Chen He standing beside Feng Xia's desk. She walked over and patted Chen He on the back. Chen He, I never expected you to work this hard just to get into the same university as me. You truly deserve recognition. Feng Yiman spoke with an air of pride, as if Chen He's recent progress and achievements were her own doing. Jiang Han, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Chen He, you should thank Yiman. Without her motivation, you wouldn't have received such praise from the homeroom teacher. Chen He turned with a scowl. My academic improvements are solely the result of my own efforts. They have nothing to do with you. Please, don't be so self-absorbed. Jiang Han fumed in response. Chen He, how can you speak to Yiman like that? Feng Yiman's smile faltered, disbelief etched on her face at Chen He's words. Was this the same Chen He who had pursued her for 3 years? How could he dare to call her self-absorbed? Enraged, she trembled with fury. Chen He, don't push your luck. Chen He turned away, his back to Feng Yiman, who was seething with indignation. Let us not waste our breath on someone so ungrateful, Yiman. Let us go, Jiang Han said, linking arms with Feng Yiman and leading her out of the classroom. Before they left, Jiang Han shot a disdainful glance at Chen He. Feng Xia, do you have something to say to me? Chen He asked curiously as the bothersome flies departed. Feng Xia handed him the bottle of cola. Please accept this as my apology. Chen He took the chilled cola, still bemused. Upon twisting off the cap, a satisfying fizz escaped the bottle. He took a hearty sip. Delicious, thank you. It seemed that refusing would only put Feng Xia in an awkward position. Seeing Chen He enjoy the drink, Feng Xia's face lit up with a smile. Shall we go? Once outside the classroom, she asked, Chen He, do you have a QQ number? I do, but I rarely log in, Chen He replied, offering only part of the reason. He did not own a mobile phone. It was 2005, and mobile phones had yet to become widespread. Feng Xia acknowledged this with an O, contemplating how to stay in touch with Chen He after the college entrance examination. Meanwhile, Chen He was preoccupied with thoughts of how he would need to quickly consider ways to earn money once the exams were over. At the very least, why not to purchase a mobile phone for the convenience of making calls and logging into QQ? Chen He, my dear classmate, I shall see you tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Xiaoxia. Chen He waved his hand and made his way towards the bicycle shed. Feng Xia stood frozen in place, her gaze lingering absent-mindedly on Chen He's departing figure. He referred to me as Xiaoxia. In the Guangming community, Chen Kachin returned home after work, and upon entering, he promptly prepared to leave again. Dear, I'm going to borrow a vehicle. Xiaoye's uncle and aunt are coming over. Chen Kachin has a younger brother named Chen Kajian, who resides in a neighboring city. He had been aware since morning of his brother's impending visit. Then I shall go and purchase some groceries. Hanli emerged from the kitchen, removed her apron, and began to change her shoes. As Chen He rode his mountain bike back to the community, he found Chen Kachin diligently wiping down a Jetta. Dad, did you buy a car? Chen He inquired, halting his bicycle. No, this is borrowed from a colleague, Chen Kachin replied, pausing his cleaning to smile. By the way, your uncle's family is coming over. Your mother has gone to buy groceries. When you return home, make sure to tidy up a bit so they do not find anything amiss. After imparting his advice, Chen Kachin entered the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove away. Chen He furrowed his brow, harboring no desire to see his uncle's family. Chapter 12. Do not quarrel with fools. Memories of a past life surged forth. He recalled that the true purpose of his second uncle's family visiting was to flaunt their recent achievements. Chen Kejian's construction team had secured a lucrative contract, earning over 400,000 yuan. This would typically be a cause for family celebration, yet the Chen Kejian family had always looked down upon their elder brother, Chen Kachin. Several times during the New Year festivities, Chen Kejian's daughter had failed to address him as uncle. The character of one's offspring is a direct reflection of their parents' upbringing. Chen He possessed a spare key to the house. Upon returning, he collapsed onto the living room sofa. The rigors of study were already taxing, and he had no desire to tidy up the house. Furthermore, the Chen Kejian family resided in a 100-square-meter home, and his second aunt had repeatedly expressed disdain for their own small and dilapidated abode. No matter how immaculate the place was kept, it would never meet their standards. Of course, Hanli tirelessly ensured that every corner of their home sparkled. Hanli returned home carrying a large bag of vegetables and fish, and upon seeing him lounging on the sofa, raised an eyebrow. Sweep the floor. Your second uncle and aunt will be arriving shortly. Chen He sprang up from the sofa. All right, I will clean it until it shines. When his mother spoke, he dared not disobey. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Hanli said before entering the kitchen. An hour later, Chen Kachin went to pick up the Chen Kejian family. Brother, after all these years of working, haven't you saved any money? You're still driving that old Jetta. My brother and I have discussed it, and once things settle down, we'll buy you a Chevrolet. Upon entering, his second aunt, Zhang Lan, immediately raised her voice. Brother, your sister-in-law is right. It's time to replace that Jetta. Chen Kachin's face flushed with embarrassment. This car is borrowed. Even after years of wages, I couldn't afford a Chevrolet. Zhang Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You don't even have your own car? I can't fathom how you've managed all these years. Perhaps you've been planning to buy one. Why not join us at the car market in a couple of days to pick out a Chevrolet? Chen Kejian thought to himself that his brother likely couldn't even afford a single wheel of a car. Currently, I have no intention of buying a vehicle. Xiaoli takes the bus to work, and I don't need a car, Chen Kachin awkwardly explained. Who wouldn't he want their own car? It's just that finances are tight. Zhang Lan scoffed. What family doesn't have a car these days? Those who can't afford one are looked down upon. I'm serious. Brother, you really should consider getting a car. Chen Kachin chuckled. We'll talk about it later. Buying a car isn't urgent. Chen He noticed that the chopping sounds from the kitchen had momentarily ceased. At that moment, Chen Shui disdainfully glanced at Chen He. With the college entrance examination approaching, are you still spending your days online instead of studying? You're old enough. I shouldn't have to tell you what to do. Chen He remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected by Chen Shui's words. He had no intention of responding to her remarks. After all, the answers would reveal themselves after the examination. Father, I shall assist mother in the kitchen, Chen He declared, making his way towards the culinary space. The elders arrived, failing to greet him, and not even offering a cup of water. One might mistake them for mute. Zhang Lan remarked with a sardonic tone, which son of yours is mute? If you dare, say it again. At that moment, Hanli emerged from the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife. Zhang Lan was startled into silence. Xiaoli, put down the knife. Chen Kachin quickly interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Hanli, fearing her impulsiveness might lead to grave errors. Mother, I am not angry. Please do not be upset, Chen He reassured. Hanli glanced at Chen He, her eyes filled with guilt, lamenting their inability as parents which had inadvertently caused their child distress. Let me warn you, Zhang Lan, if I ever hear you speak ill of my son again, you shall not see the sun rise tomorrow, Hanli declared fiercely. Xiaoli, that's a bit excessive. Go prepare dinner, Chen Kachin urged, gently guiding Hanli back to the kitchen. Although Chen Kejian remained silent, He secretly vowed to remember this grievance. At dinner, the table was adorned with both meat and vegetable dishes, along with a bowl of dumpling soup. Come, let us toast. Chen He raised his glass, clinking it with Chen He. Chen He opted for juice. Chen He, as a younger generation, should you not toast your second uncle? Zhang Lan suddenly challenged. Chen He nonchalantly picked up a piece of fried lotus root and placed it in his mouth. In a past life, he had exhausted his health through late-night work. Chen He had sought financial assistance from them, only to receive no funds and be insulted by Zhang Lan as a miser and a harbinger of misfortune. In order to gather funds for his medical expenses, his father had even prostrated himself before them, yet was met with Chen He's scorn and violence. The bonds of kinship had grown cold. The fact that he had not severed ties with them was already a concession. Observing Chen He's indifference, Chen He felt a surge of anger. Xiao He, your second aunt is speaking to you. Did you not hear? Chen He demanded. Chen He, chewing on a piece of scrambled egg, retorted. All I heard was a toad croaking. Did your second aunt speak just now? Han Li burst into laughter. Chen He shot a furious glare at Chen He. Unfazed, Chen He shrugged and continued to eat. How dare you speak like that? Zhang Lan seethed, her teeth clenched. Had she not retained a modicum of reason, she would have overturned the table. Chen He, quickly apologize to your second aunt. Chen He commanded darkly. At that moment, Han Li banged her hand on the table. Children speak without guile. Why do you bother with a child? This assertion left Zhang Lan and Chen He recoiling as if they had swallowed a fly. They were the elders. Chen He was decades younger than them. It was indeed unbecoming to squabble with a child. Yet, they were displeased internally. Chen Shui suddenly mocked Chen He. You can barely manage your studies. Making him apologize is truly putting him in a difficult position. Han Li and Chen He wished to defend their son, yet his consistent underachievement in school left them without the confidence to counter. Daughter, you are absolutely right. He has not dared to disclose his grades for the past 3 years. It is undoubtedly because they are too dismal to show. Zhang Lan remarked with a hint of derision. Chen He, however, appeared unfazed as he served vegetables into his parents' bowls, his eyes barely lifting as he stated. Past grades signify little. What truly matters is the outcome of the college entrance examination. I shall gain admission to Jiancheng University and bring joy to my parents. Chen Shui chuckled. First, you should aim for a third-tier university. Zhang Lan shook her head. Daughter, it would be best not to discourage Chen He further. If he succumbs to despair, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. Chen He helped himself to another bowl of rice. Do not engage in futile disputes with the foolish, nor debate morality with the petty. Zhang Lan and Chen Shui exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend his words. Daughter, what does that mean? I have never heard such a phrase before. Chen He's expression darkened. Although he too did not grasp the meaning, he sensed that Chen He was not speaking favorably. Chen He, your second aunt and sister are merely trying to motivate you. What is your attitude? Motivate me? It seems to me that you have made a little money and have come here to flaunt it. Chen He retorted. Chen He was taken aback. His construction team had indeed been profitable, but he had yet to inform his elder brother. How could Chen He possibly know about it? Chapter 13. The true face of Uncle Chen He immediately turned his gaze towards Chen He, pondering the difficulties of making a living in this era. Perhaps his younger brother could lend him a hand. Judging by Chen He's earlier expression, it seemed that Chen He had hit the nail on the head. Uncle, how much have you earned? Chen He inquired with curiosity. He had just lost his job and had yet to inform his family. If Chen He could help him make some money, he might one day drive his own little car. What man wouldn't dream of driving? Although the prospect seemed dim, for the sake of his wife and Chen He was willing to swallow his pride. Not much, just enough for 3 Jetta cars. Chen He replied with a sense of pride. Chen He was momentarily taken aback. A single Jetta costs over 100,000. So 3 would amount to over 300,000, nearing 400,000. He was aware that Chen He operated a construction team, typically taking on small projects that netted around 70 to 80,000. What sort of project could yield such substantial earnings? If it's that lucrative, why not bring me along? What's the matter? Are you short on cash? Chen He scrutinized his elder brother with curiosity. Who would he want to earn more? My plan is to save some money now to buy a car for Xiao He's wedding in the future. Naturally, Chen He could not divulge his recent unemployment to anyone. Brother, your considerations are quite thoughtful, but you wouldn't be able to manage my side of things. You want me to move bricks and carry cement? No, we are brothers. How could you ask me to do manual labor? Chen He assumed Chen He was jesting. If we work together, it would be a heartwarming tale to share. When we succeed, we can return home and make those who look down on us envious. Brother, one must rely on oneself, Chen He chuckled, raising his glass to take a sip before setting it down. Have you ever heard the saying, "It is easy to adorn a flower, but difficult to provide warmth in the snow"? Do you understand its meaning? Chen He's face flushed with embarrassment. He never anticipated that his own brother could be so callous. Was he implying that as the elder brother, he would merely benefit from the situation? You speak this way to your own brother? Even a father and son must keep accounts clear. Brother, all my achievements today are the result of my own hard work, with no connection to you whatsoever, Chen He retorted coldly. Is it because I Haven Tea helped you that you come to my home to flaunt your success? Chen He's expression darkened. He was genuinely taken aback by his brother's heartless words. Brother, it's all fate. The Chen family can shine through me alone, and that is enough. You, however, cannot. With a loud clatter, Hanli could no longer endure the conversation, pushing her bowl away and retreating to the bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut. Zhang Lan, dissatisfied, remarked, "Who is she throwing a fit at? Daughter, let us leave. This place is utterly filthy." Now that the air had been cleared, Zhang Lan no longer held back. "Let us dine at a restaurant. This food is dreadful," Chen Shui complained, oblivious to the fish and chicken bones strewn before her. Chen He sat in silence, his face clouded with gloom as he drank steadily. "Father, you should drink less," Chen He advised, feeling a pang of sadness as he watched his father humbly plead for the sake of their family. He silently vowed that if given a second chance at life, he would ensure his parents would no longer toil and would enjoy a blissful retirement. It was merely a matter of attending university and earning a living. In 2 lifetimes. Who would he look down upon? The meal had lost its flavor. The Chen family departed, standing in the community courtyard. Chen He feigned concern, saying, "Chen He, if you can't get into university, it's all right. You can attend a 3rd-tier college. I'll lend you money, but upon graduation, you'll have to work for me, hauling bricks and carrying cement." Chen He replied coolly, "Uncle, have you ever heard the saying, 'Do not despise the poor'? Even a dragon has its day to soar. I will gain admission to Jiangcheng University and earn a substantial fortune." Chen He scoffed. "Let us not even discuss whether you can get into a top university. Even if you do, don't be naive enough to think that graduating will lead to instant wealth. I've already hired several university graduates at my construction site. Wealth is a process of accumulation, intertwined with social experience and understanding human relationships. University students lack experience and connections. Amassing wealth is akin to climbing a mountain. I believe education can change one's fate," Chen He countered, choosing not to engage in further debate. Trusting in destiny pales in comparison to believing in oneself. You are still too young. Fine. Even if you do get into a top university, wait until you earn more money than I do before trying to reason with me. You and your father will remain poor for a lifetime. Chen He, suppressing his inner fury, nearly lost control. He would still drive the borrowed Jetta to take them to the bus station, and one could only imagine how unbearable the journey would be. As the moon rose, he parked the Jetta and noticed Chen He sitting at the entrance of their apartment building, seemingly waiting for him. "Father, mother went to bed early. Did your uncle give you a hard time?" Chen He asked. "We didn't speak on the way. I took them to the bus station and returned." Chen He nodded. In the past, when Chen He visited, their father would send them off with local specialties as gifts. This time, however, he did not, indicating the hurt caused by Chen He's family. "Father, rest assured, I will definitely gain admission to Jiangcheng University," Chen He declared with determination. "Good son. Where there's a will, there's a way. Strive to succeed and prove them wrong," his father encouraged. "No problem, let us head home." The father and son entered the building, chatting and laughing, as if the evening's unpleasantness had been nothing more than a fleeting annoyance. One cannot keep biting the dog. After all, Chen He demonstrated his resolve through action, studying diligently, with the sound of him reciting vocabulary audible from the living room through the door. Han Li sat on the sofa, rising to lower the volume of the black and white television. "Our son has been working so hard these days. I must prepare some red date porridge for him soon, to nourish his vitality." Chen He nodded and remarked, "He has expressed his desire to gain admission to Jiangcheng University. I firmly believe our son will achieve this." Han Li questioned, "Do you truly believe that?" She found the situation rather implausible, considering their son's grades had languished at the bottom of his class for 3 consecutive years. The idea that he could catch up to the top students after merely a few days of revision seemed nothing short of a fool's errand. "Shall we make a wager?" Chen He suggested earnestly. "You must be joking. My skepticism is not rooted in disbelief in our son, but rather in concern for his well-being. I fear he may overexert himself and experience undue stress." Alas, it is our own shortcomings that have led us here. Hanli let out a sigh. Chen He felt a pang of guilt. He had yet to disclose his job loss to his wife. Xiao is dutiful. And all we can do is ensure he approaches the college entrance examination without pressure. Perhaps you could procure some supplements for him. I need not your advice. I know how to care for my own son, she replied. Time flew by swiftly. When one immerses themselves in a task, the passage of time becomes nearly imperceptible. In the classroom, the monitor updated the chalkboard, changing the countdown to the college entrance examination to 7 days. Zhang Ro stood at the podium, inhaling deeply as she prepared to deliver her final motivational speech. Chapter 14. Farewell and senior year, dear students. The moment of reckoning for the college entrance examination has arrived. Having chosen the distant horizon, we must brave the storms together. The school has decided that for the next 7 days, you shall return home to review, ensuring you are in the best possible state for the impending examination. Zhang Ro solemnly surveyed the faces of each student in the classroom. These are the future pillars of our nation. In 7 days, it will be their moment to blossom and bear fruit. Perhaps they may forget themselves in the years to come, yet their efforts will never be in vain. You are the most challenging class I have ever taught. A wave of discontent erupted from the students below the podium. However, they were not angered. Smiles adorned their faces. Teacher Zhang, your words wound our pride. I refuse to believe there aren't worse classes than ours. Zhang Ro maintained her stern demeanor, gently tapping the podium to restore silence. As you all know, I am never one to deceive. Therefore, I urge you to strive hard. The Academic Affairs Office has just sent a notice. All seniors will gather on the playground shortly for the college entrance examination oath ceremony, where the principal will address you personally. This is a rite of passage for every graduating class. The oath ceremony signifies the beginning of the countdown to the final moments spent on this campus. Zhang Ro offered a gentle smile, brushing a stray hair behind her ear. Boys and girls, take a 10-minute break. We will assemble on the playground shortly. The classroom erupted in cheers as Zhang Ro exited. Chen He noticed that, at the moment she pushed open the door, she wiped her eyes. Inside, students celebrated, some throwing their textbooks high into the air, sending them soaring towards the ceiling. For everyone understood that stepping out of the school today meant bidding a final farewell to this place. Chen He fell into a daze. In his previous life, all his thoughts had been consumed by Feng Yiman. He had neglected his studies, overlooked his classmates, and missed many splendid moments. In the front row, the bespectacled class monitor was pinned down by his deskmate, desperately struggling and crying out. Was he truly such a sensitive soul? A girl approached the representative for physics, delivering a note before blushing and returning to her seat. The physics representative tucked the note away, seemingly planning to read it after class. Zheng Xiaobing chattered away, tossing his textbook to the ceiling repeatedly. Chen He, we will be liberated this afternoon. My treat, let us go to the internet CAF and wreak havoc. Chen He shook his head, resolutely declining. Focus up, we still have our exams ahead. I don't ask that we attend the same university, but let us not drift too far apart. He recalled his previous life, the moment he lay in a hospital bed, tubes protruding from his body during his final moments. Zhang Xiaobing had come to see him, gripping his hand tightly, weeping loudly in sorrow. He had promised to care for Chen He as parents. That night, Chen He departed this world peacefully. Chen He cherished the friendship he shared with Zhang Xiaobing, wishing not to sever their bonds simply because they might attend different universities. Distance can diminish feelings, and friendship is, indeed, a form of affection. Brother He, you can't bear to part with me, Zheng Xiaobing exclaimed, suddenly enveloping Chen He in an embrace. Let go of me, Chen He replied, pushing Zheng Xiaobing away with a look of disdain. Zheng Xiaobing scratched his head and said, I understand, don't worry. No matter what, I'll make it into Jiangcheng Computer Institute. We'll be brothers for life. The Jiangcheng Computer Institute, a vocational college located near Jiangcheng University, is a part of the same academic district. This indicates that Zheng Xiaobing is not merely a carefree individual. He has been diligent in his studies behind the scenes, demonstrating a commendable degree of attentiveness. Chen He's expression softened considerably as he shook his head, saying, Look at your aspirations. Can't you aim for Jiangcheng Business School instead? Jiangcheng Business School is also a vocational institution, situated directly across from Jiangcheng University, separated only by a wide thoroughfare. Zhang Xiaobing retorted confidently, I've checked. There are more boys in the business school, while the Computer Institute has more girls. His objective during university is to find a partner, marry after graduation, and then perhaps figure out the next steps later. Chen He stared at Zheng Xiaobing in disbelief. You've got it all wrong. It's actually the business school that has more girls, while the Computer Institute is filled with men. How many female programmers have you ever seen? Zhang Xiaobing paused, scratching his head, finally realizing his mistake. Oh, that is why it felt off. No worries. The business school's cutoff score is 370. I'll guarantee a score of 400. Chen He was skeptical of Zhang Xiaobing's boast. If you score 371, I'll treat you to a grand feast. That is your promise. Just then, an announcement echoed through the school. All students from the third year, please gather on the playground. The class advisors are convening in the academic office. A throng of students exited the classroom. The current principal, standing under the sun, delivered a fervent and impassioned motivational speech, primarily encouraging the third-year students to excel in their upcoming college entrance examinations. He expressed appreciation for the students' hard work and subsequently announced the names of several students who had shown the most remarkable progress, among which was Chen He's name. After 3 years of high school, receiving an award for the most improved student was not a bad accomplishment, Chen He mused. In conclusion, I hope all of you will lead brilliant and prosperous lives in the days to come. With the motivational assembly concluded, Chen He and his peers returned to the classroom. Zhang Ro was already waiting at the podium. After delivering her remarks, she concluded with well wishes for the students' futures and dismissed them. Zhang Ro left with decisive ease. As soon as she exited the classroom, an eruption of jubilant cheers filled the air, with countless textbooks soaring toward the ceiling. Shouts of joy and excitement reverberated throughout the room. Chen He gazed out the window, sensing that although summer had only just begun, it carried an inexplicable feeling of nearing its end. Classmates began exchanging contact information. In 2005, high school culture still embraced the tradition of lyric books and photo stickers. Zhang, here is my home phone number. Make a note of it. I'll share with you a poem I wrote myself. The classroom buzzed with lively chatter, as everyone found someone they wished to connect with. Chen He, may I have a word with you? At that moment, Feng Yiman arrived alone at the back of the classroom. Speak your mind, Chen He replied, his expression devoid of emotion. To be honest, I have long desired to tell you that we are not suited for one another. Even if you gain admission to Jiangcheng University, I will not pursue a relationship with you. Over the past 3 years, I am grateful for your kindness, for braving the wind and rain to escort me home, for purchasing breakfast and birthday gifts for me. I believe that from this day forth, our paths shall not cross again. Feng Yiman articulated her sentiments at length, ultimately conveying a singular message. She wished to sever ties with Chen He. Chen He remained silent. Zhang Xiaobing, with reddened eyes, exclaimed in anger, Feng Yiman, have you no sense of humanity? Are you aware of how well Chen He has treated you? If you possess any dignity, return the items he has bought for you. I cannot respect you for behaving this way. Chen He raised his hand to signal Zhang Xiaobing to refrain from intervening. Are you finished? Feng Yiman scoffed, her disdain palpable. Not yet. Chapter 15. Xiao Chen and Xiao Xia. As Chen He listened to Feng Yiman's words, he immediately discerned her intentions. Feng Yiman had resigned herself to the belief that she would not gain admission to Jiangcheng University. Thus, her actions were driven partly by a desire for retribution, but more so by a need for self-aggrandizement and vanity. She was attempting to convey to herself the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. I've noticed you're becoming quite adept at putting on a facade. If something is bothering you, just express it. Don't pretend, Chen He remarked. With a hand raised to cover her mouth, Feng Yiman stifled a laugh, as if she had seen through it all. Who are you calling insincere? Zhang Xiaobing glared at Feng Yiman, taking a step forward only to be restrained by Chen He. You think I can't get into Jiangcheng University, don't you? Chen He replied calmly. In 2 lifetimes, he would never allow himself to be provoked over such trivial matters. Moreover, Feng Yiman held a position in his mind that was even lower than that of a stray dog on the street. I thought you lacked self-awareness. I'm not trying to discourage you. Don't get too carried away just because the homeroom teacher praised you a few times, Feng Yiman scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Even with Feng Xia tutoring you, your slight improvement doesn't guarantee your admission to Jiangcheng University. With a flick of her hair, she added, that's merely your perception. You can't expect the world to revolve around you. Chen He looked steadily into Feng Yiman's eyes, causing her to avert her gaze, unable to sustain the intensity of his stare. Since you're so confident, I want to rain on your parade. If you genuinely manage to get into Jiangcheng University, I will consider dating you. Are you willing to take that bet? Of course, but what exactly are we betting on? Chen He replied with a smile. Let us see if you can gain admission to Jiangcheng University first, Feng Yiman retorted, fully aware that she was not about to fall for his words. She left the conversation without a backward glance, her own insecurity surfacing. It was not that she believed Chen He would succeed, rather, she had not even contemplated what they would wager. Her previous statements were merely an attempt to highlight the disparity between them. Could Chen He truly gain admission to Jiangxing University? Perhaps a position as a security guard would be more fitting. Chen He, how can you remain so unfazed by Feng Yiman's cruelty? Zhang Xiaobing, an onlooker, felt his frustration boiling over. To his astonishment, Chen He remained composed. Why should I concern myself with her? Haven't you heard? It is difficult to nurture both women and petty individuals, Chen He said with a faint smile. In his previous life, after confessing to Feng Yiman in class, he had become the laughingstock of his peers. Ultimately, he failed to gain admission to Jiangxing University. Relegated once more to a role of ridicule within the class. The title of love-struck fool followed him even to his grave. This time, however, he was driven by a singular purpose, to reclaim his dignity. If she doubted his capabilities, he would use reality to deliver a resounding blow to Feng Yiman's arrogance. I need to use the restroom, Zhang Xiaobing remarked, occasionally admiring Chen He's ability to let go of grievances. This was a quality he aspired to emulate. While the rest of the class exchanged contact information, Chen He remained isolated in his corner. As a student seated at the back, often regarded as the underachiever, he still managed to achieve commendable scores in daily tests. His image and status among his classmates would remain unchanged. Once colored glasses are worn, they are difficult to remove. Undoubtedly, Chen He's own disposition is the primary factor. No one has exchanged contact information with him, and he is quite content with his solitude. Chen He, here is my notebook, which contains my classroom notes and potential exam questions. You can take your time to review it at home during these days. Feng Xiao placed a neat and tidy notebook on the back row of the classroom before departing. Chen He was momentarily taken aback, staring at the notebook still imbued with Feng Xiao's warmth. This girl is exceedingly considerate, he thought, a smile breaking across his face. Feng Yiman is likely afraid she won't get into university. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly meet at Jiangxing University, Chen He reassured himself with confidence. Upon returning home to his bedroom in Guangming Community after school, he intended to complete some exercises before dinner, a habit he had firmly established. After finishing his exercises and comparing them with the correct answers, he wore a confident smile at the realization that he had answered everything correctly. Glancing at the notebook Feng Xiao had given him, he picked it up, ready to flip through its pages. Suddenly, a card slipped out and fell to the floor. Chen He bent down to retrieve it. Surely, it must be words of encouragement from Feng Xiao. The words that met his gaze caused him to freeze in astonishment. Little Chen, I have faith in you. You must come to Jiangxing University, or I will be utterly heartbroken. I am so glad to have met you in this blossoming season, and I hope you will become the old Chen in my heart. Little Chen. Old Chen. Chen He's mind exploded with realization. Feng Xiao was confessing her feelings to him. For a moment, he was dazed, his hands trembling. He was indeed correct. Feng Xiao had feelings for him. Gaining admission to Jiangxing University was a shared goal for both of them. Yet, Feng Xiao had one ultimate aspiration, to grow old together. Suddenly, Chen He dashed out of his room, disregarding everything else. As he opened the door, he collided with Han Li. Where do you think you're going, you scatterbrain? Just stepping out for a bit, Mom. You all eat first. Don't wait for me. Really? Dinner is about to be served. What could possibly be so important at this time? Han Li shook her head in disbelief. Chen Kachin sat down at the dining table, poured a glass of wine, and sniffed it. Little he has grown up. Chen He, still in slippers and loose shorts, hurried to a nearby internet CAF at the fastest pace possible. Boss, I need a computer. Show me your ID. All set. You can use any computer here. The ones over there are pricier. Thank you. Chen He stowed his ID away, casually selected a computer, and logged in. He quickly found QQ, recalling Feng Xiao's QQ number with ease. After swiftly entering it, he searched. A QQ account named Jasmine Blossoms caught his eye. He clicked to add as a friend. I am Chen He. Feng Xiao is my friend. Chen He felt a flutter of nervousness, hoping for an immediate response from her. In a villa, Feng Xiao had just dined with her family and was diligently reviewing English exercises at her desk. Suddenly, her phone emitted a persistent buzzing sound. Initially, she paid it no mind, remaining focused on her studies. However, the incessant vibration drew her attention, prompting her to pick up the device. To her astonishment, QQ was flashing incessantly. Upon opening the app, she was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with joy. It was Xiaochen. A wave of happiness and nervousness washed over her as her hands trembled while she accepted the friend request. Xiaoxia, this is Chen He. I simply wish to express my desire to be your Lao Chen. Will you forever remain my Xiaoxia in my heart? Chen He had sent this message. But after a long pause, he received no response, leaving him feeling anxious and uncertain. Had he misinterpreted the situation? A sense of disappointment enveloped him, but just then, the QQ chat box flickered to life. Jasmine Blooms. I would love to see you at Jiangxing University, hee. At that moment, Feng Xia's QQ account turned gray, indicating she had gone offline. Chen He was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into a dance of elation. Chapter 16. Chen He's resolution. Chen He had little interest in browsing the internet. Upon logging off, he returned home. With each step he took, he felt as if he were floating. To be candid, in his previous life, all his thoughts were consumed by Feng Yiman, leaving him oblivious to other girls. He truly was a fool who would not give up until he hit the wall. Now, having been granted a second chance, he was no longer that lovesick fool who would hang his hopes on a single crooked tree. Xia, I shall see you at Jiangxing University. In the following days, Chen He dedicated himself to intense study at home. Apart from meals and restroom breaks, he remained ensconced in his room, perusing books, memorizing texts, and solving exercises. For him, everything he had lost in his past life must be reclaimed in this one. In the living room, Chen He and his wife were engaged in conversation. They observed Chen He's diligence. Han Li expressed her concerns. Xiao He has been working too hard these past few days. I fear he may overexert himself. Chen He reassured her. You worry too much. Xiao He has grown now and knows his limits. Han Li sighed. I just feel for him. There's nothing to fret about. Our Xiao He has been strong since childhood. He will surely overcome this challenge. Though Chen He spoke with confidence, he contemplated taking his son for a walk in the community after dinner. A balance of work and rest was essential. Time flew by as Chen He immersed himself in preparing for the college entrance examination, effectively severing ties with the outside world. Chen He and Han Li could only support him silently. With 2 days remaining until the exam, Chen He knocked on the door. Come in. Xiao He. It must be hot in there. I'll bring in another fan for you. Chen He entered with a standing fan, which could oscillate, and positioned it by the window before leaving the room. As was customary, rain fell around the time of the exams, and this year was no exception. Chen He sat at his desk, 2 fans whirring behind him, as the sounds of writing filled the air. Outside, the rain poured heavily. He was wholly focused, oblivious to the world beyond his window. Stacks of exercises and notes lay before him. I've just thought of another approach to this math problem. Indeed, it is correct. He mused. The areas where I tend to lose points in English are still in the multiple choice and listening sections, in which I struggle. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Son, Mom is coming in. Come in. The door is unlocked, Chen He replied. Han Li gently pushed the door open and placed a new tape recorder on the desk. Son, your old tape recorder is too worn out and often jams. Use this new one. Thank you, Mom. Study well. I'll leave you to it. Han Li smiled as she exited the room. Chen He gazed at the tape recorder in his hands, his heart swelling with emotion. The market price for such tape recorders was around 50 to 60 yuan, and his parents were frugal even with 10 yuan. This fueled his determination. He was resolute in his ambition to gain admission to Jiangxing University. With the examination looming tomorrow, Chen He refrained from studying at home, understanding that intense study also required moments of relaxation. He spent the day online with Zheng Xiaobing. Chen He, you're the last one. Zheng Xiaobing exclaimed nervously. Rest assured, I've got it covered, Chen He said casually, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. Be careful, the enemy's sniper is exceptionally skilled, Zheng Xiaobing warned. Chen He, gripping an M4, felt the tension rise as his character's health dwindled to a mere 40. This was a dire situation. His palms, clammy from anxiety, clutched the mouse tightly. Enemies exposed, Zheng Xiaobing shouted. With a swift flick of his wrist, Chen He landed a headshot just in time, eliminating the opponent and securing victory. The word victory illuminated the screen. Incredible. That headshot was amazing, my brother He. A kiss for that, Zheng Xiaobing exclaimed joyfully. Chen He brushed off Zheng Xiaobing's exuberant gesture. Get lost? Are we still playing? Of course. I'm just going to pay a fee. And grab me a bottle of water while you're at it. By the time they finished gaming, dusk had settled in. You need to pay close attention to the notes I gave you. If you fail to get into Jiangxing Business School, don't come crying to me, Chen He admonished as he and Zheng Xiaobing stood on the street, each holding a popsicle. Don't worry, I've memorized everything thoroughly. Aside from physics and chemistry, I guarantee I'll ace all the other subjects, Zheng Xiaobing declared confidently. It's common for students to excel in certain subjects while struggling in others. Those who thrive in both the arts and sciences are truly exceptional. Chen He had faith that Zheng Xiaobing would keep his word. Remember, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. Don't be late. Brother He, you're more nagging than my mother, Zheng Xiaobing retorted. I got it. I'll set 3 alarms for tomorrow. Is that satisfactory? After parting ways, Chen He headed straight back to Guangming Community. Upon reaching his doorstep, he witnessed a heated argument between Han Li and a woman from across the hall. Say that again if you dare. My son is far superior to yours. Han Li's neck flushed red with indignation. Oh please, your son ranks at the bottom of his class. Don't think the neighbors are unaware, Luo, you taunted. Do you want to fight? Go ahead. I'm not afraid of you, Han Li challenged defiantly. As the situation escalated, Chen He swiftly positioned himself between the two women. Mom, Aunt Luo, please stop quarreling. We've been neighbors for decades. Don't ruin your relationship over this. He gently nudged Han Li back into their home. Han Li sulked on the sofa, disheartened. Chen He sighed, reflecting on his past. In his previous life, he had squandered his education, focusing solely on Feng Yiman, naively believing that sincerity could win her over. The outcome was a tragic farce, leaving him feeling like a fool. He had never considered the impact on his parents then. Now, it was evident that his poor academic performance had likely subjected them to the disdain of their neighbors. In this era, society was still evolving, and attending university was the sole pathway to changing one's fate. University students were a respected and envied group. When a family produced a college graduate, parents would take pride, celebrating for days. Knowledge changes destiny is a deeply ingrained belief among the older generation, and it remains the prevailing sentiment in society. Chen He felt compelled to conform to societal expectations. Only by gaining admission to a university could he lift his parents' heads in pride before their neighbors. The previous life had left him with numerous regrets, and in this lifetime, he was determined to leave none behind. That evening, Chen He had already discovered Su Xiu's address, and he resolved to visit her early the next morning. On the morning of the college entrance examination, Chen Kachin inquired, "Has Xiaoyi gotten up yet? Perhaps he should sleep a little longer. He has been quite exhausted these past few days." Han Li replied, somewhat speechless, "Xiaoyi has gone out for a run." "How could you not know? What kind of father are you? He woke up so early." Chen Kachin exclaimed, astonished. He believed that on such an important day, he should be fully focused on his preparations, and that running could wait. "Our son has a plan. He has grown up, and I believe he will surely gain admission to university." "Let us hope so," she replied. After returning from his run, Chen He changed into a fresh outfit, enjoyed his breakfast, and organized the items he needed for the exam before finally mounting his mountain bike and heading out the door. "Mom, Dad, I'm off," he called. "Be careful on the road. Don't rush. We have faith in you," Han Li said, her eyes glistening as she waved goodbye to Chen He's departing figure. Chapter 17. A brave struggle against thugs. Chen He set out early, meticulously planning his time to ensure he would not be late. After riding just a few paces, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Chen He halted by the roadside, reluctantly donning his raincoat. "I must hurry." The slick roads demanded he cast aside his caution. Today was the day of the college entrance examination, a significant occasion, and he presumed that the authorities had issued directives to ensure smooth traffic. Consequently, there were not many vehicles on the road. The rain blurred his vision, prompting him to stop occasionally to wipe the droplets from his face. "Su Xiu, you must hold on." Meanwhile, in the suburban village of Paijiao, Su Xiu was preparing to head out. "Be careful on the road, Xiao Xiu. Don't overthink during the exam, and try not to feel burdened," her grandmother said kindly, watching over her. "I know, Grandma. I'll be back by evening. I've already set the meal on the table. Please remember to eat," Su Xiu replied, pointing to a table adjacent to her bed. With a creak, the old door swung open, and a middle-aged woman entered. "Sure, you have your exam today, right? Don't worry, your grandmother and I will take care of things," and Zhang reassured her. Su Xiu was taken aback and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much." "And Zhang, you're being too polite. Your grandmother has helped my family immensely over the years. It is only right I repay her kindness," Aunt Zhang said with a smile. Su Xiu's grandmother had been renowned for her benevolence in her youth, often assisting those in need, with Aunt Zhang's family being among the most benefited. With her parents working away for most of the year and only returning during the new year, and her grandmother bedridden, the weight of the household responsibilities rested solely on Su Xiu's shoulders. The thought of Su Xiu balancing her studies while caring for her grandmother tugged at Aunt Zhang's heartstrings. "Grandma, Aunt Zhang, I'm leaving now. I'll do my best in the exam," Su Xiu called out as she departed, heading to the village entrance to catch a bus to the city. Standing at the bus stop, she waited for several minutes, but the rain deterred the arrival of any buses. Unbeknownst to her, a local thug had been watching her intently, specifically eyeing her backpack. He was aware that today was exam day and presumed that Su Xiu, being out all day, Must have a considerable amount of money in her bag. With the rain keeping others away, he saw a perfect opportunity for mischief. As the thug approached, he observed Su Xiao's features and a sinister intention began to form in his mind. Despite the rain, her fair complexion was evident, and he licked his lips, his wicked thoughts intensifying. Su Xiao suddenly sensed someone drawing near and instinctively shifted her position, moving away from her original spot. The thug arrived at the place she had just vacated and inhaled deeply. The air carried not only the scent of damp earth but also the delicate fragrance of youth. His heart raced as he moved closer to her again. Su Xiao seemed to notice the thug now. Under normal circumstances, with more people at the bus stop, she would not have thought twice. But at this moment, she was utterly alone. Su Xiao felt a surge of unease within her. She attempted to reassure herself, convincing her mind that she might be overthinking the situation, trying to quell her fears. The thug, noticing the absence of passers-by, grew anxious that the approaching bus might allow his intended prey to escape. He cautiously advanced, then abruptly accelerated, seizing Su Xiao by the shoulder with one hand while covering her mouth with the other. Su Xiao struggled fiercely, tears streaming down her cheeks. The very fears she harbored seemed to manifest before her. However, being a girl, she was no match for the thug's strength, and she felt herself being dragged away hopelessly. Despair enveloped her. Was today destined to be her ill-fated day? The thought of the thug inflicting harm upon her sent violent tremors coursing through her body. Sensing Su Xiao's terror only fueled his excitement, and he quickened his pace, eager to assert his dominance over her. Just as Su Xiao found herself in utter despair, feeling utterly helpless, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted. A brick struck the thug's skull, causing him to yelp in pain and release Su Xiao. She quickly took refuge behind a nearby tree. Who dares to interfere? The thug bellowed, clutching the back of his head, where blood began to flow. Quickly washed away by the rain. Consumed by rage, he turned to see Chen He approaching, wielding a wooden stick, clad in a school uniform. He appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. The thug, in his 20s, scoffed at Chen He's youth and shouted, "You little brat. Dare to ruin my fun? I'll make you pay. I've already called the police. You better run, or you'll find yourself in jail," Chen He replied, his grip on the stick tightening as he trembled with apprehension. This was a dangerous thug, and unlike mere brawls, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Chen He, you must leave now." Su Xiao recognized him, incredulous at his presence but desperate to keep him safe. The thug charged at Chen He, dismissing him as an easy target. Chen He swung the stick, but the thug deftly dodged. "You don't know how to fight, do you?" The thug taunted, suddenly drawing a knife. Chen He stood his ground, despite never having fought before and feeling a wave of fear wash over him. Yet, seeing Su Xiao's pale, frightened face ignited a determination within him. If he backed down now, what would be the purpose of his rebirth? His grip on the stick trembled uncontrollably. The thug lunged at him, knife poised. Chen He braced himself for a desperate struggle. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as a patrol car pulled up. The thug's expression shifted to one of panic. He discarded the knife and fled. Uniformed officers pursued him and swiftly apprehended him. The lead officer, understanding the situation, commended Chen He, noting his bravery in the face of a knife-wielding assailant. Chen He was indeed overwhelmed by a moment of impulsiveness, now feeling dizzy and unsteady on his feet. "Officer, can this person be sentenced?" The police officer cast a surprised glance at Chen He and replied, "Of course he can be sentenced. We have been monitoring this scoundrel for several days. You two need to get in the car and accompany us to record a statement." The petty criminal was a repeat offender, not only involved in theft and robbery, but also having severely injured others. With this arrest, he would face at least 7 to 8 years in prison. "We are students. Could we finish our exams before making a statement?" Chen He pleaded, glancing at his watch, realizing that if they went to record a statement, they would be late for the college entrance examination. "You are students. How about this? I will take you to the examination hall," the officer pondered before responding. Chen He responded joyfully, "Thank you, officer." In the back seat of the police car, Su Xiao appeared to be in a poor state, trembling all over, still haunted by the recent brush with death. "We've arrived," the officer announced. As Chen He and Su Xiao stepped out of the car, Su Xiao suddenly pleaded, "Classmate Chen He, I am frightened. Could you support me? I can't move." Just then, a young man emerged from a nearby convenience store. Chapter 18. The continuous discovery of cheaters. Chen He observed that Su Xiao was frightened and thus supported her into the examination hall. They stood in close proximity, and Su Xiao's initially pale complexion gradually returned to its natural hue in Chen He's presence. He had rescued her. He was handsome and tall, and unlike others, He did not look down upon her. As they walked, Su Xiu's cheeks flushed with color. Chen He steadied Su Xiu while being mindful of the slippery ground on the rainy day, not wishing to stumble. He was oblivious to the young man approaching with his head lowered. Their shoulders inadvertently brushed against each other. "Can't you watch where you're going?" The young man halted, glaring at Chen He. However, upon noticing Chen He's school uniform, he suppressed his anger, muttering to himself, "Forget it." The young man then strode toward a black Mercedes. "Chen He, that guy was so intimidating," Su Xiu said nervously. "Don't worry, just focus on the exam and perform well," Chen He reassured her. He felt an odd familiarity with the young man from earlier, yet could not recall where he had seen him before. "Thank you, Chen He. I promise I will do my best," Su Xiu affirmed earnestly, nodding her head. They presented their examination permits at the entrance, where they were halted. "Here are our permits," Chen He and Su Xiu stated. "Go ahead." They were finally permitted entry into the examination hall, located at Sanha Middle School. Meanwhile, the young man opened the back seat of the Mercedes, handing an eraser to a girl. "Xia, here's the eraser you wanted. It's almost time. You should head into the exam now." The girl in the back seat was none other than Feng Xia, and the young man was her brother, Feng Cheng. Feng Xia did not hear her brother's words. She was fixated on the entrance to the examination hall, feeling a sense of unease. "Xia, what's wrong?" Feng Cheng waved his hand in front of her. "Are you all right, Xia?" "You don't look too well," Feng Cheng remarked with concern. Feng Xia shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm going into the exam now." She was about to push open the back door to exit. "Do your best, and don't feel burdened, even if you don't perform well. Given our family's capabilities, getting you into university or even pursuing further studies abroad will be effortless." Feng Cheng's tone was calm, indicating the formidable strength of the Feng family. Feng Xia nodded in acknowledgement, dispelling her troubled thoughts as she exited the car and entered the examination hall. Inside the classroom, Chen He received the Chinese examination paper. Upon viewing the questions, he felt a rush of exhilaration. They were remarkably simple. Having lived 2 lives and diligently reviewed, his Chinese grades had soared to new heights. Within 7 or 8 minutes, he completed the previous major questions. The final significant question was an essay prompt. Write a narrative based on the theme of 5 virtues and 4 beauties. Chen He grinned. He had already prepared numerous essays on this topic, making it a breeze for him. Half an hour later, Chen He finished the paper. Given that the examination duration was 150 minutes, lingering any longer would become tedious. Just as he contemplated whether to submit his paper early, he suddenly noticed. A student appeared exceedingly suspicious. He kept his head lowered, seemingly engrossed in writing. Yet Chen He noticed that the student's gaze was fixated on the pen he was using. The boy flashed a grin, revealing a smirk of deceitful triumph. An audacious thought suddenly crossed Chen He's mind. The individual was cheating. Although the college entrance examination is strictly monitored, leaving no room for dishonesty, there are always those who dare to take risks. Chen He abruptly raised his hand and stood up. There were 5 invigilators present, and one approached him. "Student, is there something amiss?" The female invigilator inquired with an indifferent tone. "Have you completed your work? If so, I suggest you double-check to avoid any careless mistakes that could lead to regret." Her eyes briefly scanned Chen He's completed paper, noting the neatness of his handwriting, resembling that of a printed text, which surprised her. However, with countless candidates, many of whom were exceptional, the invigilator did not find it particularly remarkable. She merely offered a kind reminder. "Teacher, I suspect that individual over there is cheating, the one sitting at that desk," Chen He whispered. The female invigilator followed the direction of his finger, initially intending to dismiss Chen He's claim as unfounded, but she soon discerned the boy's dubious behavior. "Please take your seat. I will handle this," she instructed, striding toward the boy. "Hand over your pen." The boy's heart raced. Why was the invigilator approaching him? He believed he had not exposed himself. Attempting to maintain his composure, he reluctantly surrendered the pen. The teacher scrutinized it meticulously and indeed discovered a cheat sheet concealed within the pen's design, visible only from a specific angle. "You, gather your belongings and leave the examination room immediately. You have lost your qualification. Teacher, please grant me another chance. I promise I won't do it again." The boy pleaded, realizing his deception had been unveiled. However, in the context of the college entrance examination, once caught cheating, one must face the inevitable consequences. The candidates murmured in shock, but quickly refocused on their papers. In the afternoon, during the mathematics exam, the venue shifted to another classroom. Upon receiving the test paper, Chen He once again found the questions remarkably straightforward. Those who have navigated the sea of mathematics understand that the essence lies in problem-solving strategies. Mastering one approach often unlocks many. Furthermore, through diligent effort, Chen He had already become proficient in various methods. Some questions required no verification. He could instantly recall the answers. He breezed through fill-in-the-blank, multiple choice, and lengthy problems, completing his answers with ease. Having only spent half an hour, Chen He contemplated whether to submit his paper. Just then, his attention was drawn to another student. At first glance, the boy seemed unremarkable, yet Chen He sensed something was amiss. Upon closer observation, he discovered that the boy was moving his lips after solving each problem, as if memorizing his answers. Could it be that he too was cheating? Hiding a cheat sheet in his mouth? Chen He raised his hand once more. "Student, have you finished your work again?" questioned the same female invigilator. The female invigilator had already taken note of Chen He, for among the multitude of candidates, he was distinctly tall and handsome. His meticulously printed handwriting was simply unforgettable. "Teacher, I suspect that person is cheating," Chen He whispered, alerting the invigilator. The teacher cast a disbelieving glance at Chen He. "Are you here to take the exam or to catch cheaters?" Given past experiences, the invigilator chose to trust Chen He. "Classmate, please stand up," she instructed, approaching the individual in question. "What is it, teacher?" The boy replied, visibly startled and inwardly anxious, fearing he might be discovered for cheating. "Open your mouth so I can have a look." "Teacher, why do you want to see my mouth? Do I need to repeat myself?" "All right then." The boy complied, revealing the hidden cheat sheet beneath his tongue. "Pack your belongings and leave the examination room." Reluctantly, he exited, aware that pleading for mercy was futile once his transgression had been uncovered. Those who had previously shared the examination room with Chen, he could hardly believe their eyes. Was this individual not a candidate? How could two cheaters be uncovered in succession? Remarkable. Chapter 19. Verbal Praise from a Distance. The female invigilator cast a glance at Chen He, seemingly struck by a thought. She approached him and said, "Dear student, please take a moment to double-check your exam paper. While confidence is commendable, it is vital to avoid any missteps. Such principled students would be a pity if their grades were dismal." She hoped he could comprehend her concern. Chen He understood the meaning behind the invigilator's words. She was looking out for him. He realized that his actions had garnered her favor. "Thank you for the reminder, teacher," he replied with a smile. As the invigilator walked away, a smile graced her lips, indicating she was not without wit. However, at that moment, Chen He's voice startled her. "Excuse me, could you come here for a moment?" Intuition told her that this student had discovered something anew. Although a perplexed expression crossed her face, she approached him nonetheless. "That girl over there has been fixated on her shoes. I suspect she might be cheating." Chen He leaned closer and whispered to her. The invigilator thought to herself, as expected. "Chen He, please take your seat," she said, glancing at his exam paper and noting his name. Given Chen He's previous discoveries of cheating, she had no reason to doubt him and promptly walked over to the girl in question. "Step outside with me, please." "But I haven't finished my exam," the girl protested. "I am aware. I need to discuss something with you." Reluctantly, the girl consented to accompany the invigilator outside. The invigilator exchanged a glance with a male colleague, who nodded in agreement, and the three of them exited the classroom together. Chen He admired the invigilator's thoughtful approach. By calling the girl out, she ensured that neither the other candidates were disturbed nor the girl's dignity was compromised. Observing the girl's anxious and flustered demeanor as she was called away, it was clear she was indeed guilty. The invigilator re-entered the classroom, approached the girl's desk, and collected her stationery before departing. Before leaving, she cast a lingering glance at Chen He. The candidates paused momentarily, clearly deducing the unfolding situation, yet swiftly returned to their focus on the exam. The college entrance examination was a battlefield that determined one's destiny. The affairs of others held no relevance to them. Finally, the exam concluded. Chen He submitted his paper on time. Although he could have handed it in half an hour early, he understood the virtue of modesty. Moreover, it was wise to remain low-key, especially in light of a perfect score from Sanha City's previous examination. In the presence of such brilliance, his minor achievements would only appear contrived. As he exited the examination room, a male student blocked his path. Chen He recognized him as the boy who had cheated earlier. "Where do you come from?" the boy asked, his demeanor unexpectedly aggressive despite his otherwise polished appearance. "Is there something you need?" Chen He, having lived two lives, was no naive high school student easily intimidated by the boy's menacing aura. "I asked where you're from. If you have something to say, say it. If not, step aside." Chen He had little patience for such individuals. "You little brat, don't you remember me? You're a celebrity, and I'm your son. Why on earth would I remember you?" Are you deliberately provoking me? Looking for a fight? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. The young man seemed incensed by Chen He's words, raising his fist in readiness to strike. Just then, two voices rang out simultaneously. Chen He, stop! Su Xiao covered her mouth, her complexion pale as she gazed at the scene before her. A robust middle-aged man, his gaze sharp, fixed his eyes on Chen He and his companion. You wait right there. Upon seeing Su Xiao and the middle-aged man, the young man realized that engaging in violence here would not bode well for him. He spat a harsh remark and departed. Chen He, are you all right? Su Xiao rushed over, concerned. I'm fine. You remember me, right? I do. Chen He nodded. She was the police officer he had previously encountered. We need you to come back with us for an investigation regarding the incident this morning and to take a statement. No problem. I'll accompany you right away. Chen He and Su Xiao went to the police station to provide their statements. Upon learning that they were classmates and that Chen He had no prior offenses, his record was deemed clean, and they were soon informed they could leave. The police officer personally escorted them to the door. Chen He, you are a good kid. There are not many like you who are willing to stand up for others. Thanks to your courage, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator. It was the least I could do. I could not stand idly by while a classmate was in trouble. You possess a commendable sense of awareness. I hope you continue to excel. Well then, we're off. Chen He and Su Xiao bid farewell to the officer and walked along the road together. Thank you. Chen He. Su Xiao bowed slightly in gratitude. During the statement taking, she had learned that the young thug had a notorious record. Luckily, Chen He had intervened just in time. Otherwise, she might have ended up as a lifeless body, discovered only after having turned to bones in some desolate place. It was just a small matter. You should head home quickly so your family won't worry. By the way, where did you apply for university, Chen He? Su Xiao inquired with curiosity. Jiangcheng University. Oh? Chen He was already accustomed to her reaction. I'm sorry, Chen He, I didn't mean it that way. Su Xiao's cheeks flushed, fearing he might misunderstand, and hurriedly explained, I just wanted to say that Jiangcheng University is also my choice. I must go now. The bus is here. Goodbye. With her head bowed, she spoke. Yet a smile graced her lips. Upon seeing the bus arrive, she dashed to the platform. Chen He watched as Su Xiao boarded the bus, waving farewell through the window. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Could it be that she also has feelings for me? He shook his head, dispelling such unrealistic thoughts. He was nothing like Feng Yiman, who had a penchant for the ordinary. Chen He arrived at a newsstand and decided to first inform his parents about his examination results. Sir, may I make a phone call? Go ahead, the man replied. Chen He picked up the red receiver and dialed the office phone number of Chen Kachin. Once connected, he requested to speak with Chen Kachin. The other party asked him to hold on for a moment while they fetched him. Before long, a voice came through. Hello? Xiao He? How did the exam go? Rest assured, Dad, it was quite simple. I completed it half an hour early. I have no concerns. So please reassure Mom as well. As long as you're confident. I have to get back to work. We'll talk more at home. Chen Kachin hung up. Upon returning home for dinner, Chen He noticed Han Li and Chen Kachin exchanging glances, seemingly hesitant to speak. He felt just like countless ordinary examinees, until the scores were released. No one could truly know the outcome. Mom and Dad, I am certain I will be admitted to Jiangcheng University, so please don't worry. Chen He boldly broke the silence. Chapter 20. The Mobile Cheaters. A smile of contentment blossomed on Han Li's face. Although she suspected that her son might have uttered those comforting words intentionally, it was sufficient evidence of his earnest desire to excel in his examinations. Son, I firmly believe you will succeed, she reassured him. At such moments, all parents need to do is offer silent support. After speaking, Han Li playfully nudged Chen Kachin's calf with her foot. Chen Kachin, realizing the jest, immediately responded with a grin. Xiao He, do not succumb to pressure during your exams. Simply do your best. Chen He sighed inwardly, sensing his parents' lack of confidence in him. It was understandable, considering he had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class for 3 years, even if he suddenly dedicated himself in the last month. It seemed implausible to transform from the lowest performer to a candidate capable of entering a prestigious university. For now, all he could do was wait. Mom and Dad. I'm going back to my room to study, he declared, silently vowing to make them proud once the results were announced. As Chen He retreated to his bedroom, Han Li suddenly pinched Chen Kachin's arm with a sharp grip. Can you act normally? What if you inadvertently stress our son? Chen Kachin winced in pain. His face contorted in a mix of discomfort and grievance. I was merely following your suggestion. Besides, you heard that our Xiao He nearly got into a conflict after his exam, and I was concerned about his associations with unsavory characters. After his afternoon exam, Chen He had been cornered by some peers, and coincidentally, he was seen by a colleague's son from Han Li's workplace. She was worried about the potential implications of such encounters. Initially, she intended to inquire further about it, but it seemed the situation had backfired. I trust our son will not associate with dubious individuals. Perhaps we should refrain from meddling and wait until after his exams to discuss this further, Chen Kachin suggested, wrapping an arm around Han Li's shoulders. Meanwhile, Chen He was diligently reviewing the subjects for his upcoming exam. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to be in his optimal state for the college entrance examination. In his previous life, he had failed to gain admission to university and had ultimately resorted to spending money to attend a third-tier institution. In the eyes of the older generation, not attending university equated to societal disdain. Consequently, Chen He's life unfolded rather mundanely, even descending into chaos. This became a source of regret for his parents. Chen He vowed that in this lifetime, he would not repeat past mistakes. He was determined to ensure his parents would not experience any further regrets. The following day, at the examination hall, Chen He approached the test questions with remarkable ease. They felt exceedingly simple. The first exam of the morning was the comprehensive subject, which often posed the greatest risk of lost points in its concluding sections. A month prior to the exam, Chen He had fervently practiced questions, even taking his history and political science books to the restroom to memorize key concepts. Indeed, hard work yields rewards. As he glanced at the questions on the paper, a smile of satisfaction crossed his face. His efforts had been fruitful. After completing the exam, he noticed there was still over half an hour remaining. As he surveyed his surroundings, his unusual demeanor soon caught the attention of the invigilator. "Classmate, please focus on your answers and refrain from looking around." On the podium, the invigilator offered a gentle reminder. Today, a different supervisor was overseeing the examination. Chen He lowered his head, pretending to focus on his paper while discreetly observing his fellow students. At that moment, a boy in the upper right corner caught his attention. The lad was drenched in sweat, his demeanor exceedingly unnatural. Despite the sweltering weather, the windows were open, and fans were circulating air throughout the classroom, indicating that something was amiss with this boy. Chen He scrutinized him further and soon discerned a clue. The boy's left hand seemed to be clutching something. Moments later, realization dawned upon Chen He. It was a mobile phone. Although the surveillance during the college entrance examination was stringent, the year 2005 had not yet witnessed the advancements in electronic technology that could effectively counter mobile phone cheating. Moreover, mobile phones had not yet become ubiquitous. Thus, only a minority in society possessed them. Consequently, the presence of a phone in the examination hall presented a significant vulnerability for cheating. Chen He raised his hand, prompting the invigilator to approach. "Sir, I find that student rather peculiar," he subtly hinted, without explicitly stating that he had seen the boy with a phone. The invigilator grasped Chen He's implication. "Have you completed your paper?" he inquired. Chen He nudged his test sheet forward. The invigilator cast a quick glance and was momentarily taken aback. The handwriting was immaculate, akin to printed text. Was this the boy's work? After briefly reviewing the questions and Chen He's answers, the invigilator's gaze softened, as he became convinced that Chen He was a top-performing student, garnering additional respect in his heart for him. "Please take your seat," the invigilator instructed, then proceeded to confront the boy. The boy, startled, dropped something with a clatter. It was a sleek black Nokia phone. In a panic, he bent down to retrieve it. Other invigilators, alerted by the noise, approached the scene. "Please gather your belongings and follow me," the invigilator stated coldly, delivering what felt like a death sentence to the student. Witnessing this incident, other students exhibited a range of reactions, some angered, others mocking, some reveling in schadenfreude, while a few looked on with disdain. The invigilator returned to the classroom and cast a lingering glance at Chen He. Previously, there had been rumors circulating among the staff that a student had identified 3 cheaters in a classroom, which the invigilator had dismissed as absurd. If a student could uncover such transgressions, what purpose did the invigilator serve? However, he now felt a flush of embarrassment. He had completely failed to notice that a candidate had brought a phone into the examination room. He was now certain Chen He was indeed the student of whom they had spoken. After the morning examination concluded, Chen He exited the hall and lingered at the entrance for a moment. Had Feng Xiao left early? Not seeing her anywhere, he speculated that she had returned home ahead of time. He spotted Feng Yiman and Jiang Han emerging from the examination room and averted his gaze. As if he were a stranger, Jiang Han pointed ahead. Man, look, it is Chen He. He must be waiting for you, hoping for reconciliation." Feng Yiman also noticed Chen He and scoffed disdainfully. He can only wish if I am amenable. We shall take this path. Feng Yiman grasped Jiang Han's hand, preparing to take the small road home. Sana Middle School has a main entrance as well as a side path. After waiting for a while without catching sight of Feng Xia, Chen He was about to leave when Zheng Xiaobing rushed over from behind. At last, I have found you. He go. I have delightful news. There were indeed questions on the exam that I had reviewed. All thanks to you for encouraging me to study diligently and practice extensively. Come on, let us celebrate. My treat, and let us play CS together. Ever since Zhang Xiaobing witnessed Chen He's dedication to his studies and his determination to attend a prestigious university, he was inspired to pursue his studies earnestly. Through his hard work, he experienced a remarkable improvement in his grades and successfully gained admission to a vocational college. There were no doubts about it. Zheng Xiaobing wrapped his arm around Chen He's shoulder, and Chen He reciprocated. The two friends strolled together, side by side, towards the nearest internet CAF. Chapter 21. The bet Chen He discovered an internet CAF, aptly named Xinlan Internet CAF. Zhang Xiaobing stood at the entrance, casting a glance at the CAF sign. Let us go inside, Chen He urged, stepping in first. Hand me your ID. I'll fetch 2 bottles of Jian Libo, he instructed. Zheng Xiaobing complied, handing over his identification as he made his way to the cashier. Chen He selected a seat, observing the computer screen, which was of an indeterminate brand. Though the host was clearly a Lenovo, given that it operated smoothly in the CAF, its specifications must be commendable. Shortly after Chen He settled in, Zheng Xiaobing returned, taking a seat beside him. Today, I'm going to dominate the competition, he declared. This CAF is quite tidy, and the ambience is pleasant, Chen He remarked. You're right. It seems the janitor takes great pride in their work, Zheng Xiaobing replied, his perspective seemingly naive. Chen He, however, had noted that the CAF was merely a street away from the city center, although property prices in 2005 had not yet escalated to exorbitant levels. The rent for physical establishments was still beyond the reach of the average person. The proprietor of the CAF appeared to possess some connections. The immaculate condition of the establishment suggested a conscientious owner. Without further contemplation, Chen He initiated the computer, swiftly logging into the game. At that moment, a throng of patrons surged into the CAF, their exuberance filling every available seat. What a crowd today. We're fortunate to have arrived early, Zheng Xiaobing observed, scanning the surroundings. These individuals don't seem like students, Chen He noted, recognizing that the majority were young adults. 2 young men descended from the second floor. Business is thriving today, and it's not even evening yet, one remarked to Lu Chen. Something significant is happening today. Attend to your duties and be vigilant for anyone smoking. Evict them. Lu Chen nodded, proceeding to the cashier, where he sank into a sofa. Boss, the cashier girl greeted him. Lu Chen then opened another computer at the counter, navigating to a web page broadcasting a competitive match. He became engrossed in the video. Peter, you're amazing. Haha, truly deserving of my admiration. Peter was the captain of a foreign CS team that Lu Chen supported, having just led his squad to victory, advancing to the finals. May I have everyone's attention, Lu Chen announced, as all eyes in the CF turned toward him. Today marks the finals of the CS World Championship. Who wishes to place a bet? You may do so at the cashier. A brief silence enveloped the room. I want to bet. Me too. If we win. Is there a prize? Instantly, several individuals made their way to the counter, indicating that this was not their first encounter with such activities. Chen He paused momentarily, gripping the mouse. Indeed, the year 2005 witnessed a grand world CS esports championship. As the internet had only just begun to proliferate at that time and smartphones had yet to emerge, this global competition did not generate significant waves domestically. I recall that the champion was a team from our country, one that had long been underestimated. Chen He promptly produced his wallet and counted the contents, which amounted to a mere 40 yuan. This was a sum given to him by Chen Kachin, who had advised him to purchase some of his favorite snacks during the examination period. Chen He, are you contemplating a wager? But that is gambling. Zheng Xiaobing exclaimed in astonishment. The teacher mentioned that gambling is illegal. This is not gambling. Have you ever heard of betting on football, card games, or video games? Chen He scoffed. Not really, Zheng Xiaobing replied, shaking his head vigorously. Moments later, enlightenment dawned upon him. I want to place a bet too, Zheng Xiaobing exclaimed, his excitement reminiscent of a child. By this time, more than a dozen individuals had approached the cashier. Which team are you backing? Is that even a question? Chen He rolled his eyes at Zheng Xiaobing. You intend to bet on our national team? Zheng Xiaobing responded, astonished. That team seems to be called NV. Their record is nothing remarkable. The sole highlight is that they made it to the finals. They're not a strong team. Their advancement to the finals was merely a stroke of luck. You should join me in betting on other teams, Zhang Xiaobing advised. Chen He appeared resolute. Sometimes, luck is a form of strength. Just think, if we place the right bets, we could win some money. Chen He shot Zhang Xiaobing a glance. We can't just say we knew the outcome in advance. Enough pondering. It's settled. Chen He stood up, preparing to head to the cashier. I'm swayed by you. Who told you to be my close friend? Since you're so patriotic, I'll accompany you and bet on NV as well. Zhang Xiaobing extracted 50 yuan from his wallet. Chen He smiled briefly. This lad could indeed be quite endearing at times. All right, you focus on playing the game. Chen He took the money from Zhang Xiaobing and approached the cashier. Ah, a high school student, taking a break after exams? Lu Chen glanced at Chen He, recognizing him as a student by his school uniform. Chen He's handsome appearance further enhanced Lu Chen's favorable impression, prompting casual conversation. Boss, I wish to place a bet. Xiao Zhang, provide him with a form. Never mind, I'll handle it myself, Lu Chen said, rising from the sofa to temporarily take over the duties of the cashier. For the finals, just write the amounts behind the teams. TTF, VVV, RGGH. Handsome, I suggest you bet on them. Chen He ignored the advice and quickly located the NV team on the form, where the odds were 30-1. Without hesitation, he wagered 90 yuan on this team. It's all filled out. This is indeed valid, correct? Chen He inquired. Certainly, you should venture out and inquire around. I, Lu Chen, am a man of my word. I noticed your proficiency with the rifle earlier. Might we practice together sometime? I also perceive a unique aura about Chen He that intrigues me, prompting a desire for camaraderie. However, I soon observed that he had placed a bet on NV. No, brother, I interjected, you haven't heeded a word I've said. Betting on this team will yield you naught. Despite the seemingly high odds, this team has not previously exhibited remarkable performance nor harbors the potential to become world champions. I found Chen He to be rather naive. The potential of a team is not for you to dictate. Perhaps this team could emerge as a dark horse. Chen He flashed a grin, paid the wager, and returned to his seat. I could only shake my head in resignation. Good intentions often lead to folly. Glancing at the computer screen, it was evident that NV was akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. Achieving a world championship would be nothing short of miraculous. Yet, miracles are termed as such precisely because they seldom occur in reality. Chapter 22, Winning 2007. What are the odds? As Chen He settled down, Zhang Xiaobing eagerly inquired, what are the odds? 30. Such a high number. Zhang Xiaobing was understandably astonished. Typically, the odds hover around 3-1, or perhaps 16. The NV team had certainly not showcased any remarkable performances. No one would wager on a team devoid of hope. Furthermore, Lu Chen did not strike one as a person in financial distress. His designer attire suggested the demeanor of a wealthy heir. If they were to lose, our funds would simply evaporate. Zhang Xiaobing felt a pang of regret over the money. Chen He chuckled lightly, I've already placed my bet. It's too late for second thoughts now. Zhang Xiaobing felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had merely divided his funds in half. Chen He exited the game and opened a web page, tuning into the live broadcast of this premier global event. The commentary was exceptionally professional. Yet, the concept of esports had yet to permeate the domestic scene. For most, gaming was merely a source of enjoyment, difficult to associate with national pride. I understand why you bet on NV. You wish to support your country, but our money doesn't come easily. Zhang Xiaobing remarked as he too exited the game and opened the live stream. The more he watched, the more disheartened he became. To him, NV's performance was even subpar compared to his own abilities. Nonetheless, he held on to a glimmer of belief in their potential to triumph. Chen He flashed a knowing smile. All right. I'll walk this path with you to the end. By the way, if your family asks where your money is gone, I could lend you some. Zhang Xiaobing waved his hand, intent on focusing on the match. Not needed for now. The finals, the first match. And the results emerged swiftly. NV triumphed over the foreign team. The commentator was fervently animated, spitting words in excitement. The foreign team was left in a state of disbelief at the outcome. One? How is that possible? Zhang Xiaobing's eyes widened. Why not? Our country's esports players are just as skilled as those abroad, Chen He replied, exuding confidence. In previous generations of phenomenal games, our esports athletes have repeatedly claimed world championships. Just wait. The era of national esports will gradually dawn with the proliferation of the internet. At that time, no one will underestimate our esports sector. Esports? Brother He. Your summary is refreshingly straightforward. By your reasoning, I should unconditionally believe in this team. Believe indeed. Meanwhile, Chen was at the counter, watching the premier CS event. His brow furrowed in disbelief. Lost. The TTF team I support has actually fallen to NV? This is absurd. The TTF team, in terms of personnel configuration and the caliber of both coaches and players, was world-class. NV seemed merely a lackluster and ordinary team. Their luck must have been extraordinary. Chen found it hard to accept this outcome. At that moment, a chorus of complaints erupted within the internet CAF. Is this a performance? A world-class team has astonishingly lost to a mediocre squad? Such intrigue. I suspect foul play. How could SAF, the ace sniper of TTF, possibly lose? My money has gone to waste. My 100 yuan. I also wagered 20 on TTF, and this outcome is utterly disheartening. It's all those who bet on TTF's victory. If NV's triumph over TTF was merely a stroke of luck, then their successive defeats of formidable opponents to ultimately seize the world championship cannot be attributed to chance. This is a testament to genuine prowess. Congratulations to NV for clinching the world championship. The commentator excitedly announced this unexpected result. Chen gripped the edge of the monitor tightly. NV won? How is this possible? He had stated that NV lacked the potential to be champions, with no standout players to carry the team. Yet, throughout the finals, NV's members exhibited remarkable unity and synergy. Ultimately, Sky delivered a stunning headshot to conclude the match, a truly spectacular performance. Chen was dumbfounded, unable to fathom the dramatic turn of events, a dark horse indeed. His gaze swiftly shifted to a certain seat where he beheld a calm and confident profile. This young man truly struck gold. His luck is extraordinary. Considering NV's odds of 30 to 1, this lad bet 90 yuan, meaning he would owe him 2,700. 2007 and 2005 was undoubtedly a substantial sum. Chen's expression soured instantly. Although running this internet CAF was profitable, losing 2,700 at once still stung. More importantly, how would he explain this to his sister? Half the patrons in the CAF were avid CS players, and upon the revelation of the World Championship results, they were collectively stunned. The highly favored TTF was eliminated right from the start, while the much-maligned NV triumphed over 3 other world-class teams to ultimately claim victory. A chorus of disgruntled voices filled the room. In stark contrast, Zhang Xiaobing was exuberantly elated. Higu, you are my true savior. You actually called it right. Zhang Xiaobing enthusiastically calculated, we bet 90 yuan. At 30 to 1, how much would that be? There is no need to calculate. He will figure it out himself. Chen He remained remarkably composed, having lived through the trials of life and death. What greater storm could disturb his peace? However, he did worry whether the CAF would be able to cover this payout. Just then, Chen, with a dark expression, approached Chen He, looking rather displeased. Zhang Xiaobing shrank back, hesitant to meet his gaze. Chen He calmly met Chen's eyes. What is the matter? Chen took a deep breath. This young man was different. Facing him felt akin to confronting his sister. Yet, he quickly dismissed it as a mere illusion. After all, Chen He was just a 17 or 18-year-old student. How did you know NV would win? It seems you are convinced that NV will triumph. Yet that is not entirely accurate. Never mind, this victory is yours. Chen felt it unnecessary to delve deeper into this matter. It was merely a stroke of luck for Chen He, who guessed correctly. He was magnanimous, willing to accept the outcome of the wager, and handed over the money to Chen He. Chen presented a brick wrapped in newspaper, containing cash. Zhang Xiaobing, trembling, received it with both hands. Feeling the tangible weight of the money within, his breath quickened. Chen He rose and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Upon exiting the internet CAF, Chen He urged Zhang Xiaobing to swiftly mount his bicycle and depart. Shortly after their departure, several men burst out of the CAF, their furious shouts echoing in the street as they realized Chen He had vanished. They were not aligned with Chen, yet he observed the entire scene with keen interest. A clever little rascal indeed. At that moment, a short-haired woman entered the CAF, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Chen's expression brightened instantly. Sister, you've arrived. Lan, her face devoid of emotion, approached the cash register to scrutinize the CAF's revenue details. A particular expense of 2,700 caught her attention. I recall giving you 3,000 as pocket money. Have you spent it all? Lan's piercing gaze fixed on Chen, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 23. Brother He takes me. Chen was rather intimidated by his sister, Lan, who was 3 years a senior. With her experience in the world, she exuded a certain commanding presence. Chen understood what Lan wished to know and recounted the events in detail. Lan raised her hand, ready to strike Chen, He instinctively shielded his head with his arms and shrank his neck, pleading, "Sister, please don't hit me. After all, I am the owner of this internet CAF. If you must punish me, do so at home." Ultimately, Lulan refrained from delivering the blow. "This is a warning, furthermore. Starting today, your allowance will be halved." It was merely a game of chance, after all. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for indulging her brother too much in the past. Lu Chun let out a sigh of relief, having prepared himself for a scolding. To his surprise, his sister's heart softened. He was aware that he had indeed pushed his luck this time and silently vowed never to gamble so recklessly again. As Lulan ascended to the second floor, she suddenly halted and instructed, "Notify me the next time that boy comes to the CAF." Lu Chun, taken aback, asked, "Sister, you don't intend to confront that boy, do you?" Lulan shot him a glare. "I am not so petty as to quarrel with a student." With that, she briskly climbed the stairs. In truth, she found the entire situation rather peculiar. To her, a few dozen yuan was trivial. However, she pondered, which child from an ordinary family would possess the audacity to gamble on such an uncertain outcome? Her curiosity piqued. She desired to meet this audacious individual. In Guangming community, Chen He parked his bicycle beside a flower bed, panting heavily. Zheng Xiaobing was equally breathless. Upon exiting the internet CAF, they had pedaled furiously, fearful of being caught. "I can hardly believe I have so much money," Zheng Xiaobing marveled, feeling as if his legs were weightless. 2,700 yuan, equivalent to 2 months of his father's salary. Under the moonlight, Chen He retrieved the winnings from his pocket, counting out 1,500. "This is yours." Zheng Xiaobing trembled as he accepted the money. "Pinch me. Am I dreaming?" Chen He chuckled and pinched Zheng Xiaobing's cheek. "Ouch. This is no dream," Zheng Xiaobing exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Shoo, calm down. You don't want everyone to know, do you?" "I'm sorry, I'll be calm," Zheng Xiaobing repeated, counting the bills in his hands, his body trembling with exhilaration. After finishing one count, he continued, unable to satiate his excitement. The air was filled with the sound of money being counted. "Brother He, you are truly a benefactor in my life. I never dreamed I would possess so much money one day," Zheng Xiaobing lamented with awe. Chen He gazed at the clouds above. The day's fortune was not merely due to luck or his visit to that internet CAF. His past experiences had played a crucial role. How he wished he had remembered the winning lottery numbers from his previous life. In this era, 1,200 yuan was indeed a substantial sum. In the future, "I aspire to earn more money." "Xiaobing, do you wish to continue making more?" Chen He glanced at Zheng Xiaobing, forever cherishing the bond of brotherhood they shared in a past life. Naturally, the ambition to attain wealth brings along thoughts of uplifting one's companions. Yet, each person harbors their own aspirations, and he respected Zheng Xiaobing's choices. For the majority of students at this age, having 2 or 3 yuan in their pockets is deemed a fortune. The temptation of 1,500 yuan is indeed overwhelming. Were it not for his dual existence, he too would likely ponder how to relish such an amount. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Xiaobing responded, "Of course I want to. Who doesn't desire to earn money? With money, one can enjoy fine food and drink, and provide a better life for their parents. I have a lucrative opportunity that promises you can earn even more than you do now. After the afternoon exam, return home and consider it carefully. Respond only when you are certain." Chen He spoke earnestly. As a reincarnated individual, he held a wealth of knowledge and experience from his previous life, and sought to share methods of wealth accumulation contingent solely on Zhang Xiaobing's willingness. Regardless of the outcome, he would honor Zhang Xiaobing's decision. "Brother He, I need not contemplate further. Without you, I wouldn't have even made this 1,500. Thus, whatever avenue to prosperity you propose, I am willing to follow." Zhang Xiaobing scratched his head. "However, could I hold on to this sum for a night? In my life, I have never seen so much money. Look at your ambition. I must specify that everything must be done my way." Chen He replied, albeit somewhat speechless. "I have no objections." The final exam of the day was English, which Chen He found exceedingly simple. The listening and reading comprehension questions were on par with the exercises he practiced daily. Considering a perfect score of 150, he conservatively estimated he could achieve at least 140. He finished the exam half an hour early. Initially, Chen He intended to observe whether any students were cheating in the classroom. He was pleased to find that none were. Unbeknownst to him, he had garnered a certain reputation among the examinees. Those who had planned to cheat abandoned their intentions upon hearing of his presence. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam, Chen He walked out of the examination hall with confidence. Unlike in the morning, a throng of students and parents had gathered outside. As he prepared to ride his bicycle, he was suddenly confronted by 3 or 4 individuals. Chen He immediately recognized one as the brash cheater from the morning. This group appeared to harbor ill intentions, evidently having summoned reinforcements specifically to exact revenge on him. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Chen He realized he was outnumbered. The individuals were tall and robust, seemingly well-prepared. The group of individuals immediately conceded, realizing that the young man was not to be trifled with. He undoubtedly possessed some formidable skills. "Thank you," Chen He sighed in relief. "You need not thank me. My intervention was not for your sake," the young man replied, not even sparing a glance at Chen He before turning away. Chen He was left utterly bewildered. "Are you all right, Chen He?" Su Xiu rushed over from the entrance of the examination hall, having witnessed Chen He being surrounded. "I'm fine," he reassured her. "Here is my QQ number," Su Xiu said shyly, her gaze lowered as she handed him a note with the number 1434. "I'll accept it and add you as a friend later." Chen He smiled. He lingered at the doorway for a while longer, but when he saw no sign of Feng Xia, disappointment washed over him. "Let us go, Su Xiu," he said, and the two mounted their bicycles and departed. Not far away, in a sleek black Mercedes, Feng Xia sat in the back seat, feeling a pang of sadness as she observed Chen He and Su Xiu laughing together, a bitter sensation swelling in her heart. The young man slid into the driver's seat, remarking, "Xia, your classmates' troubles have been resolved." Chapter 24. A Path to Prosperity. Feng Xia remained silent, her gaze fixed on the retreating figure. "Chen He, what is your relationship with Su Xiu?" She had originally intended to meet Chen He, but upon witnessing him being cornered, she had called upon her brother, Feng Dong, for assistance. Having trained in boxing, Feng Dong could easily handle a few ruffians. Yet, she noticed Su Xiu handing Chen He a note. Could it be a love letter? Why did Chen He accept it so readily without a hint of rejection? Feng Xia's mind spiraled with confusion. Did Chen He not harbor feelings for her? Had she misread the signals? "Xia," Feng Dong's voice pulled her back to reality. "Both are parents, and I hope you can gain admission to Qibei. Once you graduate, you can join the family business. Until then, we do not wish for you to be distracted by other matters." His words carried a tone of warning. Feng Xia understood her brother's intentions. "Brother, Chen He and I are merely classmates." Feng Dong glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Just maintain your boundaries." With that, he started the car and drove away. Leaning against her seat, Feng Xia gradually closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Chen He had completed his final exam. Instead of rushing home, he rode his bicycle down the street, observing the shops along the way. To him, opportunities for profit lurked within. "Chen He," Zheng Xiaobing shouted as he caught up from behind on his bicycle. "What are you doing here?" "Searching for ways to make money," Chen He replied with a light smile. "Are there really opportunities to earn money on the street?" Zheng Xiaobing asked incredulously. "All I see are cars. How can one earn money here?" Suddenly, his expression turned to one of horror. "You aren't thinking of staging an accident, are you? That's too dangerous. If you're struggling to gather tuition for college, there's no need to resort to such extremes. Why don't we work part-time during the summer to earn your tuition instead?" Zheng Xiaobing rambled anxiously. Chen He retorted, "What are you thinking? Do I seem like that kind of person? Stop imagining the worst." Zheng Xiaobing sighed in relief. As long as Chen He was contemplating anything reckless, he felt reassured. If Chen He truly faced financial difficulties, he would swallow his pride and borrow from his parents. He would do anything to ensure his good friend could attend college without worries. A shop named Jishintang caught Chen He's attention. He had a vague recollection of it. It was a venerable establishment specializing in burn ointments. Jishintang's burn ointment was quite renowned locally, with nearly every household having purchased it at some point. Chen He recalled a childhood incident where he had accidentally scalded himself with boiling water, and it was Jishintang's ointment that provided relief, soothing the pain almost instantly. However, he remembered that the shop had seemingly vanished from the scene over time. Uncertain of the reasons behind its disappearance, he decided to venture in and learn more. "Are you here to buy medicine?" Zheng Xiaobing asked, puzzled. "Keep an eye on the bicycle. I'll just take a quick look inside." Chen He replied as he stepped into Jishintang. Zheng Xiaobing, although unaware of Chen He's intentions, chose to place his trust in him. "Dear student, what would you like to purchase?" An elderly man behind the counter inquired as Chen He entered. The air was imbued with a fragrant aroma of herbs. Before him stood a row of medicine cabinets, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese medicine shop. "I'm just browsing," Chen He replied, and the old man refrained from further questioning. Chen He observed that the shop seemed rather desolate. Logically speaking, a time-honored establishment with a modest local reputation should not be so deserted. Just as he pondered this, a young man in his 30s entered. He was the elderly man's son. "Father, I have approached several places, but no one is interested in our formula. However, many are keen on our storefront, he lamented. The old man sighed. Our burn ointment is increasingly difficult to sell. Fewer people are aware of it. It's not their fault. You should visit a few more places. Established during the Republican era, Jishintang's burn ointment once captivated the nation. Yet, decades have passed, and the occasions for people to require burn ointment have dwindled. Last year, the sales of Jishintang's burn ointment had noticeably declined. In just a year, the once thriving establishment had become a shadow of its former self. The elderly man was cognizant that if Jishintang could adapt and develop products aligned with current market demands beyond the burn ointment, it might survive a while longer. Nevertheless, the burn ointment represented the very essence of Jishintang's existence, and he was reluctant to see the legacy of his forebears perish under his stewardship. Are you planning to sell the formula for the burn ointment? Chen He inquired with growing interest. What business is it of a student to inquire about this? The old man's son retorted, his tone unfriendly, evidently reluctant to engage. The elder raised his hand, signaling, "You may leave now. This does not concern you." The young man exited, and the elder cast a glance at Chen He. To be frank, our burn ointment is no longer selling. We have no choice but to sell it, he revealed, producing a photograph of a lively little girl, his granddaughter, who was merely 4 years old and had recently been diagnosed with a heart condition. To cure her would require surgery, which necessitated a considerable sum of money. The old man was left with no alternative but to sell the ancestral formula to cover his granddaughter's medical expenses. Why is it not selling? Have you contemplated the reasons? Chen He asked. It's simply isn't selling. It's evident that people no longer need it. The elder replied matter-of-factly. Chen He said nothing further and turned to leave. Is there a potential avenue for profit here? Zheng Xiaobing inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon seeing Chen He emerge. This venerable establishment is seeking a buyer, intending to part with their ancestral formula. This could be our opportunity. Chen He mused thoughtfully. Yet we only have 2,700 yuan. Can we truly acquire their formula? Zheng Xiaobing expressed doubt. Surely you aren't genuinely considering purchasing this formula? I doubt it would fare any better in our hands, given that they themselves are struggling to manage it. Zheng Xiaobing expressed his doubts and suggestions. For a time-honored brand that has endured for decades, the claim of having no customers signifies a failure to adapt to the current market. This inevitably leads to obsolescence. One cannot simply stand by and watch a good friend make an erroneous decision. Chen He confidently asserted, "Believe me, once this ointment is in my hands, I will surely revive its fortunes." Zheng Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback. He did not wish to undermine Chen He's confidence, yet the proposition sounded exceedingly implausible. Brother He, heed my advice. Let us explore alternative avenues for profit. I truly have little faith in this. Chen He neither acquiesced nor dismissed the suggestion, but replied calmly, "Do not touch that 1,500 for now. I will inform you when I need it." Zheng Xiaobing harbored no dissatisfaction. Without Chen He, he would not have access to such funds. "I'll give you the 1,500 right now. I fear my parents might discover it, and that would be troublesome." Chen He nodded in agreement. "Then please keep it safe for me." Chapter 25. Refrain from flattery. Brother He, what profitable venture have you conceived? Zheng Xiaobing inquired as he handed money to Chen He. Establishing an online store to earn my initial capital, subsequently accumulating sufficient funds before venturing into larger domains. Chen He replied with a broad smile. Zheng Xiaobing's face was a canvas of confusion. He believed he had misheard. "I am aware of online stores. But can they truly be lucrative?" He grasped the latter part of the statement, yet his understanding of online retail was merely superficial, limited to the basic notion of operating a shop on the internet. Of course, you are familiar with Tao City, right? Just recently, they launched a C2C model, which essentially allows individuals to operate personal shops, facilitating transactions through online sales. In 2005, as the internet began to permeate society, the e-commerce sector underwent a significant historical transformation. The proprietors of Tao City introduced the C2C model, attracting a multitude of individual entrepreneurs eager to enter the marketplace. Data indicated that year, the number of online stores on Tao City surpassed tens of thousands, with daily user traffic exceeding 60 million. This was a clear indication that online marketplaces presented vast opportunities with immense market potential. I know of Tao City, but is it safe? What if one ends up purchasing counterfeit goods? Zheng Xiaobing expressed his concerns. Chen He placed his hands on Zheng Xiaobing's shoulders. "We shall operate a store that exclusively sells authentic products." Zheng Xiaobing scratched his head, feeling somewhat lost in Chen He's line of thought. "Is that feasible?" "Remove the word if. When I say it can be done, It shall be accomplished, Chen He asserted confidently. With the proliferation of the internet and the advent of mobile payments, the demand for online shopping has surged, allowing consumers to procure goods without leaving their homes. Traditional brick-and-mortar stores are destined to face severe repercussions. Do you know why Jishintang is struggling? Chen He asked. How would I know? I'm merely a high school student. You overestimate me, brother He, Zheng Xiaobing replied, shaking his head. It is fundamentally due to their excessive reliance on a localized market. Chen He began his analysis. Although Jishintang's burn ointment is commendable, it remains largely unknown outside its immediate vicinity. Moreover, the audience for burn ointments is limited, and the market has become saturated over the years, leading to an oversupply. Had I been the proprietor of Jishintang, I would have tirelessly endeavored to expand into external markets, elevating the reputation of our burn ointment. Chen He continued with conviction. Zheng Xiaobing was taken aback, feeling as though he were deciphering an ancient text. He comprehended the words but realized that his analytical prowess paled in comparison to Chen He's expertise. Brother He, do you spend your days contemplating these matters aside from your studies? I am truly impressed, Zheng Xiaobing remarked. Cease the flattery. Did you grasp what I conveyed? I did. And you intend to open an online store to sell burn ointment, correct? Chen He nodded, asserting that the online store was not the sole avenue for Jishintang, but undoubtedly the most advantageous. The issue lies in our inability to procure the formula, Zheng Xiaobing lamented. Why must we acquire the formula? Chen He cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Xiaobing. Having merely the formula without a production line or workers renders it useless. How can we launch an online store without it? You should head home. I need to organize my thoughts. All right, but please inform me the moment you have news. Zheng Xiaobing replied as he mounted his bicycle and departed. At present, what was most urgently needed was capital. He resolved to sign an agency distribution contract with Jishintang. Of course, while maximizing his own benefits, he could genuinely assist Jishintang in its revival. Estimating that his parents had also returned from work, Chen He ceased pondering further and rode his bicycle back home. Upon entering the community, he encountered a slender youth approaching him. Hey, Chen He, you're out of school. I just finished my exam. What's up? Running low on funds again? Zhao Lei's expression turned awkward as he scratched his head. He had just stepped out of his home, intending to go online, but his pockets were empty. Asking his parents for money was out of the question. No, I just went out for a stroll, Chen He replied, producing a 10 yuan note from his pocket. Here, take this and spend it wisely. Zhao Lei's face brightened with joy as he eagerly accepted the money, then inquired, where did you get this money, Chen He? I still have enough in my pocket. So you need not worry, Chen He explained, noticing Zhao Lei's concern for him. All right, thank you, Chen He. I'll return it to you another day, Zhao Lei said, waving goodbye as he left. Chen He pushed his bicycle into the building. Zhao Lei was the son of his neighbor, Wang Yanli. He had little love for school and often skipped classes to go online, though his nature was not malicious, perhaps due to a lack of parental guidance. Eventually, Zhao Lei fell in with a group of delinquents, gradually descending into a life of crime. In 2014, he was sentenced to 8 years in prison for theft. And the following year, he succumbed to injuries sustained during a fight in prison. Prior to this, his mother, Han Li, had offended several local thugs. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei intervened to teach them a lesson, demonstrating his loyalty to her. As Chen He ascended the stairs, he contemplated the importance of helping Zhao Lei change his tragic fate. Mom and Dad, I'm home, he announced, unlocking the door. Han Li and Chen Kachin had been waiting on the sofa. How did the exam go? Han Li inquired. It was all right. The English was quite simple. I'm confident I'll score 140. Chen He replied while changing his shoes and placing his backpack in the bedroom. Upon returning, he asked, Mom, I'm hungry. What's for dinner? Han Li rose to her feet. We're having egg noodles. I'll stir-fry a couple of dishes first. You and your father can chat for a while. She headed to the kitchen, and Chen He settled on the sofa beside Chen Kachin. Dad, you need not worry. I am certain I can get into Jiangsheng University. However, Chen Kachin responded, I know you are confident, which is commendable, but what are your plans if you do not succeed? If I don't get in? There are only 2 options, to repeat the year. Moreover, one might consider relinquishing the pursuit of higher education to embark on an apprenticeship, acquiring a tangible skill. However, one could simply choose to repeat a year. While one can confidently assert their ability to gain admission to Jiangsheng University, such declarations hold little weight before the examination results are released. Chen He understands that his parents harbor hopes for him to attend university, believing that knowledge can alter one's destiny. The prospect of forsaking higher education to enter society prematurely does not present a favorable future. Chen He displays a gratified smile, resolutely stating, "I will sacrifice everything to ensure your education." Chen He nods, feeling the weight of this expectation. He silently vows that upon receiving his examination results, he will strive to make his parents the pride of the entire community. "Mom and Dad, I am heading out." Chen He bids farewell to his parents early in the morning. Hanli and Chen He refrain from saying much, acknowledging that after the rigors of the college entrance examination, a little relaxation is indeed warranted. Chapter 26, News from a Previous Life with the sales experience garnered from his past existence. He felt confident in persuading the owner of Jishintang. Yet, at this moment, a substantial amount of startup capital was still required. The 2,700 he and Zheng Xiaobing managed to secure was merely sufficient to establish an online store and cover shipping costs. The burnoutment from Jishintang was confined to the local market, destined to languish in obscurity. However, through e-commerce, it could reach countless households. Suddenly, Chen He experienced a wave of dizziness, compelling him to halt his bicycle at the roadside. Abruptly, vivid images flashed through his mind. A cyber CAF was engulfed in flames, an unstoppable inferno consuming the entire hall. The patrons within were unable to escape, resulting in a tragic loss of life. Chen He stood frozen, grappling with the horror of the images he had witnessed. Was this the ability he had acquired upon his rebirth? The power to foresee the future? Then, he recalled a significant event that had transpired on a particular day in this month, just 3 days hence. A fire had indeed devastated a cyber CAF, resulting in numerous casualties and attracting considerable media attention, even reaching the ears of municipal leaders. The cause was traced back to aging wiring, which led to a short circuit and subsequently ignited a fierce blaze. In the end, the tragedy claimed the lives of 53 individuals, including the CAF owner and several customers. What was the name of that cyber CAF? He had a profound impression of the news coverage describing it. The establishment was noted for its cleanliness, a preference instilled by the owner's sister, who abhorred disorder. Upon learning of the calamity, the owner's sister was consumed by grief over her brother's demise, ultimately leading her to take her own life the following month. Taking a deep breath, Chen He contemplated the gravity of the situation, 54 lives lost. He realized that he must act to prevent this tragedy. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the CAF owner's sister was quite a prominent businesswoman in the area. If he were to assist her, could he potentially secure an investment? This would provide him with the necessary startup funds. With determination, he resolved to act swiftly, aware that time was of the essence. He feared that any delay might alter the course of events. The year 2005 heralded a remarkable surge in e-commerce. It was not only he who recognized the immense potential for growth in this sector. Should someone else seize the opportunity first, he would be left with nothing but regret. Half an hour later, Chen He arrived at the entrance of the Xinlan Cyber CAF. He hesitated to enter, knowing that doing so abruptly might lead others to perceive him as a troublemaker, thereby diminishing his aura of mystery. "Excuse me, could you please deliver this note to the CAF owner?" he asked a customer entering the CAF. "Why don't you do it yourself?" The man replied, clearly reluctant to assist. "I'll give you 5 yuan. Will you help?" Chen He countered. "If not, I'll find someone else." Okay, I'll help you." The man relented, snatching the money from Chen He's hand as he stepped into the CAF. Chen He then rode away on his bicycle. At that moment, Lu Lan was seated at the CAF's cash register, while Lu Chun was out collecting some outstanding debts. She was there to oversee the business, despite her disdain for the meager profits the CAF generated. Though mosquitoes are diminutive, they are nonetheless flesh. "Boss, how much for an hour?" 3 yuan. "I'll charge 10 yuan. And please give me a pack of instant noodles." Lu Lan assisted the man in operating the machine. "Feel free to sit." The man took a pack of instant noodles and found a seat. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a folded note. Rising, he approached the cashier. "Boss, someone asked me to give this to you." Lu Lan cast a curious glance at the man. His piercing gaze unnerved him. "Who sent this to me?" "I don't know. Just a student, quite young." "A student? Why did he give me this?" "He didn't say. Go ahead and enjoy yourself." Lu Lan waved her hand in annoyance. The man turned away, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. He sensed an intimidating aura emanating from Lu Lan. Lu Lan held the note, but did not open it immediately. Could it be a love letter? She chuckled to herself. Beautiful and with delicate features, she had many admirers, including some who fancied themselves romantics. Perhaps this was concocted by one of them. After a moment's thought, she decided to open the note to see its contents. Upon unfolding it, a message appeared. "The wiring in your internet CAF poses a severe safety hazard that could ignite a fire. If you wish to avoid losing your brother and endangering innocent lives, please address this issue immediately. Lu Lan's eyes widened. She furiously discarded the note, her anger causing her chest to rise and fall. She regretted having opened it, only to encounter such absurdity. She believed the author to be mentally unwell. This was clearly a deliberate act. A prank? A means to frighten her? Lu Lan scoffed. To attract my attention with such a pitiful tactic is utterly foolish. She found it hard to believe the claim about safety hazards. How could wiring pose a risk? The wires were encased in insulating rubber. She could not fathom how insulated wires could catch fire. It was truly vexing. Lu Lan was furious, convinced that the sender was cursing her brother. She stood up, picked up the landline at the counter, and angrily prepared to make a call to address the matter. No one could jest at her expense, especially concerning her own brother. It was no laughing matter. Yet, she soon set down the receiver. Perhaps it was best to not engage with such a person. Ignoring them would be the most fitting response. Sister, I'm back. It's all sorted out, and you must treat me to a feast. Lu Chen entered with a leather bag, immediately seeking praise. You think you can act all innocent after benefiting? Lu Lan retorted. Is it too much to ask for a roasted whole lamb? You're so wealthy. Can you not spare a little? My money doesn't come from thin air. I need to save it. Lu Lan stood to leave. Sister, are you heading back? Let me see you off. Lu Chen accompanied Lu Lan as they exited the internet CAF. In the middle of the road, a power pole suddenly erupted in a cascade of sparks, fleeting yet terrifying. The wires ignited instantaneously, drawing the attention of passers-by. There's no power. Hey, is there a blackout? I was in the midst of a team battle. One exclaimed, frustrated by the interruption. What on earth? I was just having a conversation with a girl. How could the power go out now? The air in the internet CAF was thick with the disgruntled murmurings of patrons. Lu Chen, with a scowl etched on his face, lamented, what bad luck. My computer cannot withstand a hard reboot. If it gets damaged, the repair costs will be a burden. He failed to notice Lu Lan's expression of shock and bewilderment. Brother, how could the wires possibly catch fire? Lu Lan asked, her gaze vacant. Typically, if the wiring is old, it can easily lead to a short circuit and subsequently ignite. Have the circuits in this CAF been inspected? Sis, you are being overly anxious. Lu Chen dismissed her concerns, believing she was merely startled. However, Lu Lan's next words sent a shiver down Lu Chen's spine. This internet CAF doesn't have an escape route, does it? In the event of a fire, how will the people inside get out? Chapter 27. The uneasy siblings. Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words when questioned. The internet CAF was a venture he had taken over from someone else. The original proprietor had little knowledge of constructing an escape route. After assuming control, he had neglected such details. Surely, he thought, it was improbable for disaster to strike his establishment. Human nature often breeds a blind confidence, and Lu Chen firmly believed in his own favorable fortune. There was no way the internet CAF would encounter any issues. Yet, had any security measures been implemented? How many fire extinguishers were placed within the CAF? From Lu Chen's expression, Lu Lan had gleaned the answer she sought. As an elder sister, she was more thorough in her considerations. Lu Chen's face flushed crimson. He felt a surge of anger, but dared not express it towards his sister. Why would she ask about fire extinguishers? It was as if she were suggesting that his CAF was destined to catch fire. Wasn't that inviting misfortune? Come with me, Lu Lan said sternly, unyielding as she led him back to the CAF. She was eager to confirm a pressing concern. I apologize for the inconvenience, but we are temporarily closed today due to line maintenance. Please return next time, and I will offer each of you a discount of 10 yuan, Lu Lan announced loudly. Xiao Zhao, please record everyone's ID card numbers. When they return, credit their cards with 10 yuan, she instructed. Understood, Sister Lan, the cashier replied, her eyes brimming with admiration. Sister Lan was indeed a person of great resolve. Moments ago, during the power outage, she had felt apprehensive about managing the customers, yet now, none of them voiced complaints. They calmly approached her to register. Sister, where are you taking me? Lu Chen inquired, puzzled. He sensed a change in Lu Lan since earlier, as she began asking peculiar questions. Follow me to the distribution room, she commanded unequivocally. Lu Chen, noticing the sharpness in Lu Lan's gaze, dared not protest and obediently followed. Upon reaching the distribution room, he asked, Sister, what is going on? I truly do not understand your intentions. I must ask you, have you inspected these wires? Lu Lan pointed to the tangled black cables strewn across the floor of the distribution room. And no, I haven't, Lu Chen stammered. Lu Lan's heart sank. She could discern the answer from his reaction. You need to call someone immediately to check, she ordered. Sister, are you suggesting that because a power pole caught fire, our wiring could also ignite? Lu Chen exclaimed in disbelief. When he took over the CAF, the previous owner had assured him that everything was in order. He felt Lu Lan was overreacting. His fortune could not be that dire. The fire at the pole was merely an unfortunate incident. Will you go or not? If you refuse, I shall go myself, Lu Lan declared, reaching for her phone. Recognizing her determination, Lu Chen hastily retrieved his Motorola V3 from his pocket and dialed a number. A technician specializing in line maintenance arrived half an hour later. The master, following Lu Lan's instructions, inspected the wiring in the distribution room, his brow furrowing in concern. Boss, at first glance, your wiring appears unremarkable, yet it is alarmingly aged. If it remains unchanged, there exists a significant safety hazard. Lu Lan was taken aback, and Lu Chen felt a surge of anxiety. What consequences might arise if we do not replace it? The electrician cast a glance at Lu Chen. Aging wires can directly lead to short circuits, which may ignite fires. I noticed that your distribution room is located on the basement level, surrounded by flammable materials. Should a fire occur, it would swiftly spread to the upper-level internet CAF. Given your CAF's position, it would be nearly impossible to control. Lu Lan's complexion turned pale, and Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat. The electrician had conveyed the gravity of the situation with great tact. Master, please replace it immediately, regardless of the cost. Lu Chen swallowed hard and resolved to replace all the wiring in the distribution room for the sake of safety. Lu Lan also urged Lu Chen to procure fire-resistant insulating materials to fully safeguard the walls of the distribution room. This precaution would afford sufficient reaction time in the event of an accident. At that moment, the CAF's doors were tightly shut. On the second floor, in the resting area, Lu Chen's private bedroom featured a bed, television, sofa, and even a billiard table. Lu Chen, still shaken, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sister, I was genuinely terrified just now. If a fire were to break out, no one would escape. Lu Lan shared his trepidation, unable to fathom the anguish of losing her brother in such a disaster. After a while, the siblings' emotions calmed. I owe you my gratitude for your warning, otherwise, I would have remained oblivious, sitting atop a ticking bomb, Lu Chen remarked, attributing Lu Lan's reminder to her observation of a fire in the street. Thank you, sister. I'll treat you to hot pot later. Lu Lan waved her hand dismissively. You needn't thank me. Sister, if I don't thank you, who should I thank? We are siblings. After all, I am not being polite. I truly did not believe the wires could ignite. Lu Lan's cheeks flushed, feeling embarrassed for exposing her ignorance before her brother. Take a look at this, Lu Lan said, producing a note from her pocket. Lu Chen, intrigued, accepted it and found what seemed to be a prophetic message inscribed upon it. Sister, who gave you this? Do not inquire about the source just yet. What are your thoughts? What thoughts could I have? I am profoundly grateful, Lu Chen replied without hesitation. Had no one alerted him, he would have overlooked the aging wires in the distribution room. If left unchecked, disaster was inevitable. Had he been unfortunate enough to be present at the CAF, the consequences would have been dire. He felt compelled to express his gratitude. Lu Lan nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of thanking the person responsible. In her heart, she believed the note's author to be exceptionally kind. Just then, Lu Chen's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Sister, this doesn't add up. The power distribution room has always been locked, and I keep the key with me. No one else has ever entered. How could this person possibly know about it? Nobody else has been in? She asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there have been no issues, so ever since I took over this internet CAF, I haven't visited the power distribution room. Lu Lan was astonished, momentarily frozen in place. Yes. How on earth does the person who left the note know this? Could it be the previous owner of the CAF? Impossible. That individual was utterly illiterate, Lu Lan replied, equally bewildered. Could it be that this person possesses some fortune-telling ability? Sister, who exactly gave you the note? Lu Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. I have no idea. Since he took the initiative to warn us, he should not be a bad person, but what could his true intentions be? Lu Chen questioned, his brow furrowed. Chapter 28. Father and son. Lu Chen immediately pondered whether it might be an enemy. Could it be San Daozi and his accomplices? San Daozi, the sworn adversary of the siblings. Lu Lan promptly shook her head. It shouldn't be. San Daozi is despicable. If he truly intended to target us, he would employ underhanded tactics and would certainly not give us any warning. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? He would prefer to watch us perish. But who could it be? Besides that vile rival, the siblings were at a loss as to the identity of the note's author. Rest assured, this person, having shown both presence and obscurity, must harbor ulterior motives. When the time is ripe, he will surely reveal himself, Lu Lan asserted confidently. Her worldly experiences surpass those of Lu Chen. We must approach this matter with utmost caution. You're right, sister. This person is likely driven by greed, if he comes. I can simply offer him some money, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. In the Guangming community, following the completion of the college entrance examination, a lengthy vacation ensued. Chen He had been diligently drafting a comprehensive proposal since yesterday, meticulously detailing the immense potential of e-commerce. He highlighted how e-commerce would fundamentally transform consumer habits in the coming decade. Furthermore, he pointed out that the Jishintang burn ointment could only truly penetrate the market and gain recognition through online sales. This document was an elaborate treatise nearing 10,000 words. Chen He stretched languidly. At this hour, his father should be returning home from work. In his previous life, he had devoted all his thoughts to Feng Yiman, believing that seizing love equated to possessing the entire world, neglecting the existence and feelings of those closest to him. During Chen He's hospitalization, Chen Kachin and Han Li had aged overnight, their hair turning white as they tirelessly cared for him day and night, hoping for his recovery. Unfortunately, Chen He took his last breath without having the opportunity to express his apologies to his parents. In this new life, he resolved never to repeat the same mistakes. He would allow no room for regret in his heart. Mom, I'm going to check if Dad is back, Chen He informed Han Li before stepping outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he spotted Chen Kachin cycling into view. Chen He, what are you doing here? Dad, I came to pick you up. Was work exhausting? Not at all, just the usual, Chen Kachin replied, somewhat surprised that his son had made a special trip to fetch him. You've grown up. Haven't you? Though he did not articulate it, he felt immense joy within. The father and son shared laughter as they entered the community together. Dad, Mom made your favorite stir-fried garlic shoots and also prepared my beloved braised eggplant, Chen He chatted as they walked. Most of the conversation was initiated by him, as Chen Kachin tended to speak little, mostly responding with nods or brief affirmations. Chen He understood that his father was not one for idle chatter. He possessed a reserved demeanor but was not easily intimidated in the face of adversity. Chen He had been admitted to the ICU due to overexertion from overtime work. Yet his workplace refused to acknowledge it as a work-related injury, denying any compensation. The next day, without uttering a word, old Chen took a gasoline can and headed straight to Chen He's workplace. If one dares to deny compensation, they shall meet their demise alongside the leadership of the unit. His actions ultimately secured Chen He a substantial amount of work-related injury compensation. This revelation was shared with him by Han Li, who spoke through tears, until his last breath. He never managed to utter those two words to Chen Kachin. Dad, thank you. Chen He suddenly spoke earnestly. Why the sudden gratitude? You ought to thank your mother. She bore you for 10 months, Chen Kachin responded, taken aback. I understand, but without you, I would not exist, would I? Therefore, I should express my gratitude to you. Chen He stated, with an air of inevitability. When did you become so sentimental? Speak, are you in love? Not at all. This comes from the depths of my heart. Chen He hastily clarified. Well, at least you possess a bit of conscience, Chen Kachin said with a smile, ruffling Chen He's hair. Chen He did not mind the gesture. By the way, I contacted a friend who can help you secure a position at a paper factory. The base salary is 500. With performance bonuses, and your salary will increase annually upon regularization. Chen Kachin glanced at Chen He. Dad, thank you, but I may not be able to accept it. I am determined to gain admission to Jiangcheng University. Chen He understood that Chen Kachin had prepared this backup plan for him. If the results were unsatisfactory and he did not wish to repeat a year, entering the workforce early could also be a commendable choice. Having confidence is a good thing. I have also stated that I will support your university education, but one must act within their means. Chen Kachin, having consumed more salt than Chen He has traversed in life, had his reasoning. If Chen He's grades were poor, he would undoubtedly feel disheartened. Rather than squander time, it would be wiser to begin working early. Perhaps he would even find a partner at the factory, leading to a natural progression towards marriage and family. I'm merely saying that if you don't achieve your desired results, you know our circumstances. Attending a third-tier university is quite costly. Your mother and I cannot afford it. Rest assured, Dad, I have assured you that I will gain admission to Jiangcheng University. I will absolutely make it, Chen He asserted confidently. Once the college entrance examination results were released, his parents would see the truth in his words. Having confidence is commendable. I will follow your lead. I believe I resemble my mother a bit more, Chen He retorted playfully. As they entered the apartment building, Chen Kachin's attention was drawn to a figure passing by. Mr. Liang, I understand. I will be there shortly. The individual was a young man in his 30s, dressed in leather shoes, appearing to be a salesperson. Chen He gazed at the Nokia phone in the young man's hand, filled with envy. Having a phone makes everything so convenient. Chen He noticed his father's longing gaze towards the phone. He knew that his father desired a new mobile device, but their financial situation only allowed for dreams. He resolved to earn a significant amount of money to eventually purchase the latest Motorola phone for his father. Therefore, obtaining the Jishintang burn ointment was imperative. In the afternoon, Chen He visited the Shilin Internet CAF. Upon seeing him, the cashier girl greeted him with a shy smile. "Excuse me, handsome, do you require internet access? Would you like some snacks or beverages? We have a plethora of options available, though smoking and spitting are strictly prohibited." The cashier, clearly taken by Chen He's striking appearance, engaged in more conversation than usual. "Hello, I do not require internet access. I am here to see your boss." Chen He replied with a courteous smile. "You wish to see our boss? May I inquire about the nature of your visit? I can relay your message." The cashier responded with remarkable patience. Had it been anyone else, she would have dismissed them long ago. "I apologize, but this matter must be discussed directly with your boss. Please inform him that I hope the previous reminder was beneficial to you." "Very well, the boss is upstairs. I shall notify him at once." Lu Chen was seated on the sofa on the second floor, watching television while sipping on a bottle of Jian Libo. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. The cashier announced, "Boss, there is a student downstairs seeking your attention." Initially, Lu Chen had no intention of responding, but upon hearing the cashier's recount, he promptly rose and approached his desk. "Understood, please tell him to wait a moment." Lu Chen picked up the phone on his desk. He needed to inform Lu Lan about this matter. Chapter 29, Lack of Appreciation. Lu Lan received a call from Lu Chen and promptly set aside her tasks to drive over. Curiosity piqued her mind. Who had penned the note, and what was their intent? Hopefully, they were not harboring any ill designs against her and her brother. Otherwise, regardless of who it was, she would ensure they faced repercussions. "The boss instructed you to go upstairs." "Thank you." Chen He ascended to the second floor, discovering it to be an expansive, private room. He had previously conducted some inquiries and learned that the owner of the Internet CAF remained unnamed. Yet his sister was quite renowned as a local entrepreneur in the construction materials industry. Those involved in construction typically possessed wealth, so seeking them out seemed a prudent choice. "Is it you who wrote the note?" Lu Chen gazed at Chen He in astonishment. The individual he had envisioned appeared to be of a similar age. Yet he was taken aback to find Chen He so youthful, seemingly still a student. "It is I. My name is Chen He, and I recently graduated from high school. You may call me Lu Chen or Brother Chen," he replied, exuding a calm demeanor. Lu Chen scrutinized Chen He, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and offering it to him. Chen He accepted it naturally, twisting off the cap and taking a sip. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Chen's eyes. He sensed an unexpected maturity emanating from Chen He, an essence not typically found in someone of his age. The sound of footsteps echoed as Lu Lan arrived. "Sister, this is the person who wrote the note. His name is Chen He, and he has just completed his college entrance examination." Lu Chen succinctly introduced the situation. Lu Lan appraised Chen He before taking a seat behind the desk, placing her handbag atop it. "Greetings, I am Lu Lan. You may call me Sister Lan or simply Lu Lan," she stated. "Pleasure to meet you, Sister Lan." Chen He greeted in return, noting the formidable presence she exuded. Lu Lan produced a cigarette, igniting it with a lighter before expelling a cloud of smoke. "Thank you for your warning, which allowed us to avert a loss," she remarked. Chen He maintained a stoic expression, having sensed Lu Lan's disdain. He understood the implications of her forthcoming words, realizing they likely viewed him as someone with ulterior motives. Indeed, he did have intentions of his own. Lu Lan opened her handbag and retrieved a checkbook, scribbling a few figures with ease. "This is a token of our appreciation," she stated, handing the check to Lu Chen. He glanced at it, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and approached Chen He, saying, "Please accept this. It is our sincere gesture. We as siblings never wish to owe a debt of gratitude to anyone." Chen He merely cast a fleeting glance at the amount on the check, 10,000 yuan. A sum from 2005 that equated to 50 or 60,000 in today's value. It was indeed a substantial amount. With this 10,000 yuan, he could negotiate for the burn ointment from Jishintang. Perhaps it was feasible. At this moment, Chen He felt a strong desire to accept the offer. He yearned to amend the regrets of his past life, wishing to buy mobile phones for Chen Kursen and Han Li, enabling them to lead better lives. "I cannot accept this money," he declined, extending his hand in refusal. Lu Chen's expression darkened, and Lu Lan furrowed her brow. "Very well," she conceded. She wrote a new check, this time for 20,000. To her, 20,000 was not a significant amount. It was merely the price of a piece of information. Lu Chen casually tossed the check beside Chen He. Take it, kid. I advise you to be sensible. Chen He did not even glance at the check and shook his head once more. I still cannot accept it. Lu Chen finally lost his temper. You think you can push your luck, don't you? Lu Lan, with a cold demeanor, intervened. Be quiet. Step aside. Sister, this kid is truly ungrateful. Did you not hear my words? I will heed your advice. Lu Chen suppressed his anger and sat down on the other side, his gaze fixed intently on Chen He. Lu Lan then rose, donning a gentle smile. Chen He, my brother is right. We have never owed anyone a favor. Accept this money as a token of gratitude from us siblings. For a student like you, I imagine this is the first time encountering such an amount. Regardless of your plans, if you accept the money and leave, you can enjoy free internet access here indefinitely. Lu Lan felt her message was clear enough. Chen He shook his head again. Even Lu Lan's patience was beginning to wane at this point. Kid, if you wish to demand more, you must possess the capability to do so. Lu Chen could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, why waste words on him? He simply refuses the toast and opts for punishment. I will call someone over right now. Lu Lan shot Lu Chen a disapproving look. Have you forgotten what I told you? Not everything can be resolved through violence. Lu Chen felt indignant, but dared not express even a hint of dissent. Chen He, if I were in your position, I would take the money and go home. Lu Lan was restraining her temper. If it were anyone else, she would have readily consented to Lu Chen's call for action. Chen He sighed. He had long anticipated that things would not proceed smoothly. However, he had discerned the siblings' disposition. Lu Lan remained calm and composed, adept at controlling her emotions, while Lu Chen was easily swayed by his feelings. If collaboration were to occur, choosing Lu Lan would certainly be the more prudent option. Chen He retrieved a business proposal he had prepared earlier from his pocket. He stood and placed the proposal before Lu Lan. Both siblings were taken aback by Chen He's action. What is this? Lu Lan did not examine the contents of the proposal, as she did not believe a student could present something of value. If I do not accept the money, I have a promising business proposition I would like to discuss with you. Would you be willing to consider it? Chen He stated calmly. He had presented the proposal. Lu Lan could agree, or he would seek others. Collaboration? What qualifications do you have to collaborate with us? Are you wealthy or capable? Lu Chen scoffed. He was beginning to regret meeting Chen He. The words of this youth, who seemed oblivious to the world, were untrustworthy. Chen He merely looked at Lu Lan. Please take a look before you decide. After speaking, he returned to the sofa. This was the first time Lu Lan encountered someone as confident as Chen He. Confidence? Still unaware of the vastness of the world, Lu Lan decided to take a cursory glance at the document before her, considering he was a student. As she picked up the file from the table, she was instantly captivated by its contents. It was a proposal, a comprehensive business plan of considerable scale. Being the owner of a construction materials company herself, she had never encountered such an impressive proposal before. Sister, don't waste your time with him. I'll have him removed at once, Lu Chen interjected. Silence. You shall not speak without my consent from this moment forth. Lu Lan shot a glare at Lu Chen, who wore a look of indignation. Online shopping is poised to become the most prevalent mode of retail in the coming years. E-commerce will offer traffic, resources, and significant opportunities, while physical stores will face formidable challenges. Lu Lan meticulously examined the proposal in her hands. Did you write this business plan? Indeed, I did. Sister Lan, are you interested in a collaboration? Chen He inquired, casting a persuasive glance towards Lu Lan. Chapter 30. Cautious Lu Lan collaboration? Lu Lan's mind was filled with thoughts of fellow business magnates. The idea of partnering with a student was something she had never contemplated before. I truly admire your proposal. You possess remarkable talent, she acknowledged. Thank you. But why approach us? Lu Lan conceded that she recognized Chen He's talent and ambition through the document in her hands. However, that did not imply she would readily place her trust in him. Because you both appeal to me, Chen He replied candidly. Lu Lan was taken aback, her expression softening into a gentle smile. I appreciate your regard for my brother and me, but I must regretfully decline your offer. Lu Chen, visibly impatient, interjected. Just leave already. Don't wait for me to call someone to escort you out. Chen He was inclined to engage with the siblings primarily because he was aware of Lu Lan's philanthropic endeavors as an entrepreneur. Forum posts indicated that she had been seen at an orphanage, dressed in caregiver attire, mingling among the children. She was remarkably modest, performing good deeds without seeking recognition. Unlike some entrepreneurs who yearn for global acknowledgement, At your age, it would be wise to focus on your studies. Lu Lan smiled lightly. Chen He displayed no overt disappointment. You may not agree now, but there will come a time when you'll be the one seeking my collaboration. Are you not curious about how I know your electrical wiring is aging? Chen He suddenly inquired. Lu Lan chuckled softly. You must be guessing blindly, after all. In a place like an internet CAF, with its constant flow of visitors, the greatest fear is a fire. If you guess correctly, you propose a partnership. If incorrectly, you simply approach another establishment. Upon reflection, it becomes evident. A student, if not guessing, would possess foreknowledge of an impending fire, which is clearly implausible. Chen He was speechless, feeling as though he were being labeled a fraud. Lu Lan's reasoning was sound. Were he in her position, he would likely think the same. This kid is just taking a wild guess. Why didn't I consider that? Lu Chen finally realized. This explained why Chen He, despite never having visited the CAF's electrical room, knew about the deteriorating wiring. It turned out he was merely speculating. Lu Chen was instantly enraged. Who sent you to deceive us? He demanded, blocking the exit to prevent Chen He from escaping. At that moment, Lu Lan narrowed her eyes, pondering the identity of Chen He's backer. Was it Sandaozi, or perhaps another competitor or adversary? You would do well to be honest, while we are law-abiding citizens. We are not without our tempers, Lu Lan stated coldly. Is this how you treat someone who might save your lives? Chen He's words silenced the siblings. If I truly wish to harm you, I wouldn't need to warn you. Waiting for the incident to occur and watching you perish would be far more advanced. Even the possibility of losing one's life in an accident looms large. Thus, it can be said that Chen He was indeed acting out of pure goodwill in his warning. But is there truly someone so benevolent, deserving of gratitude from Jean? He was doubtful. A hint of admiration flickered across Lu Lan's face. She understood the reasoning. She had previously analyzed it with her brother. Her earlier remarks were merely a test of Chen He's character. It appears now that he poses no issues. Your reasoning is quite sound. We have perhaps misjudged him with our petty suspicions. Lu Lan's tone softened considerably. Brother, he is clearly a fraud, Lu Jin interjected. Silence. Lu Lan shot him a glare. She felt quite exasperated with her brother. Here was a student of remarkable caliber, while her own sibling showed no ambition and seemed rather dim-witted. He failed to recognize that her earlier display of feigned anger was simply a means to probe Chen He's intentions. There was absolutely no rapport between them. Chen He, you may leave for now. I need to deliberate on this matter. I hope you can understand, Lu Lan stated. You had better provide me with a prompt response. Furthermore, this proposal is merely half complete. I shall only reveal the other half if we can collaborate. Farewell, I await your news. Lu Lan felt a pang of anxiety. This young man was undoubtedly a cunning fox. After Chen He departed, he was uncertain whether Lu Lan would acquiesce. Regardless, he had secured a backup plan. Should it come to naught, he could always seek other partners. As soon as Chen He left, Lu Jin questioned, Sister, why did you allow that boy to leave? We must capture him and thoroughly interrogate him about his backers. He believed his argument to be quite valid. It was rare for his sister to err, and he felt a sense of pride. He assumed his sister had shown leniency due to the boy's decent looks, but he would not be so easily swayed. He failed to notice Lu Lan's growing impatience. Enough. Lu Lan raised her voice slightly. Lu Jin trembled in fear, no longer daring to speak. He had always been intimidated by his sister. Lu Jin, what are your thoughts on this proposal? Lu Lan resolved to offer him an opportunity, though he may lack intelligence. He was, after all, her younger brother. A sister ought to guide her brother. What are my thoughts? It is utterly nonsensical, Lu Jin replied. Listen to me closely. If this proposal is leaked, it could lead to fatalities. Lu Lan picked up the proposal and slammed it down onto the table with great force. Lu Jin gasped, What? Sister, you cannot be serious. Lu Lan replied tersely, Tell me, are you familiar with the burn ointment from Jishintang? I am aware. Isn't it just an old brand on the verge of bankruptcy? What is so remarkable about that? Not remarkable? Let me inform you that several business magnates have set their sights on Jishintang, intending to acquire it. Lu Lan spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. She had already received this information long ago. After all, Jishintang was a local time-honored brand. The sudden announcement seeking new management was indeed shocking. Several entrepreneurs were genuinely interested in taking over. Initially, she had thought these businessmen's intentions were merely futile endeavors. The potential of the burn ointment is exceedingly limited. The local market has become saturated, unless one can penetrate external markets. The necessary capital and the returns from the burn ointment will undoubtedly result in significant losses in the short term. In other words, taking over Jishintang requires a mental readiness for several years of unprofitability. As a businessman, One does not rise early without the promise of profit. Initially, she believed that those merchants were merely seeking attention to enhance their reputations. However, after reviewing Chen He's business proposal, she realized her grave misjudgment. She had been utterly mistaken. Trapped in her narrow perspective, unable to recognize the immense potential of e-commerce in the future, Lu Chen was equally astonished. Were they foolish? Acquiring Jishintang would merely assist in repaying its debts. Who would willingly undertake such an arduous and thankless endeavor? He was convinced that those merchants must have lost their minds. Yet, Lu Lan replied, I am willing. Sister, what are you saying? Have you lost your senses? Lu Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Even he understood that Jishintang had been rendered obsolete by the market. Anyone taking it over would be inviting hardship upon themselves. How could his sister fall into such a basic error? Chapter 31. Seeking collaboration. Lu Lan articulated each word with conviction, with Chen He's insights. I can undoubtedly revive Jishintang. Excitement surged within her. Since childhood, she had been tenacious, relishing the challenge of formidable tasks. From peddling on the streets to becoming a successful entrepreneur earning millions annually, her journey was marked by relentless confrontations with adversity, culminating in triumph. Lu Chen was taken aback. Sister, you can't possibly be enamored with that young man. He may be handsome, but the age difference is considerable. I really don't want to acknowledge someone younger than me as my brother-in-law. He found it hard to accept that his sister held Chen He in such high regard. What on earth are you thinking? Lu Lan glared at Lu Chen. Then why do you speak of him so highly? He is merely a student. Lu Chen evidently disagreed with Lu Lan. Lu Lan retorted with irritation, sit down and let me finish my thoughts. Lu Chen complied and took a seat. Let me put it this way. This business proposal is so compelling that it could persuade other merchants to take extreme measures. It holds immense value. Therefore, the author of this proposal, Chen He, is indeed worthy of our collaboration. Lu Lan endeavored to articulate her point clearly. Fearing that Lu Chen might not grasp the complexity of her argument, how can a mere proposal possess such vast worth? Lu Chen questioned, bewildered. Is a student's proposal truly comparable to that of seasoned professionals? Lu Lan clarified, this is not just any proposal. It forecasts market trends, societal shifts, and changes in competitive business models. Yet Lu Chen remained unconvinced. No matter how eloquently it's presented, it's still mere theory. His ability to write a proposal does not equate to actual competence. Lu Lan found herself at a loss for words. While she recognized that she could not force her brother to accept Chen He, she was steadfast in her belief in Chen He's potential. Ultimately, Chen He needed to produce tangible results to gain universal respect. You are correct, which is precisely why I intend to collaborate with Chen He. Lu Chen interjected, Sister, I find this individual untrustworthy. His intentions seem suspect, as if he is deliberately ingratiating himself with us for ulterior motives. Lu Lan conceded that there was a possibility of such a scenario, albeit a slim one. I believe he is not that sort of person. His gaze is clear and sincere, he would not harm anyone, and he possesses remarkable qualities. Lu Lan held Chen He in high esteem. But Lu Chen remained skeptical, as you just mentioned. He claimed our lines were outdated, which seems purely speculative, akin to a con artist. Lu Lan sighed in resignation. I feel as if I am speaking to a wall. I will proceed with my collaboration with him. You need only manage your internet CAF. No way. You are my sister. While I may not trust Chen He, I am willing to stand by you. Since you believe he is worthy of collaboration, I will keep a close watch on him. I will ensure he does not bring harm to you. I swear it. Lu Chen patted his chest confidently. A warmth enveloped Lu Lan's heart. Though her brother might be somewhat naive, his essence was inherently good. Do you know what you should do now? Lu Lan inquired. I do, Lu Chen replied, sinking into the sofa, feeling a twinge of guilt. Unbeknownst to him, he had merely spoken off the cuff moments ago. Lu Lan's expression turned stern as she retorted, if you know, why are you still sitting there? I require all the information on Chen He. Hurry and fetch it. Lu Chen sprang to his feet. I'll retrieve it at once. Await my news. He hurriedly departed. That very evening, a dossier was presented before Lu Lan. Sister, my efficiency is commendable, is it not? Lu Chen boasted. This young man possessed a certain charm. During the college entrance examinations, he had caught several cheaters, much to the vexation of the invigilators, which was rather amusing. Was this not akin to a dog meddling in affairs that did not concern it? Lu Chen found himself harboring a newfound admiration for Chen He, perceiving him as a person of principle. Lu Lan perused the documents. An ordinary family background, unremarkable parents, devoid of connections, power, or blemish, how utterly mundane he appeared. Frankly, Lu Lan felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped Chen He would be someone extraordinary. Yet, She quickly chided herself. How could an extraordinary individual collaborate with her? Although she had achieved an annual income in the millions, in the eyes of true magnates, she would hardly merit even the task of holding their shoes. For 3 years in high school, he pursued a girl who never clearly accepted or rejected his affections. It was evident she toyed with him. Lu Lan noted this aspect as a negative against Chen He. Lu Chen, summon Chen He tomorrow, she said with a smile. At home, Chen He received a call from the community's gatekeeper, Uncle Zhang, notifying him that someone was looking for him. Mom, I'm stepping out. I might not return for lunch. Be careful on the road, came the reply. A smile crept upon Chen He's lips. He surmised that Lu Lan and her brother were likely up to something. After bidding farewell to Han Li, he left his home. Lu Chen, driving a Santana, waved at Chen He upon his arrival. Chen He settled into the back seat unbidden. Lu Chen revved the engine. Kid, my sister is willing to trust you this once. But you had best not deceive us. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Chen He reclined against the seat, closing his eyes, choosing to disregard Lu Chen. From the outset, he had resolved that his partner would be Lu Lan. You continue with your pretense, Lu Chen muttered, suppressing his anger as he drove away. The Santana halted before a CAF. We've arrived. My sister awaits inside. Remember my words. Lu Chen turned off the engine. You were seeking my collaboration. So you would do well to be mindful of your tone. Chen He, having lived 2 lives, had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. However, in the face of Lu Chen's hostility and bias, he recognized the necessity of delivering a firm admonition. Otherwise, the other party might take undue liberties. Lu Chen was on the verge of erupting, but, recalling his sister's admonition, he restrained himself. Sister, I have brought the person, he announced. Chen He, please take a seat. Would you like to drink? Lu Lan greeted him with warmth and kindness. An iced latte, thank you. Chen He savored the chilled beverage, finding it refreshing. He remained silent, appearing to be merely a patron enjoying coffee. Lu Lan and Lu Chen exchanged a glance. Chen He, I revisited your proposal last night and found myself in complete agreement with your perspective. I am curious to know what you could offer me should we collaborate. Chen He had long since prepared his draft. First, finances. Second, finances. Third, finances. Lu Zhen's eyes widened, a look of indignation crossing his face. This fellow must be jesting. He felt compelled to teach him a lesson today. Just as Lu Zhen was about to rise, he was silenced by a mere glance from Lu Lan. Lu Lan chuckled. You were rather forthright. Is there truly nothing else? Is money not your utmost desire? Chen He retorted, casting a glance at Lu Lan. It was evident that the siblings had approached him seeking collaboration, yet they were too proud to admit it. Lu Lan offered an awkward smile. At that moment, Chen He stood up, preparing to depart. If this does not sway you, I shall seek partnerships elsewhere. Just as Chen He was about to leave, Lu Lan hastily interjected. Wait, Chen He, I am willing to collaborate. Do not rush off. Chapter 32. A sum of 90,000. Chen He cast a glance at Lu Lan, patiently awaiting her to initiate the conversation. Collaboration was feasible. However, the terms of this collaboration would be dictated by him. Lu Lan, recalling Chen He's impressive proposal, acknowledged his qualifications. What price do you believe is appropriate for this plan, Mr. Lu? Chen He's tone grew somewhat icy. Lu Lan detected his coldness. He had previously addressed her as sister, yet now referred to her as Mr. Lu. It seemed Chen He intended to conduct a one-time transaction. Lu Lan felt displeased. Had it not been for the undeniable allure of the proposal, she would not have arranged this meeting with him. Her prior efforts had all been aimed at persuading Chen He to assist her in her endeavors. It was evident that he was unwilling to serve under her. Lu Lan adopted a stern, businesslike demeanor. 90,000 is already generous, considering the favor of your warning us about the aging wires. If you doubt it, feel free to seek offers elsewhere and see if they can match this price. Chen He readily concurred. No problem. Upon receipt of payment, I will provide you with the complete proposal. You are indeed talented. Should you choose to work with me, I guarantee you will attain the position of general manager within 3 years, Lu Lan asserted. Chen He smiled. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Lu. But I am still a student and must prioritize my studies for now. Lu Lan was momentarily taken aback. This was a sentiment she had previously expressed to Chen He. His strong-willed nature was commendable, yet regrettably, he could not be utilized for her purposes. Lu Lan instructed Lu Chen to withdraw cash from the bank. However, Lu Chen hesitated. Sister, I only have 30,000 in my account. Though Lu Lan had funds in her own bank account, those were earmarked for purchasing construction materials and could not be easily accessed. How about you give us 2 days? Lu Lan believed Chen He would acquiesce. It must be today. If you cannot procure the funds, I will have no choice but to seek others, Chen He remarked. Recognizing that this brother-sister duo were not the type to undertake significant ventures, such individuals could not be his partners. He stood to leave. Wait. Lulan swiftly intercepted him. She understood that other investors would undoubtedly be eager to acquire Chen He's proposal. This plan could serve as a template within the business realm, showcasing insights, commercial acumen, and strategic planning that even she had to admire. She was determined to secure this proposal. Give me half an hour, Lulan stated without hesitation. Very well. I shall grant you half an hour. Upon receiving Chen He's consent, Lulan promptly picked up the landline and made a call. Please convey my apologies to Boss Su. I will require that batch of goods at a later time. Are my words unclear to you? You are merely a secretary and lack the authority to question my decisions. That will suffice. Let this be a warning, should there be a next time. You will be dismissed. Lulan forcefully slammed down the receiver and produced a bank card. Lu Chen, use this card to withdraw 90,000 from the bank at once. I will go right away. When Lu Chen returned, he carried a small leather suitcase and opened it before Chen He. This is 90,000. You can count it. Chen He merely glanced at the cash within the suitcase and replied coolly, no need, just lend me your phone. Lulan allowed Chen He to use the landline on the table. Chen He reached Zhang Xiaobing's home. Zhang Xiaobing hurriedly rode over on his bicycle. The two swiftly departed the internet CAF. So much money. Zhang Xiaobing gasped, almost breathless at the sight of the suitcase filled with cash. My proposal sold for 90,000. Chen He appeared remarkably composed. Having lived 2 lives and experienced a period of brilliance, he viewed this sum with tranquility. 90,000. Brother He, you're not pulling my leg, right? Can a single proposal really fetch that much? Isn't it excessive? Zhang Xiaobing felt dazed. This revelation shattered his understanding. My proposal is worth that price, Chen He asserted logically. With the proliferation of the internet, the economy could no longer be sustained by traditional thinking. Information, talent, and creativity would become paramount. Zhang Xiaobing's breath quickened. This is 90,000. Am I dreaming? The profit for my father's company is only around 100,000 a year. A regular worker's monthly salary barely reaches 600. Brother He is extraordinary. In just a few minutes, he earned money that seemed like a distant dream. Brother He. Does this mean we can buy Jishintang now? The money is sufficient, however. Jishintang's market is too niche. It can be profitable, but not substantially so. Especially with the rise of mobile phones. The emergence of phone and television scams, along with the boom in health products, will inevitably squeeze Jishintang's market. Then what should we do? There's no rush. Chen He first visited a bank to open a savings account and deposited 40,000. Xiaobing. How long has it been since you changed your clothes? 2 or 3 years, I suppose. Come on, let's buy you some new clothes. Chen He took Zhang Xiaobing on a shopping spree, and they each selected an outfit. Brother He, you were too good to me. Zhang Xiaobing, now clad in the clothes Chen He had bought for him, felt a swell of emotion. This is true brotherhood. He resolved never to betray this bond. Chen He then took Zhang Xiaobing to a restaurant, ordering several hearty dishes, sweet and sour fish, braised ribs, and boiled pork slices. Following that, they visited a fast food place, purchasing 4 chicken leg burgers, 2 large cups of cola, and 2 large bags of fries. Brother He, I will follow you for life, unless you cast me aside. Otherwise, I will remain utterly loyal to you. Zhang Xiaobing was a sensitive soul. He would forever remember the kindness shown to him. After they had eaten their fill, Chen He said, now accompany me to another place. They arrived at a mobile phone store, where he decided to buy a phone for himself and his parents. It was 2005, still the era of Nokia and Motorola. How much for the Nokia N91? Chen He inquired. 4,100, but if you're a student, you can enjoy a discount. It's 4,000. Chen He promptly purchased 2 units. How much is the Motorola V3? 4,500. If you want it, you can take it for 4,400. Chen He intends to use a Nokia for himself while gifting the Motorola to his parents. He purchased 4 mobile phones in one go. Stepping outside, he handed a box to Zhang Xiaobing. Zhang Xiaobing hesitated to accept, saying, Brother He, you earned this money. And I haven't done anything. I can't take it. Chen He insisted, pressing it into Zhang Xiaobing's arms. Take it. This way. It will be more convenient for us to stay in touch. Unable to refuse, Zhang Xiaobing reluctantly accepted, wiping away a tear and sniffing. You were like a brother to me. To have encountered a friend like Chen He in life, Zhang Xiaobing felt that he had truly lived. How will you explain this at home? Chen He inquired. I will say that we were playing games and sold some equipment to earn money for the phone. Zhang Xiaobing replied confidently, patting his chest. Chapter 33. Son, have you committed robbery? Before parting ways with Zhang Xiaobing, Chen He procured a mobile phone card at the service center. With 50,000 on hand, he promptly spent 16,000 on a phone and another 3,000 for the card and call credits. In less than half a day, he had expended 20,000, equivalent to 70 or 80,000 later on. Chen He felt a pang of regret. However, he quickly reassured himself that a mobile phone was an essential item and that spending a little extra was worthwhile. Moreover, he had devoted all his thoughts in his previous life to Feng Yiman, neglecting to genuinely care for his parents. Today, purchasing a phone for them would serve as a means to atone for his past regrets. It was only natural for a son to buy gifts for his parents. Returning to Guangming community, it was already afternoon, and his parents were at work, only to return in the evening. Chen He took the opportunity to tidy up the house and wash some clothes. After watching television for a while, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He was awakened by the sound of jingling keys. The door creaked open, and Han Li and Qin Kachin entered together. "Dad, Mom, you're back. Xiao He, you must be hungry. I'll prepare dinner right away. Tonight, I'll make your favorite braised eggplant," Han Li said, warming Chen He's heart. He had always loved braised eggplant since childhood, and he was determined to ensure his parents lived a good life. "Mom and Dad, don't rush. I have gifts for you," Chen He announced. Upon hearing this, Han Li and Qin Kachin displayed expressions of curiosity as they settled onto the sofa. Their eyes immediately fell upon the two mobile phone boxes resting on the coffee table. "Son, is this a Motorola? The latest model. The V3, just released. Costs over 4,000. Han Li exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the phone packaging. They had kept abreast of mobile phone trends and knew how expensive Motorola devices could be. A phone costing over 4,000 was utterly beyond their means. Han Li earned merely 450 a month, while Qin Kachin made just over 500. To afford a phone like this, they would have to endure months of deprivation. Han Li's expression faltered instantly. "Son, you haven't resorted to robbing a bank, have you?" she gasped, clutching her chest in distress, clearly unable to accept the notion that her son might be a criminal. Qin Kachin's face turned ashen. "Where did you get the money for this? It can't possibly be from robbery, right?" Chen He felt exasperated. His parents had mistakenly branded him a robber. He understood their concern and quickly clarified, speaking in a calm tone. "Mom, Dad, you've misunderstood. I haven't committed robbery. I purchased this with my own earnings. It's a gift for you." Han Li looked at him in disbelief. "Son, your earnings? What on earth have you done to make so much?" Qin Kachin remained silent, skeptical of Chen He's honesty yet intrigued about how his son had accumulated such wealth. Remaining composed, Chen He knew he had to explain confidently to alleviate their worries. He retrieved 10,000 in cash and placed it on the coffee table. "Parents, this is the money I earned from selling creative proposals. You can use it for now. After all, I can earn more." Han Li gazed at the money on the coffee table, feeling as though it were a dream. This was a sum of 10,000 yuan, an amount that would take her 3 to 4 years of saving without eating or drinking to accumulate. "Are you speaking the truth? What exactly is a creative proposal? Please explain it well." The mom. Chen He glanced at Han Li. "It involves helping business owners generate ideas and write planning proposals, among other things." Han Li sensed that Chen He was not deceiving her, although she did not fully comprehend. She could discern that her son had achieved something remarkable. A smile spread across her face. "Son, you have truly become capable. I am so happy for you." Chen He, beaming, pointed to the mobile phone box on the coffee table. "Mom, please open it quickly and see if you like it." With great care, Han Li opened the phone box, revealing the smartphone she had longed for. Her hands trembled with excitement. "Mom, here's the SIM card. I have loaded 500 yuan of credit on it. The same goes for Dad's phone. You both can give it a try." Han Li held the phone with affection. "Hurry, open it, and give me a call." Qin Kachin, who could hardly contain his eagerness, was ready to try the new phone. "Hello? Can you hear me?" "Yes. I can hear you clearly. This phone is truly convenient." Han Li was overjoyed, and Qin Kachin was equally enchanted. Chen He wore a delighted smile. This was precisely what he desired. As long as his parents were happy, he was willing to spend a little more money. Qin Kachin was fiddling with the phone. This was the first time he had ever held a smartphone. Previously, he had only seen his boss at work using one, and he had envied the possession. However, the exorbitant price had deterred him from purchasing one. "From now on, I am also a smartphone owner," he thought, filled with joy. He was determined to silence those who looked down on him. He would embrace his newfound status as a smartphone user. "Don't get too proud. Let me remind you. This is a precious gift from Xiao He, so please do not lend it out or lose it," Han Li cautioned with a serious expression. "Rest assured, I will take good care of this phone. No one will touch it." If anyone asks to borrow it, I will definitely refuse, Chen He vowed earnestly. Parents, I'm going back to my room. Call me for dinner. You both should familiarize yourselves with the phone's functions. The more you use it, the more adept you will become. Chen He returned to his bedroom with 20,000 yuan still in hand. He needed to establish the studio without delay. Han Li and Chen He simultaneously set aside their smiles, quietly placing the phone down. Xiao He must not have been lying. But can a creative proposal truly be this lucrative? Han Li pondered in confusion. Just wait, I will make a phone call to inquire. Chen He dialed a number. Lao Zhou, are you busy? No, I'm just fishing and playing cards. Do you have time? If you do, come find me. I can teach you how to fish. No, Lao Zhou. I have a matter to inquire about. Your son has just returned from abroad, studying business management, correct? Indeed, Lao Chun, speak your mind openly. I heard that someone wrote a creative proposal for a company and sold it for around 80 or 90,000. Is this credible? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and faintly, a youthful voice could be heard speaking. Lao Chun, I just asked my son. And he confirmed that this indeed occurs. The domestic economy is diversifying and companies are in urgent need of such talent. Just last month, a foreign enterprise in Shanghai spent 150,000 on a business plan. Such occurrences are becoming increasingly common. After hanging up, Chen He remained in a daze. So this is true. When did our little he acquire such abilities? Han Li smiled. This child takes after me. When he strikes, he does so remarkably. Little he is destined for greatness. Little he resembles me more, Chen He retorted. Could you repeat that? Han Li's expression turned serious. I said little he resembles you more. Undoubtedly. Chen He quickly conceded. He knew he could not withstand his wife's wrath. Finally, Han Li relented. Very well, I shall go prepare some braised eggplant for little he. Chapter 34. Who will laugh last? Chen He sat alone on the sofa, his mind in a state of agitation. The mention of a creative proposal that a company was eager to acquire for hundreds of thousands stirred his thoughts. Such an amount could easily purchase a spacious apartment in the city. His son had also become a distinguished talent, which brought him immense joy. Chen He examined the Motorola in his hand with a sense of satisfaction. He resolved to indulge in a bit more drink during lunch. At the dining table, Han Li had prepared an extravagant spread, placing a plate of braised eggplant before Chen He. Son, hurry and dig in, she urged, eager for him to savor her culinary skills. Chen He took a bite, the flavors reminiscent of his childhood. Mom, this is absolutely delicious, he exclaimed, showering her with compliments. If it's that good, eat plenty. We'll have braised eggplant every day, Han Li replied. Elated at her son's success in earning his own money and even purchasing a phone for himself. Mom, we shouldn't have it every day, it might get tiresome. Chen He countered. Whatever you wish, dear. I'll make it whenever you ask, Han Li responded lovingly. At that moment, Chen He picked up the wine bottle and poured half a glass for Chen He. The boy was taken aback. It was the first time his father had poured him a drink. Now that he was of age, he could partake. Cheers, Xiao He, Chen He said. Chen He quickly rose, grasping the wine glass with both hands. Chen He filled the glass to the brim. Let us toast, just the two of us. Dad, I raise my glass to you, Chen He replied, taking the lead in the toast. Dad, I used to be thoughtless, causing you worry. But rest assured, I will definitely get into university and become a child you can be proud of. In a moment of reflection, he realized he had not adequately cared for his parents in his past life. Now, given a second chance, he vowed to ensure they would live well. He promised himself he would not break this vow. Just wait and see, when the college entrance examination results are released. Those who look down on my parents will have nothing to say. It's wonderful to have confidence. Your father is very pleased, Chen He said, raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp. The meal was filled with joy, and Chen He shared many conversations with his parents, leaving him in high spirits. He indulged a little more in drink and, after finishing, retreated to his bedroom, falling into a deep slumber. Han Li cleared the table, her face adorned with a joyful smile. Once finished, she went out to take out the trash. On her return, she encountered her neighbor, Wu Xiaofan. The two had never seen eye to eye and often exchanged heated words. Wu Xiaofan held a mobile phone in her hand, which had been replaced by her son. Aware that Han Li's family could not afford such luxuries, she intended to flaunt it. Han Li, look how filial my son is, lending me his phone. Others can only envy this, she boasted. My son has said that once he gets a raise after the new year, he absolutely must buy a Motorola V3. That phone is brand new and costs over 4,000. Han Li recognized Wu Xiaofan's intent to show off. What did it matter if she had a son with a job? Her own son was already earning money before even entering university. What of it? Do you have one? She retorted. How much do you earn in a month? Your husband Chen's salary isn't high either. Don't boast to me. If you could afford a phone, would you still be waiting until now? Wu Xiaofan scoffed, convinced that Han Li was simply bragging. Han Li, unfazed, produced the Motorola V3 that Chen He had gifted her. What do you think of my phone? Han Li said with a sly smile. Wu Xiaofan's jaw dropped as she recognized the newly released device, her disbelief palpable. Wu Xiaofan, are you stunned? We have two of these at home, one for me and one for Chen, Han Li replied, suppressing her excitement. Wu Xiaofan was left speechless. The price of such a new phone was indeed 500, far beyond her means. I forgot to mention, this is a gift from my son for both of us. This phone is so convenient. Whoever invented the mobile phone must be exceptionally clever. Han Li nearly laughed out loud, deliberately slapping Wu Xiaofan in the face for daring to claim she couldn't afford a phone. It was merely due to her son having a job. My son is 1,000 times more capable than yours, she thought triumphantly. Wu Xiaofan, stunned, asked, your son bought this? But he just graduated high school. Where did he get the money? Han Li had achieved her goal, a victorious smile gracing her face. My son earned it through his own efforts. You should encourage your son to earn some money too, so he can buy you both a new phone. Wu Xiaofan forced a faint smile. Your son is doing well. I have fish stew cooking at home, so I must take my leave. She intended to mock Han Li, but ended up with a slap in the face instead. Han Li chuckled. Perfect timing. I have beef stew simmering at home as well. We'll talk later. Wu Xiaofan trembled with jealousy. Her family couldn't even afford beef, which was infuriating. After saying that, she turned and went home. By afternoon, Chen He awakened. Chen Kachin was not home. Han Li sat on the sofa, enamored with her new phone. When Chen Kachin returned home that evening, he was greeted by Han Li. Dad, you're back. Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. After he washed his hands, the home phone rang. Chen Kachin answered, Second brother, what's the matter? Elder brother. Xiaoshui's college entrance exam results will be out in a couple of days. We plan to treat the whole village at the hall in our hometown. You should come as well, Chen Kajin explained over the phone. Xiaoshui estimates she will score around 600, so getting into Jiangsheng University shouldn't be a problem. You three should come too. Chen Kajin knew that revealing his daughter's score would surely irk his elder brother. Indeed, Chen Kachin's expression darkened instantly. The second brother was deliberately trying to provoke him with his niece's score. Just then, Chen He noticed his father's displeasure and stepped forward to take the phone. Second uncle. Our family is busy because my dad is still organizing my graduation banquet. Your graduation banquet? With your scores, you probably won't even get into a third-tier university. Chen Kajin mocked without mercy. He seemed to derive a sense of accomplishment from belittling Chen He's family. However, Chen He remained unfazed, having lived two lives. He was not easily provoked. Who can truly laugh last remains uncertain. At such a tender age, how have you cultivated the habit of boasting? My construction site is in dire need of labor. Should you decide to come, I shall generously increase your wages, for you are, after all, my nephew. Chen He promptly declined, stating, no need. The cost of the call is rather steep. I shall not continue. With that, he hung up the phone. Chen Kajin wore a displeased expression, astonished that this young man had the audacity to end the call first. How outrageous. Your second uncle harbors ill intentions. He seeks to humiliate us. Upon learning of Chen Kajin's call, Han Li was filled with indignation. Mom and Dad did not pay him any mind. When the college entrance examination results are released, they will only embarrass themselves. That evening, Chen He attempted several times to reach Feng Xia via his mobile phone, yet received no response. The QQ account Jasmine Bloom remained inactive. Alas, it seems I shall only see Xiao Xia at university. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa, Feng Xia gazed at the messages Chen He had sent on QQ, a sweet smile gracing her lips. However, her expression soon dimmed. Does Chen He truly harbor feelings for me? Chapter 35. He faces no pressure in achieving scores for Chihua and Peking University. Feng Xia stared blankly at her phone, hesitating over whether to speak to Chen He. The thought of Chen He receiving Su Xiu's love letter filled her with an uncomfortable sensation. What exactly is the relationship between Chen He and Su Xiu? Has Chen He accepted Su Xiu's affections? Does that render her superfluous? As Feng Xia wrestled with her thoughts, a knock on the door interrupted her reverie. It was Feng Dong. Come in. The door isn't locked, she called out. Little sister. I just asked a colleague from the education department to help check your score. How did you only manage 610? Feng Dong questioned, his brow furrowed. Given your usual performance, you should have scored at least 670 or 680. Gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University should have been well within your reach. A flush crept onto Feng Xia's cheeks as she felt a pang of guilt. Brother, I might not have performed my best. Naturally, she could not divulge the truth to Feng Dong. In order to attend the same university as Chen He, she had deliberately answered a few questions incorrectly. Are you considering retaking the exam? I can talk to Mom and Dad about it, he offered. I do not intend to retake the exam. I wish to complete my university education and enter society as soon as possible. Feng Dong's face lit up with a smile. Believing that Feng Xia was preparing to join the family business after graduation. That's fine. With your abilities, it doesn't really matter whether you attend Tsinghua or Peking University. Eventually, we can work together to support our parents in their endeavors. He envisioned the family business flourishing with Feng Xia's involvement. Feng Xia lowered her head. Afraid to meet Feng Dong's gaze, she didn't want to perceive her inner turmoil. She had no intention of joining the family enterprise after graduation. The most ideal scenario for her was to follow wherever Chen He went and assist him in his aspirations. By the way, brother, could you help me check my classmate's score? Your classmate? Who is he? His name is Chen He. Feng Dong's suspicions were immediately aroused. Why was his sister suddenly so concerned about a boy? Could it be that she was experiencing her first love? Little sister, tell me the truth. Are you in a relationship with someone? Of course not, brother. How could I possibly be in a relationship? Then how do you explain your disappointing exam results? Feng Xia hurriedly explained. I simply didn't perform well. Please don't overthink it, brother. I truly am not in a relationship. Feng Dong chose to trust her. In their affluent family, it seemed unlikely they would pay mind to someone from an ordinary background. He felt he might have been overthinking. Who exactly is this Chen He? Why are you only interested in checking his score? He's merely my classmate, the one I asked you to help with last time. Feng Xia replied, her words contradictory to her heart, as she kept her head down to avoid revealing anything unusual. Oh, that one. He was reported for cheating and has made enemies because of it, yet he remains quite principled. If it were anyone else, they would have taken a detached stance. Chen He's willingness to offend others indicates a strong sense of justice. His determination to report cheating shows he stands by his principles. I do not dislike someone like that. My friend is not always available to check. He is on holiday. I will ask him to look into it once he returns to work and will relay his findings to you. Feng Xia joyfully replied, Thank you, brother. Time swiftly passed. And before they knew it, the day of the college entrance examination results arrived. Chen He had to go to school to check his scores. He rode his bicycle in the morning and met Zheng Xiaobing at the entrance of his home. As they arrived at the school gate, they encountered Feng Yiman and Jiang Han. Chen He initially intended to ignore them, but Feng Yiman coldly remarked, Chen He, are you still pretending? When the teacher announces the results later, don't be surprised if you end up in tears. Chen He shot a glance at Feng Yiman, thinking her mind must be unhinged to indulge in such fantasies about others. Xiaobing, let us head inside, he said, still choosing to disregard Feng Yiman. Stop right there. Chen He, if you fail to get into a top-tier university, are you planning to repeat the year? Feng Yiman asked with a smirk. Jiang Han chimed in. With his scores, just getting into a third-tier university would be a miracle. Getting into a top-tier one is a mere dream. Chen He stepped through the school gate. Zhang Xiaobing angrily retorted, You two should know when to stop. Why do you relish watching Chen He make a fool of himself? Feng Yiman and Jiang Han were both incensed. Who are you insulting? Zhang Xiaobing, unrestrained, was about to confront them. At that moment, Chen He called out to him. Don't waste your time with them. Zhang Xiaobing nodded. Chen He, confidence is commendable, but blind arrogance will only lead to humiliation, Feng Yiman said, her expression icy. I will be admitted to Jiancheng University. Until then, kindly remain silent. With that, Chen He turned and walked away with Zhang Xiaobing, who looked back and made a face at them. Feng Yiman felt disregarded and ridiculed. Chen He is still pretending with me. He truly is a slave to his pride. Jiang Han scoffed. Man, Chen He only knows how to boast. He won't even get into a third-tier university. Just wait and see. Feng Yiman nodded. With him and Zhang Xiaobing dragging down the class, they will be a disaster in society. Let us go inside. Meanwhile, reporters from a television station were en route to Sana No. 1 High School. It was their annual custom to interview outstanding teachers and students. This year, they had received news of a class teacher named Zhang Ro, whose class boasted 8 students admitted to top-tier universities. Zhang Ro's achievements were remarkable. Her class had the highest number of students, surpassing the admission threshold among all senior classes. Teacher Zhang Ro, congratulations. Your class has outperformed mine. In the office, fellow teachers were also congratulating Zhang Ro, who beamed with joy, even more so than when she herself had been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University. Chen He entered the classroom to find Feng Xia's seat empty. Disappointment washed over him as he quietly walked to his own desk. Classmates, I will now announce the college entrance examination results. Those whose names I call, please come up to collect your score reports. Zhang Rou entered the classroom, holding a file folder, and the room fell silent. Chen He, Zhang Wenbin, Jiang Han. Jiang Han felt a wave of anxiety as she approached the podium to collect her report card. Upon opening it, her heart sank. 473. Alas, she had hoped to attend a university alongside you. Tears threatened to spill as Jiang Han lamented her efforts. Such a score would barely secure her a place in a second-tier university, leaving her with no choice but to consider vocational schools or third-tier institutions. Feng Yiman offered consolation, saying, "No worries, you can always attend a university near my school." Shortly thereafter, she received her own results, 604 points, which assured her acceptance into Jiangcheng University. At that moment, Zhang Rou announced Chen He's name. Chen He is a student worthy of our admiration. He scored an impressive 650 points. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chen He stepped up to the podium to collect his report card. "Well done." Chen He, Zhang Rou said, suppressing her excitement. "Thank you, teacher. I will continue to strive for excellence," Chen He replied, his demeanor remarkably calm. As if such a score was merely to be expected, it gave off an impression that failing to achieve such results would be the true anomaly. "Goodness. Chen He outperformed me by 80 points. Jiang Han thought, feeling despondent. He slept through classes regularly, yet still managed better results than her. Who, then, could truly be considered the underachiever? The classroom erupted in chatter. Chapter 36. How he became the academic overachiever. Zhang Rou's gaze softened as she looked at Chen He. This time, I must commend Chen He, for in his final month, he exerted an extraordinary effort. Not only did his scores surpass the threshold for the top-tier universities, but he also elevated our class's acceptance rate to the highest position. This time, our class produced 8 top-tier students, setting a historical record since the school's establishment. Upon concluding her speech, Zhang Rou led the applause. Indeed, Chen He has become an invaluable asset to our class. How remarkable it is that he, who had languished at the bottom for 3 years, has suddenly surged ahead of me. A prodigy, it is evident that Chen He is truly gifted. The entire class was unable to contain their emotions. Chen He's sudden rise had upended their perceptions. One cannot merely play with genius. After 3 years of hard work, none could match the results of his solitary month of diligence. Aside from Zheng Xiaobing, the rest of the class was engulfed in despondency. He could, tell me, have you secretly been studying behind my back? Zheng Xiaobing, too, was incredulous. Chen He had only dedicated himself for a month, yet achieved such remarkable results. Had he truly studied earnestly for 3 years, he would surely soar to greater heights. 3 years of negligence followed by a month of effort, and he has transformed into an academic star. Such a scenario would be deemed implausible on television. The class was a tapestry of shock, resentment, envy, and disbelief at the reality of Chen He's newfound status. "Classmates, we should all aspire to learn from Chen He," Zhang Rou proclaimed. No sooner had she spoken than a knock echoed at the door. The academic affairs director, beaming with delight, announced, "Teacher Zhang, the principal has sent me to inform you that the reporters from the television station have arrived." Zhang Rou nodded, as if she had anticipated this. "Students, prepare yourselves. We are going to take a commemorative photo." With that, she departed alongside the academic affairs director. Feng Yiman approached the back of the classroom, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Chen He, how did you suddenly become an academic overachiever?" Chen He cast a glance at Feng Yiman. "Finding it difficult to accept?" Feng Yiman smiled lightly. "How could I not be happy for you? Your impressive scores seem to be a testament to my influence." Chen He frowned, an expression of incredulity crossing his face. "Your influence? Please, can you refrain from such self-importance? My achievements are the result of my own hard work. What kind of reasoning leads you to attribute my success to yourself?" Feng Yiman gazed at Chen He in disbelief. "Am I mistaken? You are striving for the same university as I, are you not?" Chen He was undoubtedly motivated by personal ambition. "That is your delusion, Feng Yiman. From the very beginning, I have never considered attending the same university as you. My admission to Jiangcheng University is solely for my own sake. Please, do not entertain such fantasies anymore. It is a fixation that requires remedy." Initially, Chen He had no intention of engaging with Feng Yiman, yet her naivety was too much to bear. Feng Yiman felt unjustly treated and lowered her head. "Chen He, you never used to speak to me this way. You have truly changed." Chen He ceased to respond. Rising to approach the podium, Feng Yiman gazed at Chen He's retreating figure, and in that moment, she felt the profound loss of him. In the past, regardless of how tempestuous her moods were, Chen He would silently endure. Yet now, he had transformed. becoming a stranger to her. Zheng Xiaobing observed this scene without a hint of sympathy for Feng Yiman. As a bystander, he had witnessed Chen He's genuine devotion over the past 3 years, only to be led astray in the end. This time, Chen He's lack of compassion was, in fact, a relief. It spared him unnecessary worry. From this day forth, Chen He would no longer invest his thoughts in Feng Yiman. Today, my family is hosting a graduation banquet. Those who wish to attend may now sign up. Chen He announced from the podium. In his previous life, his uncle had organized a graduation celebration for Chen Shui, inviting everyone in the village. Today, as he held his own banquet, he intended it to be grandiose and lively, requiring a substantial gathering. His classmates were undoubtedly the ideal choice for this. Having emerged as an academic achiever, Chen He had changed his peers' perceptions of him. It was clear he would be admitted to a prestigious university, and his future appeared promising. Now was not too late to cultivate a good relationship with him. "Count me in," declared the bespectacled class monitor. "Include me as well." "I will go," chimed in another. Feng Yiman returned to her seat and raised her hand. "I will also attend." Ultimately, all the classmates, save for Feng Xia, decided to partake in Chen He's graduation celebration. Suddenly, the bespectacled monitor interjected, "Everyone, let us be quiet. We can't go empty-handed. I'll contribute 20 yuan," he announced, and no one opposed his words. "I don't have that much money," a girl lamented. Even Feng Yiman awkwardly admitted, "I also haven't brought enough cash." At that moment, Zheng Xiaobing stepped onto the podium and proclaimed loudly, "Those without money may borrow from me. I have brought some." Upon hearing this, half the class approached him for a loan. Feng Yiman borrowed 20, with no intention of repayment, while Jiang Han borrowed 10. Man, is Zheng Xiaobing a rich second-generation heir? He seems to have a lot of cash on him, Jiang Han exclaimed in astonishment. "I'm not familiar with him." Just then, a phone rang, silencing the classroom as everyone searched for the source of the sound. They had already graduated, and possessing a phone would not incur any penalties. Yet only a few in the class had phones. Chen He, before the entire class, took out his phone to answer. It was a call from Chen Kachin. "Dad, I'm at school. I just received my report card. How did I fare? I've been accepted into Jiangcheng University." There was a brief silence on the other end before Chen He heard Han Li's excited voice. "Son, I'm so proud of you. When will you return? The graduation banquet is already prepared." Feng Yiman watched in astonishment as Chen He conversed on the phone, recognizing the Nokia N91 he held. Although it was not the latest model, it still bore a price tag of around 4,000 yuan. How could Chen He afford such a device? Feng Yiman was well aware of his family's circumstances. His parents earned meager salaries, and unless they forego all expenses and save diligently, it would take 3 to 5 years for them to afford a mobile phone. It cannot possibly be his parents. Surely he would not buy it for himself. It must be Feng Xia. She is undoubtedly the one. Feng Yiman immediately thought of Feng Xia. Feng Xia is chauffeured to and from school, making it exceedingly simple for her to purchase a mobile phone for Chen He. In that moment, Feng Yiman felt a profound discomfort in her heart. Her mind momentarily wandered, as if something that rightfully belonged to her had been snatched away. Just then, Zhang Ro excitedly entered the classroom and called out to the back row, "Chen He, please step outside. A reporter from the television station wishes to interview you." Chen He stood up and walked out, drawing envious gazes from his classmates. The principal and the academic director were conversing with a female reporter from the television station at that moment. As Chen He exited the classroom, the reporter raised her microphone and asked, "You must be Chen He, correct? I have heard that your academic performance ranks among the top in the entire school. Do you have anything you would like to say?" Chapter 37. Television interview. Chen He faced the camera with composure, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Where there is a will, there is a way. Never give up until the very end." The female journalist chuckled. "Chen He, are you encouraging your junior classmates?" Chen He gently nodded. "A momentary setback is inconsequential. What truly matters is perseverance." The journalist turned to the camera and remarked, "It seems this is the secret to Chen He's success. To those of you watching, do you find this advice valuable?" At that moment, a throng of students gathered outside, each wearing an envious expression. Who wouldn't want to be interviewed by the television station? Chen He had now become a celebrity at our school. No matter how hard I tried, I could never reach his level. Zheng Xiaobing puffed out his chest proudly, elevating his chin as if he were the one being interviewed. Every student in the class looked on with envy, while Su Xiu's eyes sparkled with fervor. Watching Chen He speak so effortlessly on camera, Feng Yiman felt a deep sense of admiration. She too longed to be interviewed by the television crew. Jiang Han remarked sarcastically, "Chen He is so hypocritical. He tells others not to give up, yet he abandoned you long ago, man. I feel it's a pity for you. Feng Yiman's mood was not particularly low, yet it was far from uplifting. Enough of that. I don't want to hear it. Chen He will surely regret giving up on pursuing me, she thought, feeling like a favored daughter of heaven. If you don't seize your opportunities now, when you're pursued by those wealthy heirs in college, it will be too late for regrets. The journalist seemed to be aware of another story involving Chen He. Chen He, I've heard that you reported several cheaters during the exam. Have you always been so principled and just? Chen He glanced at the journalist. It appeared she wanted him to put on a show. Since that's the case, I shall comply, he mused. But actually, it was simply because I finished the exam half an hour early and didn't want to submit my paper prematurely, so I sought something to occupy my time. The journalist widened her eyes, believing Chen He was truly putting on an act. Finishing the exam in half an hour and still scoring 650 points. Was he not a genius? Given that this was a live broadcast, viewers at home were astonished. In a dilapidated tile-roofed house, a young man was watching the television, struck dumb. He was the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, and he gazed at Chen He with a sense of camaraderie. This guy and I are kindred spirits. We both enjoy putting on a show, haha. Chen He had played his part well before passing the interview opportunity to the principal and others. He still needed to accompany his classmates back to the village for the graduation banquet, leading the entire class toward the school gate. Zhang Xiaobing suddenly pointed behind him in surprise. Chen He, look behind you. Chen He turned to see Zhang Rou being interviewed, saying, I am Chen He's homeroom teacher, and I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to him. Chen He was taken aback. He never anticipated that Zhang Rou would indeed fulfill the wager made a month prior. Chen He remained silent, merely bowing respectfully towards Zhang Rou, acknowledging 3 years of guidance that had not been in vain. He then strode away with purpose, as he watched Chen He's departing figure. Zhang Rou's gaze softened with a touch of warmth. Dear classmate, I wish you a bright future. Brother He, I've called for a car. Upon arriving at the school gate, Zhang Xiaobing promptly took out his phone to make a call. The other students gazed at his phone with envy, dreaming of the day they too would possess a mobile device once they entered university. One car isn't sufficient, is it? Chen He glanced at the entire class. Then I shall order another. Zhang Xiaobing swiftly dialed another number. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the village hall, guests began to arrive in droves. In stark contrast, Chen Keqin and Han Li stood alone, while Chen Kejian and Zhang Lan greeted each villager with beaming smiles. Uncle Zhang, please come in. Uncle Li, do come inside. The couple busily attended to their guests, as the entire village had come to celebrate their daughter's academic advancement. Noticing his elder brother and sister-in-law standing alone, Chen Kejian directed Zhang Lan to continue welcoming guests while he approached them with a smile, saying, Brother and sister-in-law, don't linger here. Everyone has come to celebrate my daughter's graduation banquet. To ensure the event was splendid, Chen Kejian had spent 50,000, distributing red envelopes to every villager and reserving the entire second floor of the hall. Chen Keqin and Han Li remained silent, their spirits dampened. Chen Kejian deliberately remarked, My daughter Xiao Xue scored 586 on her college entrance exam, securing a place in a prestigious university without question. How did your Chen He fare? Chen Keqin and Han Li exchanged glances. Xiao He didn't specify his score, but he did gain admission to Jiangqing University, Chen Keqin replied, suppressing his anger. He could discern that Chen Kejian was deliberately attempting to undermine his family. Is this what brotherhood looks like? Zhang Lan chimed in with a smile. If I may suggest, you might as well forego the graduation banquet. My Xiao Xue's score is the highest in our village, and she is the first to gain admission to a prestigious university. Your Chen He, on the other hand, has consistently ranked at the bottom of his class for 3 years, barely managing to get into a third-tier university. One should possess self-awareness. Chen Kejian embraced Zhang Lan. Brother and sister-in-law, you would do well to heed our advice. Otherwise, don't blame us for not warning you if things go awry. Han Li seethed with rage, almost ready to confront them. Chen Keqin's face was also clouded with anger. Yet he restrained himself. Kejian, you take pleasure in our misfortune, don't you? What have I done to offend you? Chen Kejian cast a glance at Chen Keqin. Devoid of any familial affection, aside from marrying a beautiful wife, how are you superior to me? I surpass you, and my daughter outshines your son. It's not about grievances, it's your poverty and lack of ability that disqualify you from standing alongside me, he sneered. Chen Keqin clenched his fists tightly. Just then, the last group of people arrived, led by the village head, Jiang Changgui, accompanied by his family. Village head, you finally made it. Please, come inside. Kejian. From a young age, I believed you would achieve great things. Now, you are earning substantial wealth, and your daughter has been accepted into a prestigious university. Truly, you bring honor to your family. However, upon hearing these words, Chen He and Han Li found them rather jarring. Rather than praise, these remarks felt more like ridicule. As they observed the village chief laughing and conversing with Chen He was overwhelmed with distress. It was his own lack of ability that had led to his wife and son being looked down upon by others. A profound sense of guilt enveloped him. Chen, here's your monetary gift. I shall not attend your family's celebration for your daughter's admission. Come, village chief, please join us upstairs. Chen beamed, his smile resembling a blooming chrysanthemum as he invited the village chief and his family to ascend. Jiang Chongwei waved his hand dismissively. You all go ahead. I need to speak with Chen on the phone. Chapter 38. Whose child will succeed? The entrance to the auditorium was eerily quiet. Only Chen He, his wife Han Li, and Jiang Chongwei remained. Chen He lowered his gaze, while Han Li clasped his arm. Jiang Chongwei spoke earnestly. Chen, I have watched you two grow up. However, it is undeniable that Chen is currently faring better than you. I hope you do not hold this against me. Chen suppressed his inner fury, fully aware that the village head was insinuating his own shortcomings. No, he uttered these insincere words. Jiang Chongwei glanced at Chen He and continued, well, that eases my mind. Do not blame Chen. He has money now, skills have improved, and his aspirations have risen. We must look forward and not remain stagnant. He added, that boy Xiaohe is good in every aspect, except for his poor academic performance. I shall contribute another 100. Jiang Chongwei said, pulling out a 100 yuan note from his pocket. Chen He resolutely refused, insisting, we appreciate your kind intentions, but accepting this money will only deepen our discomfort. He felt that the village head's gesture was one of pity, something he could not accept. Dingling. The ringtone from Chen He's phone rang out from his jacket pocket. Unfamiliar with his mobile device, he had yet to change the default tone. He retrieved the phone. Son? We are waiting at the entrance of the auditorium. You'll see us upon arrival. Don't worry, I've reserved the entire first floor. There is enough space for everyone. He was on the line with Chen He, and a smile spread across his face as he heard that Xiaohe and his classmates were on their way. Han Li exclaimed with joy. This boy has really brought his classmates along. Chen, is this phone not a counterfeit? Jiang Chongwei inquired, eyeing Chen He's device. This was a gift from my son. It cost 4,000 yuan. Please do not speak carelessly, village head. How much? 4,000? Isn't your son still a student? Where would he acquire such money to buy you a phone? Jiang Chongwei pressed on. He did not elaborate, but mentioned he secured a business deal and earned some money. That boy, still wet behind the ears, engaging in business? I suspect you have been deceived, and this phone is undoubtedly a knockoff, Jiang Chongwei concluded, asserting that Chen He had swindled Chen and his wife. Beep. At that moment, two large buses arrived at the courtyard of the auditorium. Chen He disembarked from the first bus, calling out, Mom, Dad, I'm back. Village head. Several classmates, including Zheng Xiaobing, Su Xiao, Feng Yiman, and Jiang Han, followed suit. Xiaohe, your college entrance examination results are out, right? How many points did you score? Han Li asked anxiously, torn between the fear of bad news and the hope for good. Chen He felt the same apprehension in his heart. Dad, Mom, you can see for yourselves. Chen He smiled as he handed over an envelope containing his examination score report. Han Li opened the envelope, and the number 650 caught her eye. Xiaohe, you scored so much. 650. Isn't this merely 50 points shy of a perfect score? Chen He was astounded. At this moment, Chen He, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I didn't answer a few major questions well and lost some points. While others truly lost points, Chen He, even with a penalty of 50, still surpassed the passing line. A smile finally graced Chen He's face. Well done, young man. Han Li's eyes glistened with emotion. Xiaohe, I did not misjudge you. You are truly my treasure, my pride. The couple was elated, and Chen He shared in their joy. He felt he had owed his parents so much in his previous life and had finally managed to compensate for their regrets this time. Let me see the report card. Jiang Chongwei snatched it away, disregarding the couple's threatening glares. 650 points? Is this really your score? Just 50 points short of perfection. I must say, this report card could easily be forged. Jiang Chongwei returned the report card to Chen He, his tone grave. Chen He, if this is a counterfeit, you are deceiving your parents and everyone else. Chen He glanced at Jiang Chongwei, a man of significant influence. In his previous life, due to Chen Kejian's wealth, he had granted many conveniences to Chen Kejian, even arranging for road repairs in the village. When Chen He lay on his deathbed, desperately in need of funds for medical care, Chen Kejian had sought Jiang Changgui's assistance, only to be rudely dismissed. He had coldly remarked that poverty was fate and that without money, one had no right to seek medical attention. Village chief, take a good look. This document bears the school's seal. Surely, you do not think I could forge even this? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Changgui was momentarily rendered speechless. What kind of gaze is that? Chen He's results are genuine. The school authorities have praised him. Haven't you seen it on television? They even came to interview him. Zhang Xiaobing interjected, defending Chen He. Jiang Changgui was taken aback. Chen He had been interviewed by the television station? This meant he had indeed scored 650 points. Yes, we witnessed it ourselves. You old fool, refrain from spreading baseless rumors. Who is this man, so ignorant and provincial? Chen He's classmates rallied in his support. Only Feng Yiman remained silent, unwilling to speak on Chen He's behalf. She had merely come along for the prospect of a complimentary feast. Jiang Changgui's expression shifted, and he soon adopted a jovial demeanor. Xiao He, I have watched you grow since childhood. You are destined for greatness. I was right, wasn't I? Kachin, you have raised an exceptional son. Jiang Changgui no longer questioned the authenticity of the score. Chen Kachin and Han Li chose not to hold a grudge against him. I know my son well. Xiao He is my pride. Suddenly, Jiang Changgui recalled something and inquired, Xiao He, have you bought a phone for your father? Chen He nodded. Puzzled, what is the matter? Jiang Changgui was astonished. He had misjudged the eldest child of the Chen family, realizing that he was indeed the one with genuine promise. Oh, it's nothing. I am merely happy for your parents. Your filial piety is commendable. Jiang Changgui now perceived that the rumors about Chen He being a slacker were utterly false. He was clearly a top student. Kachin, it seems that Xiaohe has made significant progress. May I stay for a meal? Certainly, village chief and classmates, please come in. The feast is about to commence. The crowd eagerly ushered Chen He into the hall on the ground floor, where everyone took their seats. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Chen Kejian was greeting the villagers of all ages. He glanced toward the staircase, yet there was still no sign of Jiang Changgui. It was rumored that there was also a graduation banquet downstairs. I am aware of that child from Chen Kachin's family. Academically, he struggles, consistently ranking at the bottom. And barely managing to score 300 points is a challenge. Yet, here he is, shamelessly hosting a graduation banquet. If it were me, I would have long sought refuge in a hole in the ground. The villagers murmured amongst themselves. At this moment, Chen Kejian summoned Chen Shui. Please go downstairs and bring the village chief up. Without him, we cannot commence the banquet. I shall do so immediately. Chen Shui held her head high, traversing the banquet tables, and the villagers cast eager glances in her direction. Her chin rose even higher. Chapter 39. Chen He appears on television. Chen He, Zhang Xiaobing, Su Xiao, Feng Yiman, Jiang Han, and other classmates gathered around a table. Chen Kachin and Han Li were seated with Han Li's relatives at another table. A few minutes into the banquet, Jiang Changgui suggested, Kachin, why don't you say a few words? He thought it would be appropriate for Chen Kachin to speak first, allowing him to follow suit without any issues. Initially hesitant, Chen Kachin was gently urged by Han Li, go ahead, one day when our son gets married, you will have to say a few words too. Considering this, Chen Kachin decided to proceed, having mentally rehearsed in advance. With a microphone in hand, he ascended the stage, and the venue fell silent. Although Chen Kachin felt a wave of nerves, the thought of Chen He scoring 650 points in the exam calmed him. He spoke with an unprecedented confidence. Hello everyone. I am Chen He's father, and I am immensely proud to announce that my son achieved a remarkable score of 650, exceeding the threshold for first-tier universities by 100 points. A gasp of astonishment rippled through Han Li's family. They had never expected Chen He to gain admission to university. When Chen Kachin revealed his son's score, it felt surreal to them. Wasn't Chen He at the bottom of his class? Could this be true? A score of 650 was more than sufficient for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua, Peking University, Nankai, Fudan, or even for studying abroad. The classmates, however, remained unfazed, indulging in food and drink. Zhang Xiaobing seized a piece of pork elbow, devouring it with gusto, while others followed suit, feasting ravenously. The girls maintained a semblance of decorum, savoring their meals delicately, while the boys ate like they had just emerged from starvation. Jiang Han, amidst her meal, urged Feng Yiman, hurry up and eat, or it will be gone. She was determined to recoup her contribution to the feast. even though she had borrowed the money from Zhang Xiaobing with no intention of repaying it. Feng Yiman, composed and gentle, took her time eating while discreetly stealing glances at Chen He, hoping for a moment of acknowledgement from him. Yet, Chen He remained focused solely on his parents. He will surely regret this, Su Xiao thought as she peeled shrimp shells, casting furtive glances at Chen He. Her cheeks flushed with a dreamy desire to envision themselves as a couple in the university campus. Chen Kachin wore a proud smile, downing a cup of liquor as if to dissolve years of grievances and unfulfilled aspirations. At that moment, someone turned on the television, projecting onto the central wall where footage of Chen He being interviewed was displayed. I finished the exam 30 minutes early and not wanting to submit it ahead of time. I found myself looking for something to occupy my time, Chen He explained. Both Chen Kachin and Han Li were taken aback, unaware of their son's television appearance. What a remarkable young man. He even caught a cheater. He is truly impressive. This is the power of confidence. Just as Chen Shui was about to descend the stairs, Jiang Changwei, reeking of alcohol, approached her. "Auntie, we have been waiting for you," she smiled, offering her assistance to Jiang Changwei, who had come upstairs looking for the restroom, as the one downstairs was out of order. "Shui, go back and tell your father not to wait for me. I'm dining down here," Jiang Changwei replied. "Why not? Chen He has also been accepted into university." Chen Shui's mouth fell open in astonishment. How could Chen He gain admission to a university? What qualifications did he possess? Everyone knew he was at the bottom of the class year after year. Chen He simply wasn't cut out for academics. Even if he exerted himself with fervor in the last month, it could not alter his fate as an underachiever. How could he possibly score high enough? It was beyond belief. He had achieved a score of 650, exceeding the first-tier university line by 100 points, which was sufficient to secure a place at prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. He could choose any first-tier university he desired, as Jiang Changwei pointed out. Chen Shui was speechless. 650 points? Was this truly about Chen He? Wasn't he supposed to be an underperformer? Scoring 650 points clearly made him an academic star. Yet, she found it difficult to accept. "Uncle Jiang, are you trying to amuse me? Chen He, at what level could he possibly score 650? Even if it's true, it must be through cheating." Jiang Changwei, seeing Chen Shui's disbelief, grew weary of explaining. "He did not cheat. I caught several who did. If you don't believe me, go downstairs and you can still see the news report on the television. He was even interviewed by the media regarding this incident." Having said this, Jiang Changwei excused himself to the restroom. Chen Shui hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, she looked toward the central screen. The television was broadcasting an interview with Chen He. Chen Shui's gaze became vacant. In that moment, it felt as if all her vitality had been siphoned away. She instantly transformed into a melancholic shadow of herself, returning to the second floor like a soulless being. Chen Kejian, not having seen Jiang Changwei, inquired, "Where's the village chief?" "He is not coming back. He said he would stay downstairs," Chen Shui explained, devoid of emotion. "Did you not ask why?" Chen Kejian was oblivious to Chen Shui's unusual demeanor. Even if he had noticed, his thoughts were elsewhere. Chen He had been accepted into university, scoring 650 points, surpassing the first-tier line by 100 points, with the opportunity to choose from Tsinghua, Peking University, Nankai, or Fudan. He had even appeared on television. Oh, how heartbreaking. As Chen Shui spoke, a tide of grievance welled up within her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she burst into tears. Chen Kejian was incredulous. 650? Chen He? And he's on television? Zhang Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Little Shui has only just crossed the first-tier line, and that rascal exceeds it by 100 points? Someone turned on the television, confirming that Chen He indeed appeared on the screen. Gasps of surprise filled the room, and the atmosphere in the second-floor lobby grew lively. To have the freedom to choose from Tsinghua or Peking University was undeniably more impressive than merely scraping by into a first-tier university. The eldest child of the Chen family was so remarkable. No one had expected him to be an academic prodigy. Hadn't they previously labeled him an underachiever, always ranking at the bottom? What baseless rumors had circulated, and who had the audacity to spread them? Outrageous. How had he achieved a score of 650? Just then, someone remarked, "Your brother's child has been accepted into university. Out of respect, we must go pay a visit." Indeed, previously it might have been excusable not to go. But now that we know, it would be inappropriate not to attend. The villagers rose in unison, eager to descend and offer their congratulations. Such is the stark reality. Before long, the entire second-floor hall had emptied. Chen Kejian said nothing, yet his countenance reflected profound displeasure. He chose a chair at random. his mood as gloomy as a tempestuous sky. Zhang Lan attempted to dissuade the departing crowd, pleading, "Please don't go, please don't go." Yet, despite her entreaties, she could not halt their exodus. What a predicament this is! Zhang Lan pounded her chest in frustration. Chen He clenched his fists, finally grasping the essence of superficiality. If they won't partake, then we shall dine alone. At that moment, many villagers returned, discovering that the downstairs was overflowing, unable to accommodate everyone. Chen He's face bore no trace of a smile. The meal was consumed under a cloud of discomfort. This family discreetly departed while others were still engaged in their feasting. In stark contrast to the desolation above, the first-floor hall was abuzz with liveliness. Jiang Changwei had even invited a Yanga troupe to enliven the atmosphere. It was a jubilant spectacle, for a scholarly prodigy had emerged from the village, a matter of utmost significance. Such an occasion demanded celebration. Chapter 40. The rising tide of the Chun family Kachin. In the future, if there are matters at home, come find me. If I am not at home, seek out your aunt, Jiang Changwei said, wrapping his arm around Chun Kachin's shoulders. It was evident that he had indulged a bit too much, yet he remained lucid. I understand, Uncle Jiang, Chen Kachin replied politely. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Previously, these individuals had all revolved around Chen Kachin, barely casting a glance in his direction. However, ever since Chen He was accepted into a prestigious university, even those who had never interacted with him were now eager to curry favor. Old Chen, if there are matters at home, feel free to reach out to me anytime. My son will be entering high school next year. Could you arrange for Chen He to tutor him? Chen He observed as Chen Kachin was toasted, his complexion reddening from the alcohol. Han Li, standing nearby, offered her concerned advice, but it was of little use. Chen He understood that this was a moment of joy for Chen Kachin. As the banquet progressed, Zhang Xiaobing's father arrived, bringing a large box of apples in his car. Zheng Hua, who ran a building materials business in the town, was typically busy but had come specifically to congratulate Chen He on his academic achievement. Old Chen, how could you not inform me that Chen He scored so highly? Zheng Hua exclaimed, immediately taking Chen Kachin's hand and feigning reproach. It was my oversight. I shall drink to that. Chen Kachin raised his glass and downed it in one go. In truth, it was not neglect but rather a fear of being overlooked. Although Chen He and Zheng Xiaobing were close friends, the disparity between their families was stark. Zheng Hua pulled out a pack of Furongwang cigarettes, offering one to Chen Kachin, who gratefully accepted. He had seen his boss smoke them. A box cost 210 yuan. Old Chen, in a few days, we will host a celebration for Xiaobing's academic advancement. You and your wife must come. Zheng Hua extended the invitation. Absolutely, we will certainly attend, Chen Kachin agreed cheerfully. Until the end of the celebration, Chen Kachin felt as though he were living in a dream. As Zheng Hua departed, he slipped Chen Kachin another Furongwang. All for the sake of Chen He's remarkable score of 650. The Chen family had undergone a dramatic transformation. This was precisely what Chen Kachin and Han Li had hoped for. That evening, upon returning home, Chen Kachin drank excessively once more, resulting in him becoming ill. Han Li busied herself caring for him. I told you to drink less, but you wouldn't listen. You've already had quite enough today, and now you're drinking again. You'll drink yourself to death, she scolded. Yet her eyes were filled with concern and tenderness. Mom, once Dad wakes up, I will talk to him about quitting alcohol. Chen He stated, not merely speaking to placate Han Li, but recalling the dire circumstances of 2008 when Chen Kachin had been diagnosed with alcoholic liver disease, severe enough to require surgery. The Chen family had been impoverished, and to avoid burdening them, Chen Kachin had falsely claimed it was merely gastritis, delaying treatment until his health had deteriorated significantly. By the time Chen He's condition became critical, Chen Kachin had become emaciated beyond recognition. All right, your father has awakened. You may speak with him, Han Li readily agreed. The following day, Chen He conveyed this matter to old Chen. Surprisingly, Chen Kachin hesitated for only a brief moment before agreeing to abstain from alcohol henceforth. Chen He understood that he had achieved a significant high score this time, granting him a certain weight in familial discussions. Subsequently, the Chen family attended Zhang Xiaobing's graduation banquet, which was notably more extravagant. The venue was at a hotel in the city, filled with relatives and friends. It was clear that Zhang Xiaobing's performance assured him a place in a junior college. And being a college student, albeit a junior college one, was still commendable. Zhang's family's display of pride was therefore understandable. At the conclusion of the banquet, Zheng Hua insisted on gifting Chen Kachin a case of Fengio liquor. Chen Kachin declined, stating his commitment to sobriety, yet Zheng Hua persisted. suggesting that it could be kept as a gift if you chose not to drink it. Reluctantly, Chen He acquiesced. Upon returning home, he promptly gifted the case of liquor to Han Li's family. As for why it was not given to Chen's family, Chen He knew the reason well. In the subsequent half-month, Chen He found himself shuttling between two locations as numerous classmates were hosting graduation banquets. It is worth mentioning that he also attended Feng Yiman's graduation celebration, contributing a modest sum of 20 yuan. Throughout the event, Feng Yiman did not extend a warm demeanor towards Chen He. Nevertheless, Chen He partook in the festivities, rationalizing that since Feng Yiman had contributed the same amount, it was only fair to reciprocate. On June 26th, Han Li received a package. Upon opening it, she discovered it contained Chen He's admission letter from Jiangcheng University. Given Chen He's scores, he could have easily been accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University, the nation's most prestigious institutions. However, the tuition fees for such esteemed universities were beyond the Chen family's means. Conversely, the expenses for Jiangcheng University were manageable. Wu Xiufen. My son recently received an admission letter from Jiangcheng College, which is a junior college. Your son, Chen He, could hardly score above 300. Let alone gain admission to a third-tier institution, Wu Xiufen interjected. Han Li, suppressing her anger, maintained a composed demeanor. My son may not attend a third-tier college, but gaining admission to a first-tier one is entirely within reach. Do continue to boast. Your son is perpetually at the bottom of his class. The entire neighborhood is aware of it. Have you not seen the news lately? Han Li inquired. What news? As if your son has the capability to make headlines. Wu Xiufen retorted. In truth, she had been away from home for over half a month, visiting her family. Han Li, hands on her hips, flung the admission letter towards Wu Xiufen. Open your eyes and see clearly. Wu Xiufen was instantly furious, but upon reading the words on the admission letter, she was left astounded. Jiangcheng University? Your son's? How can this be possible? Wu Xiufen stood frozen in disbelief. Aware that Jiangcheng University was a first-tier institution with an admission score threshold of 600. Her own son had only scored 480. How could Han Li's son, who consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, possibly achieve a score of 600? Your son must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he score 600? Han Li snatched the admission notice from Wu Xiufen's hands. My son has even appeared on television. Is that a fabrication? If you're unaware, you ought to go home and watch the news, lest I perceive you as uninformed. With a disdainful glance at Wu Xiufen, Han Li returned home. Wu Xiufen seethed with indignation, unable to accept Han Li's contempt. Upon returning home, her son noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired, Mom, who are you upset with? Wu Xiufen recounted the incident in detail. Mom, Aunt Han is right. Chen He did indeed appear on the news. I saw it yesterday. He scored 650, and he could easily get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Why did he choose Jiangcheng University? Wu Xiufen felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Han Li was determined to completely dominate her. Where are you going? I'm going out with friends. With such a meager score, how dare you go out? Stay home. Wu Xiufen realized that she could no longer flaunt her superiority in front of Han Li and redirected her frustration onto her son. Chapter 41. Chen He has truly changed his heart. Han Li summoned the father and son, announcing a momentous piece of news. Chen He wore a puzzled expression. What good news? He queried, sensing an air of mystery. Han Li produced an admission letter, and Chen He's eyes widened in astonishment. Snatching it away, his hands trembled with excitement. This is Xiao He's admission letter, he exclaimed, exhilaration surging within him. The Chen family had finally produced a student accepted into a prestigious university. Xiao He, why are you not showing any reaction? Han Li remarked, noticing Chen He's lack of expression. I'm a bit late to the party. Zheng Xiaobing received his admission letter from Jiangcheng College just a few days ago. Chen He explained with a smile. Han Li dismissed the comparison, saying, can Jiangcheng College be compared to Jiangcheng University? One is a vocational college, and the other is a top-tier university. It's only natural that the latter's admission letters would arrive later. Chen He remained silent. He was content as long as his parents were happy. Chen He rose, announcing his intention to head out for groceries. I'll go to the market and pick up some ingredients. Let us celebrate properly at noon. By the way, we should have a drink today. Upon hearing this, Han Li shot a look at Chen He that felt lethal. Chen He shivered, sensing the deadly intent in his wife's gaze. Chen He chuckled. Dad, have you forgotten? You promised us you would quit drinking. Are you going back on your word? He meant no reproach. He merely wished to remind his father. Realization dawned on Chen He as he slapped his forehead. Ah, my mistake. I got carried away with joy and forgot. I won't drink. I'll have a soft drink instead. Right, Shaoli, please stop glaring at me. Han Li finally relented, rolling her eyes at Chen He. Today, the Chen family's meal was particularly sumptuous, featuring Chen He's favorite dish, braised eggplant, along with several of Han Li's signature recipes. The three of them shared drinks, basking in a warm atmosphere. On a day in July, Chen He inadvertently caught the news. London had been awarded the rights to host the 2012 Summer Olympics. This echoed the trajectory of his previous life. As August approached, an animated series depicting the clever struggles between sheep and wolves premiered. Chen He recalled that this series would go on to produce numerous sequels over the years, ultimately resulting in a blockbuster film each year, achieving monumental success. As the school year loomed closer, the 2005 Supergirl contest began, featuring a short-haired girl who claimed the championship, adding a formidable talent to the Chinese music scene. Memories surged forth. In his past life, after graduating high school, he had remained infatuated with Feng Yiman, well aware of her fondness for the songs from Supergirl. He had toiled for a month at a construction site, his hands calloused and worn just to earn enough to attend the live show. Yet, Feng Yiman ended up with a wealthy heir, shattering his heart completely. Now, in this new life, he vowed never to be a sycophant again. Ring, ring, ring. Chen He, it's Jiang Han. On this day, Jiang Han called the family landline. Is there something you need? I know you like me, man. I have a method that can help you reconcile. Do tell. Came the response from the other end of the line. Feng Yiman leaned in closely, eavesdropping on the conversation Jiang Han was having over the phone. Jiang Han flashed a victorious gesture at Feng Yiman and whispered, "See, I told you Chen He would definitely take the bait." Feng Yiman, elated, raised her chin. He is merely toying with me. I have contemplated this. I cannot be too aloof towards him, otherwise he will not appreciate my value. Chen He had made headlines, and his resume was inherently superior to others. Upon graduating from university, he would undoubtedly secure a prestigious job. Perhaps it would be prudent for her to keep Chen He at arm's length, waiting until she found a suitable boyfriend before casting him aside. Yiman had a fondness for the contestants of Supergirl, namely Li Chun, Zhou Chang, and Zhang Ying. If she could procure tickets to the live show, Yiman would surely be elated, and perhaps she would agree to go on a date with Jiang Han. With certainty, Jiang Han concluded that Chen He would unhesitatingly agree. Chen He could not extricate himself from Feng Yiman's allure. Feng Yiman shared this sentiment. Her affections are of no consequence to me. Should such trivial matters arise in the future, please refrain from contacting me. With a sudden click, Chen He ended the call abruptly, leaving no room for a response. Feng Yiman felt a surge of anticipation, only to soon notice her best friend's shift in demeanor. What's wrong? Jiang Han exclaimed in disbelief. Chen He hung up. Feng Yiman was momentarily frozen in shock. How could Chen He have hung up on her? What gave him the right? Could it be that he truly no longer harbored feelings for her? Her complexion paled as she grappled with the reality. Tears welled in Feng Yiman's eyes, and she lamented. Jiang Han, he has indeed changed. His heart has strayed. Jiang Han quickly wrapped her arms around Feng Yiman's shoulders, offering comfort. Do not cry. Do not cry. Chen He is blind to your worth. Once you reach university, with your beauty, you need not worry about handsome suitors pursuing you. Have confidence in yourself. Losing Chen He is not our loss, it is his. Upon hearing these words, Feng Yiman suddenly had an epiphany and wiped her tears away. You are right. It is not I who lost Chen He, but rather he who has lost me. I vow to no longer extend him any kindness. I shall even write my name backward. Yiman, Supergirl is about to air. May I watch it at your home? Jiang Han cautiously requested. Jiang Han's family had modest means, with only a black and white television that frequently struggled to receive signals. Of course, it is no trouble at all. After all, we are the best of friends, Feng Yiman readily agreed. After all, it was merely watching television. It would not cost her anything. September 6th marked the day Chen He reported to Jiancheng University. Zheng Hua arrived in a Santana to pick him up. Old Chen, your son has made something of himself. You must be relieved. Not at all. Upon graduation, he still must seek employment, find a partner, marry, purchase a home, and start a family. With housing prices climbing daily, I will have to worry about him for a lifetime. I truly wonder what sins I committed in my past life, Han Li replied. Though inwardly she felt a swell of pride and joy, Zheng Hua recognized the underlying sentiment in Han Li's words and merely smiled, feeling nothing but envy. The Chen family's financial situation was, indeed, ordinary. Yet Chen He has gained admission to a prestigious university and even appeared on television, which undoubtedly foretells a boundless future. Meanwhile, his own son, who has proven to be less capable, remains a source of concern for his parents. Mom and Dad, Uncle Zheng. I've placed my luggage in the trunk. We can depart now. Chen He stood alongside Zhang Xiaobing. Xiao He, make sure to get along well with your roommates in college. Avoid conflicts, exercise a little patience, and refrain from acting impulsively. Once you arrive at school, don't forget to call me. If I don't hear from you, I want to sleep a wink tonight. Chen Kachin and Han Li felt a deep reluctance as they imparted a myriad of reminders to Chen He before his departure. Mom and Dad, you needn't worry. I will take good care of myself. As the engine roared to life, Chen He set off on the path toward campus. Han Li immediately broke into tears. Xiao He has grown up so much. He has never been this far from home. What if he struggles to eat or sleep? Chen Kachin felt a lump in his throat, but maintained a facade of composure, wrapping his arm around Han Li's shoulder and saying, Xiao He has grown. This is the beginning of his own journey. On September 2nd, Chen He arrived at the freshman dormitory of Jiangxing University, pulling along his suitcase. Chapter 42. Chen He resembled a paternal figure. The dormitory was a standard 6-person room. Chen He arrived first, before anyone else. He preferred not to be near the door or the corridor and disliked others sitting on his bed. Thus, he chose the upper bunk of the innermost bed. After neatly arranging his bedding, he finally left the dormitory. Prior to this, he had already paid a semester's tuition at the finance office and purchased new bed linens, a comforter, and a pillow. Before bedtime, he planned to buy toiletries and slippers. Chen He, indeed, as you mentioned, our schools are merely separated by a road. And soon we can play games together again. Zhang Xiaobing waved from across the street. Chen He walked over, and Zhang Xiaobing was visibly elated. Let us set aside gaming for now and take the opportunity to explore the area and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings, Chen He suggested. Sounds good. I, too, wish to see what distinguishes Jiangcheng, Zhang Xiaobing replied, not genuinely lacking exposure to the splendor of large cities, but rather echoing Chen He's sentiments. As they passed a narrow alley, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman beckoned to them. Are you students? If you wish to have your hair washed, it's half price. Zhang Xiaobing was somewhat puzzled by how she discerned their student status, especially since he had deliberately worn a stylish hoodie that day. You students have it tough. I assure you, my services are both affordable and of excellent quality. Next time you come, I can issue you a discount card. The woman appeared quite enthusiastic, eager to secure Chen He and Zhang Xiaobing as clients. Chen He waved his hand dismissively. I'm sorry, we're not interested in hair washing. It's fine if you don't want to wash. We also have pedicurists and cupping therapy, all at student prices, the woman persisted, almost reaching out to pull them into her establishment. Our family circumstances aren't that great. It's better not to waste anyone's time, Chen He politely declined. Seeing that Chen He remained unmoved, the woman shifted her focus. Young man, your hair is quite long. Come to my shop for a trim. And I guarantee you'll look handsome. You'll surely catch the attention of girls on the street. Her persuasive skills were commendable. Zhang Xiaobing touched his temples, realizing his hair had indeed grown long, and he seemed somewhat tempted. I'm sorry, but my friend doesn't want to wash either. His family situation is even less favorable than mine. Before Zhang Xiaobing could respond, Chen He promptly declined on his behalf. Chen He pulled Zhang Xiaobing away. Why did you drag me away? My hair really does need a trim, Zhang Xiaobing questioned, perplexed. She was offering warm and enthusiastic service, and she even provided student discounts. He argued, believing it unkind to overlook such an opportunity. Chen He glanced at Zhang Xiaobing. This isn't a legitimate barbershop. If you go in, I assure you, not only will you lose your money, but you'll also forfeit something far more precious. Initially, Zhang Xiaobing did not comprehend, but soon his eyes widened in realization. Are you referring to those establishments that masquerade as barbershops, yet engage in illicit transactions? Zhang Xiaobing suddenly comprehended. He had encountered legitimate ones, but certainly had no interest in the disreputable. With a sheepish smile, he expressed, thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, my lifelong integrity would have been tarnished. If it weren't for Chen He intervening, I might have unwittingly entered such an establishment, compromising my future spouse. You were like a brother to me. By the way, how did you come to know about this? Zhang Xiaobing inquired curiously. I heard it from others, Chen He replied, spinning a tale. In his previous life, he had fallen victim to such a ruse, just as Zhang Xiaobing was now, naive and unsuspecting until the harsh reality struck. Fortunately, he had escaped at the first opportunity. Since we are newcomers to Jiangcheng, we must proceed with utmost caution, Chen He advised. Zhang Xiaobing understood. Chen He had endured a life of toil and hardship, perpetually grappling with the struggles of the lower echelons of society. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his age now exceeded that of Zhang Xiaobing's father. In Zhang Xiaobing's presence, he often felt a paternal instinct, as the youth was still in the throes of youthful naivety, prone to making irrevocable mistakes. It was he who had encouraged Zheng Xiaobing to attend Jiangqing Academy, thus he felt a profound sense of responsibility for him. After a lengthy wander, he suggested, "Let us indulge in a feast today." Upon the mention of food, Zheng Xiaobing's spirits lifted immediately. Chen He glanced around before retrieving his phone from his pocket. It is always wise to exercise caution when carrying valuable items. "Hello, this is Chen He." "Chen He, I heard you've enrolled in university. Why are you calling me?" Came the voice of Zhao Lei on the other end. "Lazy, come to Jiangqing to see me. I have a way for you to earn some money." "Are you joking?" "Of course not. We've known each other since childhood. I would never deceive you. Just come." After a moment of silence, Zhao Lei replied, "I believe you. But how do you plan to help me earn money?" Chen He had already formulated a plan. First, we must align ourselves with the trends of the times. The advent of the internet has revolutionized how people live, work, and consume. E-commerce holds immense potential. You know about online stores, right? It's about selling goods on the internet. Yes, it's like transferring a physical store to the online realm. Chen He nodded. It's hard to convey everything in a brief conversation. When you arrive, I will elaborate. Zhao Lei's voice was tinged with hesitation. I'm willing. But what if my parents don't agree? They insist on me attending vocational school. Speak with them. I'll await your news, Chen He replied before ending the call. He had faith in Zhao Lei's ability to persuade his parents. In the coming years, e-commerce was poised for explosive growth. By entering the arena early, they could seize greater opportunities. Are you truly committed to pursuing e-commerce? But don't we lack manpower? Zheng Xiaobing remarked, having overheard Chen He's earlier conversation. He has faith in Chen He's vision. Initially, it will just be the three of us, and when Lei Zi arrives, I will elaborate further. Chen He has decided to assign Zhao Lei to customer service, responsible for online communication and client interactions. Zheng Xiaobing, on the other hand, will manage the coordination of products and logistics. However, Zheng harbors doubts. Zhao Lei frequently skips classes to surf the internet, displaying a rather lackadaisical attitude. Is it truly wise to involve someone like him? He believes that such individuals may not be easily compliant. Chen He responds with a gentle smile, assuring him, do not worry, if he has a rebellious streak, I possess the means to ensure his obedience. In his past life, Zhao Lei's existence was shrouded in darkness, and Chen He wishes to lend him a hand, aspiring to alter Zhao Lei's dismal fate. It is a way of repaying the kindness Zhao Lei once extended to his father in a previous life. Chen He's foresight is immensely profound. Once his business empire is firmly established, even without prompting, Zhao Lei will naturally seek to grow, transform, and ultimately excel. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Incident. Rescuing classmate Lu Yang Chen He, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, could easily be considered the father of Zhao Lei. His son was disobedient. But a father possesses countless methods to impart lessons. Zheng Xiaobing, too, held concern for Chen He. Human emotions are complex and unpredictable, especially considering that Chen He was now a veritable man of wealth. Since creative proposals are so lucrative, why not establish a creative proposal company? Zheng Xiaobing inquired. Chen He had attained his financial success by crafting a successful plan for Lu Lan and her brother. First, generating creative proposals requires inspiration. Second, while developing business plans is indeed profitable, one must ponder, what gives them the right to heed our counsel? Chen He gazed into the distance, realizing that Zheng Xiaobing's naivety was evident. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. A successful business proposal could incite animosity between 2 enterprises, and in darker scenarios, it could even lead to fatal consequences. He recalled a news story that had left a lasting impression on him in his past life. In a bustling city, a corpse had unexpectedly surfaced in an artificial river. The deceased was identified as a third-tier singer. The media and onlookers speculated that it was a case of passion gone awry, stemming from a dispute with her boyfriend. However, the investigation revealed a reality that was almost surreal. The singer was, in fact, the mistress of a local mafia boss. This mafia leader, known for his ruthlessness, had used the singer to seduce the owner of a prominent local business, successfully gaining leverage. The singer later plotted to steal a critical business proposal from this owner, while her seemingly upright boyfriend was attempting to cleanse his past and embark on a legitimate business venture. With the proposal in hand, he could achieve his redemption and perhaps earn a modest profit. Upon discovering the scheme, the business owner hired an assassin to eliminate the singer, affirming the ancient adage that robbing someone of their wealth is akin to killing their parents. Indeed, the marketplace can be perilous, sometimes with fatal outcomes. At this moment, Zheng Xiaobing was taken aback. He sensed an aura emanating from Chen He that surpassed even that of Zheng Hua. He could not comprehend what this aura was, but he felt certain that following Chen He would lead him down the right path. Brother He, how do you perceive the world with such maturity? Despite being of similar age to me, you seem almost otherworldly, Zheng Xiaobing jested. You aren't some ancient creature rejuvenated, are you? In truth, Zheng Xiaobing harbored a sense of envy for Chen He. He recognized in him a profound maturity, restraint, and wisdom that he found admirable. You are not mistaken. My true age surpasses that of your father, Chen He replied with a hint of a smile. Brother He, please refrain from joking when we are out. I shall heed your guidance, Zheng Xiaobing insisted, skeptical yet intrigued. Chen He placed an arm around Zheng Xiaobing as they continued forward. Brother He, do you see that girl across the street? She bears a resemblance to Lu Yang, Zheng Xiaobing pointed out. Across the road, a young woman clad in a yellow t-shirt and blue jeans awaited the traffic light. Chen He recognized her as indeed being Lu Yang. Lu Yang is Feng Xia's deskmate. Their encounter in Jiaqing indicates that Lu Yang has also been accepted into a nearby university. Speaking of which, Lu Yang's admission to university owes much to Feng Xia. Lu Yang's grades were dismal during her first year of high school, but it was Feng Xia who assisted her with tutoring, gradually improving her academic performance. Come on. Let's go and say hello, Chen He suggested as he moved toward them. Lu Yang shares a close bond with Feng Xia, which might allow him to glean some information about her. Feng Xia had not contacted him throughout the summer. What could possibly be wrong? I'm with you. Zheng Xiaobing readily agreed, harboring no objections and even expressing a desire to engage with Lu Yang, who fits his ideal type. Suddenly, Chen He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the world spun around him. He stumbled, nearly falling. Fortunately, Zheng Xiaobing reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. He go, are you all right? Zheng Xiaobing noticed Chen He's pale complexion. He go, you're not ill, are you? At that moment, Chen He's mind was tumultuous. Just moments ago, accompanied by the intense vertigo, flashes of images raced through his mind. He saw Lu Yang being jostled on the street, only to be struck by a speeding car that sent her flying several meters away. She collided with the guardrail, her body breaking apart. Nausea gripped Chen He as the gruesome imagery unsettled his stomach. Cold sweat poured down his brow. What he had just witnessed, could it be a premonition of an impending reality? Did he truly possess the ability to foresee the future? More specifically, the capacity to foresee disasters and crises? Recalling his last vision of a fire caused by aging wires at an internet CAF, he realized this was his rebirth's gift. Yet, this time, his reaction was more intense than before. At that moment, a thought surged in Chen He's mind. Since he was aware of the impending accident, could he perhaps take action? For instance, could he save Lu Yang and alter the tragic fate that awaited her? He go, are you okay? I'll hail a taxi immediately and take you to the hospital. Zheng Xiaobing expressed concern. Chen He's complexion had grown even paler than before. Could it be heat stroke? If left untreated, it could lead to severe consequences. I'm fine. Hurry and pull Lu Yang aside. Don't let her cross the street. Quickly. Chen He appeared somewhat weakened. Zheng Xiaobing hesitated. Compared to Lu Yang, he was more concerned about his good friend. Hurry. If you delay, Lu Yang will die. I'm going. Ultimately, Zheng Xiaobing could not resist Chen He's insistence and, filled with doubt, dashed toward Lu Yang as instructed. Lu Yang, wait. Don't cross the street. Zheng Xiaobing shouted from a distance. Lu Yang seemed to hear someone calling her. Suddenly, a car sped across the street, roaring ominously as it approached. Run. The crowd momentarily froze, only to swiftly react and scatter in all directions. Lu Yang was suddenly jostled by someone, finding himself at the rear of the throng. As he beheld the out-of-control car barreling towards him, a pallor washed over his face. Was he truly to meet his end here? He had just gained admission to university, aspiring to repay his parents for their nurturing. He harbored dreams of finding a partner, marrying, and starting a family. Was it to all conclude here? In that critical moment, a figure suddenly surged forth, yanking Lu Yang backwards. With a thunderous roar, the car sped across the sidewalk, ultimately crashing into the landscaping, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Do you wish to throw your life away? Can't you find a place to hide? Lu Yang's mind was a blank canvas as he heard Zheng Xiaobing's furious shout from behind. Overwhelmed, Lu Yang burst into tears. Zheng Xiaobing, alarmed, exclaimed, "Oh no, please don't cry." At that moment, Chen He regained his composure and hurried over, urging the two to leave. The traffic police and local precinct would undoubtedly arrive soon, and he had no desire to visit the station to give a statement. Help me, I can't move. Lu Yang sobbed. Chapter 44. Lending Lu Yang living expenses. Chen He still felt a bit weak, so he urged Zheng Xiaobing to help Lu Yang up quickly. What are you doing here? Lu Yang inquired, her thoughts becoming clearer. Chen He noticed you were in danger and sent me to rescue you, Zhang Xiaobing replied. His cheeks flushed. He gently supported Lu Yang's arms, feeling their softness. This was his first close encounter with a girl in 18 years. The pleasant fragrance of her shampoo filled the air, and Zhang Xiaobing wished to inhale it daily. Thank you both, Lu Yang exclaimed, astonished yet relieved. Had it not been for Chen He and Zhang Xiaobing's timely arrival, she might have been struck by the passing car. The spot where the vehicle had just passed was precisely where she had been standing. Lu Yang's legs felt weak, and she leaned against Zhang Xiaobing for support. As they left the scene, she suddenly patted her pocket and gasped in horror. Oh no, my wallet is gone. After paying her tuition and accommodation fees, she had only 500 yuan left, hard-earned money from her family. That was my living expenses for 3 months. What will I eat and drink now? Boo-hoo. Lu Yang cried even harder. Her parents were farmers, barely scraping by throughout the year, and her grandmother required funds for medical treatment to gather her new semester's tuition. Her father had even resorted to selling blood. Look again, suggested Zhang Xiaobing. But Chen He interjected. Think about where you've been and whom you've interacted with. Suddenly, Lu Yang recalled something. She ceased her tears, her face paling. Someone pushed me while I was crossing the street, she said, realization dawning upon her. I must have encountered a thief. Chen He shook his head. Zhang Xiaobing clenched his teeth in anger. In broad daylight, how can someone dare to steal? It's despicable. He found it unconscionable that a thief would take from Lu Yang, who was already struggling. You should have shouted for help, he exclaimed. How could I know? Lu Yang replied, feeling both wronged and anxious. Xiaobing, stop saying that. This isn't Lu Yang's fault. You're being too harsh. Apologize at once, Chen He warned, glaring at Zhang Xiaobing. The latter quickly donned a smile. I was just flustered with worry. Lu Yang is my classmate, and I felt anxious for her. Lu Yang looked at the two, perplexed. She did not comprehend why Zhang Xiaobing was so obedient to Chen He. However, her own predicament took precedence, leaving her little room for contemplation. Those thieves deserve punishment. Chen Ge, let us report this. The thief must face justice, Zhang Xiaobing exclaimed, shaking his fist in fury. Reporting it would be futile. We lack evidence, and even if we catch the thief, it could take half a year, Chen He stated, wishing to temper Zhang Xiaobing's fervor. Unfortunately, that was the harsh reality. Before the rigorous crackdowns initiated in 2005, societal security was extremely poor. It is not to say that the police are inactive. In truth, their manpower is limited, and it is inevitable that there are areas beyond their oversight. However, on the streets, where surveillance is ubiquitous, a thief would find themselves apprehended by the evening, sipping tea in custody. One can only surmise that Zhang Xiaobing is still too naive. A wave of disappointment washed over him as he clenched his fists, pondering whether he should consider enrolling in a police academy. Hey, do you think it's too late for me to retake my studies? Why retake them? I aspire to join the police force. Chen He was momentarily taken aback. The police academy? What prompted this sudden thought? I wish to contribute to society. Zhang Xiaobing cast a furtive glance at Lu Yang. This action did not escape Chen He's notice. In truth, he harbored a genuine desire to eradicate violence and ensure safety within society, but he also wished for girls like Lu Yang to never encounter similar predicaments. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emerged, drawing both Chen He and Zhang Xiaobing's attention towards Lu Yang. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. It was her stomach that had betrayed her. The school cafeteria doesn't open until tomorrow. I came out to grab a bite. Chen He had no intention of mocking Lu Yang. Let us go eat. But I'm completely broke, Lu Yang lamented, her gaze cast downwards. She felt enveloped in darkness, inwardly lamenting why such misfortune had befallen her. How much do you need? I'll lend you some. Let us just go eat. Chen He's suggestion elicited a shake of Lu Yang's head. You're not exactly wealthy yourself. I'll find a way to manage my expenses. You needn't concern yourselves with me. Lu Yang buried her face further. Chen He is wealthy, very wealthy. If you don't believe him, you must trust me. My father runs a construction materials company. How much do you need? I can lend it to you. Chen He glanced at the dazed Zhang Xiaobing. At that moment, he needed to be mindful of Lu Yang's feelings. He must not allow her to feel as though she were being pitted, yet he also wanted her to remain hopeful about life. Zhang Xiaobing finally comprehended the situation. Lu Yang lifted her head. Are you truly willing to help me? Of course, we are classmates after all. Zhang Xiaobing was unaccustomed to being observed so intently by Lu Yang, and he reddened, diverting his gaze. A slight smile graced Chen He's lips as he recognized the budding interest Zhang Xiaobing had for Lu Yang. Though Lu Yang may not possess the stunning beauty of Feng Yiman or the refined elegance of Feng Xia, she had a charm that grew with familiarity, embodying the beauty of an ordinary person. With a touch of makeup, her attractiveness would undoubtedly soar. All right, let us not linger. I'm hungry as well. Let us find a place to eat. Upon arriving at the entrance of a restaurant, Lu Yong hesitated, rooted to the spot. Are we really eating here? She asked. Feeling unworthy of the establishment, she believed that a simple roadside eatery with a bowl of noodles would suffice, costing very little. Come on. We wouldn't let you pay for your meal, rest assured. I've got this. Zhang Xiaobing confidently patted his chest, attempting to emulate an adult's demeanor. Lu Yong chuckled softly, finding Zhang Xiaobing quite amusing. They selected a private room, where Chen He ordered 10 dishes, a delightful assortment of both meat and vegetables. Alongside a soup, all three were famished, and they eagerly began to indulge in the feast before them. Once they finished, they contentedly patted their full bellies. Chen He summoned the waiter to settle the bill. Please enjoy your meal. Do not hesitate to call me should you require anything, the waiter offered. Observing Chen He pay without a second thought, the waiter concluded that he must be a scion of wealth. After all, who else could afford such an extravagant spread? His demeanor grew even more cordial and respectful. Chen He waved his hand dismissively as the waiter retreated, closing the door to the room behind him. Hey, wasn't it agreed that I would treat you? Zhang Xiaobing complained. Chen He took a sip of water, recognizing that such an opportunity to impress the ladies was not to be squandered. Did he not notice the admiration and envy reflected in Lu Yang's gaze? Lu Yang. Consider this a loan for your living expenses, Chen He said as he pulled cash from his pocket. This gesture further touched Lu Yang's heart. Thank you, Chen He. I truly appreciate this. I may take a while to repay you, she replied. Chen He smiled. No rush. Take your time to repay me after you graduate. At that, Lu Yang stood up and bowed respectfully to Chen He. Chapter 45. Chen He truly can predict the future. There's no need to be so formal. We are classmates. And it's only natural to assist one another, Chen He declared with a grandiose flair. I understand, Lu Yang replied, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as she wiped them away. She produced a piece of paper and a pen, drafting an IOU which she handed to Chen He. I promise to repay you. Recognizing Lu Yang's earnest nature, Chen He smiled and accepted the note. After indulging in a hearty meal, the pressing issue of living expenses was resolved, and Lu Yang's chatter began to flow more freely. Naturally vivacious, she engaged Chen He in lively conversation, leaving Zhang Xiaobing in awe. How is it that Chen He is so adept at charming girls at such a young age? I wish to learn this art. Coach, I aspire to master the craft of allure, Zhang Xiaobing mused aloud, taking a sip of water. Chen He, I'm rather puzzled. How did you foresee Lu Yang's predicament? Lu Yang, intrigued, turned her gaze toward Chen He. Is that true? With a nonchalant smile, Chen He responded, you may not be aware, but I once suffered from a high fever in my youth. After my recovery, I discovered an uncanny ability to predict the future. Perhaps that illness unlocked my latent potential. He refrained from using the term ability, knowing few would believe it. It was simpler to claim he could foresee the future, while fortune-telling might be deemed superstitious. Its allure captivated many, and he neither propagated this belief nor profited from it. His conscience remained clear. Is that really true? Zhang Xiaobing questioned, skepticism etched across his face. You can predict the future? How was I unaware of this? Is it genuine? Lu Yang chimed in, her curiosity piqued. I recall my grandmother mentioning that some individuals develop unique abilities following a severe illness. Her eyes sparkled with belief. As she had grown up listening to her grandmother recounting peculiar tales from their village, stories of embroidered shoes seen through windows and hairpins discovered near wells. Chen He glanced at Lu Yang, silently suggesting a demonstration. Understanding his implication, she began. Could you help me? Before she could finish, Zhang Xiaobing eagerly extended his hand. Chen He, please, take a look at mine. Feigning seriousness, Chen He examined Zhang Xiaobing's palm. Xiaobing, your love line is quite extensive. Zhang Xiaobing's face lit up with joy. Are you suggesting I could have a lasting relationship with someone I admire? He glanced furtively at Lu Yang. Feigning surprise, Chen He continued, not quite. It indicates a tumultuous romantic journey ahead. You are fated to attract many women, yet their intentions may not be sincere. They are likely drawn to your wealth or status, treating you merely as a means to an end. Zhang Xiaobing's expression shifted to one of alarm. What should I do, Chen He? Am I destined to remain unhappy for life? Lu Yang, equally eager to know, listened intently, believing Chen He's insights to be profoundly insightful. After all, Zhang Xiaobing possessed alluring peach blossom eyes, which, as her grandmother had told her, often enticed women. Moreover, given Zhang Xiaobing's affluent background, it was not surprising that some might seek to exploit him. It is quite simple. One must be wholly devoted to their true love, unwavering until death. He go. Are you jesting? True love is a rare gem, a universal truth. Chen He shook his head. I have calculated that your fortune is exceptionally favorable of late. Your true love will soon manifest, perhaps distant yet closer than you perceive. Chen He cast a casual glance at Lu Yang, who had unknowingly lowered her head. Zhang Xiaobing's eyes widened, brimming with excitement. Then I shall undoubtedly treat others with utmost sincerity. I would never betray their affections. I swear, should I fail them. Let me be struck down by a vehicle upon exiting. Upon making his vow, Zhang Xiaobing noticed Lu Yang burying her head even deeper. Lu Yang, do you believe what I say? Chen He inquired. I believe, Lu Yang stammered. She had always been captivated by the mystique of fate, convinced that life is preordained. To escape misfortune is merely a divine arrangement. Thank you, heavens, thank you, Chen He. By the way, no wonder you were able to save Su Xiao on the day of the college entrance examination. You truly possess the gift of foresight. Zhang Xiaobing suddenly recalled the incident when Su Xiao encountered danger on her examination day, a tale that had spread throughout the class by the following day. Yet, no one knew that Chen He had foreseen Su Xiao's peril. You two go ahead. I need to take care of something, Zhang Xiaobing remarked. Chen He gestured ahead. It's crowded here. Let us wait over there. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Not far off, a black Mercedes sat idling, its back seat occupied by Feng Xia, who bore a sorrowful countenance. Chen He, Lu Yang, are you two off to a hotel? Her heart ached. At that moment, right behind Chen He and Lu Yang was a room by the hour, with a hotel owned by the Feng family nearby. This area was filled with such establishments. The appearance of the two was hardly indicative of a dining excursion. Throughout this summer, Feng Xia had longed to reach out to Chen He. Yet each time she opened QQ, hesitation held her back. She was uncertain whether Chen He harbored feelings for her or merely regarded her as a common classmate. Brother, let us proceed to Tangxing Hotel. Feng Dong glanced at the nearby Sanfeng Hotel. Today, he had come to oversee the operations of the family's hotel business, which dominated the area, including saunas and other establishments. Feng Xia, eager to venture out, had tagged along. Tangxing Hotel is still several traffic lights away. After Feng Dong spoke, Feng Xia's tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Don't cry. I will go, all right? Really, my little ancestor. Why must you seek the distant when the nearby is available? Feng Dong had always cherished and protected his sister. He swiftly drove away. As Feng Xia walked past Chen He, her heart felt as if it had been pierced. Xiao He, have you matured so swiftly? Why so soon? At the entrance of Tangxing Hotel, Feng Dong opened the rear door of the car and said, Xia, we've arrived. Watch closely how I conduct myself and remember it well. In the future, the family business will also have a part for you. Feng Xia nodded in agreement. The two then entered the hotel together. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hotel across the street, Feng Yiman was engaged in a playful tug with a youth whose hair was dyed in a riot of colors. Han Xiao, I have my period today. Shall we choose another place to dine? Since recognizing Chen He's change of heart, Feng Yiman had let loose during the summer, frequently mingling with local wealthy heirs. This led her to discover that her classmate Han Xiao's family was involved in the clothing business, earning an impressive annual income of 300,000 to 400,000. What a disappointment, man. Here's 1,000 yuan. You can go eat by yourself. I'm off to play basketball with some friends. Although he claimed to be going for basketball, he actually planned to book a room and order takeout to relieve his stress, tempted by Feng Yiman's allure. With a sigh, Feng Yiman thought that if it weren't for Han Zhao's potential, she wouldn't bother to appease him. Oh, isn't that Feng Xia? Who is the man beside her? A lover? I suspect he is merely a guest. Initially taken aback, Feng Yiman's expression shifted to one of disdain as she pulled out her Nokia phone, capturing several photos of the scene at the hotel entrance. Chapter 46. Feng Xia, what are you so proud of? Feng Yiman did not intend to use the photographs for any ulterior motive. She was merely taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Feng Xia exuded an aura of honesty and class, coupled with the daily transportation arrangements, leading others to believe she hailed from a wealthy family. A cold smile crept across Feng Yiman's face. It was no wonder she received such transportation. It seemed she was being supported by someone. The man she had seen earlier was likely the benefactor behind Feng Xia. Reflecting on how Feng Xia and Chen He had grown close due to tutoring before the college entrance examination made Feng Yiman feel nauseated, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. She wondered how Chen He would react if he were aware of this situation. At the graduation banquet for the entrance examination, Chen He's monetary gift had barely exceeded 100 yuan, leaving her feeling humiliated. That evening, her parents had chastised her as well. Chen He owned a phone worth over 4,000 yuan yet was so miserly. Thankfully, she had refrained from agreeing to date him. Otherwise, he might not even buy her a handbag. Feng Yiman harbored considerable resentment toward Chen He. During the summer vacation, she attempted to reach out to him twice on QQ, only to be met with indifference. After all, she was widely recognized as the school beauty. It was a luxury for others to seek her contact information. What infuriated her further was that just a few days later, Chen He had removed her from his QQ friends list. Because of this, she felt an overwhelming urge to call him and inform him of her displeasure. However, upon reflection, she dismissed that thought. Feng Xia had done nothing egregious. She was unaware of the identity of her benefactor. If she were to provoke the wrong person, she would be the one to suffer. "Miss, are you alone?" A sleek Audi pulled up beside her. "Sunja?" Feng Yiman was taken aback. He was a kind-hearted classmate she had encountered at Jiangsheng University. At that time, Feng Yiman had been struggling with heavy luggage, and he had offered his assistance. She gazed intently at the black Audi, which was valued at 50 to 60,000. Throughout the summer, she had familiarized herself with cars. Sunja was clad in designer attire, undoubtedly indicating a well-to-do background. His ability to drive such an expensive vehicle suggested his parents earned at least $1 million annually, far surpassing Han Xiao. Although Sunja's looks paled in comparison to Chen He, he was still quite appealing. "Feng Yiman, what do you think? I just picked up this car. Would you like to take a ride?" "Sure." "Sunja, what does your family do? I'm truly envious." Feng Yiman genuinely felt envy as she spoke. Settling into the passenger seat. "My family is in the furniture business, and we make at least $2 million a year." Sunja explained his family background. "Wow, Sunja. Your family must be quite affluent." "Not really. Haha. Hold on tight. I'll take you for a spin, and then we can grab a bite to eat." Sunja pressed the accelerator. Man, the chef at the Tangxing Hotel is exceptional." After a leisurely drive, Sunja parked the car in front of a building. Feng Yiman's expression shifted to one of discomfort. "Are you feeling unwell?" Sunja inquired with concern. "No, I'm fine." Feng Yiman was merely disturbed by the thought of Feng Xia checking into a hotel. Naturally, she was also aware of Sunja's intentions. With so many restaurants on the street, why had he chosen to bring her to a hotel for a meal? It was evident that he sought to take advantage of the opportunity. Feng Yiman's fondness for Sunja significantly diminished. For the sake of his potential, she reluctantly agreed to share a meal with him, planning to fabricate an excuse to depart afterward. Man, I've booked a room, since we've just dined. It would be best for us to rest a while." Sunja's ulterior motives became apparent. Feng Yiman awkwardly replied, "My period has arrived. I need to visit the pharmacy." Sunja picked up on her implication and responded, "All right, you can go by yourself." The enthusiasm on his face vanished. He had intended to take advantage of Feng Yiman immediately. Given her figure and beauty, she was indeed the epitome of a campus belle, and he harbored many thoughts about her. However, he preferred a more proactive approach. Feng Yiman wore an apologetic smile, yet her internal assessment of Sunja continued to plummet. Firstly, Sunja's emotions were far too transparent. Upon hearing her polite refusal, he couldn't even feign nonchalance. His emotional intelligence was lacking, knowing she was on her period. He still suggested she go alone to the pharmacy. His arrogance was palpable. So what if his family earned millions annually? In Jiacheng, that was insignificant. "Xia, from now on, you must assert some authority in front of these subordinates. Only then will they learn to respect you." At that moment, two figures appeared in the hotel corridor, Feng Dong and Feng Xia, the siblings. "Isn't that Feng Xia?" Sunja exclaimed in surprise, casting a glance at the man beside her. A disdainful expression crossed his face. "Feng Xia, you wouldn't give me your contact information, yet here you are, checking into a hotel with another man. I thought you were above such things, but it seems you're just another one willing to comply for money." Tears welled in Feng Xia's eyes as a figure swiftly moved past her. Feng Dong approached and landed 2 punches on Sunja. Bang! Bang! Sunja fell to the ground, half of his face swollen. "Watch your words." Feng Dong growled menacingly. Sunja, bewildered, clutched his face. "You dare hit me?" Enraged, he scrambled to his feet and reached for his phone to summon help. Feng Yiman, frightened, stepped back. She noticed that Feng Xia had not recognized her. Perhaps she was unaware of her presence. After all, since the summer break, Feng Yiman had begun to dress and adorn herself differently. Today, she had deliberately applied heavy makeup, distinctly different from her usual appearance. Sunja had already made a call. "You'd better wait. My friend is the manager of this hotel. You're done for." "What is going on?" A bald man accompanied by 7 or 8 security guards rushed over. "Lee, this guy just hit me. Please teach him a lesson. And I'll treat you to a massage later." Sunja was the first to cry foul. Manager Li, upon seeing Feng Dong and Feng Xia, was momentarily taken aback. Boss, I don't know this person. I have no relation to him. Boss? Sunja was instantly taken aback. The manager's boss. Isn't he just the owner of Tangxing Hotel? Could it be that this young man is actually Manager Li's employer? Tangxing Hotel is a subsidiary of Tangxing Group, which boasts an annual revenue exceeding 100 million. This individual ranks among the wealthiest in Jiacheng. My father would not even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Feng Dong's expression turned icy. You intended to teach me a lesson, did you? No. I was mistaken. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. Sunja instantly wilted, completely shedding his previous arrogance. Is an apology all it takes? Do you understand that a single word from me could render your entire family unable to remain in Jiangxing? Feng Dong, possessing both legitimate and illegitimate means, was not making idle threats. Feng Xia sought to de-escalate the situation. Let's leave it be. Feng Dong cast a glance at Feng Xia. Manager Li, please add this individual to the blacklist. Henceforth, neither he nor his dog is permitted entry. I shall take my leave immediately. Sunja felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily dragging Feng Yiman away. Chapter 47. Su Shou's entanglement and escape from Tangxing Hotel. As Feng Yiman broke free from Sunja's grasp, she exclaimed, "You hurt me, young Master Sunday." Had she uttered such words within the confines of a hotel room, it would have undoubtedly led Sunja to indulge in fanciful thoughts. However, at that moment, Sunja was entirely devoid of such inclinations, his expression one of sheer panic. That young man was, astonishingly, the heir of the Tangxing Group. How cursed was his fortune? Is the Tangxing Group truly formidable? Feng Yiman regretted her inquiry almost immediately, for the answer was glaringly evident. Sunja trembled in fear, his body quaking. You may be unfamiliar, being from out of town, but the headquarters of the Tangxing Group is right here in Jiangxing. They earn over 100 million annually, with industries sprawling across the city. To put it bluntly, for every lucrative venture in Jiangxing, there is surely some trace of the Tangxing Group. The owner nearly ascended to the title of Jiangxing's richest man last year. 100 million in annual revenue. Countless industries, the wealthiest. Feng Yiman was taken aback. She had not anticipated the Tangxing Group's powerful background. Simultaneously, jealousy crept in as she thought of Feng Xia. What incredible stroke of luck had allowed Feng Xia to attach herself to the heir of the Tangxing Group? She was destined to soar from a humble sparrow to a resplendent phoenix. In terms of beauty and figure, Feng Xia paled in comparison to her, only marginally surpassing her academically. Why was her fortune so dismal, surrounded by the likes of Han Xiao and Sunja, who were utterly worthless? Man, I need a favor. Sunja's voice dripped with resentment. Classes commence tomorrow. Spread the word about Feng Xia being taken care of by someone. I want her to be utterly disgraced. Earlier that day, Sunja had set his sights on Feng Xia the moment he spotted her, intending to use the pretext of moving her belongings to obtain her contact information. He was confident that, with his charm and family background, he would undoubtedly win her over. To his dismay, Feng Xia had outright rejected him. With a mix of old grievances and new, he sought revenge. Unable to confront the heir of the Tangxing Group directly, he resolved to make Feng Xia's school life unbearable. Feng Yiman remained outwardly composed, but a wave of disdain surged within her. Once Feng Xia's scandal was publicized, she would have no choice but to withdraw from school, barely into the new term. Such cruelty. Feng Yiman scorned Sunja, deeming him despicable for venting his frustrations on a girl due to his lack of strength. He had not considered that if the heir of the Tangxing Group were to learn of this and trace it back to them, the repercussions could be dire. Sunja was not only emotionally and intellectually lacking, but also unappealing in appearance. Aside from his parents' lucrative income, he possessed no redeeming qualities. Young Master Sun, you might want to seek assistance elsewhere. We are all classmates, and I do not wish to be seen as meddling in gossip. Feng Yiman declined Sunja's request. Setting aside the potential retaliation from the heir of the Tangxing Group, if she were to speak to their classmates, they would merely label her a gossip and a busybody. Such a damaging act to her personal image was something she would never entertain. All right, I will find someone else. I'll take you back to school. Sun Xiao, don't take it to heart. You are not as bad as you think. Feng Yiman uttered insincere words to keep Sunja, her meal ticket, tethered to her. The gloom within Sunja dissipated. Man, you are right. In comparison to that fellow, it is merely a matter of bad luck. If I had been born as the heir of Tangxing Group, it would have been him who was beaten today. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Feng Yiman's face. How could one speak of such inauspicious matters as reincarnation? Sun Xiao, stop overthinking. Let us return to school. Fasten your seatbelt. I shall drive now. At this moment, Chen He revealed a smile. Lu Yang, you and Xiaobing truly share a fate. You both have been admitted to Jiacheng College. Lu Yang shyly glanced at Zheng Xiaobing. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Zheng Xiaobing scratched the back of his head. He discerned Chen He's implication and gazed at Lu Yang for a considerable time. She was indeed his type. With her pleasant disposition, this experience provided him a natural opportunity to request her contact information. Xiaobing, I am heading back to school now. Let us gather again during the break next week. Please escort Lu Yang back to school and drive safely on the way. Chen He stated. Rest assured, brother He. I promise that no harm shall come to Lu Yang. Zhang Xiaobing assured, thumping his chest. Lu Yang expressed her gratitude once more. Chen He, Xiaobing. I cannot thank you enough for this. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences. Please note my phone number. If possible, do reach out to me next week. My number is 142. Chen He stored Lu Yang's number in his phone. See you next week. Until next week. Jiangcheng University. Chen He strolled slowly through the campus. In his previous life, he had devoted all his thoughts to Feng Yiman, living frugally for her sake. His infatuation was met with the cold truth. You are a good person, but we are not suited. Please leave my life. He realized he had been blinded by foolishness in his past. Feng Yiman was only slightly more attractive. Beyond that, she possessed no further merits. He had been deprived of the university experience in his past life. As he walked along the bustling path, surrounded by vibrant and youthful university students, he resolved to fully embrace his college life in this new existence. Just then, Chen He spotted a familiar figure ahead. Su Xiu was struggling with her heavy luggage when suddenly a male student approached her. Classmate, do you need assistance? Thank you, but I can manage, Su Xiu replied, lifting her head to decline. The young man, upon seeing Su Xiu's face, momentarily froze. My name is Su Kongjian, a sophomore from the mathematics department. Senior. You seem to be struggling alone. Allow me to help you. Su Xiu shook her head once more. Her grandmother had always said, no reward without effort, especially in public. One must be wary of predatory males. Coming from a modest background with no connections, the cost of making mistakes was low. But a wrong turn could lead to irrevocable consequences. There was a university senior in her village who, after being toyed with by a scoundrel and left pregnant, had no choice but to return to the village to bear the child. Not only did she endure scolding from her parents, but she also became the subject of ridicule among the villagers, ultimately succumbing to the unbearable weight of her despair and taking her own life. Consequently, Su Xiu quietly resolved that during her university years, she would refrain from any interactions with male students, save for that one individual. There's no need for the senior to assist me. I hail from the countryside and possess ample strength. I can manage this small task myself. Thank you. However, Su Kongjian showed no intention of departing. Instead, he expressed an even greater interest. Junior, your figure and appearance truly belies your rural origins. If one did not know better, they might think you were a fairy descended from the heavens. Su Kongjian considered his charm to be unparalleled. After such remarks, he was certain that the junior before him would be utterly enchanted. What girl does not relish being likened to a celestial being? Su Xiu furrowed her brow, disliking Su Kongjian's insincere flattery and his relentless pursuit. Senior, I apologize, but could you please leave? You are disturbing me. Upon hearing these words, a flash of anger crossed Su Kongjian's face. Chapter 48. Stepping in to assist, Su Kongjian suppressed his ire. He had never encountered such an ungrateful girl before. A sardonic smile crept into his heart. Were it not for her innocent and charming appearance, he would not have approached her at all. She was merely a country bumpkin. For him to take an interest in her was a stroke of fortune beyond her wildest dreams. Junior, your words are rather hurtful. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to offer my assistance. What has become of this world? Must the desire to help others be met with baseless suspicion? Su Kongjian's face reflected profound sadness. Kongjian, there you are. Come on, let us play basketball. We're one player short. We need your rebounding skills. This time, we shall teach those engineering university miscreants a lesson. 3 boys clad in athletic tank tops approached. They were Su Kongjian's roommates. Upon seeing so many people, Su Xiu instinctively shrank back. She was not fond of such situations. Kongjian, is this your new acquaintance? One of the roommates inquired. She asked quite lovely. Kongjian, why don't you introduce us? Hello, Junior. We are Kongjian's roommates, they chimed in unison. Su Kongjian smiled. Junior, my roommates wish to get to know you. Why not introduce yourself? Su Xiu appeared troubled. She bit her lip. I'm sorry. Please excuse me. She attempted to move forward, but was blocked by Su Kongjian and his companions. Their expressions turned sour. Junior, we only wish to meet you. We won't take anything from you. Why do you guard against us as though we were thieves? This puts us in a difficult position. You should understand social niceties better. They chided. Seizing the opportunity, Su Kongjin said, Junior, look, my roommates are upset. Why not introduce yourself? Feeling the pressure from the four of them. Su Xiu's grip on her suitcase turned pale. She lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Su Xiu. Su Xiu. My apologies for being late. A jolt of recognition surged through Su Xiu at the familiar voice. She looked up to see Chen He's smile. Chen He, you're here. It's all right, she replied, her long-lost smile returning. For reasons unknown, the sight of Chen He brought her an inexplicable sense of calm, conjuring images of the heroic moment when he had saved her before. Chen He, are you my guardian angel sent from above? Why is it that every time I find myself in distress, you appear just in time? Su Kongjian and his friends were momentarily taken aback, for Su Xiu's smile was enchanting enough to render even the most beautiful flowers envious. Could you please make way, senior fellows? Su Kongjian hesitated, not wanting to miss the chance with such a remarkable girl. Indeed, there were many striking individuals in university, but they often turned out to be superficial. Either green tea bitches, scheming divas, or materialistic girls. He perceived in Su Xiu a purity and clarity akin to that of a lotus blossom. A girl of such exquisite nature is truly worth cherishing. Su Kongjian was poised to decline, yet at that moment, Chen He effortlessly wrapped his arm around Su Xiu's slender waist and said, Shall we go? Tonight, I shall treat you to a movie as a form of atonement. Instantly, Su Xiu became rigid, her face flushing crimson like a red Fuji apple. Chen He had embraced her. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such close contact with the opposite sex, even during high school. She had kept her distance from her male deskmate. At that instant, her mind went blank, her heart racing thump, 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 like a drumbeat echoing within her. Su Kongjian, witnessing Chen He's hand, felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Just then, a ringtone broke the tension. Xiaobing, did you escort Lu Yang back to the dormitory? See you next week. Su Kongjian and his companions were astonished, their eyes fixated on the phone in Chen He's hand, their faces filled with envy. The Nokia N91, valued over 4,000 yuan, though not the latest model, was well regarded and widely recognized. In contrast, they could only think of their own inferior devices. As they admired Chen He, a deep sense of inferiority washed over them. He must be a wealthy heir. My apologies, let us go play basketball, Su Kongjian declared, turning away without a backward glance. While his roommates hurried after him. Kongjian, are you all right? I'm fine. Today, I intend to show those engineering university fools what for. Su Kongjian's countenance darkened ominously, as he felt an unsettling discomfort gnawing at him. He had thought Su Xiu a pure girl, only to discover she was just another flawed soul. Where have all the good girls gone? As Chen He watched Su Kongjian and his group fade into the distance, he finally withdrew his hand. Su Xiu, I sincerely apologize. I had no choice. If I hadn't intervened, they would have pursued you for 4 years. Chen He quickly offered a blushing apology. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had engaged in such intimate contact with a girl. In his previous life, he had learned that there were 3 areas a husband or boyfriend should not touch: the hair, the waist, and the thighs. Chen He had sensed Su Kongjian's ill intentions, prompting his intervention. Su Xiu stammered, and no, it's all right. I was too angry, thank you. Her cheeks reddened further. If it weren't for your help, I truly wouldn't have known how to handle that situation. Upon hearing Su Xiu wasn't upset, Chen He breathed a sigh of relief. Let us not dwell on that. Allow me to help you carry your luggage to the dormitory. Thank you, Su Xiu replied, not refusing Chen He's assistance, even going so far as to share her burden with him. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Chen He possessed ample strength, making the task of carrying her belongings effortless. Chen He, do you know where the finance office is? Yes, I do. I will take you there directly. The location can be quite tricky to find, saving you the trouble of asking others later. Thank you so much, Chen He. Allow me to treat you to dinner this evening. Su Xiu lowered her head, a blush gracing her cheeks, with a smile playing at the corners of her lips. She felt a surge of joy, even envisioning the possibility of confessing her feelings to Chen He later. Ever since he had rescued her, she found herself dreaming of his courageous demeanor almost every night. The prospect of dating him did not dissuade her. Her grandmother had once remarked that a boy with responsibility, integrity, and bravery was precisely what a girl needed. Chen He chuckled softly. Unfortunately, I have other commitments this evening. He gently declined Su Shoa's invitation. He was aware that Feng Xia was also in the same class and planned to wait near the girls' dormitory, hoping to encounter her. He felt compelled to inquire why Feng Xia had not acknowledged him throughout the entire summer. Meanwhile, Feng Xia and Feng Yiman appeared simultaneously. When did this fellow Chen He become involved with Su Xiao? Feng Yiman felt a surge of anger, akin to watching her own pet dog run off with someone else. Feng Xia, let us be cordial. We are classmates now. Feng Xia responded coolly, acknowledging her with a simple, understood, before walking away, somewhat disheartened. Chapter 49. Feng Yiman's misfortune. From her words, Feng Yiman glared with wide eyes, casting an indignant stare at Feng Xia's retreating figure. What a pretentious act. How dare she ignore me? At that moment, Feng Xia's heart was a whirlwind of confusion, her thoughts tumultuous and restless. Chen He, you just shared a room with Lu Yang, and now you are intimately embracing Su Xiao? Are you truly a scoundrel? Toying with the emotions of women and playing both sides? Feng Xia was reluctant to accept this grim reality. Over the course of 3 years in high school, she had formed her own judgments. Chen He was certainly not that type of person. Yet, how could she explain what she had witnessed? Feng Xia's heart was in disarray, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Throughout the summer, she had diligently refrained from reaching out to Chen He, fantasizing instead about a serendipitous encounter with him at university. However, reality had dealt her a harsh slap. Rather than this, it would be better not to meet at all. No. Chen He is not that kind of person. Could there possibly be a misunderstanding? A pang of pain shot through Feng Xia, for she had distinctly seen Chen He with his arm around Su Shou's waist. This was no ordinary relationship. Feng Xia, I've called your name several times. Did you hear me? Feng Yiman caught up from behind. What? Feng Xia's thoughts were interrupted, and she looked at Feng Yiman, bewildered. How did you end up with that man? What man? We're high school classmates. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. What are you talking about? Feng Yiman felt that Feng Xia was putting on an act and scoffed. Stop pretending. I saw you going to a hotel with a man. That man is the heir of Tangshin Group. Were you two together back in high school? Don't say such things. I didn't. Feng Xia's eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. Wait, back in freshman year, you were only 16. Are you in a relationship? Do your parents know? Feng Yiman seemed to have stumbled upon a scandalous revelation. Tears streamed down Feng Xia's cheeks. Stop talking. Ahead. Several female students hurriedly stepped aside as a group of striking upperclassmen approached. Leading them was a tall girl with long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an intimidating aura as she chewed gum. Hey, newcomer, do you know who we are? This was directed at Feng Yiman. Feng Yiman instantly became alert, thinking to herself that she had not offended these individuals. I don't know. Feng Yiman shook her head. We are from the student council. Classmate, you were just bullying this student, weren't you? No, you've misunderstood. We are high school classmates. I was merely greeting her, Feng Yiman exclaimed, her face paling. Perhaps the student council was insignificant outside, but within the university, its existence was akin to that of a neighborhood committee. The council wielded considerable power over various aspects of school affairs, and the administration granted them significant authority. If anyone had been involved with the student council in the future, graduating and seeking employment will serve as a commendable addition to one's resume, enhancing acceptance rates. Was she not bullied? Then why was she in tears? I do not know. Claiming ignorance is a flimsy excuse. If you wish for us to refrain from watching you for 4 years, it would be best for you to apologize now. Feng Yiman's complexion turned pale. If she were targeted, her days would undoubtedly be bleak. But to apologize to Feng Xia? That was beyond her. Moreover, she was merely stating the truth. So no apology, is it? The leader raised a hand and delivered a slap to Feng Yiman. Slap. Feng Yiman covered her face, disbelief and grievance etched across her features, tears welling in her eyes. She could hardly believe it. How could they dare to strike her in the campus? Let me tell you, do not think I merely struck you. I could demand your immediate expulsion, and the school would not dare object. Feng Yiman glared at her opponent. Is there no law here? You had better apologize. Our family, the Shirue family, are benefactors of this school, with her father donating approximately 1 million each year. Strictly speaking, the land you tread upon belongs to the Shirue family as well. A girl behind Wang Shirue reminded. Feng Yiman's anger dissipated, replaced by fear, trepidation, resentment, and ultimately, resignation. I am sorry, senior. I was wrong. Wang Shirue replied coldly. Are you apologizing to me? Feng Yiman gritted her teeth, reluctantly turning to Feng Xia. Feng Xia, I am sorry. I will no longer gossip. Please forgive me. You may leave now. Feng Xia decided to let Feng Yiman off the hook. Feng Yiman dared not move until Wang Shirue spoke, permitting her departure. Shirue, what brings you here? Feng Xia inquired in surprise. Xia, your brother called me, expressing concern over your emotional state and asking me to keep an eye on you. Is something troubling you? Wang Shirue asked. Nothing. My brother is overthinking. Wang Shirue nodded. Very well, Xia, lead me to your dormitory. Feng Xia resided in building one of the girls' dormitory. You all pay attention. Feng Xia is my sister. If anyone dares to bully her, I assure you, I will ensure they are expelled immediately. Wang Shirue cast a glance at the 5 girls in the dormitory. Shirue is a member of the student council, and her father is also a benefactor of our school. Those who lack awareness may test their luck. The 5 girls in the dormitory trembled in fear. Teacher, I wish to return to the countryside. In university, some take advantage of the weak. Chen He led Su Xiu to the finance office to pay a semester's tuition and purchase bedding and other necessities. Thank you, Chen He. From now on, please call me by my name. Referring to me as classmate feels strange. Then shall I call you brother Chen He? That works. Think of anything else you might need. Su Xiu shook her head. Everything is prepared. Thank you, brother Chen He. Then I shall take my leave. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Su Xiu's face as she waved goodbye to Chen He, entering the girls' dormitory. Chen He did not leave immediately. He planned to linger, hoping to catch a glimpse of Feng Xia. Just then, QQ suddenly displayed that someone had actively added him as a friend. The name was Clear Eyes. Chen He hesitated slightly before accepting the friend request. Clear Eyes, hello. Blossoms in all seasons, hello. This is Chen He's online name. He believes that life should bloom in colors uniquely its own. Clear Eyes, are you a university student too? Blossoms in all seasons, yes. Which university do you attend? Clear Eyes, guess. Chen He chuckled softly. Blossoms in all seasons, you must be Feng Xia, right? Clear Eyes, who is Feng Xia? I am Jiang Taili. Chen He smiled wryly, recognizing the trivial ruse. Having lived 2 lives, he had long seen through such antics. A true stranger would not be in such a hurry to explain themselves or reveal their identity. It was evident that there was an air of guilt about the deception. After all, who else could be if not Feng Xia? Chen He seized upon this crucial clue, surprised to discover this endearing side of Feng Xia. Blossoms in all seasons. If you're not Feng Xia, then I shall delete you as a friend. Clear Eyes, please don't delete me. You were so quick to sever ties. In the girls' dormitory, Feng Xia glared at her phone screen, visibly agitated. Chapter 50. Extend your face so I can strike. Chen He wished to continue teasing Feng Xia. His once clear eyes had turned a shade of gray. He tucked away his phone and returned to the boys' dormitory. I am Sunja. I hope to receive your kind support in the future. Sunja was distributing fruits in the classroom, exotic lychees of considerable expense. As Chen He entered, Sunja immediately recognized him. Chen He, do you know me? Chen He glanced at Sunja, unfamiliar with him, and climbed onto the innermost bunk. Sunja seemed to have some knowledge of Chen He. I study at Sanhano 2 High School. Our schools have played basketball against each other. Chen He shook his head. Sunja chuckled. Aren't you curious why I know you? After a moment's reflection, Chen He could only think of one possibility. Do you know Feng Yiman? Sunja's smile widened. Indeed, it is because of Feng Yiman. Here, have a taste of the lychees I bought. From now on, we shall be brothers. I will be the eldest, and you can consider yourself the youngest. Sunja spoke animatedly, calculating their relationship based on the proximity of their beds to the door. Others, having consumed his lychees, felt it inappropriate to voice any dissent. Chen He declined Sunja's lychees. I am not accustomed to them. Instantly, he sensed a hostile glare from Sunja, but he was indifferent. If life in the dormitory proved unpleasant, he could easily find a place to rent. Sunja felt an air of arrogance emanating from Chen He, which irked him greatly. How could a wealthy heir be overshadowed by a mere pauper? Chen He, I see you are somewhat dissatisfied, aren't you? Upon uttering these words, the dormitory fell into silence. Was it necessary to establish a hierarchy on the very first day of school? In truth, they had previously noticed Chen He wielding a N91 phone worth over 4,000, a sum that seemed astronomical to them, as their parents earned a mere 400 to 500 each month. Chen He was undoubtedly a rich heir. Sensing the tension in the air, the other 4 remained silent. Fearful of repercussions, Chen He merely cast a glance at Sunja, thinking him childish. His disdain for Feng Yiman naturally extended to Sunja. Feng Yiman, with her ordinary allure, attracted only the flawed or the dim-witted. Having been deceived in a past life, Chen He could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Sunja. In his previous existence, Chen He had closely followed Feng Yiman. Over the course of a year, She would cycle through 8 boyfriends, each a wealthy heir. Ultimately, she married the son of a CEO, soaring into a life of luxury. By the time Chen He faced his end, Feng Yiman had already borne 3 children, reduced to a mere vessel for the wealthy. Of course, this came at the cost of enjoying a lavish existence. Sun Jia, perhaps, was unaware of Feng Yiman's seasoned nature. In the next moment, while Sun Jia calculated his gains, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was being played. Chen He, what are you so proud of? Sun Jia noticed the sympathetic gaze that Chen He cast upon the weak. Instantly, he found himself unable to contain his emotions, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he confronted Chen He, tearing off the facade of civility. Chen He, however, chose to disregard Sun Jia. There is often a contemptible aspect to the pitiful, and Sun Jia's anger flared upon being ignored. If there are those who oppose me, then I shall heed the collective opinion. Chen He, I am determined to win your respect. I do not need to rely on familial lineage or the balance of my bank account to undermine you. Sun Jia feigned an air of magnanimity. Let us engage in a competition of our college entrance examination scores. The one with the higher score shall be deemed the leader of the dormitory. What do you say? Chen He shook his head, deeming Sun Jia childish, asserting that such titles held little significance. If you wish to assume that role, you need not seek my approval. Yet, Sun Jia was relentless. I must compel you to acknowledge my superiority. A smile spread across his face. I see now, Chen He, your examination results must not have been impressive. Perhaps you barely scraped past the admission threshold for Jiangcheng University. It is understandable to lack the necessary prowess. After all, individuals like myself, who are both affluent and academically gifted, are indeed rare. Sun Jia was convinced that Chen He's scores could not surpass his own. Chen He, wishing to remain aloof, had no intention of engaging with Sun Jia. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, being older than their parents, Chen He refused to stoop to the level of a child. Nevertheless, Sun Jia continued his taunts. Chen He, are you frightened? Allow me to be candid. I scored 610 on my college entrance examination. Is there anyone who can boast a higher score than mine? He glanced at the other dorm residents. Their heads were bowed in submission. One scored 603, another 605, and yet another 607. None surpassed Sun Jia. Chen He, do share your score. I wish to retire early, if you please. Chen He, our scores are all lower than his. We cannot oppose him, so please do not put us in a difficult position. Thank you. The other roommates urged Chen He, recognizing their powerlessness. Having partaken of Sun Jia's lychee, they found themselves unable to voice dissent. It was apparent that Sun Jia would not relent without a clear victor. Chen He, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Is this truly what you wish to hear? Will you not regret it? Sun Jia, brimming with confidence, declared, Regret? To be honest, I employed a private tutor during high school, a strict and formidable woman who had returned from studying abroad. My grades were a product of her relentless pressure. Sun Jia felt a twinge of guilt, pondering whether he had truly applied himself to his studies. If I did not study diligently, that tutor would not hesitate to reprimand me. Chen He calmly requested, May I borrow your phone? Sun Jia proudly produced his N70. After a few moments of typing, Chen He returned it to him. You may check for yourself. Sun Jia wore an expression of indifference, but upon looking at the screen, his demeanor shifted dramatically. You scored 650. A gasp erupted from the other roommates. 650. With a perfect score of 700. That means you were merely 50 points shy of perfection. Their disbelief was palpable. They had assumed Sun Jia was the academic elite, only to discover that Chen He was the true paragon of scholarly achievement. Unbelievable. Such an impressive score makes admission to Tsinghua, Peking University, Nankai, or Fudan entirely within reach. Why did you choose Jiangcheng University? It seems a waste of your talent. This year, the score line for Tsinghua and Peking University is 620. And you have exceeded it by a full 30 points. Sun Jia felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Chen He was an academic prodigy. Instantly, he felt a loss of face, having intended to show off in the dormitory, only to inadvertently elevate Chen He. This signifies that Chen He possesses the highest score. He is, indeed, the leader of the dorm. Sun Jia wished to retract his earlier statements, yet he found it unbearable to voice such sentiments. Trembling, he felt as if he could carve a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground beneath him. Had he known Chen He would achieve such a high score, he would have refrained from competing with him. Truly, he had shot himself in the foot. Ding, ding, ding. Chen He retrieved his phone. Su Xiao, I'm in the dormitory. Have you settled in? That's great. Let's plan a gathering with our high school classmates soon. After hanging up, he noticed that everyone was staring at him in astonishment. What is the matter with you all? Sun Jia, in disbelief, exclaimed, Are you using an N91? I'm stuck with an N70, which only costs around $1,700. Although the N91 may not be the latest model, its market price has never dipped below $4,000. Sunja was reluctant to accept this reality. Chapter 51. A fortuitous encounter. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to reveal my humble communication device, I resolved to keep my subpar phone discreetly hidden. At that moment, my roommates were utterly captivated. The Nokia N91 in Chen He's hand was an object of awe. One they had only glimpsed through the glass displays of mobile phone shops, a presence they could scarcely fathom. As they beheld the genuine article, excitement radiated from them. Chen Ge, is that truly an N91? It's absolutely stunning. I could never afford one at over $4,000. They had tacitly acknowledged Chen He as the leader of our dormitory, a status solidified by his impressive college entrance examination scores that granted him entry to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua, Peking University, Nankai, and Fudan. Coupled with the fact that he possessed the most expensive phone in the dorm, who could possibly contest his authority? Sunja, feeling overlooked, seethed with resentment. Who knows if that phone was purchased with a loan from your family? Lower your head to me, and I shall offer you 200 yuan. He presumed that Chen He, a boy from a small county, could not possibly afford such a luxury. What right did he have to flaunt it before him? Annoyance flickered across Chen He's face. Enough with the nonsense. Sunja's breath quickened. I'll give you 500. He had only brought 1,000 yuan for living expenses, and parting with half of it pained him. Yet he was willing to sacrifice for the sake of pride. Chen He glared at Sunja. Are you finished? The intensity of his gaze unnerved Sunja, stirring a flicker of fear within him, a sensation he had only previously experienced in the presence of his father. Sunja, cease your provocations toward Chen He. Continuing this way will only lead to your own humiliation, interjected a more mature roommate, who found Sunja's behavior reminiscent of a petulant child. Self-righteous and insufferable, a type he particularly detested. Indeed, Sunja, Chen He has the highest scores in our dormitory and wields the most expensive phone. He is justified in being our leader. I have no objections. Others chimed in, affirming their support. Frustrated, Sunja, a local rich kid albeit not from a prominent family in Jiangcheng, had never endured such indignity. Chen He, we shall see, he retorted, slamming the door as he departed. Chen Ge, I am Zhou Ming from Shaanxi. If you ever visit, I would love to treat you to noodles. I am Wang Yue from Xiangnan. Our region is renowned for its spicy peppers. Zheng Liang, from Shay County, I am a fan of Zhouchang. Wu Jigang from Shaanxi. My aspiration is to develop the latest generation of truck engines after graduation. One by one, my roommates briefly introduced themselves. Chen He, from Sanha. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Upon entering the classroom for our freshman business administration class, Chen He was immediately met with a dozen curious gazes. Who is this person? How handsome. Look at those long legs. He must excel at basketball. In this small Jiacheng, there exists such a striking individual. My goodness. Chen He noticed Feng Xia sitting in the middle of the classroom, unexpectedly sharing the same major as he had chosen. He approached her directly. Excuse me. Could you kindly relinquish this seat for me? Chen He flashed a warm, sunlit smile. Beside Feng Xia sat a petite girl. Sure, I'll move to the back, she replied. Thank you. Chen He took the opportunity to sit down. Feng Xia lowered her head, uncertain whether she was feigning ignorance of Chen He's presence or simply felt shy. Why did you agree to swap seats with him? The petite girl asked as she settled in. He's handsome. What's wrong with that? Xiao Xia, what a coincidence. We are in the same classroom again, Chen He remarked, glancing at Feng Xia. She nodded slightly. Brother Chen He, we truly are fated. Came Su Shou's voice from the back row. However, it appeared that Chen He did not hear her, offering no response. Su Shou opened her mouth but chose not to continue her greeting. Noticing the radiant light in Chen He's gaze directed at Feng Xia, something she had never seen when he looked at her, Su Shou seemed to grasp something, bowing her head in disappointment. At that moment, Feng Xia regretted her choice of major. Had she known Chen He would be here, she would have insisted on switching. Xiao Xia, what's wrong? I tried reaching out to you several times over the summer, but you didn't respond. Were you already planning to study the same major as me to surprise me? Chen He continued, oblivious to her turmoil. Feng Xia suddenly lifted her head to glance at him. Please, don't be so self-absorbed. I didn't choose this major because of you. Chen He chuckled lightly. What a coincidence. I chose this major because of you. You. Feng Xia felt a surge of anger, but was at a loss for words to retort. Suddenly, Chen He grasped her hand. Xiao Xia, wherever you are, I shall be. Feng Xia struggled to free herself from his grip, yet Chen He held on firmly, refusing to let go despite her attempts. wary of drawing the attention of their classmates. Tears of frustration threatened to spill from her eyes. Let go of me. I've misjudged you. Please, don't speak to me again. Just pretend we don't know each other. Chen He was taken aback, sensing something unusual in Feng Xia today. She was speaking words that seemed irrational. After 2 months apart, her reaction felt abnormal. Xia, why are you suddenly so harsh? Have you forgotten our senior year? When you helped me study, and we motivated each other to improve. Feng Xia remained silent, clenching her fists, her heart in disarray. Chen He, why are you treating me this way? Xia, what is wrong with you? He asked, puzzled. After a summer apart, their relationship seemed to have developed a rift. You should go find Su Xiao or Lu Yang, Feng Xia said. What was I going to seek from them? Chen He appeared utterly bewildered. A swirl of confusion within him. The peculiar behavior of Feng Xia must be linked to these two girls. I witnessed it all the day of the college entrance examination. You were playfully tugging at Su Xiao, and just yesterday, you emerged from the hotel with Lu Yang. At school, you even deliberately wrapped your arm around Su Xiao's waist. With your flirtatious nature, I refuse to engage in conversation with you. Feng Xia angrily wrenched her hand away. Chen He relaxed slightly, only to grasp Feng Xia's hand once more. Haha, Xia. Is it merely because of this that you consider me a fickle-hearted scoundrel, a man who juggles multiple relationships? Isn't it so? I believe seeing is believing. Chen He awkwardly chuckled. Allow me to clarify this matter thoroughly, regardless of whether you wish to hear it or not. He proceeded to recount the truth of the situation in detail. Upon hearing this, Feng Xia felt a wave of shame wash over her, realizing she had misjudged Chen He. Is it truly the case? If you doubt me, you may inquire with Su Xiao, Lu Yang, or Zheng Xiaobing themselves. All right, I believe you now. You big silly hat. Chen He was taken aback. Who is the big silly hat? Chapter 52, the beginning of university life. Feng Xia chuckled softly, deliberately lowering her voice to avoid disturbing her classmates. Desha He, she giggled. It must be said that while Feng Xia typically appeared serene and gentle, such playful exuberance was indeed a rarity. Chen He tightened his grip slightly. Do not call me foolish. If you do, I shall become angry. Though his words suggested a sternness, they resonated more as a form of affection. You had better not deceive me, or I shall have my brother teach you a lesson. Feng Xia's spirits lifted, and her chatter increased. Then let us go find Su Xiao for clarification. Chen He began to rise, but Feng Xia hurriedly stopped him. Sit down. She noticed that many classmates were staring at her. Now do you believe it? Fine, you have tricked me. I shall ignore you. She turned her head away, adopting the demeanor of a sulking young girl. Hey, you too, could you please be mindful of your surroundings? A petite girl behind them remarked, visibly displeased. Initially, she found Chen He quite handsome and even entertained the prospect of a budding romance between them. Little did she know. Chen He's gaze was solely fixed on Feng Xia, his words dripping with sentimentality. Luo Xiaoqing could hardly bear it. Apologies, classmates, Feng Xia murmured, lowering her head in embarrassment. Chen He quickly glanced around, noting several unfriendly stares. Xia, they are envious of us. Do not say that. They will hit you. Are you concerned for me? Where is that coming from? What are you to me that I should care for you? I am merely waiting for you. Chen He declared earnestly, reflecting on a past life where he had not encountered the one destined for him. Having spent much of his time as a lovesick fool with no opportunity to express his affections. Could you two please tone it down? Luo Xiaoqing exclaimed, nearly on the verge of losing her meal. It wasn't that she harbored malice. She was simply overwhelmed by Chen He's overt declarations of love. In 2005, societal norms were not so liberal, and the non-mainstream culture was just beginning to emerge. Young men and women still expressed their feelings with subtlety, making Chen He's unabashed candor particularly striking and somewhat jarring. Chen He, it's all your fault. Stop talking, Feng Xia pleaded with her eyes. Chen He had no choice but to relent. Indeed, the classroom was not the appropriate setting for romantic discourse. Let us converse after class then. The teacher is coming. Luo Xiaoqing glanced towards the classroom door, which swung open to reveal a short-haired, competent young woman. Hello, students. From today onward, I shall spend the next 4 years with you. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of chalk and turned to write on the blackboard. Qing. Teacher Qing is so impressive. She gives off the aura of a female hero, with a well-proportioned physique. It was evident that Teacher Qing must take great care in maintaining her fitness. Teacher Qing, would you come to my home for extra tutoring? Qing appeared stern and frosty, yet there was an undeniable air of charisma about her. Is she beautiful? Feng Xia noticed that Chen He was intently gazing at the teacher at the podium. While the teacher was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to you. If given a choice, I would undoubtedly choose you. Please stop. Feng Xiao blushed deeply. It was only then that she realized Chen He had been holding her hand. Having never experienced such a connection with a boy before, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Let go. Just for the duration of the class. No, half a class. Just for a minute. Only a minute. Luo Xiaoqing curled her lips, feeling goosebumps all over her body. Are you cold, Xiaoqing? I'm freezing. I have medicine. Would you like some? Luo Xiaoqing. This desk mate is out of her mind. At the podium, Qing Qing scanned the room. Now let's have everyone from the back row introduce themselves. Hello everyone. I am Chen Jianbing. It was now Chen He's turn to introduce himself. Hello classmates. My name is Chen He. Chen from your east and he from Great River. I hope to strive together with you all and coexist harmoniously over the next 4 years. After finishing, Chen He took his seat. Qing Qing cast an additional glance at him. Among the 40 students in the class, only Chen He stood out with his remarkable appearance and demeanor, making him the most recognizable one. Hello everyone, I am Feng Xia, and I am delighted to be here learning alongside all of you. As Feng Xia spoke, she suddenly grew nervous. She forgot her lines and had no idea what to say next. She was acutely aware that all eyes in the class were on her. What should she do? This was utterly mortifying. At that moment, a note was passed to her. It read, "You got this, you can do it." It was a note written by Chen He, silently encouraging her. I enjoy reading, listening to music, and I adore small animals. I hope to create wonderful memories with everyone during these 4 years. Finally, Feng Xia relaxed and finished her introduction in one breath before sitting down. Thank you. No problem at all. Chen He's gesture did not escape Qing Qing's notice. From the podium, she could see every student's actions clearly. It was commendable that Chen He took the initiative to assist his classmates. In the second class, Qing Qing entered the classroom with a stack of test papers. In this class, we will conduct a preliminary assessment, and based on the results, we will select the class leader, academic committee member, and life committee member. Upon receiving the test paper, Chen He immediately began answering diligently. Xia, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. As if, don't be so arrogant. How do you know I am arrogant? Chen He began, but quickly realized he was about to say something wrong and corrected himself. At this time, both boys and girls were still rather reserved. The internet had not yet fully permeated their lives, so certain jokes and memes were not yet popular. If you keep talking, I will tell the teacher. Feng Xia pretended to be angry. Xia, we're in college now. Seeking the teacher's help seems a bit immature. How about this, after class? Let's find a secluded spot and settle this one-on-one. Go to hell. Don't disturb me while I am working on my problems. Feng Xia was on the verge of insanity. She had never anticipated that Chen He could be such a loquacious individual. Furthermore, his words were evidently intended to amuse the girls. How could Chen He be so adept at this? Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself utterly unperturbed by this side of Chen He and, in fact, hoped he would express himself even more. Please maintain order in the classroom. Qing Qing's gaze was fixed upon Chen He, causing him to withdraw slightly. During a seemingly uneventful class, the university instructor's speed in grading papers was nothing short of remarkable. In the span of a brief intermission, Qing Qing had procured the report cards of all students across various subjects. Chen He was engaged in recounting amusing anecdotes from the summer vacation to Feng Xia when Qing Qing entered the classroom. Classmates, the results of the diagnostic test have been released. Allow me to announce the scores for each subject. In mathematics, Chen He scored 148, while Feng Xia achieved 146. In Chinese, Chen He secured 134, and Feng Xia 130. In English, Chen He attained 140, whereas Feng Xia garnered 129. As Qing Qing recited each student's results, astonishment spread throughout the classroom. The top scores in all 3 subjects belonged to the same individual. Chapter 53. He already has his moonlight. To everyone's astonishment, Chen He turned out to be a top student. The recent assessment test was actually based on past college entrance examination questions, and Chen He's South score was remarkably close to perfect. What else could he be but an academic prodigy? Moreover, after a 2-month summer break, few could retain their high school knowledge, which only deepened the admiration his classmates held for his intelligence. To be able to perform consistently after such a hiatus was truly impressive. It was one thing for Chen He to excel, but why was Feng Xia's name mentioned so frequently? The entire class quickly discerned another fact. These two seemed to function like a married couple. Chen He, you shall be the class monitor, and Feng Xia, you will take on the role of academic representative, announced Qing Qing, who had made her decision. Typically, class monitors in universities are elected through student competition. However, It was evident that Qing was not inclined to adhere to tradition. She believed that the position should be held by the student with the best academic performance. While elections might be fair, they were also a waste of time. Classmates, we shall commence our lessons now. Our major encompasses a broad foundation, allowing you to choose your specialization based on your interests, such as business management, marketing, human resources, financial management, accounting, and corporate investment, among others. Qing teacher, what do you believe is the most promising sector in our domestic market? Inquired a bespectacled girl from the front row. In my opinion, the e-commerce sector holds the greatest potential in the next 5 to 10 years, Qing replied. E-commerce is not a new concept. This year has witnessed an explosion of growth within the industry. I believe that e-commerce will significantly influence people's daily lives and even their modes of transaction in the coming years. As Qing lectured, the classroom was filled with the sound of eager note-taking. Chen He quietly wrote down his notes, resonating with Qing's insights. E-commerce undoubtedly harbored immense potential. Yet, it also possessed considerable limitations. Ultimately, the growth of the e-commerce industry relies heavily on platforms like Alibaba's Taobao. In simpler terms, while listing products can yield profits, the real money lies with Taobao. Chen He, ever the planner, noted PDD in his notebook. In his future plans, an online store would merely serve as a stepping stone for capital accumulation rather than being regarded as the primary venture. Chen He had no intention of spending his life working for Taobao. During the break, Su Xiu approached Feng Xia, expressing her delight at being in the same class again. I'm thrilled as well, Feng Xia replied, finding Su Xiu to be quite admirable despite her humble background. Let us have lunch together, Su Xiu suggested. I've already made plans to have lunch with Feng Xia, Chen He interjected suddenly. Su Xiu's expression fell, though she forced a smile. All right then. I'll go eat alone. Su Xiu, I'll have time tonight. Let us get together then. Feng Xia shot Chen He a glare. Who said anything about you having plans? She could not bear to witness Su Xiu's disappointment. The mere chance of encountering a high school classmate at university was a rare and joyful occurrence. Feng Xia, may I join you this evening? Came Luo Xiaoqing's voice from the back row. Of course, let us three be together tonight, she replied. In the cafeteria, Chen He and Feng Xia sat across from one another. Feng Xia felt utterly uncomfortable, especially since Su Xiu and Luo Xiaoqing were seated at the adjacent table, dining together like a couple. Although couples were ubiquitous in university, it still made Feng Xia feel shy. Let's eat, Chen He suggested, as he filled his plate with a meat dish and a vegetable side, alongside a chicken leg. Feng Xia glanced at the chicken leg, her desire for it battling against her fear of gaining weight. Xiao, what are your thoughts on Teacher Qing's theory regarding the prospects of the domestic market that he presented today? Chen He inquired earnestly. Feng Xia was momentarily taken aback, anticipating yet another jest from him. His sudden seriousness caught her off guard. I concur with Teacher Qing's theory. E-commerce indeed holds significant potential and may alter people's consumption concepts and lifestyles. However, I believe it is crucial not to overly exaggerate the advantages of e-commerce. In fact, e-commerce has considerable limitations and many drawbacks, though its benefits outweigh the negatives. Firstly, the rise of e-commerce will inevitably challenge and even devastate physical, leading a substantial number of individuals to face the dilemma of shop closures, transfers, or transformations. As she expressed her viewpoint, she took a sip of the millet porridge in her bowl. When she lifted her gaze to Chen He, she caught a glimpse of a sly smile on his face. Xiao, you are truly captivating when you analyze problems so seriously. Feng Xia was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson. She lowered her head, hurriedly shoveling rice into her mouth. You're annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Though she uttered those words, her heart was undeniably fond of him. Every woman seeks to adorn herself for the one who appreciates her. What girl does not relish hearing praise from a boy? All right, I was just teasing you. Let me treat you to a chicken leg, Chen He offered, wrapping the chicken bone in paper and bringing it to her lips. No, it'll make me gain weight. Feng Xia shook her head in refusal. Chicken has a low fat content. No matter how much you eat, it won't lead to obesity. Trust me. Really? If you're lying, you're a little dog. Very well then, I shall eat it myself. Chen He insisted on personally feeding Feng Xia. I can manage on my own. Stop it. Open your mouth. That's right. How does it taste? Unable to resist Chen He, she chewed on the delicious chicken, casting wary glances around her, fearful of being seen. How annoying. Don't do that next time. Though she voiced such a complaint, her heart surely felt otherwise. Young girls often exhibit a penchant for contradiction. They may verbally reject what they secretly desire, embodying the enigma of a woman's heart. Chen He, having lived 2 lives, was significantly older than Feng Xia, and thus he could easily discern her thoughts. From a distance, Su Xiu watched, feeling profoundly unsettled as she bowed her head to eat. It seems I have been overly sentimental. Brother Chen He, you hardly see me, and my presence is non-existent in your heart. Your affections lie with Feng Xia. Luo Xiaoqing observed Su Xiu's despondent demeanor. Su Xiu, could it be that you harbor feelings for Chen He? Su Xiu abruptly lifted her head, hastily shaking it. No, not at all. I do not have anyone I like. You are mistaken. However, Luo Xiaoqing sighed. There is no need for explanations. I can see it clearly. The way you gaze at Chen He mirrors how he looks at Feng Xia. I suggest you let go. Chen He already has his cherished one in his heart. I have a keen eye for such matters. Chen He is the type who is devoted and deeply affectionate. Gaining entry into his heart will be quite challenging. Suddenly, tears streamed down Su Xiu's face. But I do not wish to give up. My heart aches. Luo Xiaoqing rose and sat beside Su Xiu, wrapping her arms around her shoulders. Let it out. Crying will bring some relief. Fortunately, I am not in love. I enjoy admiring handsome men, but I shall not be swayed by their charms. Dingling. Chen He's phone rang. He answered the call. It was Zhao Lei. Xia. A neighbor from the town has come to seek refuge with me. I must go for a while. Chapter 54. Encountering a thief at the school gate. Feng Xia's heart flickered with disappointment. She wished to spend more time with Chen He. You haven't finished your meal yet. Let us wait until you do, she suggested, glancing at Chen He's plate, which remained largely untouched. I won't eat anymore. I fear he might grow anxious waiting. Chen He replied, eager to check on Zhao Lei, who had traveled a long distance to seek his company. Zhao Lei was inherently restless. In an unfamiliar city, any trouble would be difficult to explain to his parents. Please be careful on your way, Feng Xia cautioned. I promise to return promptly, Chen He assured her before departing. Just then, Su Xiu and Luo Xiaoqing took seats opposite Feng Xia. She still felt disheartened by Chen He's departure. They hadn't been in touch for 2 months. A lapse she deeply regretted. During the summer vacation, they hadn't exchanged a single word. Xia, are you and the class monitor in a relationship? Luo Xiaoqing inquired in a hushed tone. Su Xiu glanced at Feng Xia, then quickly lowered her head. Feng Xia set down her spoon and shook her head. We are not in a relationship. Chen He had yet to openly acknowledge her feelings, nor had he confessed his own, while she enjoyed his company. She wasn't certain that constituted a relationship. Luo Xiaoqing responded with an O, while Su Xiu felt a mix of tension and relief. She was delighted that they were not involved. Perhaps this signified that she still had a chance. At the entrance of Jiangcheng University, a young man with long hair squatted by the roadside, watching the passing vehicles. Lazy, didn't you bring any luggage? Chen He approached him with a question. You didn't tell your family, did you? I thought I told you to discuss it with them first, Chen He observed, realizing that Zhao Lei had likely sneaked out without his parents' knowledge. In his previous life, Zhao Lei was similarly restless, uninterested in his studies, frequently skipping classes to surf the internet. His parents had been deeply concerned. Chen He felt it was essential to help him focus. I feared that if I told them, they would confine me at home, Zhao Lei confessed. That indicates you didn't plan to explain properly, Chen He sighed. Zhao Lei was in a rebellious phase. Unless he faced reality, he would continue down this path. However, Chen He found himself in need of assistance. With the online shop now operational, he required a capable customer service representative to attend to buyers. I have a phone. Quickly call Aunt Sue, Chen He urged, pulling out his Nokia N91. Brother He, is this your phone? Zhao Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't expected Chen He to afford such a device. Several times, he had passed by mobile phone stores, only able to gaze at the prices in dismay. Brother He, is this from your business profits? Will I ever be able to buy a Nokia phone? He asked, filled with hope. Sort of, but you need to call her first, Chen He pressed. Hello, Mom. I'm fine. I just needed a little fresh air. I'm with Chen He. You want to speak with him? Sure, Zhao Lei said, glancing towards Chen He for support. Reluctantly, Chen He took the phone. Aunt Sue, don't worry, Lazy won't cause any trouble. I'll keep an eye on him. I'll hang up now. Chen He was about to arrange a temporary refuge for Zhao Lei when suddenly, a shadow darted past him. Realizing his phone was missing, he exclaimed, it's a thief. Lazy, catch the thief. Zhao Lei reacted swiftly, dashing out before Chen He could finish his sentence. At the school gate, a multitude of vendors, students, and passers-by had gathered, yet each individual appeared indifferent, showing no inclination to assist. The thief was evidently a seasoned criminal. As Chen He and Zhao Lei pursued, it became apparent that they were losing ground. Lazy, you keep chasing. I need to catch my breath. Chen He panted, exhausted. Zhao Lei continued the pursuit, though hope was scant as he was unfamiliar with the terrain. Chen He rested for a brief 2 minutes, his face etched with frost. In this second life, he could not allow a thief to profit at his expense. Although there was still money in his account, that Nokia N91 could fetch 2,000 to 3,000 if sold. He had no desire to weave another's garment. Ahead lay the old city, where numerous ragged figures squatted on the street, possibly beggars or vagrants. I will offer 100. Who among you will help me catch the thief? I will reward you with another 100 upon capturing him. He could not keep pace with the thief. But alternative methods existed. I will. A youth in his 20s stood up, followed by another younger boy. Among the crowd, they were the only two willing to assist. Likely motivated by the promise of money, others dismissed Chen He's words, perceiving his youth as a lack of credibility. Here is 100, Chen He said, promptly producing a bill and handing it over. The two youths were momentarily stunned. That 100 was a substantial sum. They could temporarily forego sleeping on the streets, finding shelter under a bridge, and even afford new clothes and a decent meal. The younger boy swiftly snatched the bill. The older boy scrutinized Chen He. Aren't you afraid we might take the money and not help? Indeed, I am, but I find myself with no other options, Chen He replied. He sensed the sincerity in the boy's clear eyes, indicating they were not of ill intent. Wait here, we will catch the thief for you, they declared. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei was still chasing the thief through the streets, yet he was clearly lagging behind. His unfamiliarity with the area added to his despair as he watched the thief prepare to escape right before his eyes. He felt he had let Chen He down, failing to handle such a trivial matter. Just as he was about to concede, two figures emerged seemingly from nowhere, swiftly overtaking him in pursuit. Who were they? The duo exhibited remarkable coordination. One blocked the thief while the other flanked from behind. Interfering, are you? Seeking your demise. The thief was cornered at an intersection upon noticing the two youths. Drawing a knife from his person, he was taken aback to find that rather than fear, the boys exhibited excitement. In recent days, I have felt a profound sense of frustration and misfortune, and it was during this time that we encountered the two of you. Brother, why engage in further conversation? Let us act decisively. The thief was taken aback, merely intending to steal a phone. Yet he found himself face to face with true adversaries. Stay back. I will truly stab you, he exclaimed, retreating in panic while wildly brandishing a small knife. However, his attempts were nothing more than the clumsy maneuvers of an amateur. The young man swiftly seized the knife from the thief's grasp and delivered a powerful knee strike to his chin, causing the thief to stagger backward. The younger boy then leapt forward, delivering a kick that sent the thief crashing to the ground. I was wrong. The thief finally realized he was no match for the two and chose to capitulate, pleading for mercy. He obediently produced the stolen item, presenting the phone in his palms. Brother, this is a Nokia N91, retailing for over 4,000. If we resell it, we could easily fetch 2,000 or 3,000, he remarked. When that person arrives, we shall return the phone to him. But why? The thief protested. We could just run away with it, and he would have no recourse. The young man shook his head. Let us wait for him to come. Chapter 55. Yao Si and Brother Defei. The sirens wailed as Chen He had preemptively alerted the police. He coincidentally appeared alongside the officers. He was a thief. The young boy pointed at the young man kneeling on the ground. Quite impressive. You managed to apprehend the thief, the police officer commended. They handcuffed the thief and glanced at Chen He. Please accompany us to provide a statement. Chen He nodded. No problem. He cast a glance at the two brothers, surprised by their capabilities. The thief was thoroughly subdued by them. Zhao Lei looked at the two brothers with admiration, as he was particularly fond of the young and dangerous series. In them, he seemed to glimpse the essence of a leader from the bustling streets of Causeway Bay. Upon exiting the station, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Chen He was late for class, but fortunately, he knew Feng Xiao would surely assist him in securing an absence. Here is the 100 yuan I promised you for helping catch the thief. Chen He fulfilled his promise. Brothers, have you two had any training? My name is Zhao Lei, but you can call me Lazy. This is Chen He. He is a student at Jiangcheng University. Zhao Lei said excitedly, looking at the brothers. Let us be friends. Zhao Lei was quite adept at socializing. He produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to each brother. I am Yao Si, and this is my brother, Yao Fei. Yao Si produced a lighter and ignited the cigarettes. Chen He's expression suddenly froze. Yao Si, Brother Defei. These two were notorious figures, well known in the underworld. Yao Si, nicknamed Yu Si, and Yao Fei, known as Brother Defei, started as street thugs and gradually gained control over a street, a commercial district, and within a mere decade, became formidable figures that instilled fear in many. They navigated through the gray, black, and white realms of society effortlessly. The two brothers thrived in their endeavors, wielding influence that even the wealthiest had to reckon with. At the height of their power, Yossi commanded a following of 2,000. He engaged in finance, stock trading, real estate investment, futures trading, and even established an insurance company. He opened KTVs, hotels, and billiard halls, amassing a fortune exceeding 10 billion yuan by 2009. However, as the saying goes, the heavens may rain upon the reckless, and calamity befalls the arrogant. With Yossi's burgeoning power came increasing arrogance, leading him to disregard even figures in politics. Ultimately, he crossed paths with a certain influential person in the capital, resulting in his complete downfall. In December 2009, he was executed by firing squad, marking the end of a notorious era. He fell from grace, leaving behind a legacy of financial ruin and disgrace. Brother Defei was arrested in January of the following year and, after a trial in March, met the same fate. Brother He, what are you thinking? Zhao Lei nudged Chen He, noticing his distant gaze. Chen He snapped back to reality and glanced at the Yao brothers. His heart was tumultuous. Who could have imagined that the formidable overlord of Jiangqing was now a destitute soul unable to afford a meal, forced to sleep on the streets? Reflecting on Yao Xi's rise, it was evident that his ascent had been underpinned by a robust network of connections. Desiring to broaden his business horizons, he found himself in dire need of influential connections. Yao Xi and his associates possessed a network steeped in complexity, encompassing shades of black, gray, and white. Should he leverage this network effectively, it would undoubtedly enhance his endeavors. Yao Xi, Yao Fei, would you consider joining me? Chen He proposed. Before Yao Xi could respond, Zhao Lei interjected in astonishment. Brother He, are you considering hiring them? He pondered the situation, fully aware of Chen He's status as a university student and the financial constraints that accompanied it. How could he possibly afford such an arrangement? Did he truly possess a lucrative opportunity? Why should we follow you? Yao Fei retorted coldly. Yao Xi gestured for his brother to allow him to speak. What kind of compensation do you intend to offer? If this is merely a child's game, we are not interested. After careful contemplation, Chen He proposed a feasible rate, 200 per person per day. You will manage the operations of the online store, communicate with clients, coordinate with the delivery service, and address pre-sale and post-sale issues. Having lived two lives, he understood the paramount importance of talent. The fact that Yao Xi did not flee with the money was a testament to their principles. Agreed, but you must provide us with accommodation, Yao Xi stipulated. Truth be told, from the moment he laid eyes on Chen He, he sensed an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of the aura emanating from his former superior. His curiosity piqued. He wondered about Chen He's true nature. Come with me. I need to arrange accommodations for Zhao Lei anyway. 1 person or 3, it makes no difference, Chen He replied, leading them to a modest inn. Brother He, I have no money left, having spent it all on travel expenses, Zhao Lei admitted sheepishly. Chen He promptly produced 300 yuan, distributing 100 to each. Use this for now. I have classes this afternoon, so please behave and avoid causing any trouble. By the way, Lazy, please help me find someone proficient in computers, preferably with programming skills. Once our online store is operational, we will need someone to manage promotions, updates, and back-end maintenance. Zhao Lei nodded, committing the task to memory. Chen He was remarkably generous. It seemed his business prospects were indeed promising. I believe I can introduce someone. He's skilled in programming, though his personality is a bit eccentric, Yao Xi suddenly interjected. How competent is he? Chen He inquired. He is undoubtedly a top-tier talent, Yao Xi assured him. Chen He nodded in agreement. As long as the individual's skills were up to par, personality would be secondary. Once the online store was fully operational, it would require aesthetic enhancements, promotional announcements, and, most critically, back-end maintenance. Inadequate skills would surely hinder success. When can he arrive? Chen He asked. I'll reach out to him tonight. It mainly depends on his willingness to join us. If he agrees, I can offer him 300 a day. Yao Xi replied. Yao Xi, Yao Fei, and Zhao Lei were momentarily taken aback. 300 a day equated to over 10,000 a month. Just how wealthy was Chen He? Yao Xi, how many acquaintances do you possess? Whom do you refer to? Quite literally, it pertains to those individuals you consider. Yao Xi chuckled. I know many, albeit my relationships with them are rather superficial. Nonetheless, when money is appropriately offered, any matter can be negotiated, even acts of violence and arson. Chen He immediately furrowed his brow. Our business is legitimate. I recognize that the marketplace resembles a battlefield, and there are times when unconventional tactics may be employed. However, I implore you to refrain from harboring any notions of illegality while assisting me. If you place your trust in me, I assure you that even without resorting to nefarious paths, I can lead you to substantial profits. The atmosphere grew markedly tense. Yao Fei wore a pained expression. His fists clenched. He had no desire to associate with a mere university student. He would rather sleep on the streets. Yao Si shot Yao Fei a stern glance, prompting him to behave. I assure you, my brother and I will exercise caution. Chen He bid them farewell. Brother, do we truly have to follow a callow university student? Yao Fei expressed his dissatisfaction. Would you prefer to sleep on the streets or under a bridge, subsisting on scraps? I certainly do not. I am grateful for any semblance of shelter at this point and no longer yearn for more. Yao Si sat on the edge of the bed, smoking and gazing out the window. I believe we can afford to trust Chen He this once. Chapter 56. Sunja's rumors. Yao Fei remained unconvinced. Brother, do you really believe the grandiose claims he makes? He is merely a university student, yet he speaks as if he were the wealthiest person in the world. I believe Chen He is no ordinary individual, Yao Si remarked, casting a glance at his younger brother. Although he appreciated Yao Fei's spirited nature, he recognized his brother's aversion to constraints. He understood that Yao Fei yearned for true freedom, yet the world is inherently unjust. To acquire what one desires, one must be prepared to pay the price. What makes him extraordinary? Yao Fei began to remove his shoes and socks, readying himself for a refreshing bath. Xiao Fei, do not forget that we have a place to stay because of Chen He. I understand that his youth may make him seem unworthy of our respect, but everything we eat and where we live is provided by him. You may harbor other thoughts, but be mindful not to express them overtly. Otherwise, we may have to leave at once. Yao Si warned with a serious tone. Don't worry, brother, I understand. I will heed your advice. Yao Fei merely wished to vent his frustrations. With food and shelter secured, he was reluctant to depart. Yao Si moved towards the door. Stay here. I will make a call downstairs. Brother, could you bring me back a pack of cigarettes? Chen He hurried back to the classroom for his last class of the afternoon, grateful that Feng Xia had indeed helped him secure an absence. Chen He, if you need assistance with anything, please do not hesitate to ask, Su Xiaohong said. Her cheeks flushed. Thank you for your concern. It is a trivial matter that I can handle myself, Chen He replied, striding directly to his seat. Su Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped Chen He would lean on her for support. The young girl fantasized about holding a special place in his heart. I have obtained your leave from the homeroom teacher, Feng Xia chimed in. Thank you, Xiao Xia, Chen He said as he settled into his chair. Feng Xia lowered her gaze, her cheeks still warm, unaccustomed to such intimate address. The classroom door swung open as Qin Xing approached the podium, textbooks in hand. Classmates, we will commence the lesson now. Chen He listened intently, having never attended a prestigious university in his previous life, and thus instinctively valued the classroom experience. Qin Xing observed the room, noting Chen He's unwavering focus throughout the lesson, feeling quite pleased. Choosing Chen He as the class monitor was indeed a wise decision. As the class concluded, Qin Xing exited the room, and Chen He realized he would not be able to dine with Feng Xia that evening. Xiao Xia, shall we head to the convenience store? You can go on your own. I am returning to the dormitory. I will buy you a bottle of yogurt and call you to come down from the girls' dormitory to collect it, Chen He said, preparing to rise. Stop right there. Feng Xia tugged at the hem of Chen He's shirt. She knew he would keep his word, and she would be left feeling embarrassed. Is it not permissible for me to accompany you? She asked, her face flushed. Upon glancing up, she noticed a triumphant smile on Chen He's face. It dawned on her that he had intended this all along. She felt foolish for continuously being led by him. I shall ignore you now. Feng Xia's eyes glistened with tears, resembling someone who had been wronged. She lowered her head, on the verge of crying. Chen He was thoroughly alarmed. Xia? Please don't cry. It was unintentional, and I sincerely apologize, all right? Suddenly, a mischievous laugh escaped Feng Xia's lips, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. Tears of laughter streaming down her face. Wiping away the tears that had spilled from her laughter, she teased, all right, Xia, are you toying with me on purpose? I must warn you, this is quite perilous. Chen He feigned annoyance. If you dare, go ahead and bite me. Feng Xia stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at him. Chen He was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected her to be so playful and whimsical after spending some time together. In his 2 lifetimes, he realized he had indeed entered Feng Xia's heart. A source of immense pride for him. I am utterly defeated by you. Just wait, I shall fetch you some yogurt. Chen He rose, acknowledging his indulgence towards Feng Xia. Just then, Su Xiao and Luo Xiaoqing approached to find Feng Xia. Xia, we're heading to the convenience store. Would you like to join us? Asked Luo Xiaoqing. Feng Xia glanced at Chen He and shot him a mock glare. Make way. Chen He retracted his legs, allowing her to pass. Chen He, what would you like to drink? I'll have a bottle of iced tea, please. Got it. Feng Xia replied before leaving the classroom with Su Xiao and Luo Xiaoqing. Su Xiao also wished to buy a drink for Chen He, but the words faltered on her lips, feeling embarrassed to voice it. Watching Feng Xia buy a drink for Chen He left her feeling quite disheartened. Chen He remained seated in the classroom for a while. But after more than 10 minutes without sight of Feng Xia, he decided to leave his seat and step outside. Meanwhile, Feng Xia and the others had just exited the convenience store when they encountered Sun Zhe and Feng Yiman. Feng Xia, this is my girlfriend. 100 times more beautiful than you, Sun Zhe declared, wrapping an arm around Feng Yiman's shoulders. Feng Yiman looked alarmed and quickly wriggled free from Sun Zhe's grasp. Sun, please behave yourself in public, consider the impact. She had little fondness for Sun Zhe's touchy demeanor. If it weren't for his wealthy family, she wouldn't even entertain a relationship with him. What she termed a relationship was merely a temporary stepping stone, as Sun Zhe, much like Chen He, would buy her food and gifts. Man, I just want Feng Xia to know that after she previously ignored me, my current girlfriend surpasses her by leaps and bounds. Sun Zhe boasted. Feng Xia's expression remained icy. Who you choose as your girlfriend has nothing to do with me. Sun Zhe was taken aback, expecting Feng Xia to be upset. Her indifference was not what he sought. Feng Xia, what are you pretending for? Do you really think I have any affection for you? I have no interest in someone like you, a mere plaything for others. Sun Zhe, with his unfiltered words, instantly enraged Feng Xia. On what grounds have you slandered me? Have I wronged you in any way? Tears streamed down Feng Xia's face in distress. Luo Xiaoqing and Su Xiao stood protectively beside her. Sun Zhe, you are despicable. You shall not malign Xia. Luo Xiaoqing resembled a mother hen fiercely guarding her chick. We are classmates, Sun Zhe, you have gone too far. Apologize to Feng Xia at once. Su Xiao was equally irate. At that moment, Feng Yiman appeared utterly astonished. She had not anticipated Sun Zhe's reckless outburst. To relieve his own frustrations, he had unveiled Feng Xia's disgraceful secrets. University is but a microcosm of society from this day forth. Feng Xia would find it unbearable to face anyone. However, upon reflection, she felt a sense of justice. After all, it was Feng Xia who had enticed Chen He. She believed that the coldness Chen He now exhibited towards her, which had rendered them strangers, was all the doing of Feng Xia. Feng Xia, in tears, fled the scene. Sun Zhe, with a smug demeanor, remarked, Man, I invite you to dine at a hotel. Feng Yiman's expression turned awkward as she replied, Sun Xiao, let us eat in the cafeteria. I am not in the mood today. Sun Zhe, with a tone of indulgence, responded, As you wish, let us head to the cafeteria. Chapter 57. I believe in Feng Xia. This Sun Zhe has gone too far. I must check on Xiao Xia. I hope nothing has happened. Luo Xiaoqing glared fiercely at the departing figures of Sun Zhe and Feng Yiman. You should go quickly. I will inform Brother Chen He about this matter. Su Xiao harbored a deep disdain for Sun Zhe as well. They were classmates, yet Sun Zhe's words were exceedingly hurtful. Su Xiao, where are the others? Chen He approached. Noticing Feng Xia was absent, Su Xiao hesitated to respond. Chen He sensed her unease. What is it? Has something happened to Xiao Xia? Brother Chen He. It was Sun Zhe. He said many unpleasant things to Feng Xia. Su Xiao recounted the entire incident to Chen He. His expression darkened instantly. Damn, that's Sun Zhe. He yearned to confront him immediately. However, Chen He quickly regained his composure. Having lived 2 lives, he was no longer the naive boy he once was. First and foremost, he needed to ensure Feng Xia's well-being. Where is Feng Xia now? She might have returned to the dormitory. Don't worry, Brother Chen He. Luo Xiaoqing is gone after her. She will be fine. Without a backward glance, Chen He sprinted towards the girls' dormitory. Su Xiao wanted to say something, but Chen He was already far ahead. She felt deeply disheartened. Feng Xia held an exalted place in Chen He's heart, leaving her feeling utterly hopeless. At the foot of the girls' dormitory, Chen He implored the dormitory supervisor, Excuse me, could you allow me to see her? My girlfriend is inside. Yet the supervisor barred his entry. You can't just walk in. This is a restricted area for boys. Young man, that excuse is outdated. Please think of a better reason next time. With a resounding thud, the supervisor closed the dormitory door. Chen He realized he needed to remain calm. Xiao Xia, please be safe. He paced anxiously. Brother Chen He. Su Xiao gasped as she caught up. Su Xiao, please help me check on Xiao Xia. I beg you. I will go right away. You need not worry, Brother Chen He. We will protect Feng Xia. Su Xiao entered the girls' dormitory without hindrance. Chen He took out his phone and opened QQ, quickly locating Feng Xia's account to send a message. However, her QQ status was grayed out. Anxiety surged within him. Xiao Xia, please reply. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He stood at the foot of the girls' dormitory and shouted, Feng Xia, I am Chen He. I want you to know that no matter what happens, I will unconditionally trust and protect you. I will not allow anyone to harm you. Passers-by turned to look at him. Which department is he from? He's quite handsome. Who is Feng Xia? This is akin to a confession. She must be so happy. How romantic. I believe in love again. Chen He gazed upwards, hoping Feng Xia could hear him. If she could not, he would continue to call out until she did. He felt he should be with Feng Xia. Feng Xia. Chen He shouted loudly, only to be abruptly interrupted by the dormitory supervisor. Go shout elsewhere. This is a girls' dormitory, not your home. Meanwhile, Feng Xia was in her room, weeping with her face concealed in her hands. Luo Xiaoqing and Su Xiao were beside her, offering constant comfort. Xia, please stop crying. Don't let yourself be angered by such a scoundrel. At that moment, Feng Xia suddenly ceased her tears. It seemed she had heard Chen He calling her name. Chen He? She hurried to the window and, indeed, saw Chen He standing beneath the dormitory. Thank you, Chen He. She thought, feeling a surge of emotion. Nothing could warm her heart more than Chen He's unwavering trust at that moment. Feng Xia turned and dashed out of the dormitory. Chen He had just apologized to the dormitory supervisor and was about to leave when, Chen He. Feng Xia unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the dormitory. Chen He turned around. Xia. Chen He. It was Sunja who slandered me. I believe you, Xia, he replied, noticing the redness around her eyes. His heart aching for her. Damn Sunja. What a disgrace. Xia. It's bad. Luo Xiaoqing and Su Xiao rushed out of the dormitory in a panic. You all need to check the high school classmates group. Chen He took out his phone and was instantly frozen in place. A classmate named Su Su had posted several photos showing Feng Xia standing at the entrance of a hotel with a man. The images suggested a close and intimate relationship. It was hard to believe that Feng Xia, fresh out of school, was engaging in such behavior. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. I respected her choices. Graduating high school meant they were all adults now, and such matters were not uncommon. Yet, I never imagined that this person would be Feng Xia. It seemed she had been putting on a facade all along. The class group chat was inundated with messages. No one questioned the authenticity of the photos. They had already concluded that Feng Xia was that kind of person. That man might just be Feng Xia's friend. Please don't jump to conclusions, Chen He interjected. I know Feng Xia well. She is a person of integrity and would never engage in anything inappropriate. Let's not take gossip at face value. A few photos do not prove anything. Some individuals stood up to defend Feng Xia. Feng Yiman was also observing the high school group. The photos were the ones she had sent to Sunja. Sunja sought revenge against Feng Xia, eager to salvage his pride. And he happened to share a mutual disdain for her. Feng Yiman typed, everyone, let us remain rational. Until the truth emerges, we should refrain from making baseless assertions. At that moment, she hoped Feng Xia would step forward to clarify. Yet, she understood that Feng Xia harbored a secret. Anyone in such a situation would likely choose silence. Chen He, they are slandering me. That man is my biological brother, Feng Xia sobbed, feeling utterly wronged. She never expected that the betrayal would come from a high school classmate. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Chen He, filled with compassion, reached out to wipe her tears away. Who in our class has ever met your brother? At this moment, Chen He remained exceptionally composed. Feng Xia pondered for a moment and recalled a name, Zheng Xiaobing. With Chen He present, it felt as though they had a reliable anchor. Without hesitation, Chen He dialed Zheng Xiaobing's number. Higa? Zheng Xiaobing answered the call promptly. Feng Xia is in trouble. The high school classmates group is in chaos. You've met her brother, Haven Tiu? Chen He inquired. That scoundrel Su Su. That dog has no idea what he is talking about. Feng Xia's brother is Feng Dong. I have a photo of him from our freshman military training. Zheng Xiaobing retorted, his anger flaring as he glanced at the high school classmates group chat. Coming from a well-off family, he had acquired a mobile phone in his first year. Zheng Xiaobing swiftly shared a somewhat blurry photograph in the group. Everyone, please refrain from spreading rumors. That is Feng Xia's brother. And I've seen him during our freshman year. Su Su, you scoundrel, are you looking for trouble? After sending the message, Su Su became conspicuously silent. Meanwhile, Chen He, his expression stern, dialed Zhang Rou's number. Teacher Zhang, this is Chen He. Please take a look at the group chat. Chapter 58, Clarifying Rumors Today. Zhang Rou enjoyed a day off. accompanying her close friend on a shopping excursion. She was taken aback when she received a call from Chen He. What is going on in the class group? You'll know once you see it, Chen He replied. Upon hanging up, Zhang Rou sensed a palpable anger simmering beneath Chen He's words. What happened? Her friend inquired curiously. A student I once taught, Zhang Rou replied, then proceeded to open the QQ group to investigate. After reading the messages, her expression shifted dramatically. It became apparent to her why Chen He had reached out. This young man was as astute as ever. Her friend commented, this student must be exceptional, otherwise, you wouldn't remember him. Zhang Rou remained silent. She composed a message to the group. The individual in the photo is indeed Feng Yiman's brother. I met him when he started his freshman year. Please refrain from spreading rumors. Su, don't you owe Feng Yiman an apology? At that moment, Su chose to vanish from the conversation, exiting the QQ group. Zhang Rou continued. Su has left the group. I will be contacting his parents for an explanation. Feng Yiman is perfectly fine now. Only then did the clouds of gloom dissipate from Chen He's face. Xia, Zhang Xiaobing, and teacher Zhang have helped you clarify things. I truly appreciate their assistance. Feng Yiman expressed gratefully. At that moment, the dormitory supervisor emerged. Student, I warn you, do not bully your female classmates. If I find out you've deceived her, you'll face serious consequences. She assumed that a handsome young man like Chen He could not possibly be loyal in matters of the heart, prompting her to issue a stern warning. Chen He felt utterly bewildered by the implication that he was a scoundrel. Anyone could deceive Feng Yiman, but he would never do so. Auntie, you've misunderstood brother Chen He. He was just helping Feng Yiman. She has been unjustly maligned, and he was trying to restore her reputation and innocence. Su Xiu quickly clarified in Chen He's defense. Even Luo Qingqing, typically reserved, found herself offering kind words on Chen He's behalf. The dormitory supervisor was astonished. Such a striking and resourceful university student was a rarity. Student, I was a bit harsh earlier, and I hope you can forgive me. It's quite all right. I didn't take it to heart. You were merely concerned for the students. How could I hold that against you? She replied graciously. Make sure to cherish her. Many admire her and send love letters almost daily, though I toss them all into the trash, the supervisor added. Both Chen He and Feng Yiman were taken aback, internally critiquing the supervisor's actions. While they understood her concern, disposing of letters without the sender's consent seemed rather excessive. I will never let go of her. Chen He smiled. Feng Yiman lowered her head, her face as red as a ripened apple. I'm heading back to the dormitory, she said, her cheeks flushed. As she hurried into the building, Luo Xiaoqing quickly followed, calling out, Xia, wait for me. Su Xiu then bid farewell to Chen He, brother Chen He. I'll head up now. She felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, yearning for that statement to be directed towards herself. Auntie Su, Feng Yiman is my girlfriend. I hope you will take good care of her from now on. Chen He held a deep admiration for Auntie Su. For such a responsible dormitory manager was indeed a rarity. You want me to keep an eye on the other boys, right? Rest assured. Once a boy confessed to her in person with flowers, and she rejected him. You are the first boy to approach her so actively. Do not let down such a wonderful girl. Chen He thought, the words of Auntie Su echoing in his mind. He was the only boy who had taken the initiative to get close to Feng Yiman at university. Chen He walked with a spring in his step, unable to suppress a smile. Ding ling ling. Chen He took out his phone. It was a call from Zhang Xiaobing. Hey, He, how is Feng Yiman? Is she all right? With your help and that of teacher Zhang, Feng Yiman is fine now, Chen He replied. That's good, but this situation is rather strange. Indeed. Chen He said, switching the phone to his left hand, you mean to suggest that Su comes from a humble background? Yet the quality of those photos could never have been captured by a subpar camera. A phone capable of such quality must cost at least 2,000 or more. Zhang Xiaobing's affirmation came through clearly. That's exactly what I meant, He. Who do you think might be deliberately targeting Feng Yiman? Has she offended someone? I will handle this matter. You need not worry. By the way, Lazy has already arrived. Let's meet tonight. Chen He changed the subject. No problem. I'm looking forward to you helping me make a fortune, Zhang Xiaobing replied. If you join me in this enterprise, I am confident you will earn a substantial income. With your assurance, He, I will place my trust in you for a lifetime. See you later. Chen He ended the call and headed outside the campus. In the hotel room, boss, what brings you here? Upon hearing a knock, Yosi opened the door to find Chen He standing there. Chen He walked directly into the room. Yao Fei stood up from his chair upon seeing Chen He. Boss. After all, Chen He was the one who had financially engaged them, and the hierarchy needed to be acknowledged. Chen He sat on the bed. Yao Si, didn't you mention last time that you know many people? Who do you wish to deal with? That is not your concern. I only wish to know if your connections are reliable. Chen He sought out Yosi with the intention of teaching Sunja a lesson. They are reliable. But payment must be made up front. Are you looking for someone specific? Who is the target? Yosi inquired. I wish to teach a lesson to someone. He is my university classmate. Chen He glanced at Yao Si. In truth, entrusting this matter to Yao Si would suffice. Yet Chen He dismissed that thought. Yao Si was a person of considerable ambition, and it would indeed be a waste of his talents to engage in such trivialities. I can contact someone. But you must pay first. What do you think is a fair amount? It ultimately depends on the boss and the desired outcome. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Chen He felt an overwhelming urge to incapacitate Sunja. However, regaining his composure, he resolved that a mere beating would suffice. He had no desire to leave any incriminating evidence against himself. Not everyone connected to Yao Si could be trusted if one were to turn against him. It would result in a grave miscalculation. A thorough thrashing that left Sunja battered would be adequate. Provide me with 800, and I will arrange for it. We can proceed tomorrow evening. A flicker of respect for Chen He ignited within Yao Si. Had Chen He been truly ruthless, Yao Si would have been reluctant to associate with such a person. It wasn't fear that held him back, but rather the understanding that merciless individuals often struggle to manage their tempers. Clearly, Chen He had mastered his fury. Such restraint was characteristic of those destined for greatness. I will give you 1,000, but do not leave any traces, Chen He declared, producing 1,000 in cash from his pocket. The remaining amount would serve as your referral fee. Boss, I cannot accept this money. Yao Si declined respectfully. Chapter 59. Do you think I'm blind? Yosi had never intended to introduce Fei. Chen He's decision was irrevocable. You may refuse, but I must comply. Fairness must be maintained, take it well. Chen He placed the money down and departed. Yao Si and Yao Fei hurried after him. At the entrance of the inn, the proprietor said, I have already consulted my friend. He has agreed to come and is currently on the train, expected to arrive tomorrow. Chen He sought someone knowledgeable about computers. Yosi had contacted this friend yesterday. I will host him upon his arrival, he added. After Chen He left, Yao Fei gazed at his retreating figure and murmured, Brother, just how much money does this guy have? Why don't we? Yosi shot him a glare. I warn you one last time, from now on. Behave yourself. You must address him as boss, or we shall cease to be brothers. Yao Fei was taken aback. He had indeed entertained ulterior thoughts. However, he vowed to follow Yao Si for life. I understand. I'll be more cautious next time. I don't wish to part ways with you. Yosi turned to walk back. Then you must obey. I will be obedient. Just then, they encountered Zhao Lei. Fourth brother, De Fei, let us go online. It's on me. Yosi nodded. Let us go. Chen He had resolved his dinner outside the school. Upon returning to his dormitory, he took out his phone to contact Feng Xia. Blooming in all seasons. Xiao Xiao, have you had dinner? Clear eyes. Just finished with Xiao Qing and Su Xiao. Heading back to the dorm. Blooming in all seasons. How about dinner tomorrow night? My treat. Clear eyes. Tomorrow isn't possible. It's my dad's birthday. Blooming in all seasons. What about the day after? Clear eyes replied. That doesn't work either. It's my brother's birthday. Chen He had no choice but to relent, simultaneously changing his QQ nickname to a child chasing summer. Below the girl's dormitory, Feng Xia wore a sweet smile, intently focused on the messages on her phone. Upon noticing Chen He's new nickname, she grinned and altered hers as well to summer at my fingertips. What are you so secretly happy about, Xiao Xiao? Luo Xiaoqing inquired. Nothing much. Are you heading to the convenience store? Feng Xia asked. I am. I need to buy some daily necessities. Su Xiao raised her hand. Then let's go together. Chen He noticed Feng Xia had changed her QQ nickname to Summer at my fingertips. After pondering for a moment, he revealed a knowing smile. He was a child chasing summer, and Feng Xia implied she was just within reach. Chen He smiled joyfully, feeling that understanding a girl's thoughts was not so difficult after all. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. His roommate heard Chen He's laughter and nearly thought he had fallen ill. I'm not sick. Lao Lu, turn off the lights and sleep. You're the boss. You decide, came the reply as the lights went out. As Qing Qing entered the classroom, a hush fell over the students. Classmates, it has been 2 days since the semester began. Next week, we will commence military training. Please be prepared. Additionally, those with special circumstances preventing participation should come to me after class to register. With that, Qing Qing began the lesson. In the 12th century, the prosperity of material goods in Spain greatly fostered commercial growth, which in turn propelled the production of agriculture and handicrafts. All of this was contingent upon the advancement of education and the elevation of scientific and cultural standards. Spain was, at that time, the wealthiest nation in the region. After class, Chen He stretched and glanced at Feng Xia, who had just finished taking notes. Xia, I shall treat you to lunch. Feng Xia nodded gently, her cheeks unflushed. As if her interactions with Chen He had become increasingly natural. Just the two of us, Chen He added, wishing to avoid any unwelcome interruptions. Feng Xia lowered her head. Her face slightly reddened. I'll follow your lead. Chen He, noticing her shyness, couldn't resist stealing another glance. Xia, you haven't yet changed how you address me. He always referred to her as Xia, hoping she would have a special name for him in return. Feng Xia looked up, somewhat flustered, entirely unprepared for the question. What do you want me to call you? Call me Gidge, he replied. We're the same age. Why would I call you brother? You should call me sister instead. Sister Xia, you are exceedingly beautiful, Chen He jested. You're insufferable. What does that even mean? It's Cantonese. A compliment on your beauty. Feng Xia beamed with a sweet smile. I'll just call you Xiao Hizi. That sounds like a eunuch. I refuse that title. Chen He objected. Feng Xia giggled. Xiao Hizi, you are indeed Xiao Hizi. Chen He spread his hands in mock resignation, accepting his new identity. From now on, I am Xiao Hizi. Princess Xia, shall I assist you with your bathing and changing? You're unbearable. Someone might hear you. It's so annoying. Feng Xia's face flushed a vivid red. Chen He chuckled heartily. In the back, Luo Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Convinced that Feng Xia was merely charmed by Chen He's looks. Su Xiao watched the playful banter between Feng Xia and Chen He, feeling a pang of jealousy. Wishing it were herself sitting beside him. Alas, he only had eyes for Feng Xia. The cafeteria buzzed with noise. A sea of couples nestled together. Feng Xia claimed a seat while Chen He ventured to the serving counter. Xia, have the chicken leg. Xiao Hizi, enjoy the chicken wings. Feng Yiman, seated nearby, felt her appetite wane as she observed their closeness. Had she truly lost Chen He? Why did he show no lingering affection towards her? Was she not pretty enough? Or had he simply decided to retreat? It must be so. Regret washed over Feng Yiman. She should have given Chen He some sweetness back in high school. Then he would have remained her devoted admirer. She didn't necessarily harbor feelings for him. She just couldn't stand seeing him grow close with other girls. Xiao Hizi, I must take my leave. I have duties in the dorm today. Feng Xia hurriedly finished her meal and departed. Just then Feng Yiman took the seat previously occupied by Feng Xia. Chen He, do you have feelings for Feng Xia? Chen He cast a glance at Feng Yiman. Since entering university, Feng Yiman's attire had notably elevated in sophistication. After all, she was the campus belle. With just a touch of embellishment, she exuded not only a pure and innocent charm but also a hint of allure. Yet, Chen He remained as unperturbed as a tranquil well, harboring no feelings for Feng Yiman whatsoever. He set down his spoon, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and replied coldly. Who I like is none of your business. Feng Yiman's voice softened slightly. Chen He, let us reconcile. I was at fault before. Can you forgive me for the sake of our 3 years in high school? Chen He glanced at Feng Yiman once more. Do you think I'm blind? Feng Yiman stared into Chen He's eyes for a moment before shaking her head. Then that's exactly it. If I were blind, I might still hold on to illusions about you. After saying this, Chen He picked up his tray and walked away, never casting another glance at Feng Yiman. Anger surged within her, causing her chest to rise and fall sharply. Chen He, you truly are insufferably ungrateful. She huffed, kicking her chair aside as she stormed off. Chapter 60. You have provoked the wrong person. Feng Yiman happened to encounter Sun Jie at the cafeteria. Man, have you finished? Why didn't you wait for me? Young Master Sun, I was simply too hungry and decided to come here first. You haven't eaten yet. Should I accompany you for a bite? Feng Yiman appeared humble and passive in front of Sun Jie. He felt touched and grasped her hands firmly. Man, you were truly considerate. I am so fortunate to have such a girlfriend. Feng Yiman gently broke free, then naturally linked her arm with Sun Jie's. Let us eat first. You must be starving. As the lunch break concluded, Chen He awaited Feng Xia beneath the girls' dormitory. Feng Xia, Luo Xiaoqing, and Su Xiao emerged from the dormitory together. Upon seeing Chen He, Luo Xiaoqing gently nudged Feng Xia. Your Prince Charming has arrived. Xiao, let us go, Su Xiao responded as she attempted to accept the reality. Xia, Chen He greeted. Feng Xia glanced around and whispered, What brings you here? Her words conveyed curiosity, but her heart swelled with sweetness. Of course, I came to escort you to class. Chen He replied cheerfully. The male and female passers-by cast envious glances their way. In the early 2000s, society was still quite conservative. Cohabitation was rare, let alone openly displaying affection in public. Chen He bent his arm, and Feng Xia smiled as she linked her arm with his, leaning against his shoulder. Together, They walked toward the lecture hall. Hey, is that Xia? Why is she so close to that boy? Is she in a relationship? Wang Shirui and several friends exited the dormitory, catching sight of Feng Xia entwined with Chen He. Wang Shirui stood frozen, for she had long been engaged to Feng Dong. They were to wed immediately after graduation, and Feng Xia was her sister-in-law. Yet, she was utterly oblivious to her sister's romantic involvement. Wang Shirui took out her Sony phone and snapped several photographs. Shirui, why are you taking pictures of them? A friend inquired. You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly, Wang Shirui replied, showing no inclination to explain. Seeing her reluctance to share, her friends departed. Wang Shirui walked to a nearby tree, opened QQ, and contacted Feng Dong. Your sister is dating someone. She sent the recently taken photos. Feng Dong replied almost instantly. How absurd. Xia didn't even mention it to me. Xia must have deliberately lowered her scores to be with this guy. Feng Dong expressed his disapproval of Feng Xia attending Jiangcheng University. He immediately recognized Chen He from the photos, recalling how he had assisted his sister on the day of the college entrance examination. I should have been more vigilant back then. Wang Shirui calmly stated, if that's the case, Xia must have been flirting with him back in high school. I know. Feng Dong responded. I understand you will not agree to this. The affluent value social standing. What do you intend to do? Let me contemplate my course of action. I must be a good brother. I'll hang up for now. Feng Dong faced a dilemma. How to separate Xiaomei from Chen He without inciting her disdain. This was indeed a challenging task. Wang Shirui, putting away his phone, commented, one suffers for the sake of pride. As the afternoon class concluded, Chen He closed his book and said, Xiao Xia, I have plans with friends tonight, so I want to be dining with you. Feng Xia responded with a soft O. Her disappointment evident as she extended her hand. What? Extend my hand? Chen He asked, taken aback. Quick, put your hand out. Oh. Is my left hand acceptable? Either is fine. Feng Xia extended her left hand, appearing delicate and graceful. Chen He drew a heart in her palm. Xiao Xia, I must take my leave. Feng Xia maintained her outstretched hand, her earlier melancholy dissipating, replaced by sweetness. Chen He met with Yao Si at the inn. Boss, I have arranged everything. We strike when night falls. Yao Si and Yao Fei stood by as Chen He sat on the bed. After listening to the report, he nodded. You both sit. There is still some time before dark. De Fei, go next door and fetch Lei Zi. Let us play some poker. Right away, Yao Fei promptly exited the room. Chen He produced a brand new deck of cards. Yao Si, do you know how to play? He inquired while shuffling the cards. What do you mean by knowing how? I was winning money by the age of 10. Yao Si was keen to avoid appearing inferior to Chen He. Who did you play with before? I was with Ding Yi, but after his downfall, we brothers scattered. Ding Yi was a notorious figure in the underworld of Jiacheng, who, in his youth, wielded a fruit knife and carved a path through the streets, sustaining over 30 stab wounds. His blood stained his trousers, and despite the enemy's assault, they trembled in fear before him. He was a formidable man, and thus, a reckless swordsman emerged in the martial world. At the peak of his power, Ding Yi commanded half of Jiangcheng's underground enterprises. Recently, he clashed with rival gangs, causing a citywide uproar, ultimately leading to his arrest by the police. Ding Yi met his demise in prison, succumbing to acute renal failure. Who holds Ding Yi's enterprises now? Chen He finished shuffling the cards. If you prefer not to disclose, that is your choice. No, since you are my boss, providing for me, I shall not conceal anything. Ding Yi's enterprises now lie in the hands of Tai Ziming. As Yao Si observed Chen He, who remained focused on his cards, he increasingly sensed an aura reminiscent of Ding Yi surrounding him. Tai Ziming, the new underground overlord following Ding Yi's reign, operated a bar known as Taizi, hence his moniker. Brother He, you've arrived, Zhao Lei entered, with Yu Fei following and closing the door. Take a seat, let us play some cards. I must admit, I excel at poker. Zhao Lei sat down. 3 of a kind. King Bomb. I yield. Zhao Lei, Yao Si, and Yao Fei all won, while Chen He consistently lost. Boss, it's nearly time, Yao Si remarked, glancing at the clock. Let us go see what your friend is capable of. Chen He laid down the playing cards in his hand, and at that moment, his entire demeanor turned icy, as if he had transformed into a different person. He was the first to exit the hotel room. What is going on with Chen He? De Fei and Sigo? Zhao Lei inquired, his curiosity piqued. Say nothing, ask nothing. Just watch quietly, Yao Si instructed before striding out of the room. Zhao Lei scratched his head, perplexed. I don't understand. What does that mean? At that moment, Yao Fei approached with a smile. It means you should ask less and observe more. Meanwhile, Sun Jie found himself cornered by a group of imposing men. Brothers, have I offended you in any way? If it's money you want, I can provide, Chen He said, pulling 500 yuan notes from his wallet. The leader accepted the cash. You're quite astute. But you've crossed paths with the wrong people. My brothers, and I can only allow you to endure a bit of hardship. Chen He's face drained of color as he frantically searched his memory for any offense he might have committed. Yet, he could not recall having crossed anyone of significance. Big brother, I truly do not know who I have offended. Please, can you enlighten me? Chen He's heart raced with anxiety. Chapter 61. A lesson for Chen He. Look towards the future. The leader possessed a scar that marred his nose, staring at Chen He as if he were a fool. You have offended the king of hell. Brothers, teach him a lesson. Instantly, a throng of lackeys encircled Chen He. Who was the king of hell? Chen He could not recall ever crossing paths with such a figure. What followed was an unrelenting assault. Fortunately, their blows were measured. Whatever the king of hell offers, I will double it. Chen He shielded his head, desperately clinging to his will to survive. The scarred man commanded his subordinates to pause, seething with rage. What are you? Trying to bribe me? We abide by principles on the streets. Continue to strike him. Hit him hard. Spitting on the ground, he muttered, damn it. How did such a fool reach adulthood? Curled up and protecting his head, Chen He endured the relentless beating, gripped by terror, fearing for his life. I beg you, take it easy, take it easy. His pitiful cries were met with disdain. The scarred man halted his minions again, threateningly stating, you better brace yourself, otherwise. I cannot guarantee whether my brothers will break an arm or a leg, understand? Chen He nodded vigorously. I understand, I understand. He realized that as long as he accepted the punishment submissively, he could spare his limbs. Chen He observed this and turned to leave, followed closely by Yao Si, Yao Fei, and Zhao Lei. Tomorrow, we shall send a new group to teach him another lesson, Chen He remarked. Understood, Yao Si replied. Though he felt Chen He was inscrutable, Yao Fei surprisingly complied as well. Only Zhao Lei, as if discovering a new world, exclaimed with bright eyes, Brother He. That group just now is summoned by you, right? Are we going to mix in with the underworld from now on? His excitement was palpable. The thought of living with the same swagger and dominance as portrayed in gangster films made him tremble with anticipation. Chen He suddenly halted. Turning back to fix Zhao Lei with a serious gaze, Zhao Lei felt the intensity of Chen He's stare, akin to facing a formidable figure, rendering him breathless. Lazy. I hope this is the last time you mention wanting to mix in with the underworld. I did not bring you to Jiangcheng to engage in violence. Follow me to earn a legitimate living, and I assure you, your future will not pale in comparison to those in the underworld. Do not lose sight of the bigger picture. Zhao Lei chuckled. Brother He, I was merely speaking out of turn. I will be mindful next time. Chen He chose not to elaborate further, uncertain if Zhao Lei truly absorbed the lesson. His intention in bringing Zhao Lei to Jiangcheng was to alter the tragic fate of his past life. It seemed he would have to educate him gradually. Having lived 2 lives, Chen He recognized that Zhao Lei was at an age of rebellion. It was likely that none of his words resonated with him. Had it not been for Zhao Lei's past kindness towards his father, he might have expelled him right then. Yao Si, did you say I am the king of hell? Chen He suddenly inquired. Yao Si awkwardly remarked, I am concerned about exposing your identity. Chen He nodded in agreement, saying, I am not fond of the king of hell. Perhaps we could choose a more pleasant name next time. Yao Si hastily acquiesced, yet he found himself gazing at Chen He's retreating figure, struck by an inexplicable sensation. Chen He emanated the aura of a weathered elder, one who had endured the trials of life, displaying a maturity and shrewdness that belied his 18 years. Perhaps it was merely his own illusion, but he recalled the adage, do not merely observe the trees, behold the forest. Yao Si repeated this phrase, feeling it resonated profoundly with the current circumstances of their small group. As for himself, having lost the protection of Ding Yi, he had been thrust back into his true form, vulnerable to incursions into enemy territory at any moment. But what lay beyond that? He needed to strategize for the future. As for Yao Fei, he would undoubtedly follow in his footsteps, yet he was even more susceptible to various temptations. Setting aside his anxious heart and starting afresh, bit by bit, could indeed serve as a form of training. Concerning Zhao Lei, Yao Si found him lacking in remarkable qualities. He suspected Chen He retained him out of neighborly sentiment, a notion he did not despise. Brother, what are you pondering? De Fei inquired. I believe I may have made the most astute decision of my life, Yao Fei responded, his face a mask of confusion. Before he could inquire further, Yao Si had already walked away. Chen He did not return to the hotel. Instead, he sought to rent an apartment. On his first day in Jiang City, he and Zheng Xiaobing had familiarized themselves with the local terrain. Boss, can we make a fortune? Yao Fei asked eagerly. That depends on how much you wish to earn. There are ways to make big money and ways to make small money, Chen He replied. Well, I aspire to build a villa, Yao Fei declared with enthusiasm. A villa sounds splendid. In the village, you can secure one for just over 100,000. If your goal is 100,000, it is quite achievable. Chen He chuckled. 100,000 equates to 50 or 60,000 later on. Naturally, if given the choice, he would not opt to construct a villa, as the cost-effectiveness was too low. Boss, how much have you earned? Anyone can boast, Yao Fei skeptically countered, his voice dwindling to a whisper. I have about 50 to 60,000 on hand, Chen He stated. Wow, brother He, what exactly have you been up to earn so much? Zhao Lei exclaimed, astonished. 50 to 60,000 was a concept he could not fathom. His parents would have to forego all luxuries for a decade to accumulate such wealth. Yao Fei fell silent. Did you earn this during the summer vacation? A bold thought crossed Yu's mind. Rationally, he deemed it improbable. However, Chen He had nothing to conceal and readily admitted. Indeed, it was earned before the school year began, just over 90,000. 90,000 was from selling a plan, and an additional 1,400 was won. Chen He remained modest. Had he divulged that his only investment was a few hours spent drafting the proposal, they would have been even more astonished. Yao Si lapsed into silence, profoundly curious about how Chen He had achieved such success. Yao Si, what do you intend to do with your earnings? Chen He inquired. Yao Si produced a cigarette and lit it. Now, with food and shelter, I find myself devoid of desires. It is not that I lack wants, but rather that I cannot recall them. He has fallen from grace, much like a stray dog. His aspiration to reclaim his former glory seems reliant on a miracle. For now, he is content with his situation. At least he and his brother are no longer faced with the prospect of hunger or sleeping on the streets. Chen He cast a knowing glance at Yao Si, confident that the formidable Yao Si would not truly submit to reality. Yao Si must be biding his time for an opportunity. Zhao Lei, eager to showcase himself, raised his hand to capture the attention of Chen He and the others. I have money now. I wish to marry a star. Ideally, I would own a building to collect rent, allowing me to earn without working. Chen He smiled. That sounds promising. In 5 years, I will help you achieve it. Zhao Lei laughed heartily, dismissing Chen He's words as mere bravado. 10 years is fine. I can wait even 15. Yao Fei wanted to join in the laughter, but noticed Yu's serious demeanor. Elder brother, what troubles you? Yao Si replied, do you truly believe what he says? Chapter 62. The rental venue landlord Yanli remarked, of course I don't believe it. Who does he think he is? The richest man in Jiangqing. Yet, Yao Si countered, I do believe him. What? Brother, you trust him? I'd sooner believe a sow could climb a tree. Yao Fei was convinced that his elder brother had been brainwashed by Chen He. How could his brother, who was notoriously hard to sway, be so easily influenced? Something must have gone amiss. Surely, the downfall of Master Ding had left a psychological scar on him. Yao Si crushed his cigarette underfoot and said earnestly, can you earn 90,000 in 2 months? I certainly can't. Even when Master Ding was protecting us, I never saw that much in a month. Yao Fei shook his head in agreement. I suspect that if he made that 90,000, he hardly spent anything to earn it. Brother, do you truly think that? Yao Si continued, otherwise, I cannot fathom how he could earn that amount in just 2 months. Zhao Lei mentioned that he comes from an ordinary family with financially constrained parents. Yao Si recognized that Chen He was an astute individual. If he chooses to act, it will undoubtedly be with complete assurance. De Fei, let us diligently follow Chen He for now. I also wish to see you build a villa and marry a star. I understand, brother. Chen He halted in front of a small building, which was the only residence nearby equipped with surveillance cameras both at the entrance and inside, indicating a strong awareness of security on the part of the owner. What do you want? The owner, a woman in her late 30s with an alluring demeanor, inquired. Yin Li was attired in a red camisole, revealing her long legs and standing over 1.7 meters tall, watching Chen He and his companions with keen vigilance. Are you the homeowner? Are you looking to rent? Yin Li instantly transformed her expression into one of warmth and approachability. Are you interested in long-term or short-term rental? Her gaze frequently flickered towards Chen He, making him feel uneasy under her scrutiny. Long-term. I plan to set up a studio here. That's no problem. My place is comfortable, quiet, and well-connected to public transport. There's a bus stop and subway right outside, along with a small commercial street and large shopping malls nearby. Yin Li assessed Chen He, thinking to herself that this young man had a fine appearance. It would be a pity if he did not pursue modeling. If she could experience a taste of him, it would certainly be a delightful affair. I'm Yin Li, just call me sisterly. You must be Chen He. Please follow me to the room so we can discuss the details and sign the contract. As she stood up, she revealed an enticing silhouette, causing an audible gulp from the onlookers. Yao Fei and Zhao Lei were utterly taken by such a woman, while Yao Si maintained his composure. Yin Li tossed her luscious waves, exuding confidence in her beauty. Chen He declined, saying, "Let us sign here. Once we finish, we must leave immediately. I will lose points if I return late to my dorm. I have paper and a pen in my room. Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you?" Yin Li quipped. At that moment, Yao Si stood up. "Sisterly, I will accompany you to sign the contract." Yin Li did not spare a glance at Yao Si. "I'm not speaking to you. Go cool off elsewhere, you little brat." Yao Si, feeling helpless, sat down. It was evident to all that Yin Li had taken a liking to Chen He. More precisely, she was captivated by Chen He's appearance. In a fit of anger, Chen He stood up, declaring, "Yao Si, let South find another place." Hey, don't leave, brother Chen He. I'll fetch the contract right now." "Just wait for me," Yin Li said, realizing that Chen He was genuinely upset and not easily swayed. She sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity and hurried off to prepare the contract. Chen He had his eye on a 3-bedroom apartment. "Here is the contract. The monthly rent is 560, with a 3-month deposit and 1-month payment up front, but I can arrange it for you at 500, Yin Li said, striking a seductive pose. Her eyes sparkled alluringly, complemented by her tall figure and cascading chestnut waves, exuding an aura of mature charm. "Brother Chen He, you're still a student, right? If you're looking for a better deal, I could consider it," Yin Li offered, flashing a knowing smile while casting a glance upstairs, her intentions unmistakable. Chen He, drenched in cold sweat, shook his head in polite refusal. "Sisterly, at 500 a month, you're already at a disadvantage. I can't let you lose more." Yin Li was uncertain whether Chen He was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending not to understand. Her hints had been quite blatant. What a wooden fellow. This is a big city. There are plenty of people who know how to play the game. Could he possibly be an innocent virgin? She mused, her desire to win him over intensifying. Nevertheless, she found his manner of speaking quite agreeable. "No matter, aside from this building, I have another rental nearby. I don't mind earning a little less." She was the quintessential landlord. Yao Fei and Zhao Lei cast envious glances, realizing that if a landlord had her eye on someone, that person would never have to worry about sustenance and could even indulge lavishly. Yet, their spirits quickly dampened as they recognized they lacked Chen He's good looks. She would never take notice of them. Yao Si maintained a serene expression, seemingly indifferent to women. Chen He again politely declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, sisterly, but I must be going. I'll lose points if I return late to the dormitory." "All right then, brother Chen He, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. Here is my business card," Yin Li said, recognizing Chen He's steadfastness and refraining from further persuasion. She left behind a business card and the keys to the apartment before ascending the stairs. The card in Chen He's hand exuded a strong fragrance of roses. He slipped the card into Yao Fei's pocket and departed without looking back. "Brother He, why are you still angry?" Zhao Lei asked, puzzled. "Boss, that woman is clearly interested in you. It's obvious she wants to sleep with you. How could you turn down such a good offer?" Yao Fei lamented. "Shut up," Chen He replied, his face darkened. At that moment, Yao Si interjected, "Zhao Lei, Yao Fei, this matter must not be mentioned again." Chen He cast a satisfied glance at Yao Si, recognizing him as the formidable overlord of the underground world of Jiangxing, adept at reading the room. However, Yao Si's subsequent words nearly toppled Chen He. "In truth, I must say, boss, if you were to relent, it would save us a considerable sum of money, allowing you to bid farewell to your bachelorhood. It is a win-win situation, is it not?" Chen He felt a surge of anger rising within him. "So, you intend to oppose me, Yao Si?" Yao Si quickly waved his hands dismissively, feigning innocence. "I am merely speaking candidly. Had I possessed her good looks, I would have seized such an opportunity long ago." Chen He was rendered speechless, eager to retort, yet unable to find a valid reason. Merely being handsome, what kind of justification is that? Forget about today's affair, and furthermore, anyone who can win over Yin Li shall receive a personal reward of 2,000 from me. With that, Chen He strode away without a backward glance. Yao Si sighed, remarking, "Boss, it seems you are experiencing a stress response triggered by Yin Li." Yao Fei approached and gave a thumbs up. "Brother, your flattery is truly commendable. I'm in awe." Zhao Lei chuckled as he patted Yao Si on the shoulder. "I had no idea, fourth brother, that you excelled in this area as well. I must learn from you, haha." Yao Si retorted, exasperated, "Come on, I am simply stating the truth. How does that equate to flattery?" Chapter 63. The popular Chen He. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen He encountered Sun Jia, who was awkwardly carrying a basin. Sun He kept his head down, evading eye contact. "Excuse me. Thank you," he mumbled, hastily making his way to the corridor. Chen He noticed the bruises on Sun He's face, half of which was covered in white bandages, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, Chen, let me tell you something. That brat Sun He got beaten up by someone. He used to look down on everyone, and now it seems karma has caught up with him," remarked Zhou Ming, a fellow dorm mate, with evident delight. "Is that so? How tragic," Chen He replied as he climbed onto his bunk. Zhou Ming, perceiving Chen He's disinterest in the topic, discreetly took out his phone. Chen He opened QQ to chat with Feng Xia. "Chasing the summer child? I just got back from outside. Fingertips of summer. Why are you messaging so late?" Chen He grinned, realizing he had returned later than expected and that Xia was likely upset. "Chasing the summer child. I just rented a place outside. Sorry for coming back so late. Here is a kiss. Don't be mad. Fingertips of summer. How annoying. Why are you so cheeky? I'm going to bed now." After reading Feng Xia's messages, Chen He chuckled and prepared to wash up before resting. Just then, Feng Xia sent another message. "Fingertips of summer. Were you out flirting with girls?" Chen He blinked, a mischievous smile crossing his face. "Chasing the summer child? It's the other way around. The landlady is practically trying to devour me." After sending the message, there was an extended silence on Feng Xia's end. Chen He waited for 7 or 8 minutes without a reply and then went to wash up. "Hey, turn off the lights, sixth." "At your command, boss." As the lights dimmed in the dormitory, Chen He lay on his bed when his phone vibrated. To his surprise, it was a flurry of messages from Feng Xia. "Is the landlady pretty? How old is she? Do you have a crush on her? Why are you silent? Feeling guilty? Hey, Xiao He, I'm angry. If you don't reply, I won't talk to you anymore. So what do you really mean?" Chen He could easily imagine Feng Xia, now restless and unable to sleep. After contemplating for a moment, he typed out a response. "Boys must take care to protect themselves when out in the world." Having sent the message, he flipped over and drifted off to sleep. In the girls' dormitory, Feng Xia was drowsy enough to fall asleep at any moment. Each time she was on the verge of slumber, she would shake her head vigorously to stay awake. Buzz. Finally, she received a message from Chen He, instantly revitalizing her. "Xiao He, are you finally going to reply? Let me see how you plan to explain yourself." The words appeared before her. Boys must take care to protect themselves when out in the world. Feng Xia was left speechless. What kind of explanation was that? In the early morning at university, hurried figures filled the campus. Chen He yawned as he made his way to class, where he was responsible for the day's duties. He had just finished cleaning. "Brother Chen He, may I speak with you for a moment?" Su Xiu suddenly appeared in the classroom, her words faltering. Her cheeks as crimson as an apple. "Su Xiu, are you feeling unwell? Should we visit the infirmary?" Chen He observed her flushed complexion, concerned that a cold coupled with fever would hinder her recovery in this season. Su Xiu shook her head, summoning her courage. "Brother Chen He, could I be your girlfriend?" She trembled all over. Voicing her innermost feelings did not bring the relief she sought. Instead, it heightened her anxiety and trepidation. Chen He was taken aback, realizing that this girl truly harbored feelings for him. "Su Xiu, I regret to disappoint you, but I already have someone I cherish." "Is that so? Then I congratulate you." "Brother Chen He," she replied, struggling to conceal her disappointment, desperately fighting the urge to cry. This was her first confession to a boy. And though she had anticipated this outcome, she had secretly hoped Brother Chen He would provide a different answer. "Then, Brother Chen He, can we still be friends?" "You have always been my friend," he responded with a sigh. Su Xiu silently returned to her seat, resting her head on the desk, her shoulders quivering. In 2 lifetimes, Chen He understood that enduring prolonged pain was worse than a swift hurt. Su Xiu was indeed remarkable. Her beauty and grace rivaled that of Feng Yiman. With a little effort in grooming, she could become the epitome of admiration. Yet, his heart already belonged to someone else, a luminous figure that no one could replace. Suddenly, Feng Yiman appeared at the classroom door. "Chen He, I brought you breakfast." She held a plastic bag containing 5 or 6 steamed buns. They were from different classes within the business administration department. "I invited you, so take it," she insisted, entering the classroom and pushing the food into Chen He's hands. He stepped back, surprised. "Feng Yiman?" Feng Xia and Luo Xiaoqing approached the doorway, and Feng Xia's brows furrowed, sensing an impending crisis upon seeing Feng Yiman. Luo Xiaoqing scrutinized Feng Yiman with clear disdain. "Shameless hussy. Chen He, I bought you breakfast." Feng Xia offered him a plastic bag filled with the same steamed buns. Chen He smiled, accepting it with gratitude. He quickly devoured one. "This beef filling. How did you know it's my favorite?" "Thank you." His genuine delight was evident as he consumed 3 in quick succession. Feng Yiman, trembling with indignation, felt insulted. You are too much. I brought you breakfast. And you refuse it, yet you accept Feng Xia's. She and Luo Xiaoqing returned to their seats. Noticing Su Xiao appeared to have been crying. Luo Xiaoqing gently patted her back. Don't be disheartened. I have told you before, focus on your studies from now on. Once you graduate and enter a big company, you will have your pick of boyfriends. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. She has also come to terms with her feelings, completely giving up on Chen He. Ultimately, she is not the cherished light in his heart. Thank you, Xiaoqing. Chen He regarded her as if she were a fool. Feng Yiman, who decreed that I must accept your breakfast? I will eat whatever I wish, and it is none of your concern. This is class 2. Kindly take your leave and do not disturb my classmates. At that moment, students from class 2 began to enter the classroom one after another, regardless of gender. They were all captivated by Feng Yiman's beauty. Who is she? So stunning. Which school belle is this? I must tell my mom that I've fallen in love. Who is that girl? Why is she coming to our class, causing a stir? It's disgusting. Feng Yiman, suppressing the anger within her, shot Chen He a fierce glare and hurled her bun to the ground before striding away. Chen He bent down to pick it up, calling after her retreating figure. Do not litter in others' classrooms. It truly shows a lack of manners. A soft laugh escaped from Feng Xia's seat. Chen He approached and sat down. Xiao Xia, you seem a bit jealous just now. Not at all. Chapter 64. The cafeteria. Andy has her ideas. Qing Qing entered holding a textbook. Good morning, everyone. Let us commence the class. After the lesson concluded, Chen He stretched his neck, recalling how Feng Yiman had bought him breakfast. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face. In his previous life, all his thoughts were consumed by Feng Yiman, buying breakfast, snacks, beverages, and gifts during festivals. 3 years of youth were squandered. Upon graduating high school, Feng Yiman had never provided him with a definitive response. At that time, he naively believed that his sincerity was insufficient, convinced that perseverance would eventually move her heart. How incredibly naive he had been. Coming from a modest background with both parents as wage earners, he could barely afford a home or a car, let alone gain admission to a college. With such circumstances, he still dared to yearn for Feng Yiman's genuine affection. He truly lacked self-awareness. What are you laughing about? Feng Xia noticed Chen He's sudden chuckle and inquired curiously. Nothing. I was just thinking about how delicious the buns you brought me were. If I could have them every day, I would wake up smiling even in my dreams. Feng Xia's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, You're talking nonsense again. I'm not anyone special to you. Why would I buy you breakfast every day? Feng Xia hoped that Chen He would formally express his feelings for her, but it seemed he did not understand. Then I shall buy you breakfast every day, Chen He said affectionately, gazing at Feng Xia. Although Feng Xia felt disappointed not to hear a confession, she still blushed at the thought of him bringing her breakfast daily. How embarrassing it would be for her if their classmates saw it. I certainly do not want that. I've heard that girls often say one thing but mean another. If you say no, it likely means yes. How annoying. When did you become so witty? I am only witty for you. Feng Xia lowered her head, a joyful smile gracing her face. Initially, she found it difficult to adjust to Chen He's occasional sweet words, but now she could accept them with calmness. In truth, she wished to be with Chen He every day. It was never tiresome. At noon, Chen He and Feng Xia headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Xia? I'll go queue for food. Please save me a seat and bring me a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. After waiting in line for a while, when it was his turn, Chen He said to the cafeteria lady, I would like this, and this, along with a portion of seaweed and egg soup. The cafeteria lady glanced at Chen He with interest. Young man, are you from the literature department? No, Andy, you must be mistaken. If you were from the literature department, you could write me a poem, and I would let you eat for free every day. Chen He was taken aback, wondering if the old lady was scheming. In his past life, he had read about a boy who charmed all the cafeteria ladies with a few love poems, managing to eat for free for an entire year before being discovered. Why was it that now the tables had turned? A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to leave swiftly. Here is your egg soup. Chen He sat down across from Feng Xia. Why do you look so pale? Has something happened? Feng Xia noticed Chen He's ashen complexion. I was just teased by the lunch lady. My heart received a bit of a jolt. No way, are you joking? The lunch lady flirted with you? Feng Xia clearly found it hard to believe. I'm serious. That can't be right. After all, the lunch lady must be in her 40s or 50s. Doesn't she have any self-awareness? Feng Xia trusted Chen He, but she found the situation incomprehensible. Let us not dwell on this. Let us eat. A chuckle escaped Feng Xia's lips. You can still eat? If it were me, I would have lost my appetite by now. It's fine. I'm not bothered. Then I must commend you. Your mindset is truly resilient. Of course. Let me have a sip of your egg drop soup. No way. This is mine. How stingy. Feng Xia took out a tissue and gently wiped the remnants of food from the corner of Chen He's mouth. Is there any left? All clean. It's gone. Thank you. Feng Yiman and Sun Zhe were seated not far away. Feng Yiman observed the intimate gestures between Feng Xia and Chen He, resembling a couple deeply in love. A pang of discomfort surged within her. Chen He should have been attending to her instead. Son, take your time eating. No one is competing with you. I didn't eat yesterday, and I had no strength, which caused me to fall. Sun Zhe hesitated to reveal to Feng Yiman that the injury on his face had actually been inflicted by someone else. He told her that he had simply tripped while walking. Feng Yiman believed him. Yesterday, he hadn't eaten, and as soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he was pursued by that group once again. He was so famished that he lacked the strength to run, and thus, he was caught and beaten once more. He was utterly despondent, even now unaware of who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. He knew he had to eat more today, if he encountered them again. He needed the strength to escape. Feng Yiman took out a tissue and dabbed at the corner of her mouth. She had hoped Sun Zhe would notice her earlier remark. But he was solely focused on eating. If it were Chen He, he would have been the first to carefully wipe her mouth. It was all Feng Xia who had drawn Chen He away. After finishing a class, the afternoon was designated for self-study. Chen He invited Zheng Xiaobing to join him in the studio. I know Zhao Lei, but are the other two reliable? Zheng Xiaobing had heard that besides Zhao Lei, there were two newcomers. No problem. Rest assured, Chen He replied confidently. Upon arriving at the studio, Chen He gathered a few people, having reserved a private room in advance. Here's to our success. Cheers. Chen He raised a glass of juice. Zheng Xiaobing, Zhao Lei, Yao Si, and Yao Fei all raised their glasses in unison. Cheers. They were students and could not drink alcohol. Yao Si and Yao Fei followed suit and abstained from drinking. Brother He, how many computers do you plan to add? Zheng Xiaobing inquired, his primary concern being the studio's arrangements. Currently, 2 will suffice. We can consider adding more later, when the shop opens. You all will take turns on duty. Chen He took a sip of his orange juice. In Yao Temple, are you familiar with any sellers of computers? I happen to know of a store, as I have dealt with them before, Yao Temple remarked, before entering. Master Ding had even dispatched someone specifically to collect money from that shop. After finishing our meal, please take me there. The studio needs to be operational as soon as possible, Chen He stated. Brother He, how shall we address the supply and delivery issues? Zheng Xiaobing invariably poses the pertinent questions. There is no need for concern regarding the delivery aspect. We shall utilize campus courier services, a recent innovation established by a university student. This initiative aims to engage students in practical labor through entrepreneurship, allowing them to accumulate experience while also earning money. I have already negotiated with them, Chen He replied, as he reached for the braised fish with chopsticks, but found it a tad distant, prompting Yao Fei to graciously bring the dish closer to Chen He. Zheng Xiaobing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Campus courier services are excellent. If they could achieve nationwide coverage, it would become an immensely formidable force. Brother He, why don't we consider joining them? It would certainly be more reliable than an online store. And we could rally our fellow classmates to participate. Chapter 65. The Enigma of Chen He. Chen He had contemplated the idea of campus delivery services. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the initial investment in time would be extensive and the returns would be gradual. Most critically, the competition within the same industry was fierce. Established companies like Shunfeng and Yuantong had already fragmented the market. No matter how brilliant one's idea might be, it merely served to nibble at the edges of another's pie. While success was possible, it was inevitable that a larger entity would eventually acquire the venture, rendering it a mere subsidiary of a conglomerate. Chen He aspired for more. He yearned to be the one perched atop the pyramid, to be the leader within the industry. Though the concept of campus delivery was indeed commendable, it would necessitate personal involvement in labeling and delivering parcels. Could he endure such toil? A smile danced on Chen He's lips, yet it was ambiguous. Zheng Xiaobing's smile vanished entirely, his countenance drooping despondently. I spoke out of turn. I shall punish myself with 3 drinks, he declared. Zheng Xiaobing, displaying a sense of camaraderie, recognized the need to protect Chen He's dignity in front of the assembly. Chen He placed his hand before Zheng Xiaobing's cup and spoke calmly. You are not mistaken. Indeed, campus delivery may yield profits in the long run, but it will require enduring a protracted period of hardship. If it can develop normally, it could potentially emerge as a novel entrepreneurial model. However, should it falter prematurely, all efforts would be in vain. Zhang Xiaobing appeared to grasp part of this notion. While Zhao Lei, preoccupied with eating, was merely interested in profit rather than pondering complex issues, Yao Fei was also engrossed in his meal. Both men consuming their food as if they had never dined before. The implication from the boss was clear. If campus delivery attracted the attention of the conglomerate's magnates, it would undoubtedly face acquisition. Yao Si elucidated this insight. Zhang Xiaobing, astonished, remarked, "Fourth brother, you possess a business acumen as well." Yao Si shook his head. "I have merely encountered many such scenarios." He reflected on the emergence of new forces, which would inevitably provoke apprehension and scrutiny from established entities. Once genuine interests were at stake, conflict would ensue, leaving only one party to survive. This was the harsh reality. Should the campus delivery concept be initiated, it must scale up and strengthen, or all prior efforts would be in vain. Yet the challenges were formidable. I chose a path of relative stability, one that required us to develop discreetly, accumulating funds until we possessed sufficient strength to dazzle everyone. By the time the conglomerate's magnates took notice of us, it would already be too late. Chen He's voice was soft but resonated with clarity. Zhao Lei and Yao Fei ceased their movements, seemingly engrossed in his words. Zhang Xiaobing felt a surge of fervor, raising his juice in a toast. "Brother He, your words have given me goosebumps. Let us raise our glasses." Chen He lifted his cup, joined by Yu Si, Yao Fei, and Zhao Lei. "As for the supply chain, I have made arrangements." "Are you familiar with DeBao?" DeBao, a once prominent national brand, had the potential to become an enduring classic. However, due to its acceptance of foreign investment, it transformed into a tool for foreign entities against domestic products, leading to its decline. From being well-known to vanishing entirely from the market, it was all due to poor judgments and decisions made by its leaders in 2005. Although it has successfully captured a portion of the domestic market, the increasing competition from peers in the industry, along with the interest shown by foreign brands in the vast potential of the domestic market, has continuously constrained DeBao's survival space. In a few years, DeBao may find itself on a path of no return. Chen He chose to sell DeBao online, recognizing its inherent value as a skincare product with a considerable customer base. He also aspired to alter the negative trajectory that DeBao seemed destined to follow. "I am familiar with DeBao, specifically the DeBao SOD cream, which I currently use and find quite effective for both face and hands. Among 4 individuals, 3 are aware of DeBao, indicating a significant market presence and high brand awareness. Our store will exclusively sell DeBao," Chen He declared decisively and naturally. Zhang Xiaobing and the others would not oppose this, as they lacked sufficient grounds for dissent. No one understands DeBao's value and future as well as Chen He does. After a meal, Zhao Lei had no particular thoughts, while Yao Fei realized he had made a significant misjudgment. Although he did not comprehend Chen He's theories, he recognized their brilliance. Despite being younger, Chen He possessed remarkable insight. Yao Fei contemplated that by following Chen he might indeed build a villa and marry a celebrity within 5 years. Yao Si packed the remaining juice, much to the annoyance of the waiter, who had hoped to enjoy the unfinished drinks himself. As Chen He stood on the street, Yao Si approached with 2 buckets of drinks. "Boss, I brought back the drinks," he said. Chen He smiled. "If you enjoy them, feel free to take them home." Yao Si glanced at the drinks in his hands and nodded. Chen He patted Yu Si on the shoulder, saying, "We are brothers. You need not go out of your way. If money runs low, just ask me." With that, Chen He walked ahead, leaving Yao Si momentarily stunned. He indeed wished to curry favor with Chen He, not for himself, but for Yao Fei's sake. Although Yao Fei had moved past his rebellious phase, he had not received a proper education. Should he err in the future, Yao Si hoped to leverage his connection with Chen He for assistance. Unexpectedly, Chen He seemed to perceive his intentions, making Yu Si feel as though Chen He was a sage capable of seeing through the world's intricacies. As he lit a cigarette, his hands trembled. It had been a long time since he felt such excitement. Even in the face of violence, he remained calm. Yet now his body was telling him that Chen He was worth his loyalty. Zhang Xiaobing felt the need to recharge and better understand the current market. He aspired to become a steadfast support for Chen He, wishing to help him establish a thriving enterprise. He realized he must exert himself. Meanwhile, Chen He remained unfazed. Knowing that mere eloquence was common, what truly mattered were the results. Just wait and see once his online store opens and successfully attracts DeBao's attention. He possesses the means to turn DeBao's fortunes around, reviving it into a genuine national brand. It appears that all computer markets tend to be situated in the basements of shopping malls. The one introduced by Yao Si is no exception. much to the amusement of the proprietor. Yossi found himself in an awkward position, for despite being labeled a computer market, it resembled nothing more than a dilapidated little warehouse, hardly fit to be called a storefront. Chen He, however, was indifferent, as long as the computers functioned properly. He had no complaints. Upon hearing Chen He's words, Yossi felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Who are you?" "Fourth master. What brings you here?" A scruffy man in his 30s, clad in a white tank top, initially regarded the group with suspicion. Upon recognizing Yossi, he abruptly stood up, visibly anxious and fearful. "Computer bin, this is my boss, Chen He. You have computers available, right?" Yossi inquired. Lu Bin glanced at Chen He, who appeared to be around 18 or 19. Undoubtedly a wealthy heir. Yes, Chen boss. What price range are you looking for?" He only sold to acquaintances if someone was not a familiar face. Even if they had knowledge of his offerings, he would refuse to sell. Chen He fanned the air. "Do you have windows? Please open them to air out this place. The smell is overwhelmingly unpleasant." Before he could finish, Yao Fei and Zhao Lei had already opened the doors and windows. Chapter 66. Purchase a computer. Receive graphic design services. The indoor air instantly felt refreshing. "What specifications does your top-tier model possess?" Chen He inquired. "The current pinnacle is the Athlon CPU. AMD Athlon 64X2, paired with a Gigabyte motherboard, GA, K8 NSLI, and a Galaxy graphics card, along with a Samsung hard drive. This is the finest configuration available here." Lu Bin replied. "Such a configuration is hardly sought after. In my modest shop, the reputation is not particularly high. Nonetheless, he managed to scrape by each month with a meager profit." Zheng Xiaobing and the others remained silent. In their perspective, if one were to open an online store, acquiring a second-hand computer would suffice. If it malfunctioned, they could simply replace it with a new one. Suddenly, Chen He was captivated by the display on a computer. "Do you also create posters?" The screen showcased a recently completed poster, exhibiting a high level of completion. It was evident that, in addition to selling computers, Lu Bin undertook some custom poster work. Glancing at the computer, Lu Bin felt a bit embarrassed and confessed, "I dabble in it a little. The computer business is challenging, and I need to make a living." He hastily clarified, fearing Chen He might look down upon him. Chen He beckoned Zheng Xiaobing over. "What do you think of his poster design? It looks decent, comparable to what's out there." Lu Bin assumed Chen He was considering commissioning him for a custom poster. "Boss Chen, I am proficient in Photoshop and various graphic design software. Should you wish to order a poster from me, I can offer you a friendly price." Lu Bin proposed. Chen He scrutinized Lu Bin. "How much profit do you make from selling computers each month?" Lu Bin hesitated, pondering whether Chen He intended to meddle in his business. "Well, Yossi, perceiving Lu Bin's reluctance, coldly remarked, 'Answer whatever my boss asks.'" Lu Bin jolted. "Not much. If business is good, the monthly net profit can reach 2,000 to 3,000, but most months it's only 300 to 500. This trade is quite challenging. Were it not for taking on some side projects, I would have starved relying solely on computer sales. Can you create posters for online stores? Product pages, perhaps?" Chen He queried. "I can, but there is little future in that," Lu Bin candidly expressed. He understood that the rise of e-commerce had led to a surge in online shops, making the role of an online graphic designer seem scarce. However, the wages were rather meager, often coupled with the risk of exploitation. He preferred crafting posters for others rather than becoming a mere online graphic designer. "Create a product detail page for me to assess," Chen He said with interest. "What should I design?" "Let us go with a computer." Lu Bin nodded. Knowing he had various materials stored on his hard drive, including high-resolution photos of computers readily available for use. With practiced ease, Lu Bin opened Photoshop and commenced his work. Half an hour later, he presented a completed product detail page. "Not bad. What do you all think?" Chen He appeared satisfied. "Brother He, you're not considering hiring him as a graphic designer, are you?" Zheng Xiaobing disowned Chen He's intentions. His proficiency in Photoshop is commendable. Chen He extended an invitation to Lu Bin. "Would you be willing to work at my studio for a monthly salary of 3,500? Lu Bin was taken aback. 3,500 a month surpassed his earnings from selling computers, and the key factor was stability. "You can't be serious. Are you unaware of the market for graphic designers in online shops?" Lu Bin was skeptical. He knew that other stores typically offered no more than 1,500 for a designer. And the workload was fraught with complications, frequent revisions, and potential salary deductions for dissatisfaction, often leaving one with less than 1,000 at month's end. "I value your personal capabilities. Here, if I say you are worth this amount, you are. If you are unwilling, then so be it," Chen He stated. I am willing. Lu Bin eagerly agreed. He toiled for a month without earning 3,500. This job only required creating a few images and was both easy and lucrative. Why not seize the opportunity? Based on the configuration you just mentioned, procure 3 computers for me. One will be for Lu Bin to design, while the other 2 will maintain the online store and handle customer service. Boss, give me a day to arrange the channels, Lu Bin stammered, trembling with disbelief. The profit from these 3 computers alone would exceed 3,000, and he felt that Chen He was indeed his benefactor. Promptly, and also, prepare yourself. Get the computers ready and move to the studio dormitory, Chen He instructed before departing. Lu Bin accompanied Chen He and his associates to the exit, standing motionless as his eyes suddenly turned red. As an outsider in this city, he had experienced the warmth and coldness of human relations. From Chen He, he perceived respect and kindness. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen He washed up, lay down on his bed, and opened QQ. Does your studio require assistance? Asked Finger of Summer, unaware of Chen He's entrepreneurial venture until now, and naturally wished to offer support. Chen He smiled broadly and typed swiftly. Not at the moment. I will inform you if difficulties arise. Following that, a half-hour of silence ensued. Chen He guessed that Feng Xia had gone to freshen up. I just returned from washing up. The two seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Good night, Xia, he typed. You too, Heezy, she replied. Ever since Chen He had declined the breakfast offered by Feng Yiman, they had avoided greeting each other, behaving like complete strangers even when crossing paths. Chen He remained indifferent to this. Brother He, the computers are set up, Zhao Lei announced upon Chen He's arrival at the studio, pointing to the 3 computers before him. Hello, boss. Lu Bin was present as well, and unlike his previous disheveled appearance, he now sported a neat haircut and wore a shirt and trousers, exuding an air of a social elite. Familiarize yourselves with each other, henceforth. We shall be colleagues striving together, Chen He remarked, merely stopping by to check before leaving. Lu Bin was busy adjusting the computers when Zhao Lei leaned in and asked, Bin Ge, are these computers truly worth this much? The top configuration commands this price. Do you think I could deceive you? Lu Bin replied, somewhat annoyed. He felt that Zhao Lei was questioning his computer. I am not referring to you. I am merely contemplating that if this computer were to be sold, it would fetch a considerable sum, wouldn't it? As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell into a profound silence. Lu Bin glanced at Zhao Lei. How could Boss Chen allow someone like you to remain in the team? Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback, pondering what was wrong with himself. Yao Si, who had a cigarette dangling from his lips, had initially intended to light it with his lighter, but upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, he set the lighter down. Zhao Lei, Chen He is helping you achieve wealth, looking out for you. Do you truly think you deserve his consideration? When I, Yao Si, choose friends, I prioritize character first and then capability. You ought to reflect on your actions. Yao Si picked up the lighter and ignited his cigarette, instantly enveloping his face in a haze of smoke. Lazy, should you dare to cast your greedy eyes on those 3 computers, do you believe I won't ruin you? Yao Fei also harbored a deep disdain for those who betrayed their own. Back when Ding Yu was still around, he had witnessed firsthand how such treachery could harm one's brothers. Chapter 67. Keep your distance from Feng Xia. Zhao Lei felt his face flush with embarrassment as he realized his mistake. I'm sorry, 4th brother, De Fei. I acknowledge my wrongdoings. Please forgive me. He bowed his head, offering a sincere apology. Yao Si dispersed the smoke before him. De Fei, step outside with me. They proceeded to the balcony. Curious, Yao Fei inquired, Brother, what is the matter? Exhaling a smoke ring, Yao Si replied thoughtfully. You shared the same thoughts as Zhao Lei just now, didn't you? Instantly, Yao Fei felt a pang of shame. He had indeed entertained such notions but quickly dismissed them, unwilling to be ungrateful. Brother De Fei, remember this. Chen He is a capable individual. I may not fully understand him, but I have faith in him. Our encounter with him is a divine opportunity, and I aspire to witness the day we realize our dreams. The brothers conversed extensively on the balcony. Zhao Lei earnestly apologized to Lu Bin and gained his forgiveness. Brother He, are you really comfortable in trusting them with a computer worth 40 to 50,000? Zhang Xiaobing expressed his concern over the phone. With you see here, he will keep an eye on things, Chen He reassured him. Yao Si, do you trust him that much? Yao Si possesses a wealth of social experience. I believe his judgment is not so shallow as to betray me over a mere 40 to 50,000. Chen He chuckled lightly. Recalling the once mighty figure who dominated the underworld of Jiangcheng, he understood that one could only seize opportunities by standing beside him. By the way, when will that computer expert arrive? Zhang Xiaobing asked. I'll call Yao Si to inquire. Chen He dialed the studio's landline. and Yao Si answered. He.S. arriving in Jiangxing today, right? Yes, we'll pick him up from the evening train. Call me when you arrive. Absolutely. Chen He felt a surge of anticipation, wondering if this computer expert would bring him unexpected surprises. Yao Si described him as exceptionally talented, albeit with a peculiar personality. The fourth period of the morning was physical education class, typically involving several classes together. Chen He changed into sportswear and joined some classmates from other classes for a game of basketball. Feng Xia, Su Xiao, and Luo Xiaoqing strolled around the playground. Xia? Stop staring at Chen He, Luo Xiaoqing protested, pouting. Feng Xia's cheeks flushed. I'm not. Oh please, Luo Xiaoqing retorted. You've glanced at him over 20 times since earlier and still deny it. Feng Xia covered her face. Is it that obvious? Su Xiao burst into giggles. The trio had become close friends, and she had come to terms with reality, no longer dwelling on emotional issues and focusing solely on her studies. Xia, let us go to the convenience store and buy some water, Su Xiao suggested. Sure, I'm thirsty as well. Feng Xia discreetly glanced towards the basketball court once more, only to be caught red-handed by Luo Xiaoqing. Luo Xiaoqing playfully poked at Feng Xia's side. Still denying it? Are you planning to buy Chen He a bottle of water? Stop it. Ha ha ha, don't. I'm ticklish. Xiao Xiao, you too. This fellow is overly infatuated with beauty and neglecting friendships. No, I surrender. Feng Xia and her two companions were playfully tussling, attracting the attention of numerous boys. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the three were of stunning beauty, akin to the class flowers. One could only wonder if they had boyfriends. Chen He. Is that your class? Inquired a boy playing basketball with Chen He. Chen He spotted Feng Xia and her friends. Yes, they are from our class. What is the matter? The boy displayed a look of admiration. What is the name of the one with the single ponytail in the middle? A peculiar sensation surged within Chen He. Her name is Feng Xia. Why do you ask? Feng Xia. What a beautiful name. I've made up my mind. I shall pursue her. You? You might as well save your breath. Why do you belittle me, Chen He? After all, I am the campus heartthrob of Jiang University. Chen He glanced at Jiang Xueqiu, who was far from handsome. If he were Feng Xia, she would undoubtedly choose him. Here they come. They're walking over. Jiang Xueqiu swept his bangs aside, striking what he believed to be an impressively handsome pose. Feng Xia approached the basketball court. Thirsty, are you? In front of everyone. Feng Xia handed Chen He a bottle of water. Chen He smiled as he accepted it, unscrewing the cap to take a sip. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Don't forget. Feng Xia nodded, waved goodbye to Chen He, and left with Su Xiao and Luo Xiaoqing. Chen He noticed that Jiang Xueqiu and the others were utterly stunned. Don't be envious, bro. Even Jiang Xueqiu, however foolish, understood the situation. He could hear the sound of his own heart breaking. His long-cherished goddess was already claimed. Chen He, you're doing this intentionally to watch us suffer, aren't you? You want to get away with it. Jiang Xueqiu exclaimed angrily. Show us your true skills. Chen He grinned. I concede. You're something else. Not only are you great at basketball, but you also have such a beautiful girlfriend. Jiang Xueqiu was left utterly defeated by Chen He. His fighting spirit crumbled, and he surrendered with both hands raised. Don't be envious, bro. I'm a presence you cannot reach. Chen He feigned superiority. It's just basketball. What is so impressive about that? Sunja scoffed, yet internally he envied Chen He's basketball prowess. Just then, the atmosphere on the court suddenly shifted. A group of strong, burly students approached Chen He. Are you Chen He? What is it to you? You're acting tough, huh? Do you believe I one T-slap you silly? Tell him who I am. The leader displayed a menacing expression. This is our school's Tiger Brother. This area is his turf. In the future, when you see Tiger Brother, keep your wits about you, or we won't hesitate to beat you up. Chen He frowned. It seemed he had encountered the local ruffians of the university. Suddenly, Wang Hu draped an arm around Chen He's shoulders. Stay away from Feng Xia, or we'll beat you up every time we see you, until you drop out. After Wang Hu spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Chen He and strode away. Unperturbed, Chen He's expression darkened significantly. That is Wang Hu, a notorious figure in our school, who frequently bullies freshmen. No one dares to provoke him, primarily due to his older brother, Wang Long, who is involved in the underworld. Chen He, you should exercise caution. Jiang Xueqiu patted Chen He's shoulder, his eyes filled with helplessness and sympathy. Sunja hurried after Wang Hu. Brother Hu, I am Sunja. May I join your circle? Wang Hu glanced at Sunja, revealing a grin filled with yellowed teeth. Sure, I happen to need a lackey. From today onward, I will protect you. Sunja eagerly agreed. with Wang Hu's protection. He felt secure within the school. Who would dare to bully him now? Wang Hu would certainly not let that happen. Chen He, with a serious demeanor, walked to the shade beneath a tree and took out his phone to dial the studio's landline. "It's me, Chen He." The call was answered by Yao Fei. "Put your brother on the line." Chen's tone was stern. Yao Fei hesitated for a moment but quickly notified Yao Si. Yao Si was currently playing billiards with Lu Bin and Zhao Lei. "Brother, the boss is on the line for you." Chapter 68. The omniscient boss Yao Si took the microphone from Yao Fei's hand. The voice of Chen He, suppressed with fury, came through the receiver. "Do you know Wang Long?" "Indeed. I have crossed paths with him in a conflict where both of us aimed to eliminate the other. And now, boss, I have heard that his brother is at Jiangxing University. Could it be that his brother is causing you trouble?" "His brother, Wang Hu, is rather arrogant," Chen He remarked. After he spoke, Yao Si heard the distinct sound of a lighter igniting. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he replied, "Wang Long has powerful backers. We lack both money and allies. It is best to avoid confrontation for now. Once we have resources and support, I shall personally deal with those two brothers." Chen He ended the call, feeling frustrated. His mood had been uplifting until he encountered this troublesome situation. "I have returned to life, only to be threatened by a mere child." Such indignities had never plagued him in his previous existence. Yao Si resolved to endure for the time being. However, he pondered deeply. Who was orchestrating Wang Hu's actions? Who had set their sights on Feng Xia, compelling Wang Hu to issue a warning? Chen He's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. The issue was that the enemy lurked in the shadows. Was he truly destined to part ways with Feng Xia? Damn it! As a reborn individual, must I endure such indignities? Chen He noticed Wang Hu and his companions squatting at the edge of the playground, their eyes fixed upon him. Remembering Yao Si's words only fueled his anger, yet he felt utterly powerless against Wang Hu. The entire afternoon passed in a haze, with Chen He unable to concentrate on his studies. Fortunately, the sight of Feng Xia's smile fortified his resolve and courage to overcome adversity. "Xiao He, a new stall serving hand-grabbed pancakes has opened at the cafeteria. Shall we try it tonight?" Feng Xia suggested. "Tonight is not possible. I must visit the studio. We're adding a new assistant today, and I need to oversee the process myself," Chen He replied with an apologetic expression. Feng Xia responded with a soft "oh," clearly disappointed. "Once this hectic period passes, I shall treat you to a splendid meal," he promised. "That sounds better," Feng Xia finally smiled. "Chen He, are we not entitled to a share as well?" Luo Xiaoqing chimed in from the back row. "Everyone is included. You three sisters should join. The more, the merrier," Chen He generously replied. "In light of your eagerness, I shall grant my approval for you to date Xiao Xia," Luo Xiaoqing declared in a parental tone. Feng Xia swiftly retorted, "We are not dating. Do not speak nonsense." While she protested, her cheeks had already flushed a deep crimson. Chen He's spirits brightened at last. I must endure for now. He couldn't help but lament his so-called omniscient ability, which he could not actively wield. At that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over his mind, a familiar sensation. His ability to foresee events had successfully manifested. A vision appeared before him. It was the front page of the Jiangxing Urban Daily. The chairman of Polong Company had been ensnared in a scandal, conspired against by his wife and childhood friend, leading to the misappropriation of all assets and leaving the company in dire financial straits. The chairman, having lost a lawsuit and burdened with enormous debts to the bank, ultimately succumbed to despair, taking his life in his car. The company, Breaking Waves, is a prominent construction firm in Jiangxing. This incident occurred on September 10, 2005, and today is the 7th, with merely 3 days remaining. The feeling of dizziness has dissipated, and Chen He wore a self-deprecating expression. He found himself entangled in unresolved issues of his own, leaving little room to concern himself with the fates of others. Yet, he suppressed his negative emotions and resolved to alter this dismal reality. In his previous life, he had paid little attention to this company, and he was unaware of the chairman's name. After searching on his phone for a considerable time, he found no clues regarding the chairman's identity. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed Zheng Xiaobing's number. "Does your father happen to know the chairman of Breaking Waves?" Chen He recalled that Zheng Xiaobing had mentioned this matter during their last gathering. "I was just boasting. My father is merely a small-time construction company owner." "Hardly worthy of mentioning," Zheng Xiaobing replied. "Impressive," Chen He said impatiently, ready to end the call. "I'll ask my father. Perhaps he knows something." "I'll get in touch with you this afternoon," Zheng Xiaobing added, as if a thought had occurred to him. "Brother He, the construction market is already saturated. We have no room to maneuver, so think carefully." He was concerned that Chen He might impulsively venture into the construction industry. The sector was currently enjoying a period of prosperity, yet the market spoils had long been claimed by industry giants. Chen He, disinterested in further discussion, ended the call abruptly. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Xiao He, why are you trying to contact the chairman of Breaking Waves?" "Nothing much," he replied. Feng Xia, noticing Chen He's troubled demeanor, inquired with concern, but he preferred to keep his thoughts to himself. The chairman of Breaking Waves happened to be his uncle, who was merely 30 years old and treated him well, always gifting him during holidays. However, the relationship between his uncle and his parents was strained due to a past quarrel, leading to a complete cessation of contact. His uncle had thrived in the construction industry, and Chen He pondered whether his entrepreneurial pursuits might intersect with this field. If so, perhaps his uncle could provide a valuable introduction. In business, a solid foundation and a promising start are essential. She silently resolved to assist Chen He. "Xiao Xiao, I'm heading to the studio now. I need to meet my new colleagues." After finishing his conversation with Feng Xia, Chen He exited the classroom. At the entrance of the teaching building, he spotted Wang Hu and his companions glaring at him. Chen He remained silent, his face clouded with gloom. Upon leaving the campus, Zheng Xiaobing called again. Chen He answered. "My father doesn't have the chairman's number either. He mentioned that the chairman is extremely busy, only attending high-end social gatherings that are inaccessible to the average person." "No worries. I'll find another way to address this." "You're not seriously considering entering the construction sector, are you?" "You're overthinking it. I'm on my way to the studio. Join me later to meet the newcomers." As Chen He pushed open the door to the studio, he found Yao Si, Yao Fei, Zhao Lei, Lu Bin, and an unfamiliar man standing up in unison. "Boss, Brother He." Chen He immediately spotted the computer whiz at Yao Si's place. The slender young man, sporting a small goatee and glasses, exuded an air of refinement, yet he appeared exceedingly arrogant, giving the impression of scrutinizing others from a lofty vantage point. "Boss, allow me to introduce my friend, Ma Jie," Yao Si remarked, with his hands in his pockets. Ma Jie tilted his chin to appraise Chen He. "So, you are the boss of Yao Si? Huh, which rich second-generation heir are you? Out here to experience life, I suppose?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei seethed. "What gives you the right to act so high and mighty here?" Lu Bin interposed to restrain Zhao Lei. Chen He raised his hand. "Zhao, this is not your concern. Sit down." Reluctantly, Zhao Lei complied and took his seat. Chen He extended his hand. "I am Chen He, hailing from Sana Town. My parents are ordinary folks. I am not a rich second-generation heir." Ma Jie was momentarily taken aback. A lad as handsome as Chen He surely could not have emerged from a common background. Could it be that he was indeed not a privileged heir? Chapter 69. Feng Xia's assistant Ma Jie extended his hand in a symbolic gesture to shake Chen He's. "I am Ma Jie, a programmer. Pleased to meet you." His demeanor was neither warm nor cold. He surveyed the surroundings, glancing at the 3 computers on the table. "To be frank, your setup is rather modest." Even Yao Fei could not ignore this remark, chastised into silence by a mere glance from Yao Si. The studio was just starting out. It was a gradual process. Chen He remained unfazed. Talented individuals often possess a unique disposition. As long as they do not hinder the team's progress, their eccentricities are permissible. "Are you planning to open an online store?" As you can see, the success of an online shop hinges on transaction rates and positive reviews. It is crucial to focus on back-end data. I can assist you with that. What salary do you have in mind for me? Chen He chuckled lightly. 200 a day, with performance bonuses calculated separately. All right, I'm on board, Ma Jie readily agreed. Chen He nodded. Beginning to understand the peculiarities of Ma Jie's character, proud and straightforward, he spoke his mind without reservation, while others might perceive this as a lack of social grace. Chen He found it inconsequential. A person of talent can be forgiven minor flaws. "De Fei, please show Ma Jie around the dormitory. Yao Si, come over here." Chen He stepped onto the balcony, resting his hands on the railing. Below, a striking figure passed by. It was Yanli. She called for a taxi, seemingly headed out for some leisure. Noticing Chen He, she blew him a playful kiss from afar. He awkwardly waved back, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. He always harbored an unsettling thought that one day, Yanli might leap upon him. Shaking his head, he dispelled such unrealistic notions. "Boss." Yao Si approached Chen He, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "We spend around 40 to 50,000 on computers, and with our daily wage expenditures, I imagine your funds are dwindling. If it comes to that, we could consider lowering our salaries." Yao Si exhaled a ring of smoke. Chen He did not oppose his employees smoking. He noted that today Yao Si had switched to a cheaper brand. Amused, Chen He replied, "You needn't worry about saving me money. The salaries I promised you will remain unchanged, rest assured." Yossi finished his cigarette in a matter of seconds, tossing the butt onto the street. "If you wish, I can gather my brothers to deal with Wang Hu," he stated earnestly. He had dozens of men, although they were scattered across various locations. Following the arrest of Ding Yi, Yassi's group had faced encroachment and persecution from rival forces. With a single call, he could rally them all. Chen He crossed his arms on the railing, warmth spreading in his heart. This indicated that Yossi genuinely wanted to help him navigate his difficulties. "If we confront Wang Hu, do you have a strategy to counter Wang Long's retaliation? And can his patrons be lenient with you? We could venture into the territory of Dejinia. Wang Long would not dare to offend him." Yossi lit another cigarette. "Let it be. I shall endure for now. Let us focus on making money and set this matter aside." Chen He spoke no further, turning to pat Yossi on the shoulder. After taking a few steps, he paused. "Yossi, what do you need to reclaim what you have lost?" Chen He inquired. "I need money, at least 10 million. Yossi replied with remarkable candor. With 10 million, he could make a triumphant return. Yossi's hands trembled. He discerned the implication in Chen He's words. He intended to support him in continuing his underground ventures. "Wait, I will help you earn 10 million, Chen He declared, leaving only his silhouette behind. Yossi, with unsteady hands clutching a cigarette, took a deep drag, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. He yearned to return to the days when his elder brother led a band of young men into battle. Feeling utterly inadequate, he resolved that anyone who sought to harm Chen He would first have to contend with him. The studio staff gathered. The online store would officially launch in a couple of days. Chen He returned to Jiangsheng University. Upon entering the campus, he sensed several pairs of eyes scrutinizing him. This was no mere illusion. He had spotted Wang Hu and his associates. From afar, Wang Hu gestured with a shaking finger. Chen He's face darkened. This was an indication of constant surveillance. Who could it be? Chen He seethed with anger, striving to maintain his composure. Wang Hu caught up to him. "Chen He, I suspect you have a rebellious streak. Heed my warning, or I will genuinely beat you. Every day, understand?" A faint smile forced its way onto Chen He's face. "Understood. Brother Hu, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Go, but remember my warning." Chen He turned his back on Wang Hu, his eyes brimming with menace. Damn it. He had never anticipated that campus bullying would one day be directed at him. If this trouble remained unresolved, his days would be fraught with anxiety, especially since it involved external forces. To resist would mean stepping outside the school gates only to have his legs broken, with assailants vanishing without a trace, leaving him helpless. Seeking the school's intervention was even more unrealistic, setting aside whether the institution would act on behalf of a single student. Even with undeniable evidence, the administration would likely adopt a conciliatory stance, urging him to downplay the matter rather than seeking justice. Damn it, Wang Hu, is it? We shall see how this unfolds. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Sunja flaunting his authority, reverting to his previous arrogant demeanor. "Listen up, from now on. You all better keep your wits about you. I am now running with Brother Hu. Anyone who dares to oppose me is opposing him." Sunja's ire flared upon seeing Chen He enter with a dark expression. "Chen He, stand at attention." Chen He feigned ignorance, climbing back into his bed. Enraged, Sunja shouted, "I'm talking to you." Chen He, already in a foul mood, snatched up a pillow and hurled it, narrowly missing Sunja's ear. "For heaven's sake, be quiet." Sunja was taken aback. He had not expected Chen He to stand up to him. Yet, the thought of still needing Wang Hu's trust lingered in his mind. As the conflict with Chen He looms, Wang Hu will not come to my aid. Just you wait. There will come a day when you fear me. Sunja uttered this harsh remark before forcefully slamming the door behind him. Zhou Ming retrieved the pillow, saying, "Boss, this kid is currently under Wang Hu's wing. It would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future." Chen He expressed his gratitude with a nod, acknowledging, "I understand." Opening QQ, several contacts were flashing, including Zheng Xiaobing, Su Xiao, Luo Xiaoqing, Feng Xia, and surprisingly, even Feng Yiman and Jiang Han. Chen He clicked on the chat with Feng Xia. "Chasing the summer child. Xia, I just returned to the dormitory." Feng Xia replied almost instantly. "Fingertips of summer. Is the studio running smoothly?" "Chasing the summer child. So far, so good. The team is complete, and we will officially commence operations in a couple of days." "Fingertips of summer. Allow me to congratulate you in advance on your success. By the way, what do you need to discuss with the chairman of Bolong Company?" Chen He sat up on his bed, contemplating why Feng Xiao had asked such a question. Yet he still explained, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with him. Chapter 70. Chairman of the Breaking Waves Company Chen He did not wish to continue on this topic. Suddenly, Feng Xia sent a phone number. This was the contact of the chairman of the Breaking Waves Company. Chen He was taken aback. After all, Breaking Waves was a billion-dollar enterprise. How did Feng Xia come to possess such a number? My father is a businessman and has collaborated with the chairman of Breaking Waves, he remarked. Then your father must be quite remarkable, Xia. What exactly does your family do? For the first time, Chen He found himself curious about Feng Xia's family background. He was aware that her family was well off, yet the specifics eluded him. My family consists of ordinary business people, Feng Xia lied. If Chen He were to discover that her father was capable of going toe-to-toe with the wealthiest man in Jiangqing, it would undoubtedly place considerable pressure on him. Thank you, Chen He replied, not contemplating the prowess of Feng Xia's parents. To him, ordinary merchants were probably on par with Zheng Xiaobing's parents, whose maximum earnings might reach 400,000 to 500,000 annually. Chen He stepped onto the balcony of the dormitory, closing the door to prevent eavesdropping. As the ensuing conversation involved the life and death of a billionaire, he dialed the chairman of the Breaking Waves Company. A commanding voice answered on the other end. Hello. Who is this? Greetings, I am Chen He, a freshman at Jiangqing University. Before Chen He could finish his introduction, the other party interrupted him. You are Feng Xia's classmate, correct? I will be waiting for you at the Starbucks near Jiangqing University tomorrow. With that, Yao Qifeng hung up the phone. Chen He furrowed his brow. So this is the arrogance of a billionaire. I am the one attempting to save your life, yet it feels as though I am the one begging for your assistance. He scoffed and returned to his bed to sleep. Meanwhile, Yao Qifeng was engaged in a video chat on his computer, the screen revealing a beautiful young woman. Min Ming. How is the scenery in Sanya? Not much to speak of. Without you by my side, no view can lift my spirits, replied Wu Mingming, Yao Qingfeng's current wife. They were separated by 5 or 6 years and had met at a charity gala. Wu Mingming is now the PR manager at Breaking Waves Company and frequently travels across the country for work. Once I finish this busy period, I will take you abroad for a tour. You are so sweet, darling. I must go for now. I'll contact you later. Bye, love you. Yao Qifeng basked in the sweetness of their exchange. After Wu Mingming ended the video call, she dialed another person. The screen displayed a man. Have you missed me? You rascal? I've missed you to the point of madness. Has that fellow suspected anything? Rest assured, he trusts me completely. Once this trap is successfully laid, I will obtain the key to his safe, and at that point, I can transfer all his assets. Honey, I want to see the goods. Stop it. I can't help but be exasperated with you. Go ahead and look. As the morning class concluded, the students filed out of the classroom. Qin Qing left the classroom with her textbook in hand. Xiao Xia, I have something to attend to. I'll find you later, she said, glancing back. Chen He still had an appointment to keep. Most importantly, he did not want Wang Hu to discover the closeness between himself and Feng Xia. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Until he was certain he could handle Wang Hu, it was best to adhere to the advice given by the other party. Chen He, why are you in such a hurry? Feng Xia exclaimed irritably. Xiao Xia, let's go eat. Luo Xiaoqing and Su Xiu approached, perfectly timed with Chen He's absence. At Starbucks, Chen He pushed the door open. In a window seat, a young man waved at him. Chen He felt a flicker of annoyance. He was here to save your life. Does he really need to act so high and mighty? But remembering that the other party was a billionaire, he decided to let it go and walked over. Boss. He.S. here, the young man reminded, gesturing towards a man in his 30s, slick back hair, and clad in a white suit, who set down the documents in his hand. He scrutinized Chen He, forming a judgment in his mind. This seemed to be a novice in the business world, desperately seeking startup capital. You must be Chen He. Please. Have a seat, Yao Qifeng said coolly. Chen He sat down across from him, feeling a touch of nervousness in the presence of a billionaire. This is our president, Yao. Young man, if you have something to say, I suggest you be concise. Our chairman is extremely busy and has made a special effort to meet you today. So you should be grateful, the young man said with an air of superiority. I wish to speak with your chairman directly. What gives you the right to dictate anything here? Chen He retorted, disliking the condescending attitude. He was here to save the life of their boss. Is that your attitude? You really think you can afford to be so arrogant? The young man clenched his fists, ready to pounce at any moment. Zhang Qiao, step back, Yao Qifeng said coldly. But chairman, this guy is too arrogant, Zhang Qiao protested, eager to confront Chen He. President Yao, is this your subordinate? I almost mistook him for your superior. Chen He said with a slight smile. Yao Qifeng frowned. Zhang Qiao looked shocked. Chairman, He is trying to sow discord. Please don't believe him. I had no intention of overstepping, Zhang Qiao pleaded. Yao Qifeng remained noncommittal. Chen He, my time is precious, so please be succinct, he said. President Yao, I can only discuss this matter with you alone. I kindly ask that unrelated parties leave. Chen He insisted, sensing Zhang Qiao as hostility. Chairman, this guy definitely has issues. Let me handle this, Zhang Qiao pressed. Yao Qingfeng raised his hand. Zhang Qiao, step back. I want to hear what he has to say. Zhang Qiao shot a fierce glare at Chen He before reluctantly departing. However, he did not leave entirely, but instead stood at a distance, watching closely. Can we speak now? Chen He stood up, leaning closer to Yao Qingfeng's ear, whispering, President Yao, I'm unsure if you're being monitored, but what I say must not be overheard by a third party. No matter what I disclose, please maintain your composure. Yao Qifeng presumed that Chen He was merely indulging in fanciful illusions. Some individuals, in pursuit of their own interests, do indeed engage in eccentric behaviors. It is understandable for the youth embarking on entrepreneurial ventures to seek shortcuts. However, Yao, you will find yourself embroiled in legal troubles in the coming days. And it pertains to a woman. In 2 days, your wife will transfer all your assets. Chen He could perceive the tremors coursing through Yao Qingfeng's being. Fully aware that he could not fathom such news. After delivering the statement, he promptly returned to his seat. Young man, if you wish to capture my attention, fabricating such claims constitutes slander, a criminal offense. Have you prepared yourself for imprisonment? Yao Qingfeng's tone was chilling. Truly, as a billionaire, his restraint in not erupting with fury was commendable. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. I trust you possess the means to uncover the truth. Chen He asserted as he rose. By the way, you owe me a cup of Starbucks. Upon witnessing Chen He depart, Zhang Qiao hurried to Yao Qingfeng's side. Yao, what did that lad say to you? Nothing of consequence. He is merely an impractical fool, foolishly seeking my investment in his startup. I have encountered many such individuals. Yao Qifeng replied, his skepticism towards this driver-turned-bodyguard beginning to take root. Chapter 71. Will you still create cheats? Yao Qifeng returned to his private villa. Zhang Qiao, I am weary. You may leave for the day. Certainly, boss, Zhang Qiao replied before exiting the villa. He stood beside the grand fountain in the middle of the expansive courtyard, took out his phone, and dialed a number. It's me. The boss has been awake since 7 this morning. On the other end was Wu Mingming. She had employed a method known to the discerning, successfully winning over Zhang Qiao. His task was simply to report daily on Yao Qingfeng's schedule, detailing his activities and acquaintances. Upon hearing that there were no anomalies in Yao Qingfeng's itinerary, Wu Mingming playfully exclaimed, Thank you, Brother Qiao. That endearing address made Zhang Qiao feel a rush of warmth. He loosened his tie and decided to find a place to relieve his pent-up frustration. Yao Qingfeng stood behind the floor-to-ceiling glass window on the 2nd floor of the villa. Without uttering a word, he retrieved his phone. Hello, could you investigate whom Zhang Qiao has been associating closely with lately? Also, please look into Wu Mingming. Yao Qingfeng inhaled deeply. The information provided by Chen He was scant, but for someone of Yao Qingfeng's stature, acquiring further intelligence was a trivial matter. Chen He returned from outside, carrying 2 roast chickens and a large bag of cold dishes. De Fei, could you assist the boss? Yao Si urged as he nudged the dawdling Yao Fei with his foot. So many delectable treats. Thank you, boss, Lubin exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight of the fragrant roast chicken. Chen He instructed Zhao Lei to bring over a few stools. And the studio colleagues gathered around the coffee table. Boss, it's rather dull to have meat without drinks. I'll go buy some beer, Lubin volunteered. Rising to his feet. I'll join you, Zhao Lei said, following suit. Cheers. Chen He bit into a chicken leg, and the atmosphere in the studio was remarkably harmonious. Even Ma Jie, who joined last, became well acquainted with everyone. In a past life, he had no interest in landscapes outside of Feng Yiman. In this new life, he would not repeat the same mistakes. Brother He, when are we opening the online store? Zhao Lei asked, lips slick with chicken grease. Everyone turned their attention to Chen He. By tomorrow at the latest. Opening an online store isn't complicated. A security deposit is all it takes. The challenge lies in the low entry barriers, leading to an inevitable increase in competitors. The key is to distinguish our shop from the rest. Chen He had already devised a plan, proposing a unique form of discount vouchers that would place them years ahead of their time. Ma Jie, I have something for you to help me with later. Ma Jie, sipping his beer, burped and replied, count on me. After a satisfying meal, Chen He sat down at Lu Bin's computer, which was designated for Lu Bin to create designs and product detail pages. It served no other purpose. Chen He had already downloaded a game called Jiang Hu onto the hard drive. Brother He, you played Jiang Hu too? Lu Bin glanced at Chen He's game interface, as he was also fond of turn-based games. Like a sensation sweeping the nation, both Legend and Dream have captivated players. This game, released this year, has gained considerable popularity, prompting me to indulge in a few rounds, remarked Chen He. He approached this game purely as a means to pass the time. Previously, he often teamed up with Zheng Xiaobing for matches of CS. However, the demands of CS, which require acute individual skill and unwavering concentration, left Chen He feeling fatigued. Consequently, he ventured into this turn-based game and found it surprisingly enjoyable. Currently, he plays as an ordinary swordsman, now at level 19. Damn, I'm level 19. And so is my opponent. Our equipment attributes are nearly identical. Why was I defeated in an instant? Chen He pondered after being swiftly eliminated in a wilderness PK encounter. He expressed his bewilderment with 3 question marks. Meanwhile, in the opulent VIP room of the Shangtang Hotel, Feng Dong sat before his computer, displaying a disdainful smile. Observing the 3 question marks sent by his opponent, he quickly typed a response. Just practice more if you're inexperienced. Feng Dong, previously a prominent figure in a top-tier guild while playing Legend, had grown weary of it and transitioned to Jiang Hu. The initial promotion of Jiang Hu attracted a multitude of novice players. Feng Dong now derived pleasure from dominating less experienced players. Inexperienced? Who dares to be so arrogant? Lu Bin glanced at Chen He's computer screen. Boss, what is this guy's name? Greedy Wolf Years. Just wait, I'll take care of him for you. Chen He vacated his seat, allowing Lu Bin to sit down and type at lightning speed. This is my alternate account. Wait for me to log in with my main account, and I will crush you. I'll be waiting. If you don't show, you're a coward. Lu Bin was brimming with enthusiasm. Within a short span of interaction, he had vowed to make his opponent kneel and call him grandfather. Brother Bin, what level is your main account? Seeing Lu Bin's intent to avenge Chen He, Zhao Lei and Yao Fei approached the duo. Level 50. But my account has superior equipment attributes, Lu Bin proclaimed proudly. This gear was the result of 6 months of hard work, during which he had subsisted on steamed buns and pickled vegetables to maintain his account. Lu Bin logged into his main account. Come on, watch me obliterate you. Bring it on. Lu Bin's character was a standard swordsman. He felt confident that with his equipment attributes, he could severely damage the opponent in one turn. However, in the next moment, Lu Bin was left dumbfounded as his opponent again struck with blinding speed. His face contorted in disbelief, he scratched his head. This guy must be cheating. Yes, definitely using hacks. Lu Bin quickly typed a furious message. Cheating scum, may your whole family suffer. The opponent replied coolly. Just practice more if you're inexperienced. Lu Bin, exasperated, tugged at his hair. Boss, this guy is a cheater. There is nothing I can do. When faced with such players, one can only lament their misfortune. Chen He, too, felt defeated. The opponent was playing without any shame. Unfortunately, he didn't have hacks himself. Otherwise, he would have surely driven his adversary away from the game. This is pointless. What skill is there in cheating? Boss, ask him where he lives. I'll help you deal with him. Zhao Lei and Yao Fei were utterly infuriated. The act of cheating in games is an affront to fairness and should never see the light of day. Yet, the opponent was reveling in their triumph. Boss, it seems this scoundrel is actually the president of a guild. I recall now, the Greedy Wolf Guild, one of the top 3 teams on the guild leaderboard. I've heard their financial backers are exceedingly powerful. We cannot afford to provoke them. Lu Bin cast a glance at the opponent's ID, his expression one of helplessness. Chen He remained silent. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no irritation. Who enjoys being subjected to humiliation in a game? However, given the formidable background of their adversary, who could procure such potent cheats, this too is a form of strength. The president of the Greedy Wolf Guild? I remember him. He approached me previously to purchase cheats. Have you encountered him? An abrupt voice emerged from behind. Everyone turned to look at Ma Jia. Chen He inquired in astonishment. You can create cheat software? Ma Jia, brimming with pride, replied, is that difficult? I too need to make a living. Crafting cheats for large-scale games and selling them on forums ensures I won't starve. Chapter 72. The overpowered hack Ma Jia rose from his seat and approached the computer. Casting a glance at the screen, his hack possessed but a single function, to disregard the opponent's level and health, delivering a fatal blow in an instant. Ma Jia spoke with nonchalance, yet the creation of such a hack required exceptional skill. It was not merely a matter of typing a few lines of code. A solid foundation in computer technology was imperative. Chen He felt an indescribable thrill within. He had stumbled upon a treasure. With this, he could pilfer all the gear from his opponent's inventory. Ma Jie retrieved a USB drive from his wallet and handed it to Chen He. "It can even steal the other party's equipment," exclaimed Zhao Lei in astonishment. "Brother Ma, you are truly formidable." This was the first time Yao Fei had heard of a hack capable of appropriating another's gear. It was far more satisfying than merely defeating an opponent outright. "Brother Ma, how much is this hack? Is it for sale?" inquired Lu Bin, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He envisioned a lucrative opportunity, reminiscent of his past endeavors in gaming for profit. "This is for my personal use. It's not available on the market." The thrill of wielding such power in the game is unmatched, but one must be cautious to avoid attracting the attention of the authorities. Ma Jie firmly declined Lu Bin's proposition. Lu Bin's expression fell. His hopes of earning through gaming had been dashed. Ma Jie was right. It could very well lead to legal troubles. From a distance, Yao Si observed the entire exchange. Chen He plugged in the USB drive, eagerly declaring, "Let me try this." Lu Bin logged out of his main account. Meanwhile, Feng Dong sneered, "You think you can challenge me? You're not even in the same league, rookie." As he maneuvered his mouse, he prepared to find a few novice players to torment. Chen He logged into his account and soon encountered the player known as Greedy Wolf. "You still dare to show your face? Haven't you had enough of being humiliated?" Chen He received a taunt from his opponent, but remained silent. "Old Ma, how do I use this hack?" he inquired, turning to Ma Jie. "Press F1, Ma Jie instructed. Chen He complied, and a flurry of notifications erupted on the screen. Acquired cloak. Acquired healing ointment, large. Acquired Sha by Snow Ginseng. Chen He's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, it really worked. As the notifications continued to flood in, he felt the immense power of the hack. What is happening? Where's my cloak? Where's my gear? Where's my outfit? In a hotel room, Feng Dong, who had just been taunting his opponent, found himself utterly dumbfounded the next moment. The exquisite gear he donned vanished in the blink of an eye. In all his time gaming, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Is there a bug in the game? He pondered, recalling that certain glitches could cause a character's attire to display incompletely. But no. It dawned on him. His equipment had been stolen. Feng Dong, having played for so long, quickly realized this was no mere game bug. He hastily opened his inventory, only to find it barren, devoid of all his possessions. Darkness clouded his vision. This guy is hacking. Feng Dong furiously typed, "You've stolen my gear. Do you even know who I am?" Greedy Wolf Guild. In the realm of martial arts, a notable large guild is backed by none other than Feng Dong himself. "What did you see with your own eyes? I care not who you are." Chen He sent a message. Feng Dong, gritting his teeth in anger, retorted, "You insolent fool. Have you prepared yourself to face my wrath?" Chen He, perturbed by Wang Hu's recent warning, felt dejected. As a reborn individual, being threatened while merely playing a game made him feel vulnerable and easily bullied. Likewise, before you resort to cheating, you ought to brace yourself for the potential loss of everything. Did you truly believe you were the only one capable of such tricks? Feng Dong's rage peaked. "You have some nerve, just wait." Simultaneously, Feng Dong composed a message within the guild. "All members, hasten to the North Sea Ice Palace. A cheat has stolen my equipment. For each encounter, I shall slay him." The president of the Greedy Wolf Guild declared that every member who received the message promptly headed to the North Sea Ice Palace map. In less than 3 minutes, over 130 players were online. The Greedy Wolf Guild's actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of other players. What significant operation was the Greedy Wolf Guild undertaking? The latest dungeon map had yet to be updated. Were they preparing for a raid? With such a large scale, their opponent couldn't possibly be the Sword Dynasty Guild. Could they? Chen He observed numerous players adorned with the Greedy Wolf insignia. The boss was resorting to unsporting tactics, rallying his people for a group assault. Lu Bin widened his eyes. Such large-scale battles typically occurred between guilds, yet the Greedy Wolf Guild was targeting a mere ordinary player. Chen He felt a twinge of anxiety. "Old horse, can I also seize their equipment?" "Certainly, but you must log off immediately. Otherwise, the official anti-cheat mechanism will be triggered," Ma Jie responded. "Will the officials trace it back to me?" "No, the cheat you use is far less detectable than the one sold to others. Unless you expose yourself, even the officials wouldn't be able to link it to you. At most, you would face an account ban." Chen He nodded, reassured by Ma Jie's words. A mischievous grin spread across his face. "This is entirely your doing. Press F10 to automatically lock onto all enemies ahead," Ma Jie yawned. Chen He was astounded. This cheat was incredibly powerful. It felt as if the game was akin to Ma Jie's backyard. One could do as one pleased. Regaining his composure, Chen He pressed F10 on his keyboard. Acquired healing ointment, small. Acquired lark grass. A flurry of notifications flashed before him. Chen He was overwhelmed, unable to suppress a grin. In the blink of an eye, the equipment of every member of the Greedy Wolf Guild was stripped bare. The public chat channel was inundated with messages composed entirely of asterisks. President, this person must be a cheat. My equipment. The cloak I just obtained is gone. It was worth 40 to 50,000. Hasten to report to the authorities. May those who exploit the system meet their demise. Feng Dong felt utterly numbed. This hacking was unprecedented. It was the first time he had encountered such a malicious attack on gear. Over 100 people's equipment had been compromised. In that instant, Feng Dong felt as if he might bleed from frustration. His own gear was valued at around 5 to 600,000. The losses suffered by the guild members amounted to approximately 3 to 400,000. He had merely toyed with a novice, yet had to pay a price of 1 million. Feng Dong pounded his fists against the keyboard. This infuriates me. Who are you? You have thoroughly crossed me. Dare you reveal your identity? In a fit of rage, Feng Dong typed out a message. Chen He had long since logged off. Boss, did you truly wipe out their gear? Lubin asked in disbelief. Of course, it's either you perish or I do, Chen He replied nonchalantly. Boss, you possess an audacity beyond measure. Ma Jie exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that Chen He would indeed dismantle the entire Greedy Wolf Guild. Usually, he wouldn't dare act so brazenly, believing Chen He would shy away from such boldness. Chapter 73. The truth known by Yao Qi Feng. Ma Jie created this cheat merely to use on occasion. He never intended to dismantle an entire guild. I initially believed that only 2 or 3 individuals were summoned to confront you. In a moment of confusion, Ma Jie pondered whether the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild was indeed irrational, mobilizing an entire guild to contend with a single individual. What now? Chen He, having experienced the earlier tension and excitement, had now attained complete tranquility. It was too late to say anything. One thing was certain, it would not take long before the game Jianghu would erupt in chaos, and the game officials would inevitably intervene. Having acquired so many illegal items, one could surely sell them for 30 to 50,000. After a brief contemplation, Ma Jie calmly stated, we must sell those items before the officials step in. Did you not say it was quite secure? Chen He inquired, growing anxious. The officials have the authority to inspect back-end data. Should they discover a large volume of illicit items in your inventory, they could still lock you out. Chen He felt a surge of panic. Then let us sell them quickly. Do you have the necessary channels? Ma Jie shook his head. The act of creating cheats was inherently clandestine, often a one-off transaction. It would be unwise to reveal one's identity as a cheat creator. Even when selling cheats on forums, he would never disclose his true identity or game information. Can you at least assess the value of these items? Chen He gestured toward the computer. Lubin leaned in for a closer look and was instantly taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens, cloaks, snow ginseng, these are top-tier items. The Greedy Wolf Guild is incredibly affluent. Boss, these items could fetch at least 500,000. Chen He was astonished. Could mere items be worth such a sum? He was aware that games like Legend and Dream allowed for currency exchange, with the dragon-slaying sword fetching 10,000. He never anticipated that Jianghu could be even more lucrative. Had he known that such ventures were so profitable, he might have established a dedicated game studio for currency farming. However, Chen He quickly regained his composure. The circumstances were rife with unpredictability. First, the Greedy Wolf Guild was indeed wealthy and possessed formidable strength. Ma Jie's cheat was impressive, yet the game officials would not remain passive. Cheats would eventually become obsolete due to game updates. The confluence of these unpredictable factors had led to this incident. Replicating such a scenario would be exceedingly difficult, leading Chen He to abandon the notion of profiting through the game. Selling items could indeed be profitable. The Greedy Wolf Guild was undeniably affluent. 500,000. Wait. Let me count the zeros. Zhao Lei, Yao Fei, and Ma Jie were astonished. In their lifetimes, they had never even encountered 50,000. Investigate which guild has had conflicts with the Greedy Wolf Guild, Chen He interjected, interrupting the group. Boss, I understand now. You intend to sell these items to a rival guild, correct? Lubin expressed admiration. Such a vast quantity of equipment could not possibly be absorbed by an individual. Only a substantial guild could accommodate such a transaction. Thus, selling to the adversaries of the Greedy Wolf Guild was the only viable option. Do not worry about your safety. We shall investigate. Yao Si cast a deep glance at Chen He, realizing that his calm demeanor at this moment confirmed his initial judgment. I have uncovered that 2 months prior, the Star Guild and the Greed Wolf Guild engaged in 17 battles over a contested dungeon. with each side experiencing victories and defeats, establishing themselves as bitter rivals. Yao Fei raised his hand and declared, "Then let us sell to the Star Guild. Lu Bin, you are responsible for contacting them. The price is not an issue, the sooner the better." Chen He stated, "Leave it to me. I am acquainted with members of the Star Guild." Meanwhile, Feng Dong urgently contacted the official customer service of Jianghu Games. "Hello, my equipment has been stolen, along with the gear of over 100 members of my guild. I demand that you immediately locate the culprit. I am Robot Xiaoji. Your message will be forwarded to the voicemail. Customer service will resume tomorrow and will prioritize your issue." Feng Dong was taken aback to find he was speaking to a robot. "I cannot wait until tomorrow. That equipment is worth at least 1 million. You must retrieve it for me." The response was still mechanical and devoid of any empathy. "Damn, I have invested so much money in your game, and I cannot even resolve this trivial matter? You are utterly useless. Robot Xiaoji at your service. May I assist you with anything else?" Feng Dong, exasperated, hung up the phone after conversing fruitlessly with the robot. It was now 9 p.m. He knew the game customer service had already closed. Yet he felt that they ought to be available 24/7 for someone like him, who had invested at least 3 million into the game. The game's official support was indeed inept. Thus, he posted a bounty in the game's public channel. Whoever can locate the ID name 3 years and 3 years, whether online or offline, I will reward you with 100,000. Feng Dong was aware that such an action could bring embarrassment to himself and the guild. But he was beyond caring at this point. He would rather destroy the equipment, valued at around 1 million, than allow it to fall into someone else's hands. "Boss, the president of the Star Guild is very interested in that equipment," Lu Bin excitedly remarked. "Inquire where the transaction will take place. Preferably, it should be a local exchange." Chen He replied. He stated he would trade locally in Jiangcheng. "You may choose the location. Respond to him that we will meet at the CAF in Wanda Plaza tomorrow for the transaction." Lu Bin conveyed that the president agreed to the location, but he was only willing to offer 600,000. Lu Bin felt that 600,000 was too low. The president of the Greed Wolf Guild was a wealthy tycoon, known for generously investing real money into the guild. Most of that equipment was of top-tier quality, and selling it for 1 million was not an exaggeration. After pondering for a moment, Chen He said, "Let it be 600,000. We should not complain about the amount, as this equipment was originally acquired through illicit means. A swift sale is advantageous for us. Yao Si, you will accompany me tomorrow." Meanwhile, Yao Chi Feng was lying in bed, just about to fall asleep when the phone on the bedside table rang. The contact is a private investigator. Yao Chi Feng did not immediately pick up the phone. The other party must have discovered something, which is why they called him. He finally answered the phone. "So, what did you find? You can check for yourself. I have sent a document to your email. Thank you for your hard work." Yao Chi Feng hung up, got out of bed, and made his way to the study to turn on his computer and log into his email. He opened the latest email, and several photographs met his gaze. Yao Qingfeng's eyes widened, and he was rendered speechless for a moment. The photos depicted his wife, Wu Mingming, leaving a hotel with the driver, Zhang Qiao. The two appeared to be quite intimate. A heavy sensation gripped Yao Qingfeng's chest. In the final photograph, Wu Mingming stood before the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window with a man, engaged in an indecipherable act. Yao Chi Feng bit his lip until it bled. "You truly are my wonderful wife, my excellent driver, and you, Zhang Hao, my dear childhood friend." The man featured in the last photograph was indeed his childhood companion. Chapter 74, Playing Games with Prospective. Chen He, with an empty backpack slung over his shoulders, awaited a call alongside Yao Si. Yao Si, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, took a drag and spoke. "Boss, I heard from Ma Jia yesterday that the financial backer of the Tanlang Guild is a wealthy second-generation heir." Chen He was engaged in a conversation with Feng Xia on QQ. "Chasing the summer child. Xiao Xia, have you had breakfast?" "Fingertips of summer. Yes, I have. Don't forget to eat breakfast yourself." A smile broke across Chen He's face, warming his heart. In his past life, his concern for Feng Yiman had been taken for granted. When he inquired if she had eaten, she would merely respond affirmatively or negatively, devoid of any reciprocal care. That misallocation of affection would not occur again in this life. Upon hearing Yao Ci's words, Chen He responded nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter who it is. If he wishes to put on a fade, there must be a price to pay. Have you watched Young and Dangerous?" Yao Si hesitated before nodding. "Yes. I watched it quite a bit a few years ago." He seemed reluctant to dwell on the subject, speaking with a hint of inferiority. It was precisely due to watching Young and Dangerous that he had chosen to follow Ding Ye's path. reflecting on his decisions now. He felt no regret nor resentment towards the film for corrupting youth. He merely recognized that it had indeed misguided many young souls. The road of a gangster inevitably demands repayment, he mused, resonating deeply with those words. Chen He fell silent, and Yao Si felt a jolt of recognition. As if those words were meant for him. In his teenage years, he had engaged in violence and territorial disputes, with no sign of a positive trajectory. Beneath the seemingly glamorous facade lay a path of irretrievable doom. With Ding Ye's decline, his gang of brothers was scattered, some captured, others fled, like dogs in a storm. Unbeknownst to him, the cigarette had nearly burned to his fingers. Dingling, dingling. The sound of Chen He's phone chimed from his pocket. "Hello?" he answered. "I am the president of the Xingqiang Guild. Have you arrived?" Recognizing the magnetic voice of a middle-aged man, Chen He replied, "We will be there shortly." Before hanging up without waiting for further conversation, "Let us go, the buyer has arrived." Yao Si tossed his cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out vigorously. Chen He entered the CAF, locating a quiet and elegant seat as directed over the phone. He soon spotted the president of the Xingqiang Guild. "Hello. I spoke with you on the phone earlier," he greeted, taking a seat across from Zhu Kuei. Zhu Kuei, age 43, was not only the president of the Xingqiang Guild but also the financier behind it, managing a transportation company as well. "You may call me President Zhu. I see you are still in school?" Zhu Kuei scrutinized Chen He. "I am still in school, but he is not," Chen He replied succinctly. As this was their first meeting, revealing excessive information would only convey a lack of professionalism. Zhu Kuei chuckled. "The young fellow is quite cautious. What would you like to drink?" "A latte, please." "I'll have the same." Zhu Kuei gestured to the waiter, who approached and inquired, "Sir, what would you like to order?" "2 lattes, thank you," he replied. Chen He observed Zhu Kuei closely. The rise of online gaming was not merely the triumph of the youth. Influential figures such as these successful magnates had also played a significant role in its momentum. They were not short of funds, capable of sustaining guilds and purchasing equipment. "Mr. Zhu, let us discuss the matter of the game," Chen He said. "As mentioned over the phone yesterday, the offer stands at 600,000 for the complete equipment of all members of the Greedy Wolf Guild. Is that still valid?" The waiter departed after serving 2 lattes. Chen He picked up 1 cup while Yao Si took the other, though he refrained from sitting down. "Of course it's valid. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. I had some unpleasantness with the Greedy Wolf Guild, and you helped me vent my frustrations, haha," Zhu Kuei remarked cheerfully. Yesterday, the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild was broadcasting a bounty in chat groups, eager to uncover your identity. From his perspective, it is only natural to mobilize for the recovery of a guild's equipment that has been compromised. If it were me, I would have been even more aggressive. Chen He gently blew on the froth atop his coffee. "Mr. Zhu, he exploited cheats to dominate me, and when I sought retribution, is it not reasonable?" Zhu Kuei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, isn't gaming merely an avenue to experience the exhilarating vendettas that reality may deny us?" Setting down his cup, Chen He continued. "I avenged myself, yet he persisted, rallying his guild to harass me. I had no choice but to retaliate." Zhu Kuei was taken aback. This was the first he had heard of the matter. He was only aware of the Greedy Wolf Guild's equipment being compromised, entirely oblivious to the fact that their president resorted to overwhelming numbers. "He has a limited vision. If it were me, I would at least endeavor to win you over," Zhu Kuei remarked, shaking his head. His understanding of the Greedy Wolf Guild president's character deepened, so focused on momentary satisfaction, without regard for the consequences. Lacking any sense of broader perspective, such individuals are unfit for leadership. "I hold you in high esteem, Brother Chen. Here is what I propose. I will increase the offer by 100,000, totaling 700,000 for all the equipment in your warehouse." "However," Chen He replied, "we agreed on 600,000. Let us adhere to that, as my bag is not large enough today." Zhu Kuei then noticed that both Chen He and Yao Si carried backpacks intended for cash. He smiled faintly. "Very well, 600,000 it is." Yao Si felt a tinge of regret. That was a sum of 100,000, and to simply dismiss it? Yet, he would not oppose Chen He's decision. "Here's the 600,000. Ensure you keep it safe." Zhu Kuei produced a briefcase. Chen He and Yao Si exchanged glances, both registering the awkwardness in one another's eyes. Had they known, they would have come without backpacks. Chen He's hands trembled slightly. In both their lifetimes combined, this was the first encounter with such a substantial sum. He feigned composure and requested Yao Si to count it. Yao Si, even more anxious, nearly fumbled but managed to steady himself in time. "No problem, the amount is correct." The CAF's partitions ensured privacy and excellent sound insulation, alleviating any concerns of financial leakage. Then, shall we proceed with the transaction? Zhu Kuei retrieved a laptop, connected a network card, and opened the login page for his Jianghu account, positioning the computer towards Chen He. The Lenovo laptop, priced between 15 to 20,000, was a device only the affluent could afford. Chen He entered his account credentials and first checked the items in the warehouse. Everything was still intact. If left unattended, the game officials would eventually notice anomalies in the back-end data, making it a matter of time before he would be caught. It was imperative to swiftly part with this batch of equipment, regardless of the price. The gear was successfully transferred. Their collaboration was indeed pleasant. Upon stepping outside, Chen He felt his legs weaken, as if he were caught in a dream. Yao Si, on the other hand, was exceedingly anxious, clutching his briefcase as if wishing to merge with it. Every few steps, he would glance around, perceiving everyone as a potential threat. Yao Si, relax a bit. There's no need to be so tense, Chen He remarked, bemused, recalling how Yao Si had just frightened off a high school student. Chapter 75. I will stick with you for the first time. Yao Si held such a substantial sum of money. During his time under the influence of Ding Yi, he rarely encountered more than 70 or 80,000 in a month. Now, the heavy box contained 600,000 in cash. The average person earned only 400 to 500 a month, making this amount sufficient to purchase 3 apartments in a small county. I fear that ill-intentioned individuals may target us, Yao Si expressed, though he felt this apprehension lacked justification. He was simply overly anxious. Calm down. The more tense you are, the more likely it is that those with ulterior motives will take notice, Chen He advised. Before 2020, the security in Jiang City was not particularly poor, but it certainly left much to be desired, with incidents of robbery and assault still occurring at night. Instances of motorcycle gangs robbing individuals were all too common. It was only after 2020, with the widespread installation of surveillance cameras, that the public safety in Jiang City began to improve significantly. I understand. Yao Si inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. Boss, weren't you afraid I might abscond with this money? He inquired. Not at all. For you, this 600,000 is a fortune, but I can earn many such sums. Moreover, this amount serves as a testament to your character, and I would not consider it a loss, Chen He replied nonchalantly. You truly possess the qualities of a businessman. Even the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild would not be worthy of carrying your shoes, Yao Si remarked. Though he did not grasp the concept of vision, nevertheless, he understood that he must not be short-sighted. He must not only see the trees, but also the forest. Countless examples had already underscored the truth of this statement. Chen He merely smiled. Let us go. We shouldn't keep them waiting. The members of the studio were indeed anxious. Lu Bin chain-smoked, with a mountain of cigarette butts accumulating before him. Zhao Lei paced restlessly, while Yao Fei checked the entrance repeatedly. Even Ma Jie felt a twinge of unease. It had been quite a while since Yu Si and the others had departed. Do you think that He Gu and Si Gu have been robbed? Zhao Lei paused in his tracks. Do not speak such ill omens. He Gu might be at risk, but Si Gu would never be. Who would dare to rob him? They wouldn't even know how to write the word death. Lu Bin shot a glare at Zhao Lei. The sound of footsteps echoed. I will go open the door, Yao Fei said as he hurried to unlock it. Boss, brother. You're finally back. Chen He and Yao Si entered the room. How did it go? Everyone turned their attention toward them. Chen He poured himself a glass of water. Yao Si, you tell them. In front of the group, Yao Si opened the suitcase, revealing stacks of cash. Hiss. The crowd gasped. So much money. How much is this? Let me count, Zhao Lei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, having never seen such a sum before. Lu Bin swallowed hard, immediately recognizing that the suitcase held hundreds of thousands. Even Ma Jie approached, shedding his proud demeanor. While a skilled computer programmer, he had never encountered 60,000 before. Yao Si closed the suitcase. The boss sold those pieces of equipment, and they gave him 600,000. This amount had the potential to utterly transform their understanding of wealth. Zhao Lei was incredulous, pinching his thigh to confirm the pain, exclaiming, Surely, I am not dreaming. Brother, this game is so valuable. We should sell equipment from now on. Yao Fei conceived a brilliant scheme for wealth. Lu Bin resonated with his idea. Clapping his hands in agreement, with Brother Ma's cheat, this venture is bound to succeed. Boss, let us sell equipment. It surpasses the profit of running an online store. Ma Jie trembled with excitement. His own cheats, priced between 10 to 40 yuan on the forum, merely provided a meager income, barely enough to buy instant noodles. Now, with a more lucrative opportunity at hand, he felt compelled to explore it. Chen He, having finished his drink, doused their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Selling game equipment is indeed highly profitable, but we cannot expect a repeat of this opportunity. Ma Jia promptly grasped the reality. The game developers would not remain passive. Even if they could not recover the equipment, protective measures would certainly be implemented, making this occurrence impossible to replicate. Disappointment washed over him. Had they managed a few more such instances, they would be closer to becoming millionaires. Zhao Lei persisted. Even if we earn a few tens of thousands, it would be worthwhile. Chen He regarded him and replied, after all, using cheats is illicit. I will guide you towards legitimate means of earning. Let us not discuss this matter further. Zhao Lei felt a pang of discontent. At that moment, Yao Si spoke earnestly, Zhao Lei, since the boss has spoken, there must be wisdom behind it. Just follow his lead. Startled, Zhao Lei sensed Yao Si's disapproving gaze. I understand. I will not bring it up again. Old Yao. Please teach Lei more often, Chen He added. Rest assured, Yao Si replied, casting a discerning glance at Zhao Lei, recognizing him as the most unpredictable factor in their team. Although Lu Bin and Ma Jie were newer members, they understood the importance of restraint. Zhao Lei, at times, lacked clarity. Chen He sat beside the coffee table, declaring, for this equipment sale, Old Ma deserves the largest share of 200,000. Old Yao, distribute 100,000 among everyone, and the remaining 300,000 will be allocated for studio development. As his words settled, he noticed everyone gazing at him in astonishment. What's wrong? Do not look at me like that. Chen He chuckled. Yao Fei felt an indescribable warmth within. Brother He, we did nothing yet we receive a share? He and Zhao Lei, along with Lu Bin, had indeed contributed little. The technical expertise came from Ma Jie, while Yao Si handled the logistics, and the negotiations were led by Chen He. We are all brothers. I hope all of us can earn money together, Chen He continued. Yao Fei was touched, wiping away tears. From this day forth, you shall be my second brother, he declared. Lu Bin stated with seriousness, I admire no one but you, Chen He. Zhao Lei chuckled, feeling it was only right. Chen He had promised to help him earn. Boss, I, Yao Si, vow today to stand by you for life. If I betray you, may I meet a terrible fate. Yao Si stood up, grasping Yao Fei's hand, and solemnly bowed to Chen He. He felt that this was the most prudent decision of his life. Boss, from this moment on, I shall follow you steadfastly. Ma Jie was deeply moved. Although he was indeed a skilled computer expert, he had never truly experienced the art of making money. This highlighted a matter of capability. Some individuals are merely suited to be executors, while Chen He was destined to be a leader, a decision-maker. Initially, he had contemplated working for a month or two, with the intention of withdrawing if the situation proved unfavorable. However, Chen He was a person of great ambition. At this moment, he made a resolute decision. To encounter a boss who genuinely treats his subordinates with sincerity and possesses a broad vision is akin to winning the lottery, an exceedingly rare occurrence. I will retain 100,000 from this 200,000 and allocate the remaining half as operational funds for the studio. He was firmly establishing his roots here. Chen He, with a smile, shook his head and said, this unexpected fortune is yours, as you are the driving force behind it. This 200,000 is rightfully yours. Without you, I would not have had this opportunity to profit. Lazy, De Fei, please go buy some cooked food, cold dishes, and beer. I will not be leaving tonight. Chen He assertively placed a bundle of cash on the table. Chapter 76. The prophecy of Chen He comes to pass in the dead of night. Chen He awoke to find himself lying in the room of Yao Si. A blanket draped over him. Hearing movement in the living room, he quietly opened the door. Yao Si was sprawled on the sofa, remote control in hand, changing channels on the television. The set was a color model, the cheapest of which would cost at least 1,000 or two, revealing the affluence of the house's owner. Boss, Yao Si exclaimed upon noticing Chen He, attempting to rise, only to be gently restrained by Chen He. Just lie down, Chen He said, taking a seat beside Yao Si. Shall we have another drink? Of course, came the reply. Chen He opened a can of beer and took a hearty swig. Pay attention to that manager Zhu. He owns a transportation company that might be useful for us later. Yao Si reached for a can of beer, clinking it against Chen He's. I'll keep an eye out. By the way, our online store officially opens tomorrow. While I'm away, I hope you can manage. Chen He, still attending school, could only come to the studio after classes. It's no trouble, boss. Don't mention it, or it will feel distant between us, Yao Si said, her face slightly flushed from the drink. After finishing a can of beer, Chen He stood and stretched. I'm heading to the restroom. Don't stay up too late. Get some rest. As he walked towards the bathroom, Yao Si's voice called from behind. The landlord came by while you were drunk. Chen He froze, a chill running down his spine. She didn't enter my room, did she? The thought of that alluring. Mature woman who always licked her lips in his presence extinguished his urge. She intended to, but I didn't let her, Yao Si reassured him. Well done. Chen He breathed a sigh of relief. If it comes to it, perhaps you should just give in. After all, our studio could use the funds. Yao Si pondered the image of Chen He being embraced by Yin Li, a handsome university student alongside a mature woman clad in a black lace dress. She dared not dwell on it further. Enough of that. Don't ever bring it up again, or I'll dock your brother's wages. Chen He retorted, not amused. Yao Si quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Let us refrain from such jokes in front of the boss in the future. The Yihao Grand Hotel. The only 5-star hotel in Jiacheng was a favored venue for Yao Qifeng's business dealings. Zhang Qiao, you can leave work early today. Just come pick me up at 7 tomorrow morning, Yao Qifeng said, leaning back against the plush leather sofa, loosening his tie as he prepared to relax. Goodbye, boss. Zhang Qiao replied, exiting the room. Yao Qifeng watched his retreating figure, a sharp glint in his eyes. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Secretary Su. Please bring some people over. The door to the adjacent room opened, revealing a young woman in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, followed by 5 imposing bodyguards. Knock. Knock, Su Jin rapped on the door. Manager Yao. Yao Qifeng opened the door to admit them, gesturing for Su Jin to take a seat. Su Jin adjusted his glasses and took out a notebook, opening a recording. Mr. Yao, this is the audio we recorded of Zhang Qiao making calls while being tracked. Please have a look. He began to play the recording. I will give you 10,000 yuan to find 2 people for me. Once the job is done, I will pay you another 10,000. Tomorrow, Yao Qifeng will go to the Yihua Grand Hotel for a business meeting. He will stay overnight in his room and leave the next morning. I will notify you of his room number then. The audio concluded at this point. With a look of regret, Su Jin said, Zhang Qiao is quite cautious, and we could not follow him too closely. We only managed to record these snippets of conversation. Mr. Yao did not express any discontent towards Su Jin. He nodded and remarked, You have done well enough. What is your opinion? Adjusting his glasses. Su Jin replied with careful precision, Zhang Qiao's willingness to expose your whereabouts suggests he intends to frame you, although the specifics of his plan remain unclear. A thought flashed through Yao Qingfeng's mind, recalling Chen He's warning, You must be wary of women. What could this mean? Could there be a woman involved in Zhang Qiao's scheme? Mr. Yao, I have a theory. Could he be planning to kidnap you? After all, according to our initial plan, we would not be in your room, Su Jin analyzed. Yao Qifeng shook his head, deeming this unlikely. The Yihua Grand Hotel is equipped with numerous surveillance cameras, and the lobby is fitted with alarms that would summon the police within 10 minutes. Such a location would be ill-suited for an abduction. Stay on standby in the room. Let us see what trick Zhang Qiao intends to play, he instructed. At the hotel entrance, Zhang Qiao, with a sinister expression, retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Room 2903, you may enter first. I will contact the reporter in 10 minutes. After hanging up, he returned to his car, confident that the media would be grateful to him, for this was indeed a scandal involving a billionaire from Jiacheng. The thought of Wu Mingming's alluring figure ignited a feverish excitement within him. When that fiery temptress returns, I shall indulge in her for 3 days and nights. In the hotel corridor, a man and a woman appeared on the 29th floor. The woman, fashionably dressed, displayed her long, beautiful legs. Is this the place? She inquired. Indeed. Room 2903. Once you're ready, call for me. We shall commence immediately, came the response. Wait, let me gather my thoughts, the woman said, taking a deep breath. They were in a romantic relationship, having never attended university and had lived together for 3 years, surviving on odd jobs. The man had accrued substantial gambling debts. In desperation, the woman resorted to working in a nightclub. However, her earnings were quickly consumed by expenses. Soon, creditors began to pursue them. Just when they thought they had run out of options, they were informed that if they performed a certain act, their debts would be wiped clean. Without hesitation, they agreed. It's merely a performance. It's not as if we are committing murder, they reasoned. Ready? Go, the woman instructed. As she stood before the door of room 2903 and gently knocked. Hello, I am from the adjacent room. I left my mobile phone in there. May I enter to use your phone? A magnetic voice resonated from within the room, as the hotel walls lacked soundproofing. You could visit the hotel lobby and seek assistance from the service desk. Kind sir, I am suffering from a stomach ache and am unable to walk. I only wish to borrow your phone for a brief moment, and I shall leave immediately after my call. Very well then. The woman revealed a cunning smile. As her plan was set in motion, she would dishevel her blouse to feign an assault, collaborating with her boyfriend to escalate the situation, thus absolving him of his debts. You may come in. Yao Qifeng merely opened the door a crack. Thank you. You are truly a good person, the woman replied with a smile, though she felt a strange sense of familiarity towards him. Bang! Upon her entry, the door was slammed shut. She immediately prepared to tousle her hair and garments, but was rendered speechless the next moment. Several piercing and menacing gazes were fixed upon her. Fear coursed through her as her legs weakened. Wasn't it stated that only one man occupied the room? She longed to declare that she had mistakenly entered the wrong room, yet her voice faltered in her throat. Chapter 77. The Tactics of Yao Qingfeng. Yao Qingfeng extracted a prestigious cigarette, and Su Jin produced a lighter to assist him in igniting it. What are you dawdling for? Were you not in need of a phone? If you prefer, you may take my mobile, he said with an air of nonchalance. The woman, overwhelmed with pressure, displayed a face of despair. Brother, I no longer wish to borrow the phone. May I leave? Observing the imposing figures of the bodyguards in the room, their sharp gazes made her acutely aware that Yao Qifeng was not an individual to be trifled with, residing in a five-star hotel and accompanied by bodyguards. She should have anticipated the gravity of her situation. Indeed, there are no fortuitous opportunities that arise without consequence. Open the door. If you do not, I shall call the police. A man's urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. The woman intended to inform her boyfriend of their failed endeavor, but before she could utter a word, she was met with Yao Qingfeng's chilling and fearsome gaze, causing her words to falter. Open the door and let him in, Yao Qifeng commanded, flicking the ash from his cigarette into the marble ashtray on the coffee table, crossing his legs as he stared ahead. Su Jin complied and opened the door, allowing a man with a buzz cut to storm in. How dare you disrespect my wife? I will. The man feigned fury, but upon seeing the multitude of people in the room, his bravado quickly dissipated. At that moment, a 27-inch television in the room displayed a news segment. The chairman of Bolong Group donated 1 million yuan to municipal construction yesterday. The visage of Yao Qifeng appeared on the screen, being interviewed. You are the chairman of Bolong Group. The couple was rendered speechless, utterly unaware that the person they sought was the billionaire Yao Qifeng. Mr. Yao, we were mistaken. We failed to recognize your stature. Please forgive us. They fell to their knees before him, realizing that they were mere insignificant figures in the presence of such wealth. Yao Qifeng remained silent, instructing his men to escort them away. At that moment, Su Jin received a phone call and, after concluding her conversation, said, Mr. Yao, Zhang Qiao has been apprehended. Yao Qingfeng had just finished his cigarette. Before dawn, I expect the information I require. Tomorrow at 6 a.m., Wu Mingming's flight returning from Sanya to Jiangxing will land. In Yao Qingfeng's private villa, Wu Mingming, dragging a pink suitcase behind her, entered and removed her sunglasses. Darling, have you missed me? I have dreamed of you every night these past few days, she exclaimed, opening her arms to embrace him. Yao Qifeng did not evade her. Why are you silent? Wu Mingming, nestled in his embrace, sensed a certain coldness emanating from him. Oh, darling? Upon raising her head, she was startled by the icy glare of Yao Qifeng. He suppressed his revulsion and pushed her away, disregarding the confusion in her eyes as he settled onto the sofa. Suddenly, he flung several photographs towards her face. Look for yourself, and speak only after you have finished. Wu Mingming bent down to retrieve a photograph. This is fake. Her complexion turned pale, fear washing over her features. The photograph captures an intimate and scandalous moment between her, Zhang Qiao, and Zhang Hao. Her behavior is utterly disgraceful, likened to that of a shameless creature. Darling, please hear me out. This is not the truth. Wu Mingming pleaded desperately, her mind in turmoil, having never anticipated that Yao Qifeng would uncover her disgraceful secrets. I have treated you with kindness, fully aware of your humble origins. Despite my family's objections, I welcomed you into my home, providing you with the finest lifestyle, ensuring your every comfort. Even a dog knows gratitude. Your betrayal cuts me deeply. Yao Qingfeng's heart brimmed with regret, recalling how his sister and brother-in-law had advised him to marry someone of equal standing. He felt deceived by Wu Mingming, who had feigned a lack of material desires to secure her place in the Yao family. He had believed he had found love, only to discover that her heart was more venomous than that of a serpent. Even a dog knows gratitude, yet you, ungrateful wretch, he thundered in anger. Husband, I realize my mistakes. It was merely a moment of folly. I still love you. Please forgive me and grant me another chance. I vow from this day forth to be yours alone, entirely devoted to you. Wu Mingming implored, kneeling and clinging to Yao Qingfeng's leg. He, however, coldly extricated himself from her grasp. She collapsed to the floor, witnessing for the first time his icy demeanor, understanding that reconciliation was now beyond her reach. You have forced my hand. How much of my youth have I squandered on you? Now you wish to sever our ties? You shall compensate me for the years lost. Moreover, restore to me my virginity and grant me 10 million for reparative surgery. Additionally, provide me with 30 million so we may part ways without further entanglements. Rising from the ground, she discarded her facade, revealing her long-concealed true nature. Yao Qifeng, seething with rage, contemplated striking her but ultimately refrained, realizing that to strike this wretched creature would only tarnish his own hands. You shall receive not a penny. Behold this. He retrieved his phone, played a video, and cast it before Wu Mingming. Chairman Yao, this has nothing to do with me. It was Wu Mingming who orchestrated this scandal to tarnish your reputation. Intending to steal your official seal and misappropriate your assets, promising me 10 million for my silence. I was blind. I made a grave error. Please spare me. In the video, Zhang Qiao knelt in a dimly lit space, directly betraying Wu Mingming. What more do you have to say? Yao Qifeng closed his eyes in despair. Wu Mingming sat on the ground, dazed and lost, shaking her head in disbelief. It's over. It's all over. Husband, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I too was deceived. Zhang Hao was the instigator. I implore you to grant me a chance for redemption. Please forgive me. You needn't plead. I shall ensure Zhang Hao faces consequences. As for you, considering our past as husband and wife, you may leave with nothing. Wu Mingming departed in a daze, weeping uncontrollably as the rain began to fall from the sky, seemingly mocking her treacherous heart. Yao Qifeng exhaled deeply, and at that moment, his phone rang. Hello? It was Secretary Su Jin who called. Mr. Yao, the stocks of Zhang Hao's company have plummeted below the warning line. He is bankrupt, and it is unlikely he will ever rise again. I have contacted various banks, and he will not receive a single penny in loans. Moreover, he is burdened with enormous debts and may very well face relentless pursuit from creditors. His situation is dire. Yao Qifeng stood in stunned silence, reflecting on the childhood friendship he shared with Zhang Hao, realizing how fleeting it was. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Let it end here. He pinched the bridge of his nose, yearning for a drink. Early that morning, Chen He completed his morning routine, only to be besieged by incessant notifications on his phone. Picking it up, he discovered a flurry of messages from Feng Yiman. Her online moniker was "The world is full of love." Chen He, I wish to see you. Can we have lunch together? And Chen He, I have so much to share with you. Observing these messages, Chen He chose to disregard them entirely, shutting down QQ and heading straight to school. Chapter 78, A Malady to Cure on a Bustling Street. Chen He savored a delightful breakfast consisting of a bowl of savory tofu pudding, a crispy youtiao, and a tea egg. As the velvety tofu melted in his mouth, it ignited his appetite. Authenticity at its finest. He took a bite of the youtiao and cracked the egg against the table. Ha! He chuckled, recalling how, later on, an expert from a certain province would claim that people on the mainland could not afford tea eggs. How foolish such a statement seemed. Could it be that I should airlift a few tons over to you? Suddenly, his mobile phone rang, a call from an unfamiliar number. Chen He hung up, but the caller persisted. A Nokia N91? Today's university students surely possess considerable wealth. This young man appeared quite dashing. Perhaps he was a second-generation affluent individual. Observing the phone in Chen He's hand, the patrons at the breakfast stall exhibited expressions of envy. Who are you looking for? Chen He, you finally answered my call. Chen He raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing the familiar voice, his appetite vanished entirely. It was Feng Yiman on the line. Is there something you need? If not, I will hang up. Don't hang up, Chen He. I've thought long and hard and realized that you are the only one who genuinely cares for me. Shall we reconcile from this moment on? You called me just to say this? I know you still have feelings for me. You are upset. You worked hard to get into Jiancheng University for my sake, and I failed to uphold my promise. I acknowledge my mistakes and am willing to date you now. Chen He understood her intentions. This was a moment of self-discovery for her. It's too late, he replied impatiently. How many times must I repeat myself for you to comprehend? My admission to Jianqing University has nothing to do with you. Spare me your narcissism. It is a malady that requires treatment. Do not call me again. With that, he abruptly terminated the call and powered off his phone. Feng Yiman was in disbelief. Chen He actually hung up on her. She had lowered herself to seek forgiveness, acknowledging her faults. How could he be so heartless? Was this still the Chen He she knew, who was always so accommodating and caring towards her? Meanwhile, Jiang Han munched on a bun, seated in the university cafeteria. Man. Chen He has undoubtedly found someone else. He has changed. It seems no man can be trusted. Feng Yiman was on the verge of tears. It's my fault. I didn't cherish Chen He. The temptations of university life were overwhelming, and I find myself missing him. She increasingly felt that Sunja, aside from having a local household registration and a bit of money, was riddled with flaws. First, he always gazed at her with a lecherous look, as if he wished to devour her whole. Second, unlike Chen He, he did not genuinely care for her. He never bought her food, gifts, or inquired about her well-being. Third, Sunja's appearance paled in comparison to Chen He's. Every time she walked alongside Sunja, she could hear whispers from those around her, mocking her as if she had been pushed into a pen of swine, branding her as a gold digger. How unpleasant those remarks were. Reflecting on the cherished moments spent with Chen He during high school, passers-by would often express their admiration, praising the couple as a match made in heaven. This was the life she yearned for. Only now does she truly recognize Chen He's worth. Sunja pales in comparison. I have come to realize that Sunja is merely a lecher, showing no genuine concern, love, or care for me, treating me with disdain. Being with him now feels like an indignity. Feng Yiman fondly reminisces about her high school days. Since entering university, she has confronted a harsh truth. Her once prized appearance is no longer remarkable among her peers. Jiangxing University boasts an abundance of campus beauties, particularly among the upperclassmen, leaving her, a mere freshman, unable to hold her head high in their presence. It has been so long since she reveled in the adulation of many. Man. Chen He must be interested in Fengxia. Her family is well off. They might support him after graduation. What can you offer, Chen He? Jiang Han swallowed a bite of her bun and wiped her hands with a napkin. I can give Chen He face, with my beauty. Being seen with me will surely make him the envy of others. Feng Yiman believes that Chen He's pursuit throughout high school was fueled by her looks. Jiang Han sighed. Man, we must accept reality. It's getting late. I need to return to school. I'll buy a few more buns. The ones at your school are truly delicious. Feng Yiman rested her chin on her hand, contemplating whether she should truly give up on Chen He. With a heavy heart, she left the cafeteria. On her way to class, she heard the roar of an engine. Following the sound, she spotted a yellow convertible parked at the school gate. Instantly captivated by the car's design, she didn't know its name, but its appearance suggested it was quite expensive. Wow, that's a Ferrari Roma. Ferrari? What kind of car is that? Is it better than a Mercedes or BMW? Remove the is it. This car's market price is $2.8 million. How about that? Is Ferrari really that valuable? My goodness. Many girls were abuzz with excitement. Feng Yiman wished to admire the car a little longer, but class was about to begin. At that moment, her previous gloom lifted, a confident smile brightening her exquisite features. How foolish I have been. No matter how great Chen He is, he will never be able to afford a Ferrari or provide me with the life I desire. Feng Yiman longs for a life filled with attention and admiration. She initially aspired to attend a film academy, but her family forbade it. Jiangxing University is a place of hidden talents. With my looks, I am certain to attract a wealthy partner, ensuring a worry-free life in my later years. As she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, she strode forward with renewed confidence, having discovered her life as purpose in that moment. Meanwhile, Chen He had just left the breakfast stall and, after walking a short distance, glanced up to see a massive billboard advertising a company called Photon Motors. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over him. Chen He quickly pressed himself against the wall, striving to avoid a fall. A news story floated through his mind. On the morning of September 12, 2005, at 8 a.m., a robbery and murder occurred on Xingtian Road, claiming the life of a young woman. The perpetrator was apprehended by 10 a.m. and confessed to the crime without hesitation. The news article featured the location of the incident, marked by a prominent building precisely this advertising billboard before him. The 12th, wasn't that today? How audacious to commit a crime during the morning rush hour. Unbelievable. Chen He stood still, observing the passers-by, intent on locating the woman destined to become a victim. He resolved to alter the tragic fate of this young woman. He recalled that the victim was in her 20s, and later, a television station interviewed her family, revealing she was on her way to an interview at a nearby company. Suddenly, a realization struck him. No, this was not the scene of the crime. The true location of the tragedy must lie along the route to that very company. Chapter 79. Rescuing the Girl. Time, 6:50 a.m. It was evident that reaching school on time was no longer feasible. Consequently, Chen He promptly dialed Fengxia's number. Xiao Heezy, what prompted you to call me? Fengxia's voice brimmed with anticipation. Are you inviting me to lunch? Absolutely. What would you like to eat? A smile graced Chen He's face. I believe it would lose its charm if I told you. You must decide what to treat me to, he replied playfully. Fengxia's eyes sparkled with delight, narrowing into crescent moons. I've got it. How about I offer myself to you as a meal? Chen He displayed a mischievous grin, eagerly awaiting her response. You're insufferable. I was being serious, and yet you've commenced your antics again. I'm ignoring you. Don't be upset, Xiaoxia. I'm merely jesting. I assure you. Lunch will be to your satisfaction. That is more like it. I forgive you. At that moment, Luo Xiaoqing inquired curiously, Xiaoxia, who are you on the phone with? I can't say just yet. The atmosphere in the dormitory has been quite peculiar these past few days. They're envious that I've found a boyfriend. Feng Xia responded cheerfully. Immediately, her cheeks flushed, regretting her earlier confession. Xiaoxia, did you just refer to me as your boyfriend? Could you repeat that? You must have misheard. I never said such a thing, Feng Xia stammered, her face ablaze with embarrassment. When will you officially express your feelings for me? I have long been prepared for this, Chen He continued. I distinctly heard it just now. Feng Xia, blushing furiously, interrupted him. Do not speak of it. I said nothing of the sort. You must have misheard. I need to wash up now. We shall speak later. Wait, Xiaoxia. Could you please excuse me from one class? Just tell them I have an urgent matter to attend to. Feng Xia immediately agreed. Chen He felt no anxiety over how his absence might affect his image and standing in the eyes of their homeroom teacher, Qin Xing, as he had consistently ranked among the top in class. The first lesson was once again conducted by the homeroom teacher, Qin Xing, who likely remained indifferent to the unfolding situation. The pressing issue at hand was the unknown identity of the victimized girl, as well as the name of the company where she was to be interviewed. The clock struck 7:10 a.m., and the streets were already bustling with the morning crowd of office workers, in the pursuit of saving her. It was impractical to ask each passerby if they were headed for an interview. Furthermore, even if someone was indeed going for an interview, there was no guarantee that they were the girl in distress. What to do? Just as Chen He found himself in a state of despair, a girl with short hair brushed past him, exuding confidence as she murmured to herself, I'm all set. Don't worry, Mom. I'm confident that this interview will be a success. Once I start working, I can buy a wheelchair for my brother. At that moment, an image flashed in Chen He's mind. During a television interview, he recalled a boy sitting on a bed behind their mother with a pair of crutches beside him. The boy was the victim's younger brother, who had suffered from a disability in his legs. This meant that the girl who had just walked by was indeed the victim. At last, he had found her. Yet, another dilemma arose. How could he alter the tragic fate awaiting her? It would be utterly absurd to approach her and say, you are going to be killed soon. He would surely be deemed insane. Thus, he decided to follow her instead. Chen He trailed slowly behind the girl as she ventured down a path that gradually distanced itself from the bustling city center, leading them into a sparse and desolate area. A sense of alarm surged within him. This was likely the location where the incident would occur. He glanced at his watch. It was 7:40 a.m., leaving less than 20 minutes until the predicted calamity. Yet, there was not a single sign of any assailant in sight. Suddenly, a taxi cab halted beside him. Hey, brother. Can I borrow a light? The driver rolled down the window. Chen He glanced at the driver, who appeared to be in his 30s, with a scruffy beard and bloodshot eyes, suggesting a pattern of sleepless nights. A sudden chill gripped him. Could this taxi driver be the assailant? As he scrutinized the driver's robust physique, he pondered how he might protect the girl from him. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Chen He resolved to stall the driver. I don't smoke, he replied promptly. The driver swiftly exited the vehicle, seizing Chen He's wrist with alarming speed and pulling him back gently. What are you doing? Chen He exclaimed, bewildered by the driver's sudden aggression. Was his intent somehow revealed? Behave yourself. At your age, you should be on the right path. Show me your ID. Who are you to demand my ID? Chen He retorted, sensing an unsettling tension as a flicker of discomfort passed across the driver's face. Realizing he was no longer a police officer, the driver continued. I've been following you. Ever since you started tailing that girl, I've wondered if you had ulterior motives. You're mistaken. I'm not. Oh. It's too complicated to explain. In any case, I'm here to protect that girl. Chen He now understood that the driver had misconstrued his intentions. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared the driver was not a villain after all. You're protecting her? Your lies are truly astounding, the driver said, clearly unconvinced. Chen He observed that the girl had already distanced herself and felt a surge of urgency to pursue her. The driver halted him, inquiring, Where do you think you're going? I have no time for idle chatter. I am genuinely trying to protect her. If something were to happen to her, would you take responsibility? Noticing that Chen He appeared sincere, the driver hesitated slightly. Just then, a speeding motorcycle whizzed past them, its engine roaring in vehement protest. A sense of dread washed over Chen He as he realized that the motorcyclist was indeed the robber. The clock read precisely 7:50. The time and location aligned perfectly. At that moment, the motorcycle was barreling toward the girl. In a fit of desperation, Chen He seized a brick from the ground and hurled it with all his might. It must hit. The brick struck the motorcyclist squarely in the back. With a resounding thud, the rider lost his balance, tumbling along with the motorcycle for several meters before coming to a halt. You not only lied, but dared to harm someone. The driver, filled with regret, lamented that he had ever taken Chen He's word at face value. The motorcyclist, having sustained a blow to the head, collapsed unconscious, a gleaming knife tumbling from his person. The girl, witnessing the man fall, contemplated approaching to assess his injuries when a knife slid perilously close to her feet. She froze in place, realization dawning upon her. This man was armed. Could he be a criminal specialized? Chapter 80. Unexpectedly gaining a grandson, Chen He had reported the incident to the police in advance, as he had no intention of confronting the assailant alone. Who made the call? He inquired. Raising his hand, Chen He proceeded to recount the events in detail. The police officer approached the man and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the notorious motorcycle thief Zhao Jinfa we've been trying to apprehend? This truly is a stroke of luck. Is he a repeat offender?" Chen He asked. One officer placed handcuffs on the suspect, who remained unresponsive despite their calls. If it weren't for the absence of visible injuries, we would have to take him to the hospital. Indeed, he is a habitual criminal, often targeting women and the elderly. Oddly enough, he usually operates in Donghu District. What brings him to Haihe District? Chen He felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not found himself in a situation where he had to face the assailant alone. At that moment, one of the officers fixated on the driver and suddenly approached with excitement. "Su, is that really you? Oh my, you've grown a beard. I almost didn't recognize you." Su Jishan, 32 years old, stood at 6 feet tall. He had formerly been the captain of the criminal police team but had resigned under special circumstances and was now earning a living as a self-employed individual. "I am no longer a police officer. I am just an ordinary citizen now," he replied. "Understood. Let us grab a drink together soon. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Wang want to catch up with you as well." The former colleagues sensed Su Jishan's reluctance to discuss the past and exchanged only a few pleasantries. "You captured this habitual criminal, didn't you?" Su Jishan shook his head, gesturing toward Chen He. It was he who took him down with a brick. A brick? The two officers were astonished, as if they had heard the most incredible tale. "I struck him on the back with a brick, and he lost his balance, tumbling down with his motorcycle," Chen He explained, realizing in hindsight that he had never considered that a single brick could incapacitate the assailant. "You are quite impressive, young man. Fortunately, you did not engage directly with the criminal. Zhao Jinfa is extremely dangerous. That said, we must express our gratitude for your assistance in apprehending this repeat offender. Please accompany us to the police station to provide a formal statement. We will award you a Good Citizen Award." Upon leaving the police station, Chen He made a request to the officers regarding the Good Citizen Award, which required approval from higher authorities and would take several days to process. Not wishing to return to the station, he inquired if it could be converted into a cash reward. The officers agreed and granted Chen He 500 yuan. However, he chose not to keep it for himself. Instead, he asked the officers to give it to the girl, believing she was in greater need of the funds. The girl, named Zhou Xiaohe, had just finished her statement and was about to leave when the police called her back. "Officer, is there something else? This is from the young man who wanted us to pass it along to you." Zhou Xiaohe accepted an envelope and, upon opening it, was astonished to find 5 100 yuan bills inside. "Is this for me?" she asked, hardly able to believe her eyes. Reflecting on the handsome figure of the young man, she struggled to comprehend the reason behind his generosity. "His name is Chen He. He insisted we do not reveal that it was he who sent this. But I believe his good deed deserves no secrecy." Zhou Xiaohe's eyes glistened with tears, her heart burdened with emotion. Throughout her life, she had never before experienced the kindness of a stranger. She felt a deep desire to express her gratitude to Chen He. With her parents divorced, her father had established a new family, while her mother struggled to support herself and her younger brother by collecting and selling scrap. Recently, her brother had been involved in a car accident, and the doctors indicated that it would take at least a year for him to fully recover. She did not want her mother to toil endlessly in caring for him, which prompted her decision to purchase a wheelchair for her brother. Grasping the envelope tightly in her hand, Zhou Zio rushed out of the police station, only to find that Chen He had already vanished from sight. She promptly returned and asked the officer, "Could you please provide me with Chen He's information? I wish to thank him in person." "Follow me. But don't mention that I told you," the officer replied. After logging into the computer, he retrieved Chen He's basic information. Currently, he is studying at Jiangcheng University. If you wish to express your gratitude, you might want to try visiting the campus. As Zhou Zhao exited the police station, she silently repeated to herself, Jiangcheng University. Jiangcheng University. Meanwhile, Chen He was seated in the back of a taxi driven by Su Zhishan. Although Chen He intended to take a taxi home, Su Zhishan insisted on driving him back to school. Through the rearview mirror, Su Zhishan glanced at Chen He, noting that he and Zhou Zhao were complete strangers, thus eliminating the possibility that Chen He was deliberately following her. Yet, how did Chen He know that Zhou Zhao was in danger? It seemed a mere coincidence that he had encountered the assailants. After contemplating, Su Zhishan concluded that this entire situation must be a series of fortunate accidents. No one possesses the foresight to predict such events. I previously misjudged you, and I owe you an apology, Su Zhishan admitted, still in awe of Chen He. In that critical moment, while he struggled to react, Chen He had already hurled a brick at the attackers. You need not reiterate your apology, you have already expressed it. Chen He replied, showing no intent to dwell on the past. Su Zhishan smiled, from now on, whenever you ride in my car, I will only charge you half the fare. That was your promise, Chen He replied. I am a man of my word. Su Zhishan acknowledged that he had indeed misjudged the situation and almost wrongfully accused a fine young man like Chen He. Do you not regret giving that 500 yuan to the girl? Su Zhishan inquired, having witnessed Chen He hand the money to his former colleague. He had never believed that someone could genuinely be so benevolent. Yet he had to concede that Chen He's kindness was admirable, especially in aiding a complete stranger. Regarding Zhou Zhao, I overheard her on the phone. Her family is struggling, and her clothing is not in good condition, with patches in several places. She needs this money more than I do, Chen He stated matter-of-factly. However, Su Zhishan, with his experience in the police force, was well aware of humanity's instinct to seek personal gain and avoid harm. Chen He's actions left him astonished and filled him with profound respect. In comparison to adults, this young man was truly worthy of emulation. To save others in dire straits and extend a helping hand should fundamentally be the duty of a police officer. He perceived a radiant potential within Chen He's seemingly fragile frame. This young man was destined for greatness. In terms of temperament and insight, I have already surpassed my peers. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Zhishan, with Shisher meaning knowledge and Shan representing mountain. Hey, don't look at me. Focus ahead, look ahead. Su Zhishan sheepishly gripped the steering wheel, just as they arrived at their destination. Apologies, Master Su, in the future, please pay attention to the road. This is not only a responsibility to yourself, but also to the lives of your passengers. How much is the fare? After Chen He finished speaking, he pulled out his wallet to make the payment. 100 yuan, 50 will suffice. Su Zhishan's face flushed with embarrassment. What was happening to him? Being schooled by a younger individual? 50, farewell. Chen He paid and entered the campus, chatting for a moment with the security guard before heading towards the teaching building. Su Zhishan watched from a distance. Why do I feel like a mere subordinate in his presence? I am clearly the adult here. He started the engine and drove away. After Chen He had taken only a few steps, he suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? It must be Xia, anxious for my return. Chapter 81. Chen He admires Feng Xia. Chen He entered the classroom just before the second period began. To compensate for not being there with Feng Xia during the first class, he deliberately plucked a rose from the flower bed outside. Where did you go this morning? Feng Xia inquired with curiosity. Just had to deal with a pressing matter, Chen He replied, leaning back in his chair. He inadvertently pressed on the textbooks of Luo Shaoqing sitting behind him, prompting her to nudge him away with a look of annoyance. As he cradled the back of his head, Chen He pondered over the events of the morning. His unique ability allowed him to foresee certain significant occurrences in the near future, yet they were all matters of life and death. The dilemma lay in the fact that he was still unaware of the conditions that triggered this ability. Deciding to put it aside, he shifted his focus. Feng Xia, noticing Chen He's reluctance to share, felt no anger. It must pertain to matters of the studio. Once she graduated, she intended to assist Chen He in managing it. A blush crept across her cheeks at the thought of such shameless days ahead, even before their graduation. She felt a twinge of shyness at her audacious thoughts. Here, this is for you. Chen He handed a note to Feng Xia. As she reached for the note, he gestured for silence. There are too many people now. Wait until after school to open it. What did you write? Feng Xia asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as they turned toward Chen He. You'll find out when the time comes, he teased, touching his nose and withholding the information. Feng Xia did not open it, but instead slipped it into her textbook. Could it possibly be a love letter from Chen He? After all, he had never explicitly declared his feelings for her. Was this the moment he had chosen to confess? Throughout the morning, Feng Xia's mind lingered on this matter, so much so that she hardly registered what the teacher was saying at the podium. Several times, she felt the urge to sneak a peek at the note, genuinely eager to discover its contents. Yet, in the end, she restrained herself. That annoying boy, always playing these childish tricks. During the third class, Feng Xia cast a sharp glare at Chen He. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Chen He turned to look, only to find Feng Xia intently listening to the teacher's lecture. He shrugged, attributing his unease to a momentary spike in tension, absently scanning the classroom. He noticed several boys in the back dozing off, while some girls engaged in hushed conversations. Such was university life, where the instructor remained indifferent. Ultimately, if one failed to earn sufficient credits by semester's end, supplementary examinations awaited. Only in the homeroom teacher Qin Qing's class did everyone seem to pay attention. Lost in thought, Chen He unconsciously placed his ballpoint pen against his lips, causing it to brush against his nose as he pouted. How embarrassing! Just then, Feng Xia's voice interrupted his musings. With a soft thud, the pen fell onto the desk. For the first time, Chen He witnessed a look of disdain on Feng Xia's face, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What had he done? Xiao Xia, what's so embarrassing? Feng Xia shot him an exasperated glance. From now on, no more playing with the ballpoint pen. If I catch you again, I will sit in Luo Xiaoqing's spot. Chen He initially appeared confused. It wasn't until he glanced at the pen on the desk that he realized what Feng Xia truly found distasteful. His face flushed with embarrassment as he pondered his identity as a reborn individual. The combined age of his 2 lifetimes surpassed that of Feng Xia's father. Yet here he was, engaging in such childish antics, wishing he could simply vanish into a hole. I definitely do not want to sit with Chen He. Luo Xiaoqing's voice piped up from the back, revealing her apparent lack of fondness for him. Feng Xia chuckled, see? Aside from me, no one is willing to be your desk mate, so you must heed my words. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the back. I'm willing. It was Su Xiao, her cheeks tinged with red, seemingly earnest about the matter. For a moment, Feng Xia fell silent, and Luo Xiaoqing found herself at a loss for words. Feng Xia had long recognized Su Xiao's feelings for Chen He but refrained from mentioning it. Understanding the discomfort and torment of unrequited love. In the first 2 years of high school, she had watched the handsome boy dote on Feng Yiman, wishing to exchange places with her. Su Xiao was of good character. Otherwise, Feng Xia, no matter how magnanimous or kind-hearted, would never consider her a close friend. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Chen He glanced back at Su Xiao. Don't make a fuss. Turning back, he too was at a loss for words in such moments. Silence seemed to be the most prudent response. Disappointed by the lack of a direct reply, Su Xiao lowered her head. Luo Xiaoqing observed the scene and, drawing from her years of experience with romantic tales, felt compelled to give her desk mate a gentle nudge of advice. During the third interval, Chen He intended to visit the convenience store. Is there anything you wish to bring? He inquired. Feng Xia waved her hand dismissively while Luo Xiaoqing chose to ignore him. Su Xiao gently shook her head, responding, thank you. Chen He swiftly exited the classroom, feeling an inexplicable, suffocating atmosphere lingering behind him. At that moment, Feng Xia stood up, asking, are you all going out? In truth, she merely sought to use the restroom. Luo Xiaoqing shook her head, and Su Xiao softly suggested, perhaps after the next class. Then I shall go, Feng Xia declared, leaving her seat and stepping out of the classroom. Xiao, you truly misread the atmosphere just now, Luo Xiaoqing sighed, feeling compelled to voice her thoughts. Su Xiao pressed her thin lips together, her eyes clouded with emotion. I understand you have feelings for the class monitor, but did you not promise me last time that you would abandon such fantasies? Su Xiao felt a pang of grievance. She understood her lack of social awareness, yet she could not help herself. Luo Xiaoqing embraced Su Xiao's shoulders, noticing her despondent demeanor, almost on the verge of tears. Xiao, even if it is difficult, you must hold back. Chen He has eyes only for Feng Xia. Everyone in class can see it. There are indeed other attractive girls, like Zhang Zixi and Yu Mingming, whose looks rival Feng Xia's. They often steal glances at Chen He but are aware of their boundaries. You were rather reckless just now. Zhang Zixi and Yu Mingming were indeed among the most beautiful in the class, and they occasionally gazed at Chen He, though he remained oblivious to their attention and focused solely on Feng Xia. Su Xiao wiped her eyes, affirming, I want to do it again next time. Luo Xiaoqing tightened her embrace, encouragingly saying, Xiao, we are destined to be exceptional women. If we dedicate ourselves to our studies over these 4 years, we shall graduate and carve out our own paths, attracting countless suitors in the future. Su Xiao nodded, her expression slightly conflicted. I only desire one who is truly sincere towards me. You must take care of yourself. Luo Xiaoqing flushed, startled by the misunderstanding. That is not what I meant. I don't have that inclination. I simply meant that once we excel, we have to seek approval from men. Su Xiao seemed to grasp her meaning, replying, Then I too shall not seek approval from women. Luo Xiaoqing fell silent. Chapter 82. Good girls like Chen He. Luo Xiaoqing regarded Su Xiao as if they were meeting for the first time. Xiao, tell me, during high school, how many friends do you still keep in touch with? Su Xiao was perplexed by Luo Xiaoqing's inquiry. Well, there's Chen He and Feng Xia. We're still in the same class now that we're in college. Su Xiao replied candidly. Luo Xiaoqing's eyes widened, appearing utterly speechless. Doesn't that mean you have no friends? I truly have no friends. Su Xiao's expression turned melancholic. Luo Xiaoqing hastily clarified, I'm not trying to mock you. I know. The two shared an intimate bond, devoid of barriers or taboos. Su Xiao chuckled heartily, her smile as radiant as blooming mountain flowers. Luo Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback. That smile was truly enchanting. Su Xiao's complexion was fair, her features exquisite, a delicate nose, a cherry-red mouth, and willow-like brows. Particularly when she often furrowed her brow, resembling a fragile Lindayu from reality. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoqing felt a surge of sympathy for Su Xiao. Instinctively, she embraced her tighter. Xiao, we must strive to empower ourselves. Su Xiao responded with a soft When they return, I need to apologize to them. Luo Xiaoqing released Su Xiao, flailing her arms and exclaiming, What is wrong with this world? Why do all good girls like Chen He? Xiaoqing, keep your voice down, Su Xiao quickly intervened, attempting to rein in Luo Xiaoqing's frenzy. What has triggered you? A phrase flashed through Luo Xiaoqing's mind. You have never shown me an ounce of kindness. Yet this affection grows wildly, like untamed grass, like a mad dog, like a loyal hound. The more willing, the more elusive the conclusion. Xiao, to comfort you, I can only let you bask in the love of 99 domineering CEOs within my stories. Indeed, no one knows, Luo Xiaoqing mused as she harbored a passion for writing, crafting tales of domineering CEOs falling for her protagonists. In essence, her works were entirely from a female perspective, indulging in daydreams. Chen He returned empty-handed, with Feng Xia following closely behind. As the two were at a loss for words, Su Xiao gently spoke. Chen He, Xiao Xia, I apologize for what happened earlier. It was unintentional. It's no big deal. Why apologize? I didn't take it to heart, Chen He replied. Xiao, I didn't mind it either. To be honest, I've wanted to change seats for a while, to distance myself from this big fool, Feng Xia chuckled. Chen He immediately expressed his discontent. Who is the big fool? In the next moment, Feng Xia, Su Xiao, and Luo Xiaoqing chimed in unison, You are the big fool. Chen He was momentarily taken aback, wanting to retort, but ultimately settling for a resigned smile. You three just wait. However, the trio of close friends had already launched into a lively discussion about topics that piqued their interest, leaving Chen He feeling invisible. After lunch, Chen He left the cafeteria first and soon encountered a group of individuals squatting on the ground, eating from bowls. They sported long hair, earrings, and donned shorts with sneakers, presenting an eclectic appearance. You all wait for me, he muttered. Chen He was aware that they were men of Wanghu, lacking strength at the moment. He could only endure. At this time, Feng Xia glared at the spot where Chen He had just been. How infuriating that he left in such haste without waiting for me. The afternoon consisted solely of self-study classes, yet Chen He chose not to attend and directly went to the studio. The online store had officially opened. Named Sui Feng Cheng Yi, a title coined by Feng Xia, implying that customers come like the wind, and we shall treat them with sincerity. Boss, our sales volume has already exceeded 100 in just the past 2 days. Yao Si exclaimed as he approached Chen He with enthusiasm. Have you encountered any peculiar customers? Chen He inquired. Given the remarkable sales right after the store's launch, it was indeed an extraordinary achievement. Not as of yet, Yao Si replied. But it's been quite the effort. Chen He then turned to Lu Bin, whose talent in graphic design was exceptional, making him a perfect fit as the studio's designer. Every few minutes, the room would resonate with the sound of rapid keyboard strokes. Zhao Lei and Yao Fei danced their fingers across the keyboards. Zhao Lei appeared focused and wore a smile, clearly enjoying this work. It was far simpler and more engaging than attending classes. During busy times, they attended to customers. And during lulls, they surfed the internet, browsing web pages or watching short videos. Chen He regarded them as brothers. There were no stringent restrictions at work. As long as conditions permitted, they could type away while reclining. He temporarily entrusted Yao Si with the management of the studio. which included coordinating with campus delivery services and negotiating with DeBao's agents. Ma Jie was fast asleep, reportedly having added 3 layers of security to the online store last night. Unless one were a top-tier hacker, the store was assuredly secure. It was unlikely that even elite hackers would target a newly opened online store. After a brief survey of the room, Chen He noticed everyone was busy while he felt rather idle. Let me know what you all would like to eat. I will step out and buy something. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen He could no longer remain seated. Tomato and egg rice, crossbridge rice noodles, and I would like a portion of fried noodles, he noted, jotting down everyone's requests on a piece of paper before heading out. He was a frequent patron of a small eatery. Boss, please pack everything as listed above. Chen He instructed. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly, responded the owner, who had replaced the previous elderly couple with a younger man, presumably their son. Chen He paid little mind to the change, simply wandering around before returning at what he estimated to be the right time. Everything is packed. The total is 47 yuan. After settling the bill, he returned to the studio. The portions seem a bit scant, Zhao Lei remarked, frowning. Indeed, it's less than what we had yesterday. I had the same yesterday, Yao Fei added. As long as there is something to eat, we shouldn't complain so much. Yao Si shot a glare at Yao Fei. Chen He himself ordered a familiar dish, braised eggplant over rice, and also noticed that the portion had diminished considerably. Moreover, the rice had diminished in quantity. Leaning closer, he detected a faint scent reminiscent of detergent. Is there a detergent aroma in your rice? Chen He inquired. Everyone else denied it. How peculiar. Could he truly be so unfortunate? He decided to forego the meal, instantly losing his appetite, and tightened the plastic bag, preparing to discard it and seek sustenance elsewhere later. In truth, he wasn't particularly hungry. Oh dear, my stomach feels uneasy. Oh dear. Zhao Lei suddenly clutched his abdomen and dashed to the restroom. I too am feeling unwell. My stomach is in distress. I fear I may have diarrhea. Yao Fei followed suit, grasping his belly as he rushed out of the studio. Heading for a public toilet on the street. I must go as well. So must I. Wait for me. Yao Si, Lu Bin, and Ma Jie also clutched their stomachs and hurried out of the studio. Chen He felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be food poisoning? Chapter 83. How could a girl become a chef? Chen He contemplated whether he should report the situation immediately. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Food safety issues were not the police's jurisdiction. He was nearly certain that the takeaway food was problematic. What was the number for the Food Safety Supervision Department? Chen He had no idea. He found himself reminiscing about the later years when the internet flourished. Back then, not only could one easily find phone numbers, but also expose scandalous videos of department employees online. Currently, with the internet being underdeveloped, communication between individuals was severely limited. He decided to wait for Ma Jie to return and ask him, as Ma Jie was knowledgeable about computers and might know. Half an hour later, Zhao Lei and Yao Fei returned, appearing utterly drained. With the last remnants of their strength, they hurled the leftover takeaway into the trash can, kicking it in frustration. This was not food. It was clearly poison. Are you feeling any better? Do you need to go to the hospital for info? I can call someone right away, Chen He said, picking up his phone, ready to make the call. He felt a sense of responsibility, as although he had consumed the food, he was the one who had purchased it. No need. I feel much better after that, they replied. If you feel unwell at all, do inform me immediately. This matter cannot be taken lightly, Chen He stated solemnly. In the years when the internet thrived, various food safety issues were frequently exposed in the news: substandard beef, water-injected meat, gutter oil, and countless individuals hospitalized each year due to food safety concerns. Boss, it must be those takeaways that are problematic. Yao Si returned, clutching his stomach, his face ashen and clearly suffering severely. Chen He's expression hardened with anger. I know. When Ma Jie returns, I will ask him if he has the contact number for the food safety department. Ma Jie and Lu Bin returned, supporting each other. Oh, I feel completely drained now. I'm utterly exhausted, Lu Bin said, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. I almost swore that I would never eat again. It was unbearable, Ma Jie said, still shaken. Do you know the number for the food safety department? Chen He inquired. I truly don't know. Who pays attention to the numbers of such minor departments? Ma Jie shook his head. Chen He's gaze darkened. It was intolerable to let that establishment go unpunished. Presently, the food safety department had a low profile. But just wait. In a couple of years, they would become heroes in the eyes of the public. Brother He, I'm going to smash that restaurant. Zhao Lei stood up unsteadily, barely able to keep his balance. Sit down and rest properly, Chen He instructed. Zhao Lei complied, taking a seat once more. Chen He surveyed the room, noting the fiery anger in everyone's eyes. Zhao Lei was not the only one. Yao Si and Yao Fei had experienced life on the streets. And had they not been so weak at that moment, they would have already confronted the restaurant owner. As their pillar of support, Chen He felt compelled to take action. In my opinion, we should report this to the police. This is a matter of life and death. If the situation escalates, the police will also contact the food safety department. There were no objections from anyone. Chen He picked up his mobile phone and dialed the emergency number, waiting patiently after reporting the incident. The sound of sirens echoed in the air. Boss, why are there so many police cars? Yao Si discerned that more than one vehicle was responding. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen He. No, it's not just the police. There are ambulances as well. Let's go outside and see. Something must have happened. As they stepped onto the street, they found a small shop surrounded by a throng of people, with a police car stationed at the entrance. Nearby, 3 ambulances were parked outside the Lu Min residential area. Chen He immediately recognized it as the very establishment from which he had ordered takeout. I'll go inquire, Yao Si said as he approached the crowd. Auntie, what has transpired? He asked a middle-aged woman in the front. This shop's food has caused fatalities, the woman replied, wrinkling her nose in disdain. I always suspected the owner was unscrupulous. I heard they've been using expired ingredients and that their kitchen is infested with rats and cockroaches. My goodness. Not even a dog could survive that. In the blink of an eye, Yao Si had vanished from sight. Where did that guy go? He muttered to himself. Overcoming his nausea, he relayed what he had overheard to Chen He. Ugh. Zhao Lei, Yao Fei, Lu Bin, and Marjie turned away, bending over to vomit. That smell? Chen He thought, covering his nose and retreating further. If expired food doesn't kill us, this stench certainly will. Yao Si, overwhelmed by the aroma of bile in the air, couldn't hold back any longer and retched. Officer, I assure you, this has nothing to do with me. I only took over my father's shop this morning. He must have neglected hygiene, and you should apprehend him instead. How can they be so quick to blame me for their stomach issues? The young owner protested vehemently. This is police brutality. I will lodge a complaint. Their deaths have nothing to do with me. At that moment, 2 police officers escorted the young owner out of the restaurant and into a police vehicle. What a heartless wretch. He squandered his money on gambling and then turned his sights on his father's restaurant, using some deceptive means to take over the business. How could such a disloyal son come to be? Now, with a life lost, he faces imprisonment and financial compensation to the victim's family, ultimately burdening his father. The crowd erupted in curses, expressing their outrage. How dare he serve such filthy food? He deserves nothing less than the death penalty. Chen He sighed, reflecting. What goes around comes around. Straying from the righteous path leads to this fate. That wretch deserves to rot in prison for life, if he ever gets out. I shall break his legs, Yao Fei declared, mustering his frail strength. Such a catastrophic incident, and it has garnered such attention, he will likely face the death penalty. Ma Jie remarked. Chen He nodded in agreement. Gentlemen, I apologize for today. Once you all recover, I shall treat you to a lavish banquet at a 5-star hotel. He anticipated their enthusiasm, but Zhao Lei turned pale at the mention of food. Brother He, please don't bring up food anymore. It makes me nauseous just hearing it. Yao Fei echoed. Ugh. Lu Bin added. Ugh, ugh. Chen He could only respond with silence as they returned to their duties. Everyone took a half-hour break. Chen He said solemnly, Lao Yao, I have been contemplating the safety of the external provisions. It is rather precarious. I propose we hire a chef. Does anyone have any objections? The studio possesses its own chef, ensuring that the ingredients and meals would at least meet standards of cleanliness and hygiene. Such safety concerns would be averted in the future. Today was merely a stroke of luck for a few of us. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves in a morgue. I have no objections. I concur, came the replies. It would be preferable to hire a girl who knows how to cook, Zhao Lei whimsically suggested. Ma Jie, not holding back his sarcasm, retorted, what a pipe dream. Which girl would be willing to cook for us? Just then, the landline on the table rang. Yao Si walked over, picked up the receiver, and inquired, Hello, whom do you seek? A melodious female voice echoed from the other end. May I speak with Chen He? I am interested in applying for the position. Yao Si was momentarily stunned. Surely, this was too coincidental. Chapter 84, not just coffee, but sweetness. Yao Si turned around and said, Boss, there is someone looking for you. They wish to apply for a position. We currently have no plans to hire. Chen He replied in a dismissive tone. We already have staff for the online store's design, back-end, technical support, customer service, and operations. Suddenly, Chen He had a thought and, without waiting for Yao Si to speak, added, Ask her if she can cook. Boss, It's a girl. From her voice. She sounds about 22 or 23, Yao Si remarked, his expression peculiar. What girl would be willing to work as a cook? The kitchen is filled with smoke and grease. You are being utterly unrealistic. No amount of money would entice her. A girl. Fourth brother. Hurry and ask her, Zhao Lei urged excitedly. Bro, check with her. We already have a cook, so we won't have to worry about getting food poisoning anymore. Yao Fei chimed in. Lu Bin remained silent. Ma Jia shook his head in mockery, as if he could already foresee Yao Si being turned down. Old Yao, just ask, Chen He pressed. With a determined sigh. Yao Si steeled himself and said, we still have a position for a cook available. I will notify you when other positions open up. I can cook. When can I start? Came the girl's melodious voice. Yao Si was taken aback, thinking he must have misheard her. What did you say? He inquired again. I asked when I can start. The sooner, the better. Since the month is ending soon, if I start now, I can complete a full month, she continued. Yao Si barely registered her words, still in shock. She accepted. Now it was Chen He's turn to be astonished. He hadn't anticipated that she would agree. He had approached the situation with mere curiosity. She wants to know when she can start. Tomorrow, the sooner, the better. Tell her to come and submit her travel expenses. If she is hired, the base salary is 3,000, with a year-end bonus. Chen He instructed, his determination evident in his tone. Yao Si relayed Chen He's message. Our hope is for a beautiful young lady, preferably one whose cooking can dazzle. Yao Fei mused. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao hung up her small phone, her gaze resolute. Chen He planned to rest at the studio that night. Early in the morning, he was roused by the vibrations of his phone. Feng Xiao had called numerous times. Half awake, Chen He squinted and dialed Feng Xiao's number. Xiao, I just woke up. What is up? Today is the weekend, and I wanted to ask if you have any plans. Feng Xiao's voice was clear and pleasant. Instantly, Chen He was wide awake. Sitting upright. The school is closed today. No wonder you're contacting me. It's a perfect opportunity for us to go out. Chen He smiled. Let us meet outside the school. At a CAF named Campus Coffee, Chen He entered and spotted Feng Xia sitting at a table. He waved, Xia, I'm not late. Am I? Feng Xia shook her head. Chen He took a seat, and Feng Xia tossed a note onto the table in front of him. Is this something that cannot be stated directly? It feels so secretive. Please refrain from such behavior next time. Upon glancing at the note, Chen He realized it was the same message he had given to Feng Xia the previous day. He opened it and read the words, a new Korean restaurant has opened near the school. Would you like to try it? Chen He scratched his head, thinking. It's just opened, and there's a promotion. I want to enjoy the offer with you, but if others find out, the deal will be lost. He fabricated a casual excuse. Feng Xia's heart was filled with disappointment. She had not paid attention in class all afternoon because of this note, while Chen He appeared unfazed. Diligently taking notes and making copious records, Feng Xia chose to remain silent. After all, a serious man is most attractive. Struggling to suppress her curiosity, she finally finished school and went to the cafeteria for dinner with Luo Xiaoqing and Su Xiao. They invited her to go shopping, but she continued to stifle her curiosity. Upon returning to the dormitory, she eagerly opened the note only to find an inconsequential remark. It was hard not to feel disappointed. Suddenly, Chen He produced a rose from seemingly nowhere. This is for you, he said. Feng Xia was taken aback. It was her first time receiving flowers from a male peer. Excluding those given by her father, brother, or uncle on her birthday. Shyly, she reached out to accept the rose. Even though she could tell it had been plucked from the school's flower bed. Yet, a wave of sweetness surged within her. Do you like it? Chen He inquired. Feng Xia did not speak but merely nodded, clearly showing that the gloom in her heart had been replaced by sunlight. Chen He chuckled. And Feng Xia felt a flush of embarrassment under his gaze. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Xiao He, are you trying to play a trick on me? First, you draw attention with a note, then create disappointment, and finally reveal your true intention, transforming my sorrow into joy. She squinted her eyes, her gaze piercing, as if trying to read Chen He's thoughts. Not at all. You're overthinking it, he replied, though internally he felt a wave of guilt. How did Feng Xia figure it out? Excuse me, sir and madam. Our establishment is offering a couple's coffee set. Would you care to try it? A waitress approached. No, just 2 cups. Both Feng Xia and Chen He replied simultaneously. Chen He glanced at Feng Xia, discerning her thoughts. This girl was still shy. 2 cups, please. He told the waitress. This time, Feng Xia did not oppose. She merely lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Xia, why are you so shy? Not at all. You're overthinking it. Feng Xia clutched her pant leg tightly, her heart racing. Was Chen He hinting at something? Were they now a couple? But why wouldn't he confess directly? What was he truly thinking? Chen He felt somewhat speechless, having been countered by Feng Xia's own words. Here's your coffee. Sir and madam. Chen He took a sip, finding the flavor rather unremarkable. Feng Xia nodded in agreement. It's quite bland. Let's try a different place next time. Chen He suggested. Feng Xia's lips curled into a subtle, sweet smile. Chen He departed alongside her. But his gaze suddenly fell upon Wang Hu leisurely strolling down the street with his subordinates. A wave of unease washed over him. He could not allow Wang Hu to notice him. Xia, I have an interview at my studio today, so I must take my leave. I'll contact you later. Goodbye. Without waiting for Feng Xia's response, Chen He turned and dashed in the opposite direction. Feng Xia stomped her foot in frustration. I still have things to say. How infuriating. She took out her phone. Xiao, could you call Xiaoqing? I'm outside. Let us go shopping. I've heard about a newly opened Korean restaurant. Where are you? Xiaoqing replied. We'll arrive in 10 minutes. I'm at the campus CAF entrance. Let us meet there. We shall not part ways. Chen He arrived at the studio, his expression growing increasingly icy. Wang Hu, just you wait. Yao Si noticed Chen He's grim demeanor and surmised it was related to Wang Hu. Holding back is not a solution. If it comes to it, we can take action against Wang Hu. Chen He shook his head resolutely. It's nothing serious. I can weather this minor storm. Our primary objective now is to focus on making money. Chapter 85. The weight of the cook's responsibility. Chen He noticed that the cook had yet to arrive. It seemed we would have to dine out tonight. Yao Si shivered, still haunted by the intense fear of his previous bout with severe diarrhea. Shall I invite the mothers of my brothers over? Surely. One of them must know how to cook. Where are your brothers' mothers? The furthest is in the south, while the nearest is in Huqing, which lies just over 100 kilometers from Jiangxing. Chen He dismissed the idea, thinking it more sensible to hire a nanny directly. In the worst-case scenario, the crew could settle for instant noodles. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lubin opened it, appearing somewhat dazed, before turning back excitedly to exclaim, Boss. The girl for the interview has arrived. Upon hearing Lubin's shout, Chen He resolved to conduct the interview himself. Is it you? Hello, I've finally found you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Xiaohe. I am 24 years old, and I hope to secure this position as a cook. Chen He was taken aback, never expecting the candidate to be Zhou Xiaohe, the girl who had avoided a tragic fate because of him. Her smile was genuine and captivating. It was only then that Chen He regained his composure and extended his hand, which Zhou Xiaohe shook warmly. Please, have a seat. Defei, fetch a bottle of beverage. Chen He guided Zhou Xiaohe to the sofa. Defei promptly retrieved a bottle of iced tea from the refrigerator and handed it to her. Thank you, Zhou Xiaohe said, accepting it graciously. Meanwhile, Defei returned to Yao Si and the others, who had all paused their tasks. Their attention focused entirely on the interaction between Chen He and Zhou Xiaohe. It seems the boss knows the young lady, Defei remarked. They must be acquainted. Yao Si noted, having observed Chen He's reaction upon seeing Zhou Xiaohe. What do you think their relationship is? Defei asked with curiosity. Which girl would willingly choose to be a cook? He mused. Girls generally cherish their beauty and would likely avoid the kitchen, where oil and smoke damage the skin and hair over time. Just how many female chefs are there in the world? Domestic women may cook and care for children out of necessity. Let us not pry into the boss's private matters. It's best to refrain from speculation. Yu Si admonished, giving Defei a stern look. Defei, knowing Yu Si's authority, nodded in agreement. Understood. I want to bring it up again. As long as the food is delicious, I don't care who she is. Zhao Lei, indifferent to Zhou Xiaohe's identity or her connection to Chen He, interjected. You're older than me, so I shall call you Sister Xiaohe. Before I officially interview you, I have a question. Chen He gazed into Zhou Xiaohe's eyes. Why have you chosen this position? I hope your answer is something unexpected. He did not wish to hear that she was becoming a cook to repay a debt of gratitude to him. Zhou Xiaohe revealed a faint smile, her clear gaze fixed on Chen He. It is because I aspire to earn money, to relieve my mother from the exhausting toil of life, and to ensure my brother's swift recovery. He requires weekly hospital visits for checkups and medication, which incurs a considerable expense. Chen He nodded as he listened, realizing that this reason differed from his initial assumptions. You are merely 18, yet you have gathered so many individuals to embark on this venture together. This demonstrates your capability and your confidence in leading others towards financial success. I find it impossible to decline your team, even if my role is merely to cook. Chen He momentarily paused, internally marveling at Zhou Xiao's eloquence. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he found himself at a loss against her words. A satisfied smile graced his face. Your response pleases me greatly. Now, let the formal interview commence. It is quite simple. Prepare a home-cooked dish, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. There are ingredients in the refrigerator. Feel free to use them as you wish. Zhou Xiao's expression suddenly turned serious. She walked to the kitchen, tied on an apron, washed her hands, and retrieved 3 tomatoes, 3 eggs, and a piece of pork belly from the refrigerator. The kitchen was equipped with a range hood and windows, alleviating any concerns about lingering odors in the workspace. In merely half an hour, Zhou Xiao prepared a dish of tomato and egg, alongside a serving of mushu pork. "Do taste my culinary skills," she urged. Chen He picked up a pair of chopsticks. The tomato and egg dish was vibrant in color, immediately whetting the appetite. The mushu pork was arranged neatly, displaying no disarray. It was evident that Zhou Xiaohe often cooked at home. "Boss, do hurry and try it." Yao Fei and Zhao Lei curiously gathered around. Chen He took a bite of the tomato and egg, chewing thoughtfully. "Not bad," he remarked. "The mushu pork is quite good as well." Upon hearing Chen He's approval, Zhou Xiaohe finally exhaled in relief, having worried that her culinary skills might not meet his standards. "Sister Xiaohe, you are hired. Tonight, please prepare a meal for us," Chen He announced. "Really? What do you all enjoy eating?" Zhou Xiaohe's face lit up with joy. "No need to inquire. Simply prepare your signature home-cooked dishes," Chen He replied, thoroughly satisfied with her skills. He had no intention of indulging everyone's tastes. Zhou Xiaohe nodded, absorbing Chen He's words. "I understand. I shall prepare a few more dishes." As dinner was completed, Chen He called out, "Sister Xiaohe, do join us for a meal." Zhou Xiaohe shyly declined. "I think I will pass. You should come over." He insisted. "By the way, where is your home? Is it far?" Chen He perceived Zhou Xiaohe's politeness. "I live in Donghu District. It takes about half an hour by bus." Chen He glanced at Yao. "Old Yao, later, please reimburse Sister Xiaohe 300 from the studio's account for her travel expenses." Yao nodded in agreement. Zhou Xiaohe felt taken aback. There is truly no need. The bus fare is only 1 yuan, having merely done what was within her capacity. Xiaohe couldn't help but marvel at Chen He's extraordinary kindness. Were it not for her understanding of Chen He's character, she might have suspected that he was running an illicit organization, given how benevolent he was towards his employees. "Xiaohe, the boss insists you accept this. Do not refuse." "You have saved us all," urged Yao Fei, his mouth full of food, rendering his speech somewhat indistinct, yet the essence of his message was clear. "I saved you?" Xiaohe was perplexed. "I am older than you. You may call me Brother Ma, or simply Old Ma. Do you know why we sought a chef?" Xiaohe shook her head, completely unaware. After all, wasn't the purpose of hiring a chef simply to enjoy a meal? Was there an ulterior motive? Ma Jie revealed a look of lingering fear. "We had been relying on takeout, and yesterday we suffered from food poisoning." He recounted the entire sequence of events to Xiaohe. Instantly, she regarded them with sympathy, assuring them, "Rest assured. I guarantee the meals I prepare will be safe and hygienic. You shall not suffer from stomach troubles again." Xiaohe felt a renewed sense of responsibility. She had initially thought this was merely an ordinary position, but it turned out her duties were far more significant. "Let us eat," Chen He declared. His appetite insatiable as he, along with Yu Fei and the others, indulged in the culinary delights. Chapter 86. The online store gained some momentum. Chen He spent the night in the studio, while Yao Si graciously relinquished his room, opting to make do on the living room sofa for the night. "Brother He, it's time for breakfast." Zhao Lei roused Chen He from his slumber. After a brief wash, Chen He emerged into the living room where Yao Si and the others had already begun their meal. The breakfast consisted of fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, millet porridge, and steamed buns with eggs, all brought back by Lu Bin, while Zhou Xiaohe was solely responsible for lunch and dinner. "Old Ma, how's the discount coupon coming along?" Chen He inquired, savoring a cabbage and mushroom bun. "It was completed yesterday. We can launch the new promotion today," Ma Jie replied, munching on a fried dough stick and taking a hearty slurp of millet porridge. "No matter how arduous the technical work may be, this coupon is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any missteps. The discount coupon is akin to a revolutionary invention, allowing Chen He to bring advanced technology from the future to the less developed present. Once it goes live, it is bound to create a sensation, and a wave of imitation will surely follow. Therefore, our task is to securely captivate this wave of customers. While new clients are essential for the online store, it is the loyal old customers who are the foundation for its survival. Boss, sometimes I wonder how your mind works. Generating so many novel ideas and schemes," Ma Jie mused, feeling somewhat of a genius himself. Were it not for his insufficient academic qualifications, he might have even pursued further studies at MIT. After finishing his meal, Chen He wiped his hands with a tissue and chuckled. "No need to overthink it. Why ponder so much? Isn't earning money delightful? Ma Jie smiled shyly. Delightful, indeed. Compared to when I first arrived, my once proud demeanor has subdued. Both from becoming familiar with everyone and from being awed by Chen He's brilliant intellect. Take the discount coupon, for instance. It took him merely 5 to 6 hours to write the code, yet he could not have conceived it on his own. This exemplifies the disparity between him and Chen He. Brother He, so many people are inquiring about the discount coupon. I can hardly keep up. Zhao Lei exclaimed in astonishment as the promotional activity launched. The VAWA messaging window flickered incessantly, and within a minute, over 30 individuals had entered the store to inquire. Boss. I'm feeling overwhelmed too. This is simply too much. Yao Fei remarked, sensing that his hands were no longer his own, inundated with questions about the discount coupon. He diligently responded to each query using professional dialogue, scarcely finding a moment to breathe. It was a resounding success. Chen He's online store had truly taken off. In less than half an hour, it ranked among the top 10 most visited quality stores on Tao City, inciting envy and jealousy among other online store operators. You too. Don't panic. Just relay the information as it comes. Chen He had anticipated this outcome, marking a promising beginning. Old Ma, check the back end for the order volume. It's exploded. We surpassed 1,000 orders. Margier gazed dumbfounded at the back-end data, astonished that a mere discount coupon could provoke such a monumental response. The discount coupon is incredibly enticing. Lubin exclaimed in admiration. He understood the immense difficulty of achieving substantial sales in an online store without resorting to artificial boosting. Chen He's shop was still in its nascent stage, having yet to attain even 4 hearts. With a grin, he remarked, Old Ma, reset the discount coupons. We've already given away enough for today. Ma Jie complied, expressing admiration. Boss, this is hunger marketing at its finest. You truly excel at it. Brother He. Many people are inquiring about the discount coupons they missed. They want to know when there will be more. What should I tell them? Zhao Lei asked anxiously. In less than half a minute, over 50 queries had piled up on Wang Wang. Just follow the script. Don't make any promises or commitments lightly. Otherwise, handling after sales will become quite troublesome, Chen He advised. The discount coupons had undeniably helped establish the store's reputation. Naturally, others would follow suit with similar promotions. Chen He was unfazed, as competitors were merely imitating his strategies. Ultimately, the online shop served merely as a stepping stone. Earning small amounts was easy, but substantial profits required careful consideration of trending industries. Dingling. Chen He's phone rang. Old Yao, Sister Xiaohe is coming over this afternoon. Please let her know to prepare a sumptuous dinner tonight. After finishing, he stepped onto the balcony. Yao Si nodded in acknowledgement. It was Zheng Xiaobing calling. Brother He. I haven't shown my face these past few days. You're not upset with me, are you? Of course not. The studio is always open to you. Is something troubling you? Chen He inquired. Don't get me started. My dad heard that jade is valuable, so he bought a piece of Hetian jade. My mom was furious and insisted he return it, but he refused. They've been arguing for several days now, and it's been weighing on me. Zheng Xiaobing lamented about his recent troubles. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Chen He's mind from a previous life. The wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, Shen Hongji, had lost 300,000 on a Hetian jade bracelet, a story that had made the news. However, Shen later graciously declared before the media that although he lost the Hetian jade, he acquired a valuable Lantian jade pendant instead. He even went so far as to invite a jade appraisal master to demonstrate the pendant's worth, which was initially estimated at a staggering 4 million. Subsequently, Shen Hongji earned a reputation for achieving great success from small investments. How much was that Lantian jade pendant? Chen He pondered, recalling it was around 150,000. Hey, Brother He, are you listening? What should I do about my parents? Zheng Xiaobing interrupted his thoughts. Just take it easy, Chen He replied. What? No, I mean you need to guide your parents through this. Take your time, don't rush. I believe you can handle it. Chen He hastily ended the call, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the Lantian jade pendant. Zheng Xiaobing didn't expect Chen He to have a solution for his family matters. It was best not to burden his brother with personal issues, as Chen He suggested. He would tackle them one step at a time. Zheng Xiaobing resolved to call his mother first. Chen He had only 130,000 on hand, and with operational expenses for the studio, he could only utilize 100,000. He promptly called Feng Xia to arrange a meeting at a CAF. Upon arriving at the CAF, he was delighted to see 3 beautiful women, Xiao Xia, Su Xiao, and Luo Xiaoqing. We had agreed to go shopping, so if you have anything to say, it is best to speak up now. Luo Xiaoqing has always been unkind to Chen He, and he has grown accustomed to it. Feng Xia quickly bowed to Chen He, casting an apologetic glance. Xiao Xia, could you lend me some money? I will repay you in a couple of days, Chen He stated. How much do you need? 50,000. Just wait, I don't have that much cash on me. Come with me to the bank, Feng Xia replied without hesitation. Luo Xiaoqing was taken aback but chose not to comment. Su Xiao had no doubts about Chen He. Brother Chen, I have a bit of my own savings. I can lend you some too. Chen He smiled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Thank you, Su Xiao, but Xiao Xia can assist me. I need to go to the bank with Chen He. You all wait for us here, Feng Xia announced as she stood up. I will go too, Luo Xiaoqing added. Count me in, Su Xiao raised her hand. Chapter 87. The wealthy man's interest in jade. Chen He accompanied Feng Xia to the nearest bank to withdraw some money. 50,000 is no trivial sum. He had deliberately donned a trench coat, which concealed a large pocket where he wrapped the cash in a plastic bag and tucked it away. Luo Xiaoqing remarked with a hint of irritation. Make sure to return it on time. Xia's money didn't come from the wind. Rest assured, am I the kind of person who shirks my debts? Chen He responded, unperturbed. Luo Xiaoqing was merely expressing concern for her friend, with no malice intended. Chen He, what do you need so much money for? Su Xiao inquired. Sensing that Chen He was not lacking in funds, but hesitating to ask if he was facing difficulties, as one must always consider a young man's pride. I plan to take a stroll down the Jade Street, he replied. Are you thinking of buying copper coins? Feng Xia asked. Chen He had no intention of purchasing copper coins. Such items were ubiquitous and held little value. Many believed that the older the copper coins, the more valuable they became, failing to consider the reality that the earth could not possibly yield such a plethora of precious coins. I intend to look at jade, he stated, withholding specifics about his intentions, knowing they would not comprehend. I saw in the news that the jade market is rife with deceit, and just the other day, it reported that even certified jade appraisers have been fooled, losing hundreds of thousands. You must be cautious, Luo Xiaoqing advised earnestly. Who am I? I am your class monitor. I cannot be deceived, Chen He proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Xia, please persuade Chen He. He knows nothing about this. If he gets duped, that 50,000 will be wasted. Luo Xiaoqing tugged at Feng Xia's arm. It's just 50,000. At worst, it's a lesson learned. I find it worthwhile, Feng Xia replied. Well, you both, Xia, fine. I concede. Do as you wish, Luo Xiaoqing relented, realizing that further persuasion might drive Feng Xia to sever ties with her. I'll accompany you, Feng Xia decided, thinking that having another person would lend her more confidence, preventing the jade vendor from being overly deceitful. Chen He waved his hand dismissively. You both go shopping. I can handle this on my own. I'll treat you to a meal later. The three girls departed, and Chen He stood by the roadside, hailing a taxi. Driver. To the Jade Street, please. That's too far. I need to pick up my son from school, the driver replied, forcing Chen He to await the next cab. Chen He. Where are you going? Get in my car, a familiar voice called. A taxi stopped in front of him, and Su Zhishan's smiling face appeared through the lowered window. Half-price, brother, it's you. Chen He exclaimed, delighted to encounter an acquaintance, as he opened the back door and climbed in. My surname is Su Zhishan. Please refrain from giving me nicknames, he replied with mild annoyance. I'm just thrilled to see you, my apologies. Su, let's hit the road. I'm heading to the Jade Street, Chen He said. Buckle up and settle in, Su Zhishan instructed as he pressed the accelerator. Chen He clutched the handrail. You're off to the Jade Street for fun, I presume? Truth be told, there are far too many fakes there. You might be better off taking a female classmate to an amusement park, Su Zhishan chatted casually while steering the car. Indeed, I shall not be deceived. Your confidence is commendable. However, I fear that in a moment of impulse, you may unwittingly purchase something of little value. Chen He discerned that Su Zhishan had his best interests at heart, and thus chose not to engage further. As an inexperienced university student embarking on the venture of acquiring jade, he was acutely aware that others might perceive his actions as rash. Fortunately, Feng Xia was supportive of his endeavor, and that was sufficient for him. Chen He silently vowed that upon successfully obtaining the jade, he would treat Feng Xia to a delightful meal. At the Jade Mingxian, Chen He instructed Su Zhishan to halt before a store. The street buzzed with noise, necessitating raised voices to communicate effectively. Flanking the road were establishments showcasing antiques, calligraphy, and jade artifacts, featuring both charmingly antiquated lofts and modern concrete structures with glass doors. This harmonious blend of styles was complemented by numerous stalls and the lively shouts of vendors, painting a picture of vibrant prosperity. Brother Sean, wait for me outside. I'll be quick. We can leave together once I've completed my purchase, Chen He declared as he strode into the shop. Good sir, I wish to examine your jade wares. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed an elderly gentleman behind the counter. The man appeared to be in his 60s, sporting a goatee and sharp, calculating eyes that suggested he was not easily fooled. Feel free to browse, but do not touch unless you intend to buy, the shopkeeper remarked without lifting his gaze, seemingly more captivated by the newspaper than by his customer. Chen He, unbuttoning his trench coat, revealed 50,000 in cash, which he placed directly before the shopkeeper. A little fortune for you. Please, have a seat while I prepare some tea. Upon seeing the cash, the old man's demeanor shifted. He presumed Chen He to be a wealthy heir and promptly prepared a steaming cup of tea for him. With a casual posture, Chen He sipped from the cup and inquired, do you have anything smaller, ideally of Hittian jade? Indeed, just a moment, young sir, the old man replied, returning shortly with 2 exquisite little boxes, opening them before Chen He. Please, take a look and choose whichever you desire. Among the items, Chen He spotted a bracelet and a pendant. Lacking the expertise to distinguish between Hittian jade and Lantian jade, he recalled that the pendant was quite valuable. He first examined the bracelet, noting its decent quality, though it seemed somewhat dated for his girlfriend. He then picked up the pendant, his expression turning to one of disappointment. This pendant lacks luster. Do you have anything else? The old man rubbed his hands together. Currently, that is all I possess. However, if you can wait. A new shipment arrives next week, and I assure you the quality will be exceptional. I cannot wait. My girlfriend's birthday is the day after tomorrow, and I must secure a gift today, Chen He feigned disinterest. The old man, eager to make a sale, was aware that both items were merely high-quality imitations, designed to deceive the untrained eye. He recognized Chen He as a novice, knowing that true connoisseurs could detect authenticity at a glance. Oh dear, young sir. How old is your girlfriend? She is 18, just like me. Why do you ask? The jade bracelet is not suitable. Please take back this pendant. Later, you can thread it onto a string, and I assure you, your girlfriend will adore it. Perhaps if her mood improves, she might even agree to marry you. Chen He chuckled at this. You certainly have a sweet tongue, my friend. Very well, I shall take this pendant. How much is it? Noticing that you are still a student, let us settle on a price of 33,000. The old man held up 3 fingers. In fact, the acquisition cost of this pendant is merely 200. The color of this pendant is somewhat dull, appearing less than smooth, with what seems like flaws within. How about 28,000? 25,000? Does that sound agreeable? If so, you may take it. Chen He recognized that this was the old man's bottom line and nodded. 25,000 it is. Please wrap it up for me. Just as the old man finished packaging it, a man in a suit with graying hair entered the store. All set. Chen He smiled at the old man, then swiftly turned to leave, brushing past the suited gentleman. Indeed, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, Chen Hongji, had arrived. Chapter 88. The future father-in-law Chen He did not linger and hurriedly departed. Shan, go, drive. Chen He opened the backseat door. Are you heading back to your school? Su Zhishan glanced at Chen He through the rearview mirror. Not returning to school, just taking a stroll nearby. All right then, it's my first time in this area too. Chen He peered out of the car window towards the direction of Yimingshuan, noticing that Shen Hongji had yet to emerge. A sense of nervousness enveloped him. The highest-ranking official he had encountered in his previous life was merely the school principal. However, Shen Hongji was the wealthiest man in Jiacheng, with a fortune of at least several billion. Feeling the solid texture of the jade pendant, Chen He couldn't help but smile. What's amusing you? Su Zhishan inquired. Nothing. Just drive slowly. As Chen He gazed out of the window, he pondered the remarkable feat of successfully intercepting something right under the nose of the richest man. He yearned to explore the street lined with jade artifacts. Perhaps it would jog his memory of some significant information from his past life. Shangge, stop ahead. Chen He spotted a stall selling jade handicrafts and decided to buy a gift for Feng Xia. Upon exiting the vehicle, he examined the offerings and was drawn to a jade lion. Boss, how much for this lion? 1,200. Chen He was not well versed in jade, but found the lion's appearance quite appealing. He was immediately taken with it. 1,000, 1,100, 500. The vendor looked at him quizzically. Can you do 1,000? If not, I'll go to another vendor. Deal. Chen He returned to the car. Su Zhishan started the engine. If you have money to burn, you shouldn't be buying trinkets from a street vendor. Su Zhishan maneuvered the steering wheel. Do you know why Laozi wrote the Tao Te Ching? Chen He asked. Su Zhishan pondered. Laozi wanted to spread morality to everyone because he wished to. Realizing his folly, Su Zhishan blushed and immediately fell silent, concentrating on driving. He regretted speaking out of turn. Meanwhile, Chen He had purchased a Hittian jade bracelet and left in disappointment. Just a few minutes after his departure, another Mercedes-Benz pulled up to Yimingxuan. Feng Dong exited the car and entered the store, emerging shortly thereafter with his Samsung phone in hand. "Dad, I arrived a moment too late." The voice on the other end belonged to Feng Dong's father, Feng Xingbang, 49 years old and currently the chairman of the Shengdang Group. "Never mind. What is gained is fortunate, and what is lost is fate." Feng Xingbang was aware that Chen He was aggressively acquiring jade artifacts and had sent someone to investigate, discovering that these jade items had another significant purpose. Coincidentally, Feng Xingbang also intended to test the waters. It would be optimal to intercept the deal ahead of time. If not, it was of little consequence. He had been subtly competing with Chen He for several years, all while maintaining a facade of cordiality. Chen He had not succeeded either, which surprised Feng Xingbang. "So, we still have a chance. I just found out that the young man who bought that pendant is someone I can track down. Give me half a day, and I will inform you as soon as I have the details. Hasten and locate that individual before Chen He does," Feng Xingbang instructed. Recently, a batch of counterfeit jade artifacts had circulated within the antique circles of Jiangqing, yet one exquisite piece was secretly intermingled among them. Chen He, lacking a genuine appreciation for antique jade, suddenly had the urge to acquire jade? Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang and Feng Xingbang answered. "Brother-in-law, it's me, Li Xuan." A friend in the municipal planning department disclosed that the department head's father has a penchant for jade. "I suspect Chen He intends to employ unscrupulous tactics to secure that plot of land." Yao Li Xuan, Feng Xingbang's sister-in-law and the second sister of his wife, currently serves as the chairwoman of Chifeng Real Estate. Both Chifeng Real Estate and Polong Group are subsidiaries under the banner of Shengtang. Chifeng Real Estate and Chen He's Marriott Real Estate are rivals, both vying for the same land in Donghu District. Unethical means, you say? Li Xuan, I will look into this. I might have some leads. Thank you, brother-in-law. Please extend my regards to my sister, Li Xuan replied. Feng Xingbang placed the phone on his desk, his gaze turning contemplative. Chen He aimed to acquire that piece of land through a jade artifact, yet my understanding is that the land is designated as a non-development zone. Even if he secures it, it would take over a decade to see any returns. Could it be that higher authorities have changed their minds? Feng Xingbang pinched the bridge of his nose. As the saying goes, those in power facilitate matters. Although he and Chen He's net worth is comparable, in terms of overall strength, he and his wife still pale in comparison to Chen He, who possesses too many means at his disposal. Knowing a few influential figures is not particularly remarkable. It merely highlights his own shortcomings. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang again. "Dad, I've tracked down the young man who purchased the jade pendant. I'll send you the location." Feng Xingbang instantly perked up, changed his attire, and exited the office. Meanwhile, Chen He instructed Su Zhishan to halt at the entrance of the campus CAF. 150. Just give him 75. Chen He handed Su Zhishan 200. "Take this. You haven't had lunch yet. I'll seek you out for the next ride." "Thanks, I'll park here for now. I'll be back shortly." Su Zhishan secured the car and went to resolve his hunger. "Xia, I'm back. I'm at the Deerhorn CAF." Chen He messaged Feng Xia on QQ. Feng Xia replied almost instantly. "Got it. Big silly hat." Chen He sighed, realizing he could not shake off the moniker. Approximately 10 minutes later, Feng Xia arrived at the Deerhorn CAF. "Were you worried?" Feng Xia sat across from Chen He. "I just arrived as well. Would you like something to drink?" "An iced coffee, please." Chen He summoned a waitress. "2 iced coffees, please." "Enjoy your drinks, sir and miss." Chen He took a sip of his iced coffee. "The flavor is delightful, far superior to the campus CAF." Feng Xia concurred. "Indeed, I've heard the backer of the campus CAF is a foreigner, likely unfamiliar with our taste." From his pocket, Chen He produced an exquisite box. "I purchased this on my way back. It has a rather appealing design." Feng Xia was momentarily taken aback, feeling a delightful astonishment. She had not anticipated that Chen He would think of her. As she opened the box before him, she was met with the sight of a jade lion, its lifelike qualities somewhat lacking, resembling more a flawed piece than a masterpiece, yet exuding an unusual charm. "Wow, the little lion is so adorable. I absolutely adore it. Is it truly a gift for me?" Feng Xia exclaimed, her joy unmistakable. This was a present from He, and she felt compelled to commemorate this particular day. "Of course," he replied just as 2 impeccably dressed men entered the CAF. Feng Xia cast a casual glance towards the entrance, only to be struck with fright. He, this is bad. My father and brother have arrived." and they are unaware of our relationship. What should we do? Chen He turned his gaze towards the door and, indeed, spotted a middle-aged man bearing a resemblance to Feng Xia. He also noticed Feng Dong, along with an elderly gentleman in his 60s, clad in traditional attire, whose purpose remained a mystery. A wave of anxiety washed over Chen He. Fear not, I am here. Should the sky fall, I shall bear it, he assured her, instilling a sense of calm and reassurance within Feng Xia. Chapter 89. You unworthy scoundrel Xia, what brings you here? The moment Feng Xingbang laid eyes on Feng Xia, a flicker of surprise danced in his gaze. Father, brother. Feng Xia rose, appearing visibly anxious. What are you doing here? Feng Dong recognized Chen He, and upon seeing his sister in his company, he was instantly engulfed in rage. It's me. What a coincidence. Chen He replied politely, maintaining his composure in the presence of his future father-in-law. Xia, perhaps you could step aside for a moment? We have matters to discuss with your friend, Feng Xingbang suggested. Feng Xia glanced at Chen He. I'll step out for a bit. Father, brother, you must not bully Chen He. After she finished speaking, she exited the CAF. Feng Xingbang furrowed his brow slightly. His intuition hinted that his daughter shared an extraordinary connection with this Chen He. He had been preoccupied with company affairs and had seldom delved into his children's personal lives. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention to Xia's romantic entanglements. You better keep your distance from my sister. Do you hear me? Feng Dong warned. Chen He ignored Feng Dong. With Xia present, he would grant her brother a modicum of respect, but he would never extend even a sliver of goodwill to someone so overly hostile. Are you pretending to be deaf? Feng Dong glared at Chen He. Sit down, don't make a fool of yourself, and give people a reason to think you lack proper upbringing. Feng Xingbang rebuked. Showing no leniency towards his son, other patrons in the CAF turned their attention towards them. Feng Xingbang got straight to the point. You are Chen He, correct? I know you purchased a jade pendant. I'll offer you 100,000 for it. Please relinquish it to me. He had already gathered some basic information about Chen He, including the fact that he had acquired a valuable jade pendant for a mere 25,000. Not a chance. Chen He sipped his coffee. 200,000. Please leave. 300,000. Feng Xingbang appeared willing to increase his offer. Yet Chen He was well aware of the true value of the pendant and was uncertain whether Feng Xingbang understood it as well. Uncle Feng, I want to part with it for less than 400,000. Who do you think you are, calling me Uncle Feng? You're not worthy. Feng Dong retorted. Feng Xingbang raised his hand, signaling Feng Dong to be silent. Though Chen He remained quiet, anger brewed within him. Feng Xingbang frowned. 400,000 is equivalent to 4 million. While he recognized that the pendant was a treasure, its worth was at most 1 million. Anything beyond that was excessive. 1 million is my bottom line. A flash of impatience crossed Feng Xingbang's eyes. Unfortunately, that is not my limit. I hope you can uphold your own boundaries. Feng Xingbang, displeased, stood up. Having lost the desire to continue the negotiation, Feng Dong leaned in and whispered, Father, are we truly going to give up? If Shun Hongji finds this fellow, our efforts would be in vain. Feng Xingbang scoffed. In business, one cannot reveal all their cards at once. This lad is far too inexperienced. Even if Shen Hongji were to approach him, wouldn't he agree to 4 million? Only then did Feng Dong relax. Take care. I want to see you off. Chen He remained seated, not even casting a glance at the Feng father and son. His hand trembled as he held his cup of coffee. After all, he was a reincarnate. His combined age from 2 lifetimes surpassed that of Feng Xingbang. Yet here he was, compelled to read others' expressions. The forceful and aggressive tone displayed upon their arrival showed a complete lack of respect. Feng Xia observed as Feng Xingbang and Feng Dong exited the CAF. Dad, brother, what brings you to seek out Chen? What business do you have with my friend? It's nothing significant, merely a matter of business, Feng Xingbang replied, affectionately ruffling Feng Xia's hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness, although he soon reverted to a more official demeanor. Excuse me, miss. May I take a look at the jade piece in your hand? At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire fixated intently on the object held by Feng Xia. This is Elder Jiang, an expert in jade appraisal, whom I invited from the capital, Feng Xingbang introduced. With a smile, Feng Xia extended her hand. Hello, Grandfather Jiang, please have a look. The elderly gentleman was momentarily captivated by Feng Xia's smile. Yet his focus quickly shifted back to the jade lion. He produced a magnifying glass from his pocket and examined the piece closely. There is no mistake. This is undoubtedly a jade lion from the Song dynasty. May I inquire where you acquired this piece, miss? It was a gift from a friend of mine. What of it? Feng Xia replied, puzzled. Elder Jiang, does my daughter's jade lion hold any significance? Feng Xingbang asked, his breath quickening. Knowing that Elder Jiang would not inquire about a piece of jade without reason, the jade in his daughter's possession might be of considerable worth, if I am not mistaken. This jade lion is the work of an accomplished craftsman from the Song dynasty, Elder Jiang stated. Noticing Feng Xingbang's confusion, he continued to elucidate. I understand your skepticism regarding the apparent roughness of this jade lion, resembling a mere unfinished product, or rather, a practice piece. However, upon closer inspection, the overall lines of the lion are fluid, and its eyes are strikingly lifelike. What is most remarkable is that each eye employs two distinctly different carving techniques. This is true artistry. Elder Jiang's explanation prompted Feng Xingbang to eagerly inquire. Then, what is the value of this jade lion? Elder Jiang held up 5 fingers. At the very least, it is worth 5 million. If it were to be auctioned, it could fetch around 10 million. Such a small trinket can command 10 million at auction? Feng Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing that this object was more lucrative than running a company, Feng Xia covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. This jade lion was a gift from Chen He. Did he already know its value? She had merely lent him 50,000. Yet he had gifted her a jade lion worth 10 million. Feng Xia felt her cheeks flush as a sweet smile graced her lips. Miss Feng Xia, I wonder if you would consider parting with it. I would be glad to offer you something of equal value in exchange. As I have taken quite a liking to this jade lion, Elder Jiang's words interrupted her reverie. Feng Xia shook her head, gripping the jade lion more tightly in her hand. Apologies, Grandfather Jiang. I had no intention of selling or giving it away. The disappointment on old Jiang's face was palpable. I understand. Let us forget I mentioned it. Xia, please return to the car, Feng Xingbang instructed. Oh, goodbye, Grandfather Jiang. Farewell. Mississippi Feng Xia hurried back to the car, eager to share her joy with Chen He. As Chen He emerged from the CAF, old Jiang took his leave. Chen He noticed a Mercedes parked on the street, flanked by 4 bodyguards in suits. The fact that Feng Xia's father was aware of the jade pendant suggested he was at least on par with the wealthiest individual, Shen Hongji. Is this the extent of Feng Xia's family background? It was no wonder she had never spoken of it. Father, please get in the car. I have a matter to attend to, Feng Dong stated. Feng Xingbang said nothing in response. Feng Dong loosened his tie. Have you forgotten my instructions? Did you choose not to hear them, or are you merely pretending to be deaf? You have seen it for yourself. Our Feng family is beyond your grasp. Recognize your origins and cease your aspirations akin to a toad desiring to eat swan meat. You are unworthy. Chen He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 90. My indifference towards the Feng family. Chen He could distinctly sense Feng Dong's disdain towards him. He found himself unable to counter the sentiment. The Feng family had established their current commercial empire over 3 generations, their connections spanning both political and business realms. What right did he have to appear before my sister? Feng Dong felt it necessary to make Chen He recognize the harsh reality. The truth was that Feng Xia was a lofty princess, while Chen He was merely a pile of filth upon the ground. Both Xia and I are independent individuals, and no one possesses the authority or qualifications to dictate our thoughts and destinies, not even our parents or siblings. Chen He suppressed his fury. I have no interest in your family's wealth. Refrain from using it to intimidate me in the future. Feng Dong, incensed, could not help but throw a punch. He had trained in Taekwondo for 5 years and practiced mixed martial arts. Chen He only saw a fist approaching him, his body unable to react in time. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of Chen He, raising a hand to firmly catch Feng Dong's furious punch. Feng Dong was astonished. How could anyone withstand his blow? Even more incredulous was the fact that his fist could not budge an inch, nor could he easily withdraw it. The person's hand felt like a powerful vice. Shangu? Chen He exclaimed. So impressive. Indeed, the one who intervened was Su Jishan. Dialogue is one thing, but resorting to violence is unacceptable, Su Jishan stated. Who are you? Feng Dong felt a sense of foreboding. He sensed he could not see through this man, but was certain he was a skilled fighter. You cannot defeat him. Your previous strike, though swift, was rife with openings, Su Jishan yawned. My friend did not provoke you. Should you choose to engage, you must first contend with me. Feng Dong was intimidated by Su Jishan's presence, yet he would not easily yield, turning to shout. You all come here. For bodyguards, upon hearing the command, prepared to approach but were halted by Feng Xingbang. Father, why are you stopping me? Feng Dong was eager to teach Chen He a lesson. Enough. Return to me, Feng Xingbang glared at Feng Dong. At that moment, Su Jishan released his grip, and Feng Dong, still disgruntled, walked away. Father, that brat deserves a beating. Xia is still here. Do you wish for her to witness you fighting? Keep an eye on him. I understand. Feng Xingbong settled into the back seat, while Feng Xia, with red-rimmed eyes, asked, Brother, were you trying to bully Chen He just now? Feng Dong felt aggrieved. Xia, your brother meant no harm. He merely intended to intimidate your friend. It seems the outcome was not unfavorable. Your friend is quite remarkable, Feng Xingbong remarked. I heard from your brother that your friend helped catch cheaters during the college entrance exam. He is indeed an interesting person, and I quite like him. Feng Xia's face brightened immediately. Father, you also think Chen He is commendable, so you do not oppose us? You truly are the best father in the world. Feng Xingbong chuckled. Be mindful of boundaries. Do not overstep. As long as you are happy, that is enough. Feng Xia rushed into Feng Xingbong's embrace, saying, Dad, thank you. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Feng Xingbong's eyes as he glanced at Feng Dong. Feng Dong nodded and started the engine. Thanks, Brother Sean. Otherwise, I would have caught a beating, Chen He remarked with self-deprecation. I heard everything that kid said. It's just a couple of filthy coins. These wealthy individuals are so arrogant. Colliding with others and then telling the victim's family that it's no big deal, just a compensation of 20 or 30,000. The money in my family's safe would still leave a surplus even if I wiped out your entire family. Su Zhishan, who had been a police officer, witnessed the darkness of human nature and grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. Brother Sean, you're talking about me now, Chen He interrupted. My apologies. I was just speaking from the heart. Please don't take it personally, Su Zhishan responded, slightly embarrassed. In truth, he had a point. No parent wishes for their daughter to marry poorly. I must strive harder to prove to them that I, Chen He, am truly exceptional and worthy of their daughter. Good. That's the spirit. But it's a tough road ahead. Su Zhishan expressed his skepticism. The Feng family is affluent, with wealth accumulated over 3 generations. Do you really think you can surpass them with just your hard studies? That's a daydream. For those who are capable, it is not difficult. For those who are not, it is indeed challenging. Chen He reminded himself to remain calm. Brother Sean, have you practiced martial arts? I trained at the police academy. Let me treat you to dinner sometime. In a couple of days, Su Zhishan waved his hand and drove away in his taxi. A line from a movie flashed in Chen He's mind. That year, when I first fought in Southeast Asia, I won the championship. Su Zhishan was indeed a man of stories. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated with a QQ message from Feng Xia. Fingertips Summer. Xiao He, my dad didn't oppose us. He even said he admires you. You need to keep it up. Chen He grinned. Chasing after Summer. I will. Feng Xia still held some innocence. Feng Xingbong was merely placating her. He would never truly approve of his daughter being with a poor boy. Just wait and see. Feng Xingbong's methods would soon come into play. Xiao Xia, everything I do is for you. Going against a billionaire requires tremendous courage. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang again. Chen He did not recognize the incoming number. It was a rather attractive phone number. 3 6s followed by 4 8s. Who are you looking for? I am Shin Hongji. You must be Chen He. I wish to purchase the jade pendant in your possession for a flat price of 2 million. How does the richest man in Jiancheng know my number? The offer of 2 million made Chen He's body tremble slightly. In an era where ordinary people earn 500 to 600 a month, what does 2 million represent? It could buy 50 apartments in the city center or 200 in the suburbs. However, Chen He's rationality overcame his impulsive thoughts. Mr. Shun, you must be aware of the pendant's true value. Anything less than 4 million is non-negotiable. I will have to consider it. Time waits for no one. Others have already contacted me. Was it someone with the surname Feng? Mr. Shun is an astute individual. Do reach out to me once you have deliberated thoroughly. After Chen He concluded the call, he pondered why Shen Hongji, a man disinterested in antiques and calligraphy, would suddenly desire a jade pendant. Unable to decipher this enigma, he chose to dismiss it from his mind. Meanwhile, Feng Xingbong summoned Yao Lishuan to his office. Father, Aunt, there is troubling news. My contacts have informed me that Shen Hongji has also reached out to Chen He. At that moment, Feng Dong entered the room, causing Feng Xingbong's countenance to shift slightly. Yao Lishuan, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Brother-in-law, do you have Chen He's number? I must contact him at once. If Shen Hongji acquires the jade pendant, my Chengfeng real estate will lose its competitive edge for that piece of land. It will be exceedingly difficult to contend with Wanhao real estate afterward. Feng Xingbong glanced at Feng Dong and instructed, provide your aunt with Chen He's number. Feng Dong rummaged through his Motorola phone, retrieving a contact and promptly handing the device to Yao Lishuan. Is this Chen He? I am interested in purchasing the jade pendant you possess for 4 million. Yao Lishuan urgently articulated once the call was connected. Chapter 91. The three siblings of the Yao family. Yao Lishuan's voice was melodious, resonating with a clear and pure tone. As Chen He pondered the identity of the woman across from him, she spoke. For 1,500,000, Chen He, if you agree to let me have the jade pendant, I can owe you a favor in return. And who might you be? Chen He inquired, suspecting that this woman was no ordinary person. You may call me President Yao. I am the chairwoman of Chifeng Real Estate. President Yao, is it? I apologize. But someone has already outbid you. Is it Shen Hongji? You must not sell it to him. Where are you? I can come meet you with cash right now. I'm afraid I am quite busy at the moment. Perhaps we can collaborate another time. Chen He hastily ended the call. Chifeng Real Estate was still significantly inferior compared to Jiangqing's wealthiest. Now, three groups were vying for the jade pendant, even if it were indeed a treasure. It was improbable that three factions would all desire it simultaneously. Chen He sensed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Yet one thing was certain. The value of the jade pendant had skyrocketed. He mused that this pendant might be entangled in a major issue of which he was unaware. Unable to fathom it further, he decided to let it go. After exchanging a few sweet words with Feng Xia on QQ, he retired for the night. Meanwhile, Yao Lishuan was filled with regret, appearing helpless and anxious. In the vast office, Feng Xingbang shook his head gently. You were too hasty just now. You inadvertently revealed your urgency. I would have to rein you in. Yao Lishuan felt even more remorseful. She discerned from the call that the other party was merely a young man of 18 or 19. How could she have known he was so astute? It made her wonder, are today's youth truly this mature? At that moment, another woman in the room spoke up. Let us not place all the blame on Lishuan. It seems the rumors are indeed true. Shen Hongji is no longer able to sit idly by. We must take action. Yao Litiao, Feng Xingbang's wife and Yao Lishuan's elder sister, was a formidable businesswoman. Together with Feng Xingbang, she had co-founded Xingtang Group. 2 years ago, she branched out to establish Dingxing Group. Rumors in Jiangqing suggested that the couple was at odds, currently living apart, only appearing together during family gatherings on holidays. Yao Lishuan exclaimed in shock, are they truly planning to develop the Donghu area? That region has been desolate for years, with no development in sight. Why the sudden change of heart? Feng Xingbang, with a cigar perched between his lips, replied, the issue we face is not what the higher-ups intend to do, but whether we can seize this opportunity. Both of them turned their gaze towards Yao Lishuan. She appeared despondent. My Chifeng Real Estate has been experiencing a steady decline in performance. Compared to Wanhao Real Estate, we are still significantly behind. If I could acquire that jade pendant, I could establish connections within the political sphere and act preemptively to secure that land. Now, it seems there is no chance left. That land was crucial for her to elevate Chifeng Real Estate standing. Is the information reliable? Yao Litio inquired. At present, uncertainty lingers. Yet Shen Hongji has already withdrawn from the scene, which likely indicates the truth of the matter. Feng Xingbang exhaled a plume of smoke. Yao Litio nodded. Contemplating, the higher-ups will not release any news before next week at the earliest. We still have time. Second sister, do not concern yourself with that piece of land for now. Your primary focus should be on swiftly recouping our investments. Since we have already fallen behind, we cannot afford to lag behind any further. Yao Litiu was slightly taken aback. She comprehended her elder sister's intention. Once the news is made public, it is certain to trigger a surge in land prices and property values in the Donghu district. If we can acquire a substantial number of properties beforehand, we shall undoubtedly reap significant profits. Yao Litio felt a rush of excitement. I will commence this endeavor immediately. I anticipate recovering 80% of our funds before next week. At that moment, Feng Xingbang spoke. Lishuan, call Chen He tomorrow and offer him 6 million. If he cannot secure the deal, then we shall relinquish it. 6 million? Is that not excessive? Yao Lishuan questioned, perplexed. The jade pendant is worth a little over 2 million. To offer 6 million outright would surely sting. Delay could lead to complications, Feng Xingbang replied. Yao Litiao glanced at Yao Lishuan and elucidated. What your brother-in-law means is that Shen Hongji will undoubtedly spare no expense to acquire that jade pendant. If we can preemptively intercept it, it would greatly bolster our upcoming property accumulation plans. Yao Lishuan nodded, understanding the rationale. Feng Xingbang extinguished his cigar. Speaking in a low tone, it is regrettable that the Shangtang Group cannot intervene directly. Otherwise, Lishuan, you would not find yourself in such a passive position. I understand, brother-in-law. You still need to maintain a facade of cordiality with Shen Hongji. After years of open and covert rivalry, we cannot let this matter undermine our efforts. I comprehend fully. Yao Lishuan responded. However, my Dingli group bears no such reservations. I will transfer 80 million to you from the company account shortly. Yao Litiu remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Yao Lishuan answered the door, startled by the visitor. Qi Feng, what brings you here? Yao Qi Feng stood at the threshold. Second sister, I have come specifically to apologize to you and brother-in-law. You should return home, Yao Lishuan advised, unwilling to witness a family quarrel. Lishuan, allow him to enter, came Yao Litiao's voice. Yao Qi Feng stepped inside, glancing at Yao Litiao and Feng Xingbang. Elder sister, brother-in-law, I was in the wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes and have come to seek your forgiveness. Yao Lishuan's eyes welled with tears at the sight of her younger brother's earnest contrition. Once upon a time, the three siblings shared an unbreakable bond. However, their relationship underwent a dramatic transformation 2 years ago, all instigated by the arrival of a woman. Yao Litiao maintained a stoic expression, seemingly oblivious, as she inspected her nails. Feng Xingbang withdrew another cigar, taking his time to light it. Yao Qi Feng suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, Elder sister, brother-in-law, I truly recognize my errors. I was overly arrogant and inconsiderate, disregarding your counsel. I promise it shall not happen again. Yao Qingfeng was engulfed in profound regret. Initially, he and Wu Mingming had hastily decided to marry, only to face vehement opposition from his elder sister and brother-in-law. They cited the disparity in their social standings as a pretext to sever ties with Wu Mingming. Misled by her, he had only recently come to realize Wu Mingming's true nature. In a moment of awakening, Yao Qingfeng felt the weight of his choices. Yao Litiao rose and glanced at Feng Xingbang, stating, I am weary. I shall return. Feng Xingbang extinguished his cigar and walked alongside Yao Litiao towards the exit. They departed without casting a single glance at Yao Qifeng. Yao Qingfeng's countenance turned ashen. Second sister, am I truly devoid of hope? Yao Lishuan helped her younger brother to his feet. Qingfeng, I believe this matter requires patience. Rushing will not yield results. Consider how, at the outset, our elder sister and brother-in-law implored you with such earnestness, only to be met with your relentless dismissal. If the roles were reversed, how would you feel? I acknowledge my mistakes, second sister. Please, strike me if you wish. Chapter 92, Profiting 9 Million Boss, just now Dabao informed us that starting next week, the purchase price of all products will increase by 10. Their actions are rather unscrupulous, sighed you see. Chen He remained silent. There must be a reason behind Dabao's price hike. In Dabao's most vibrant period during the late 1990s, their advertisements graced almost every time slot on Beijing's television stations. However, as the number of similar cosmetic products proliferated, Dabao gradually lost its competitive edge. It seems that Dabao has begun to encounter a crisis. A price increase signifies inevitable losses in their performance. Yao Si continued to wait for Chen He's response. After a moment of contemplation, Chen He inquired, are there any other issues? The campus courier service has also raised its fees by 5, citing increased costs. Yao Si remarked with a grimace. He sensed that Chen He's funds were likely dwindling. Yet, once the studio commenced operations, it would become an insatiable pit requiring continuous financial input. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Let us proceed as they suggest. We cannot afford to halt the operation of the online store. We have just begun to establish our reputation and cannot afford to abandon our efforts midway, Chen He asserted. Do you have enough funds? Perhaps we could reduce our salaries, Yao Si proposed. Chen He shook his head. I brought you on to generate profit. I have stated before that my intention is to help you all earn substantial money. Your salaries will not be diminished. Then I shall contact the heads of Dabao and the campus courier service, Yao Si replied, heading off to make the call. Chen He went to the refrigerator to grab a can of cola and had just settled onto the sofa when Zhao Lei exclaimed, Brother He, could we possibly hire more staff? My hands are about to give out. There are simply too many customers every day, and I cannot keep up. Zhao Lei spread his fingers, revealing small calluses. Boss, I find it quite a learning experience. Usually, it's manageable, but once I sit down, I barely have time to catch my breath, let alone use the restroom. I hesitate to leave. If I do, there will be a crowd waiting for me to attend to them. Yao Fei chimed in, his fingers incessantly dancing over the keyboard. I understand. Chen He called out to Lu Bin. Boss, what's up? Lu Bin was busy designing the product page for the upcoming event. When you have a moment, please post a job advertisement to hire some customer service representatives, Chen He instructed. Absolutely, I will publish the recruitment notice as soon as I finish this graphic. Lu Bin responded, returning to his work. Chen He stepped out onto the studio balcony. The studio was operating in an orderly fashion. At this rate of development, the best they could hope for would be to establish a flagship store and accumulate a base of loyal customers. Ultimately, they would only be working for Tao City, unable to earn significant profits. While small gains were still relatively easy to come by, it was imperative to swiftly explore new avenues for growth. Chen He's available funds were less than 20,000. With the Bao's price increase, the campus courier service raising their rates, the need to hire customer service staff, purchase new computers, and pay employees' salaries, money was required at every turn. Chen He sighed, relieved to still possess a jade pendant. Suddenly, his phone rang. Chen He glanced at the incoming call from Yao Lishuan. President Yao, what can I do for you? Chen He, do you still have the jade pendant? Yes, for now. However, after this morning, that may no longer be the case. There was a moment of silence on the other end. I will offer 5 million. I have already been contacted by President Shin. I cannot agree to that at the moment. 6 million, Chen He. This price is only going to rise. I am sincere in my offer. My previous words still stand. If you agree to sell it to me, I will owe you a favor. Chen He hesitated, for he was indeed in need of money. The significance of 6 million was profound. Just letting it sit in a bank account would ensure a comfortable life for the remainder of his days. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered why so many were eager to acquire a jade pendant valued at around 2 million, even willing to pay a premium for it. This could only imply that the pendant's worth far exceeded 2 million. As for the reasons, Chen He was unaware. Given the substantial disparity between Chengfeng Real Estate and Wanhao Real Estate, he ultimately decided to decline the offer. I'm sorry, President Yao, perhaps we can collaborate on another occasion. Chen He ended the call. Just then, his phone rang again. This time, it was Shin Hongji. President Shin. Chen He greeted formally. After all, Shin was the wealthiest man, and it was imperative to maintain a respectful demeanor. 9 million. I hope this will be my final offer. Shin Hongji's voice resonated. Deal. When shall we proceed with the transaction? Chen He felt a surge of excitement. Nearly 10 million was an amount that an ordinary person could scarcely hope to earn in 10 lifetimes. His parents earned only 500 or 600 a month. Without food or drink, it would take 600 years to amass 10 million. The wealthiest truly dealt with grandeur. Please suggest a location. I will come to you. Shin Hongji stated. At the Antler CAF near Jiacheng University, Chen He replied. Leaving his studio, he hailed a cab to the CAF. Upon arrival, he noticed a black Lincoln parked at the roadside. As the window rolled down, he saw Shin Hongji seated in the front passenger seat. Chen He approached, wearing a broad smile. President Shun, at such a young age, your accomplishments are remarkable. The future holds limitless potential for you. When I was your age, I was still selling plastic flowers on the street. Shin Hongji casually remarked, and Chen He did not respond. What is your bank account number? My team is already at the bank and can transfer the funds at any moment. Before arriving, Shin Hongji had already dispatched his secretary to the bank counter. 6,644. Chen He relayed his bank account number, not hiding anything. Given Shin's capabilities, he could probably trace Chen's ancestry back 18 generations. Chen He presented himself with confidence. Shin Hongji gazed at him for a moment longer. Secretary Yang, you may proceed with the transfer. Before long, a buzzing sound emanated from Chen He's phone. A text message from the service provider notified him that 9 million had been deposited into his bank account. Chen He breathed rapidly, staring in disbelief at the string of zeros on his screen. He knew this was real. Yet, there lingered an ethereal sensation. What of the jade pendant? Chen He regained his composure and promptly retrieved an exquisite box from his bosom, presenting it to Shin Hongji. Upon opening the box, Shin Hongji was greeted by the sight of a splendid blue jade pendant. As he closed the box, he inquired, "Are you interested in joining my company after graduation?" An invitation from the wealthiest individual personally? Chen He shook his head in polite refusal, saying, "I appreciate your kind offer, Mr. Shin, but I foresee the possibility of becoming your competitor in the future." Shin Hongji scoffed, "Such audacity. Very well, I wish you success." He watched as the Lincoln vehicle departed. Chen He smiled broadly. Was he not a millionaire now? "Chen He, are you returning to school? I can give you a ride." A taxi halted beside Chen He, revealing Su Jishan's smiling face from the driver's seat. "I am not heading back to school. Please take me elsewhere." Chen He replied with a smile as he opened the rear door and took a seat. Fastening his seatbelt, they set off, with Su Jishan pressing down on the accelerator. Chapter 93. Establishing Thunder Company. Standing beneath the studio, Chen He rested his hands atop the car's roof. "Shanggu, would you care to be my chauffeur? Be your chauffeur? I am quite expensive. Do you possess the means?" Su Jishan chuckled, dismissing Chen He's words as mere jest. Chen He smiled. brandishing the balance on his phone before Su Jishan. By my mother. Su Jishan's eyes widened, unable to discern the exact figure, but he did see a multitude of zeros. You're a scion of wealth? Not quite. I would at best be considered a first-generation affluent individual. I ventured into business and earned a modest sum. Chen He replied, revealing a radiant smile. Su Jishan was taken aback. You refer to that multitude of zeros as modest? He glanced at his own vehicle, a rental. Since resigning from the police force, his finances had become quite strained. In his previous role, at least his meals were secured. And he could even save a bit for a lavish dinner by month's end. Now, after paying rent, buying groceries, and maintaining the taxi, there was hardly anything left each month. The troubling part was that at 32, he possessed no home, no car, and no savings. The prospect of starting a family seemed bleak, as no woman would even consider him. Do you own a car? Chen He laughed. Not at present. But we could purchase an inexpensive vehicle to start. When do I begin? Su Jishan agreed, not only due to Chen He's capabilities but also significantly because of his character. Through their interactions, Su Jishan had discerned many admirable qualities in Chen He, traits he had not encountered in other young individuals. Let us not rush into work just yet. Allow me to show you my studio and introduce you to everyone. You have a studio? Is that unusual? Isn't establishing a business supposed to begin with a solid base? Su Jishan found himself momentarily speechless. Old Yao, could you have everyone pause for a moment? Upon seeing Chen He's arrival, everyone halted their tasks, particularly intrigued by Su Jishan standing beside him. Xiao He, you've been here for days, and we haven't had a chance to hold a welcome gathering for you, Chen He remarked. Boss, you're too kind. I don't mind whether a welcome gathering is held or not. Xiao He waved her hand nonchalantly. She only spent a few hours at the studio each day, completing a couple of meals before returning home. The pay was generous, and her personal time was ample. This place was nothing short of her dream workplace. Chen He beamed, stating, that's simply one to-do. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Su Jishan, who will be serving as my driver and bodyguard from today onward. Please extend him a warm welcome. A spirited round of applause erupted. Su Jishan quickly added, you may call me Lao Su, and I look forward to your guidance. Chen He motioned for Yao Si to accompany him to the balcony. What news from Dabao and the campus courier? Everything is settled. But I fear they may increase their prices, Yao Si expressed his concerns. Once prices rise, there will be subsequent increases, Chen He reassured him, gently patting Yao Si's shoulder. It is of no consequence. Our current capabilities are still lacking. Once we have strengthened our position, the decisions will be ours to make. Yao Si remained silent. By the way, Su Jishan once served as a police officer, but I hope you harbor no reservations. He is no longer in law enforcement. Chen He remarked. No worries. Even if you were still a policeman, I would have no fear. I possess no criminal record, Yao Si stated confidently. His words rang true. During his time with Lord Ding, his encounters were limited to mere brawls, where his opponents either submitted or retreated. In the realm of the underworld, the distinction between the strong and the weak is clear-cut. No one would report you to the authorities simply because they were overpowered. That would be the act of a coward. Half an hour later, a meeting was called. In that time, Yao Si, Yao Fei, Zhao Lei Lu Bin, and Ma Jie gathered around Chen He, all curious about the news he was about to share. From this day forth, our studio shall embark on a new journey. We must devise a name. Any suggestions? Chen He inquired. Zhao Lei raised his hand. How about my good brother? That name is rather lengthy and coincidentally shares its name with the song, Chen He replied, shaking his head. Yao Fei stood up. What about soaring to great heights? That sounds appealing. Do we have any more options? Chen He asked. Perhaps we could call it attracting wealth and fortune? Lu Bin suggested, scratching his head. In the end, Chen He decided on the name Thunder. I have resolved to establish a company, and I will register it with the business administration tomorrow. Everyone was filled with joy. The transformation of our studio into a company signifies that we are not only on the right track, but also beginning to formalize our operations. No longer operating in a haphazard manner. This is advantageous for all involved. With the company established, I would like to announce some new personnel appointments. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere shifted to one of seriousness. Yao Si, you shall serve as the manager of the Thunder Online store. Ma Jie, you will become the head of the technical department. Additionally, find some skilled computer experts to join us. Those who dare to come will be generously compensated. Yao Si and Ma Jie stood, pledging to fulfill their responsibilities. Rest assured, I know many talented computer specialists, Ma Jie affirmed. However, temporarily promoting only 2 individuals to management positions was insufficient. Chen He glanced at Zhao Lei, who, despite not voicing it, harbored a desire for greater responsibility. Zhao Lei, you will take on the role of the pre-sales supervisor in the customer service department. Zhao Lei stood up, filled with excitement. Brother He, I promise to excel in this role. Yao Fei, you shall be the post-sales supervisor. Yao Fei also rose. Boss, I assure you that our online store's rating will only rise. For now, these will be the new personnel appointments. There will be more to do once the new customer service representatives join us. Yao Si, please arrange for the installation of an electronic lock tomorrow, ensuring that only authorized personnel can enter, and additionally, create a batch of employee badges. Chen He instructed. I will reach out to someone tomorrow, Yao Si responded. Committing it to memory, Su Zhishan felt a profound sense of introspection. At 32, he had achieved little, while Chen He, at just 18, had already established his own company and gathered so many to pursue their ambitions. Su Zhishan felt a pang of inadequacy. Some individuals are indeed born under fortunate stars. Su Zhishan quickly found solace in the realization that he was now a member of this esteemed team. He would bear witness to Chen He's rise to prominence. Zhou Xiaohe gazed intently at Chen He, feeling that moments ago he had exuded an impressive authority, displaying a maturity and shrewdness far beyond his 18 years. With such accomplishments at this tender age, Zhou Xiaohe believed that joining this team was the most prudent decision of her life. Everyone, let us prepare a welcome banquet for Sister Xiaohe and Brother Shan. As the words were spoken, cheers erupted throughout the room. There would be another splendid feast this evening. Chen He stepped onto the balcony and took out his phone to call Zhang Xiaobing. Xiaobing, there's a company dinner tonight. Are you coming? Of course, I'm coming. Is it the company? I thought it was the studio. Zhang Xiaobing discerned the subtle difference in Chen He's words. It's a company. I've decided to establish a company. Congratulations, Brother He. We have a company now. I'm on my way. Zhang Xiaobing replied eagerly.